I'm 14 years old. Even though I may be a teenager, and some may not believe me, please listen to my experience. When I was young, I was not scared of ghosts, nor did I really believe in their presence but slightly. One day, I went to a Japanese shrine with my parents in Japan. This shrine was close to my mother's house she grew up in. I was very attached to my mother. I was all just 7 or 8. I was a crazy little child. Soon it was time for me to leave. As a Japanese tradition, I threw in 10 yen. My mother gave me to throw in and make a wish. Because I was really attached to my mother, I could sometimes feel the sadness of how much she missed her parents. Since I didn't really know my real father, I cared a lot more about my mother than anyone in the world. I threw the coin in and made a wish. I wish I could once meet my grandmother. I had heard many stories of her from my mother, so that was why I was so anxious to meet her. But the only thing was that she had passed away when my mother was around 21. After I made a wish, I saw a box with a whole bunch of paper in it. I ran over to my stepdad and anxiously asked what it was. He told me it gives you wisdom to your wish. So, as a whiny little child, I begged my stepfather to get me one, so gave me money, and I put it in the little slot. I slowly put my small hand in and grabbed a piece of paper. To my surprise, it really did give me wisdom to my wish. I remember exactly what it said. If you wait, nothing will appear, but when you least expect it, I shrugged it off and went on with my life. About 2 weeks later, I returned from my second country. I went to the washroom in the middle of the night. Normally my wishes never come true, but I was in for a big surprise. There, I saw an old lady who looked exactly like my grandmother in the picture my mom had stood there. She was smiling at me. She had a long white dress, and she was all white. Well, obviously, since I was small, I ran at a speed that could make me the fastest person alive, or at least it felt like it. I didn't have to go to the washroom after that, but that's when it all started. After that, I've been having strange experiences. I've seen my future self twice, once in grade 4, and the other I forget. In grade 4, I innocently walked to the washroom, and that's when the weirdest thing happened. That's when I saw the 12 to 13-year-old version of myself. I would say that maybe it's a doppelganger, but I'm not sure. And I know this sounds a little far-fetched, but it did happen. I told my mother, but she said it was probably my imagination. Many years passed, and many odd experiences had gone by. I'd moved during those years to Japan and back. This time, I was in a different building. It was in 6th grade. It was about 11:30 p.m. I went to the bathroom and washed my hands. I'd grown up a bit. I'd opened the door to only see a younger me. It looked as if it was in grade 4. Again, a ghost. She was staring at me, and I was so freaked out. I stood there in shock, unable to move. The only thing was, I was able to stare my younger self in the eye. Finally, I had the guts to run off. I couldn't help but notice that the younger me was wearing normal clothing. Then it hit me. When I saw a young woman, my grandmother, the very old version of me, they were all wearing a white dress. That must have represented that they had died. Just last year, I saw my stepdad's grandmother, who is healthy and alive, staring at my picture of when I was young, exactly like she was when she visited from Japan. Exact posture and everything. I thought I was dreaming and pinched myself many times and tried laying back into my regular posture and sitting back up to see if she was still there. She was gone. Next morning, I told my weird experiences to my mother at the exact time she was thinking of her. My mom told me this. Maybe you see some of my thoughts. Tell me some experiences you had from the past. I told her one of the experiences, like how I saw a young woman, and described how she looked. My mom stared at me with shock. That description fit exactly her best friend's friend, who offed herself. In fact, a couple of months ago, I saw a faceless figure standing over my bed watching me. Earlier that day, my mom was imagining that and thinking how to see that it would be unpleasantly scary. Last but not least, at camp, I had this scary feeling inside myself. I'd never been so scared for so much a small thing. I knew that was fake. I fell asleep that night, having a dream that was extremely mysterious. I was playing capture the flag with everyone at camp. I wanted to go to the other side, but I saw a very pretty girl my age. She had a ponytail, beautiful skin, hazel eyes, a fit body, and she was wearing red clothing. She was blocking my way, so I decided I should run past her. I tried, but she was after me, so I decided to run back to my side. I ran as fast as I could, and finally got to my side. She was on her side, but slowly came into my side. All of a sudden, everyone was gone. It was only me and her. She was starting to feel like an evil presence. I was scared she ran after me, and finally, I could not run anymore. I couldn't walk. I was too scared. Then, right when she got in front of me, she gave me an extremely evil smile. I didn't feel good. I couldn't move. Then, right before something was going to happen, she started fading. Then, only her hazel eyes were left, except those pair of eyes were brownish white. They were staring at me, just staring. I woke up in shock and was scared so much. I've never experienced such an evil dream. Then, I turned to see right beside me, the girl from my dream fading, and just watching me. Then her eyes disappeared. I can't make this stuff up. I woke up and told my cabin buddy, who I was really great friends with. I told her what happened, and she happened to live in the area. She told me about a girl who had gone missing a while ago. The description fit her. A few weeks after camp ended, my friend sent me the newspaper about her missing. I saw her picture. It was her. Was she telling me something? What caused me to see all these things? I believe it was the shrine I visited in Japan, and it started there. I'm extremely scared of ghosts now. I sometimes consider visiting the shrine again, wishing I wouldn't see a ghost again. I will try my best to try to make a long story short, which is something I've never been good at. I moved into a second-floor flat in South Utica, New York, in January of 2000. My husband was living in Watertown with a friend finishing up college. I always had an uncomfortable feeling in that house. When I would come home from work, it would occasionally feel as if someone had been there. You know that feeling. I thought maybe the psycho downstairs neighbor, Maria, had a key. One night, I think in March, I woke up to what sounded like someone walking up in the attic. I thought maybe it was Maria, the psycho downstairs neighbor, but she had a bad knee and was morbidly obese, and I would have heard her climbing the stairs to the attic. I shrugged it off. My husband moved in for good in May. There were always those little things that we shrugged off. For instance, the cupboard doors would all be open in the pantry. We would just figure it was the other person, mentally get mad at them, not wanting to waste the time or energy to discuss how irritating this was. In the winter of 2001, we had come home from partying all night. Yes, we were pretty wasted when this happened, and that is why we just forgot or never talked about this after that night. I fell into bed and passed out immediately. My husband brushed his teeth, turning off the dining room light, and shut our door to the dining room. He climbed into bed and drifted to sleep for about 5 minutes. All of a sudden, we both opened our eyes, and the bedroom door was open, and the dining room light was dim. It was the kind of light that had a dimmer. You had to push it on to turn it on and off, and it was on high when it turned off. We looked at each other, kind of read each other's minds, and dismissed it. Had to be the partying. About a month later, I was sleeping on the couch with my head on my husband's lap. All of a sudden, he got up and ran for a knife in the kitchen. He said he saw a man walking in the back part of the kitchen. He was terrified. Don't ask me why he would run towards it. I would be out of the door, but that's just me. He was shaken up for quite a while. No partying this time. He swore he saw a man out of the corner of his eye. I told him he was nuts. About a week after that, in the middle of the afternoon in February, he was home listening to the TV playing loud in the living room while typing a paper in the computer room. He said that he heard a loud slam, walked out, and our bedroom door, which is hung up on a throw rug, was shut. All the windows were closed, as it is as cold as the North Pole in February in central New York. I was at work when he called me, and he was really worked up. I'd never seen him like that. That was when we really became suspicious. I called our landlord and told her not to think I was nuts, but did anyone ever die in that house? She told me that her husband's godfather did back in the early 1930s, and it was of throat cancer. She wanted to know why I was asking. I told her what had happened. She then said that she thought they had taken care of that problem. She told us that the last tenants moved out suddenly after seeing the apparition of a man in his 60s, sitting at the kitchen table and reading. She told me that they had a Catholic mass to help Frank move on. He must have really loved this house. The downstairs tenants after Psycho Maria moved out also had experiences, but I promised a short story. We moved to Syracuse almost 3 years ago. I didn't want to live in a house where someone had died. I actually made a point of it. My very good friend told me the first time she walked in this house and that she felt as though she wasn't alone. I told her that was impossible. A couple months after my son, Peyton, was born, in September 2003, I was sitting downstairs typing on the computer. I had the video monitor on. I heard this strange, muffled, non-English whispering. I turned to look at the monitor, and his mobile was gently moving. He was too little to reach it, and again, no windows open, no air on. I ran upstairs, and his mobile was still, and no noise. My husband was gone on business, and no one died in this home, so I assumed that I must have been seeing things. Then, there was a picture of my son, Peyton, which I sent a copy. This was taken around November or December of 2003. My 7-year-old stepson came out of his room a few months ago and told me there was a boy in his room. He was wearing jeans and an orange shirt. He told me that the boy looked at him, then walked through his bedroom door. Lastly, the top to the kitchen trash can has fallen off, and my stepson in my presence twice. Lastly, the TV station has changed itself twice. And that's all I have to say for now. Thanks for reading. This story starts a long time ago when I was about 8 or 9. I was watching TV when I looked up, and I saw a man watching me. He had a blue coat on. He smiled at me and faded away. I didn't feel alarmed in any way. I even told my parents, and they believed me completely. Every time I was by myself or scared or sad, he was there, and he would sit by me and his presence would make me feel better. Then one day he just disappeared. When I was 12, he appeared again. I was home alone and cleaning the kitchen. We had one of those musical globe things that played music only if you turned the key that's under it. All of a sudden it went off, and we had not messed with it in years. I had put a bunch of napkins in the stove by the burners, heard a voice in my head say stove. I looked at the stove, and it was on. I feel chills run up my spine when I think about what could have happened. I guess the blue man was still there all along, still watching over me. The year was 1947, and the place, Isle of Wight. It's off the south coast of England, a holiday resort. I'd been taken there for a week's holiday with my brother and my parents and aunt and uncle. There was nothing special about the hotel or its surroundings. I think it was the third day of our holiday, and we were all in the dining room at the hotel for our evening meal. I was sitting next to my brother with my back to the windows, and consequently, was able to see the whole room. I would mention at this point that the walls were lined with large mirrors, fashionable at the time, and the effect was rather fascinating, as no matter which way one looked, one would see just about any other part of the room in reflection from one or another of the mirrors. As far as I know, this place is still the same now as it was then, except the owners have changed. In those days, especially when there were 4 adults with you, children were seen and not heard. So as far as I was concerned, any conversation around me was ignored. During our meal, several guests came and went, as one would expect to happen. At some point, I looked up, and a man entered the room and sat down for his meal. There was nothing special about him, and my alarm bells were ringing. I didn't and couldn't see why he looked so ordinary. Eventually, it really dawned on me what was wrong. I couldn't see him anywhere in the mirrors. Impossible in that situation. I tried to whisper to my brother about this, but was told to be quiet and eat. I watched this man until he left and checked as we went out that no one could see his image in the mirrors. At the time, all this left in my mind was a question mark. How? The next day, we were down at the beach, enjoying a rare, warm, sunny day. My brother had gone in for a swim, and I was lying on the sand watching him and others, simply enjoying the sunshine. I looked around and saw the man from the night before coming down the steps to the beach. He was some way away from us at this point and started to walk along the beach near the water's edge, heading in our direction. I think I sat up as the scene I'd witnessed in the dining room came back to me, and I watched him as he walked. He had no shadow. I checked that everyone else's shadows, including mine, were as they should be, and could find nothing else amiss. I never spoke to him, nor have I any idea who he was. I never saw him again after that day. This is a story that my mother told me and my sisters. Back in the 40s, my dad accepted a job in Atlanta, Georgia, and my parents moved from Chicago, Illinois to Atlanta. For several weeks, they stayed at the Biltmore Hotel in Atlanta while looking for a home. One night, my mother, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, was alone in the room by herself because my dad was on a business trip. She said that she woke up at about 3:35 in the morning and saw a man standing beside the bed and looking at her. The man was well dressed in a suit and smiling at her, but she knew immediately it was a ghost because although she could see him plainly, he was transparent. She could see through him. When she was growing up, the woman who had raised her told her if she ever saw a ghost, to say the Lord's Prayer, and it would go away. She pulled the sheet over her head and said the Lord's Prayer, but when she looked again, he was still there. She would close her eyes and open them again, but he did not go away. She fell asleep with the sheets pulled over her head, and the next day she found out at the front desk that a man had died in that room at that exact time she saw the ghost. She described the man she saw to the clerk to ask if she knew him. She felt like the ghost meant her no harm and was there to make himself known and protect her. Her and her sister lived in an old house in Champaign, Illinois, and they both told me that they encountered ghosts several times in that home, and one time they both woke up and saw one standing in their room. So far, I've never seen a ghost, but I'm convinced that they do exist. I've worked as a registered nurse at Henry Male Hospital for many years. There are so many reportings there that I'm not sure I can list them all, but here are a few. The TCU, Transitional Care Unit, is probably the most haunted unit. It serves patients who are not acutely ill, but are also not quite well enough to return home, so consequently, a lot of our elderly patients have spent a great deal of time there, including one that never quite made it home and died on the unit. There have been reports of a walker moving by itself down the hall at night. One room in particular, don't know the numbers, I didn't work there regularly, has a reputation for the call light repeatedly going off at night when it is empty of patients. So much so that the engineering has refused to come fix the bell when the nurses plead to have it silenced. I only worked there one night and had a heavy fire door slowly swing open in front of me and another nurse, as if someone was going into the room. No windows or doors were open as they were bolted shut, and the door is extremely heavy. The other nurse, terrified, screamed at me, "Close the door, close the door." That same night, I had a female patient who had been in her room for a few months and said she felt like she was going batty and that she was so thankful for her TV. Shortly after, it went to static, and I couldn't turn it off with the remote, nor by pushing the power on and off button on the set itself, and finally had to get a chair to flat out pull out the cord from the outlet that was situated near the ceiling. One night, one of the nurses was working a very late shift at night, and she went to go grab a mop after she spilled her drink all over the lobby floor. She went down to the storage area where she knew nobody was there at the time. As she opened the door to the storage closet, in the darkness, she swore she saw what looked to be the face of an elderly woman from the other side of the room, and two glowing eyes, barely lit. It was all just bright enough to be seen with the naked eye. She immediately turned on the light and ran all the way back. She refused to go down there the rest of her time working there, and even change careers. It was that devastating to her. On the medical surgical unit too, there are ghosts up and down the whole hallway. The end opposite the nurse's station is especially bad. Rooms 148, 146, and 142 are the worst. Oftentimes, patients who are dying are put in these rooms, and shortly before they do die, patients often report seeing a little blonde girl in their room at night. They either ask the nurses to get her out, or at the very least, ask who she is. I had an aide one night open up a utility locker at the same end and saw the girl. She was crouched behind a walker, scared, looking up at her. Sometimes machines won't work in those rooms. Even if you trade them in several times from the supply department with different ones, they suddenly will start working again. Myself and another nurse witnessed shadow people at the same time walk past the nurse's station window while the computers and lights dimmed simultaneously. He saw the same night one shadow person standing in a doorway, just staring at him. He looked up and asked yes, thinking it was a nurse aide willing to ask him a question, only to realize it wasn't an aide. Aides have seen patients that weren't there earlier in the evening suddenly lying in a bed, and thinking it was a new admission, brought the vital signs machine back in to take their vitals, only to have the patient gone and the bed still made. Med-Surg 1 is next to Med-Surg 2, and though it isn't as bad as 2, I've had a patient complain that she felt little kids poking at her and pulling her down all evening. Med-Surg 1 was a pediatric unit for 1 year when the hospital was first built, but was shut down as it wasn't financially sustainable. The elevators near the cafeteria that lead down to the morgue are just plain creepy at night. I've known people that have had them slam open and shut closed several times before finally shutting and going down to the morgue. I personally would have had them open for me almost 100% of the time if I was pushing a gurney and didn't have a free hand to hit the button, saying thanks to stay on whatever's good side. Besides, it is kinda nice, except for the creepy part. These are only a few of the stories off the top of my head. I myself have only worked on a few of the units, so I'm sure there are many more. I made a dark joke one day to one of the old-time doctors that the hospital was built in an old Indian burial ground, as it has so much activity there. And he responded that indeed it is. Who knows if he is right, but all of Santa Clarita is that Indian tribe situated throughout the valley for thousands of years. In fact, we were one of the main trading hubs, if not the main trading hub, from tribes spanning down into Mexico, all the way up to Canada. I can't validate the Indian burial ground part, but the stories I related to you here, I either experienced myself or spoke with the Asian person firsthand who had just experienced something themselves, except for TCU, but there again, I used first-hand accounts. I grew up in the great state of Utah. As many know, this state has a rich and glorified history of Native Americans who have lived on the North American soil for generations. I'm going to tell you about my experiences with a ghostly apparition, a series of unusual chants I heard while camping, at the famous UNHEARD National Forest, and even a ghost dog. The climate of Utah is more diverse than you would think. We have areas of lush vegetation, forests, and other greener parts of the state in the north, and in the south, we have dry, barren deserts. This first story is about what my grandfather witnessed when he was driving late at night on the road. This was in St. George, Utah. My grandfather was always a very straight-laced person. Never drank, never smoked, always got enough sleep, and had a good head on his shoulders. The reason why I'm mentioning this is to explain what he saw that night. He was driving late at night, where there were barely any cars on the road. In fact, it seemed like he was the only one driving on this road. It was pitch black, and the only visibility he had was from his headlights that shine across the road. He had been driving on the same road for about 15 minutes, a road that was completely isolated in the middle of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he saw what looked to be a Native American man standing in the middle of the road from the distance. He slowed down immediately after he saw this, fearing he would hit the man. As he got closer, the Native American man disappeared. Now, he knew it wasn't his imagination. The man looked real to him, at least from afar. His mind wasn't playing tricks on him, and he swore to this day he wasn't tired. He knew what he saw. My grandfather was so floored by the whole event, he had to pause for a second and pull off to the side of the road. Where he stopped was where he saw the man. There was absolutely nothing and no one there. No homes in the area, just desert and a long winding road at night. There was no way he could explain it. This was also in the 1960s, and St. George was way smaller than it is now, a population around 5,000. My grandpa is still alive, in his 90s, and he hasn't given up on the authenticity of his story. He swears he saw a real ghost, and I'm convinced he will take his story to his grave. As for my experience, my family went camping in the UNHEARD National Forest, where we set up a tent deep in the woods. I remember it was a fantastic time, just me, my dad, and my brother. We heard nothing but the sounds of nature, and were truly enjoying our time alone from civilization. It was getting later in the night, and so we set up a campfire. It might have been around 11 p.m. at night, when my brother, my dad, and I all heard what sounded like a ghostly chant, almost sounding like a group of Native Americans. It sounded almost as if the chants were as low as gorillas chanting to us, which was unusual, because gorillas definitely don't live in Utah. And I couldn't think of an animal that could make such a deep voice. And not only that, but multiple voices chanting at once. What made it so eerie was that it wasn't frantic. The chants had a peacefulness to it. But of course, we were all freaked out. It was definitely not a comforting chant, but it wasn't boisterous. So anyway, my dad told me and my brother to get into the tent to sleep at night, because my dad was genuinely concerned that maybe there were dangerous people out there trying to scare us. The chants only lasted for about a minute, and it eventually went dead silent, and we never heard it again. I think my dad must have waited outside the tent with the campfire for an hour or two, just to make sure everything was okay. He eventually went back into the tent himself. However, that night of bizarre events were far from being over. As we were sleeping, my dad said that he was awakened by the sound of rustling leaves. He woke up and noticed from the inside of his tent a shadow on the other side, as in when you are in a tent and you see someone or something's shadow moved by. He immediately jumped out of the tent to investigate, but there was nobody there. He thought nothing of it, and then went back to bed. On the third night after camping, we went to bed as usual, and this time, I experienced the same occurrence. Instead of it being a shadow of what my dad thought was a person, it seemed to be of a creature. My guess was a dog, because the shadow shape looked to be of that. It could have been a bear, because the shadow was small from seeing it move from inside of the tent. I immediately woke my dad up, and he went out, and again, nothing. Not sure what to make of all these events, but I'm certain there's more than meets the eye. I had a strange thing happen to me once when I was in the Philippines visiting family. The home I stayed in was part of a group of 3 homes around a central courtyard and a shared restroom and shower facility with the other 2 houses. My family showed me around the place the day I arrived, and then told me to be careful when going outside at night because there was a ghost that haunted the area. My reaction, of course, was yeah, right, because I just knew they were messing with me. My third night there, I wasn't feeling well and needed to go to the restroom a lot more than usual. Don't drink the water in the Philippines, by the way. So I ended up going out to the restroom facility late at night. The restroom facility was on the far side of the courtyard from the house I was staying in, and around the side of one of the other houses, and it was very dark because the lights were out in all of the houses, and the nearest street light was pretty far away. I was on my way back from the restroom, and just as I walked into the courtyard, what felt like a force grabbed me from behind. It was such an odd feeling, like a major resistance pushing me back, almost like going against gravity. To clarify, I don't mean literally. It was just an overwhelming pressure, but I could feel the energy around me so strongly, it's hard to explain exactly. I ended up turning around and going in the opposite direction to an empty field that bordered the courtyard because something was almost pulling me in that direction, like there were hands on my body. I say something because it felt like a force grabbing me on my arms. This force seemed to disappear when I got closer to the field. I shifted my body around, and all of a sudden, I saw this solid black human shape from a few feet away, not moving, just a black mass silhouette that I could identify as a human, if that makes sense. I took off running towards the home and looking over my shoulder again, and the black shadow was gone. I burst into the home, and apparently I screamed. I don't remember even doing it, but I'm not surprised, and I'm not ashamed, because people were coming out of their bedrooms to see what was going on. I told everyone what happened, and they all took it in stride. One cousin even said, "Oh yeah, that happens." I was really freaked out, and didn't sleep the rest of that night, and I didn't go out at night alone. The rest of the time I was there. I did some reading and asked some questions since then, and the answer I got most often was that I was an evil spirit. From what I've read and been told, these are paranormal entities that are angry, evil, and seek to harm people. Sometimes they used to be human, but others were never human. When I asked what they were if they weren't human, I hear the word demon tossed around quite often. Regardless, there are many stories similar to mine where a black shadow or human shape has grabbed a person, and I just wanted to tell you about my experience. Maybe someone else has had this kind of experience as well. I grew up in a hip stone roof farmhouse that used to belong to my grandparents. We lived in a German American neighborhood and many farmhouses had a quaint old country sensibility, with the main living space a flight of stairs up from the entrance. Like many older homes, ours was large in size, but broken up into small rooms. One such room was my grandmother's old pantry, just off the kitchen. My parents had turned half of it into a small home office, with a desk for the telephone, back in the day of one telephone per household, next to a window that looked out into our backyard. When I was very small, I used to enjoy looking out of our windows at night, making wishes on stars, watching sparkling waves of snow fall through the glow of our yard light, waiting for my dad to come in from his evening milking chores in the barn, occasionally finding surprises, like the summer evening that a huge green Luna moth came to rest on the window of the door. This small, close telephone room frightened me, but I enjoyed the backyard evening view, so I'd bravely venture into the room, crawl up into the chair next to the window, and look outside. One evening, I had a desire to look out the telephone room window. As usual, I was somewhat apprehensive about entering the little room, but my curiosity overcame my anxiety. I took a deep breath and prepared to step over the threshold from the warm light of the kitchen into the darkness. As I did, I looked into the window, and there I saw, staring right back at me, the wizened face of an old man, hovering in midair. He was partially bald and had a long handlebar mustache, and he had a furious, even hateful expression. I remember screaming in terror and running outside into the arms of my perplexed mother, crying that a scary old man was floating outside. I remember my mother wondering if I'd seen a frightening program on television and had let my imagination run away with me. I was understandably afraid to venture into that room for a while. The fear and the memory of that night faded away. To the extent that I remembered my experience at all, I attempted to explain it in terms of a vivid imagination, and I never had another experience like that in that room. Many years later, when I was a teen, I was sitting at the dinner table with my parents as they were reminiscing about their childhoods, their earliest memories. My father said that one of his earliest memories was of his father's original home, a small wooden home that once stood a short distance away from our farmhouse. He said that he remembered his grandfather dying and being laid out in the parlor of that little home, as was a common occurrence in that rural neighborhood, even in the 20s. "What do you remember about your grandfather?" my mother asked. "He was an old man, mean and strict. We kids were afraid of him. He didn't have a lot of hair, but he did have one of those old-fashioned handlebar mustaches," Dad replied. I felt the hair rise in the back of my neck as I suddenly remembered that vision of my early childhood. My name is Lena, and I'm from Malta. I was looking at your site because I have a ghost story I wanted to share with you. About 8 years ago, I was living with my ex-boyfriend, who had recently changed the house at the time. The home was about 50 years old, and as we were fast asleep, maybe it was between 2:30 and 3 in the morning, I began to slightly wake up, because although I was not fully awake in my head, I was hearing some noises like I had a metal bucket in my yard, which was near the bedroom, like someone was dragging it. Then the wardrobe doors began like someone was shutting and opening them. The wardrobe was by the wall on the side where I was sleeping. I want to remind you that by then, I was still not fully awake. And then I could hear near my ear like people talking. Remember, I was half awake until all of a sudden, I was fully awake, and at the end of the bed, I saw 2 figures of 2 men, and although it was dark in the room, I saw them clearly. When I saw this, I was in awe, and I rose on my ankles, and these 2 figures, as I already told you, were of 2 men. One was young, and the other was older, and they were wearing white robes, and on their heads they had these white turbans, and they had no feet. They half turned and looked at me, and then they went forward like in a slow motion and began to fade until they vanished through the wall. I was not frightened at all. I swear that I was fully awake when I saw them, and in the morning, I told my ex-boyfriend, who did not see nothing, because only me they had woken up, and he didn't believe me, but I know for sure that it happened. To this day, I don't know who they were. Excuse me for my poor English. Throughout the years, I've had many experiences with things I've never been able to explain. I'll share some of them here. This is the first one I have a memory of. When I was very small, about 5 years old, we lived with my grandmother while our house was being built. I always felt warm and protected in that home. I never was afraid. Even though my room was at the top of very narrow stairs and was under the eaves of the attic, I never feared anything in that room. One night, there was a terrible thunderstorm, and I remember dreaming that there was a fire under my parents' bed. I woke up screaming and ran into their room. I kept telling my father that there was a fire under the bed. They did their best to explain that it was only a nightmare and that there was no fire. My father even got out of bed, pulled up the covers, looked under the bed, and promised that there was no fire. I eventually fell back to sleep in the bed with them. An hour or so later, I had the dream again, but the fire was bigger. I started screaming again and woke my parents. This time, however, there was the distinct smell of burning wiring, and indeed, the floorboards under the bed had started to smolder. Luckily for all of us, my father was able to shut off the electricity and stop the fire before it truly started. The only damage was replacing some wiring and a few floorboards. From that point on, though, my parents always listened to me when I had an unusual dream or saw something out of the ordinary. This, though, was the scariest thing my parents witnessed when I just turned 5 years old. We always had the attic stairs open. Apparently, I'd sneaked into our attic for multiple days, and when my parents would catch me playing in the attic, they would ask me why I kept going up there. I would tell them that the old man in the attic was lonely, and he wanted a friend, so I continued to talk to him to keep him company. This clearly startled my parents, and after the fire incident and the dreams that I had, they wanted to get to the bottom of this. They continuously asked me, "Where is this man?" So I would point at the corner in the attic and say, "He's staring at you. He's very mad you ignored him." It was at this point we had a priest come bless the home because it really seemed like a massive negative energy was in the home. I even remember getting a witch psychic to come and investigate, to talk to whoever the man was and get an idea. So we did get a spirit session, and she talked with the spirit. The psychic said she felt a man named Jim was burned to death in this home. With what I said about having dreams of the home burning, it was a man in his early 60s. So we got a spirit box, and the psychic asked if Jim was there. He confirmed and said fire truck 4 or 5 times, then smoke, and I was smoked. The psychic then asked the spirit if it died a bad death, and the spirit box said, "Are you kidding?" She asked again. He said yes. You can't make this stuff up. If you ever played with a spirit box before, you know that spirits communicate with their energy to create statements through radio frequencies and whatnot. What we were able to discern was that there was probably a fire in this home, and that this old man was caught in it. We don't know much aside from that, but this whole experience was spooky. This was back in 2009. I've been reading all these great ghost stories, and now I feel it's safe to share mine. Being a paramedic literally saved my life. Before becoming one at age 34, I was always a troublemaker, getting into physical fights as a kid and early adult, rebelling against parents, doing lots of hard drugs, and ultimately doing a stint as a drug dealer. I was a real pain in the rear. I'm 44 now, and have completely turned my life around. Eventually, I got arrested for possession and spent 6 years in prison at the age of 24. Prison life was a lot worse than I could have ever imagined. It's not like they say it is in the movies. Ironically enough, though, I had a prison mate who ended up becoming one of my best friends, Sam. Sam was about 8 years older than me and did time for attempted murder. He once walked in on his sister getting abused by her boyfriend, grabbed a bat, and beat the man in the face until he became severely deformed. He ended up surviving, both permanent injuries sustained. Sam was a good guy, but he had a bit of a temper issue, and it only really came out when he felt like he or his loved ones were in true danger. So, Sam was always a bit of a protector, even to a fault. Sam and I would always have these profound conversations, as my cell was next to his. The last conversation we ever had, he told me that the stuff that I was doing was too petty, and he didn't want to see me throw my life away. I remember him distinctly asking me who I wanted to be, and I always just said I don't know. He suggested a paramedic because he saw me as a healer, figuratively and literally. He made me promise him that when I got out, I would straighten my life out. When I asked him what he was going to do when he got out, he just laughed at me and said, "Kid, it's my time to go." At first, I didn't really think much about his statement. I thought he meant he was getting out of prison soon, but he got 10 years and was serving his 5. That's when I realized what he really meant. He was going to permanently exit this world. So I go to bed that night, and before I end up drifting off, I say to Sam, "Good night." The next thing he said is something I'll never forget for as long as I live. Sam said to me, "See you later." The next morning I called for Sam, but he wasn't responding. A prison guard came by and noticed that he wasn't breathing. Before I knew it, my best friend, Sam, was gone. Little did I know, though, that Sam would reappear in my dreams and as an apparition in jail. Yes, my jail cell. So, in my dream, I'm a free man. I'm in this empty, narrow white hallway, sorta hard to describe, but the entire hallway looked like it had clouds surrounding it. At the end of the hallway, I see Sam. He looks in great shape, about 10 years younger, and is wearing a white suit to match the hallway. He's just smiling. As I continue to walk down the long hallway, I approach Sam though, and that's when he slowly starts to disappear. I suddenly fall down to my knees and yell, "Why did you do this, Sam? Why? Your sister needs you." Suddenly, I wake up and I'm in my jail cell. This is late at night. Felt like it was midnight. That was when I saw a black shadow as I was adjusting my eyes. At first, I couldn't believe it, but it was the shadow and silhouette of a man. Somehow, I instantly knew that this man was Sam. I then watched as the shadow slowly moved away and disappeared down the hallway of the jail. Nobody was around at the time, and it definitely wasn't a prison guard. for the obvious reason being, prison guards don't look like dark shadows and silhouettes. So, fast forward a few years later, and unfortunately, I relapsed into a bad drug habit after getting out of prison, getting addicted to the powder. This was the last and final straw that led me to focus on my life and pursue my paramedic career. I end up taking a hit and almost dying entirely. I remember taking one last hit of the powder, passing out, and not waking up for hours. At this time, I was rushed to the hospital because I was on the verge of losing my life. Apparently, I flatlined and became medically dead at the same time, but I came back to life. In that moment, it seemed as if it was an out-of-body experience. I could see myself on the hospital bed, and suddenly, I was in this light room, just like the dream I had in prison. There was Sam again. Sam looked at me, grinned, but didn't say a word to me. My old dog Spot was right next to him, who had previously died when I was a kid. My favorite dog in the world, Spot, was a black lab. There was an overwhelming peace that came over me, and everything felt so good in the moment. It was a feeling that I didn't want to escape. Suddenly, I regained consciousness, and I'm back in the hospital bed, in tremendous pain. That's when the doctor told me I had basically died, and I was shocked. So, fast forward a couple more years, I finally became a paramedic. I turned my life completely around, and I truly believe that Sam was responsible. I believe that I did see Sam in the afterlife through spirit communication in my dreams, and also the black outline I saw in the prison. I remember what he said about trying to be a medic, and it just sort of resonated with me. I did want to help people in the end, and it was the best decision I ever made. These days I wonder how Sam would have been if he was still with us, but I'm sure he would have been proud of me now. When I almost died, it was the ultimate wake-up call. In some deranged way, I think Sam was responsible for it. Thanks for reading my story. I know it's a bit unbelievable, but I promise you, this all happened. I know I don't need to prove to anyone that this really happened to me, but I truly believe that Sam is my guardian angel watching over me. I believe that he gave me a second chance at life, maybe because he believed in my potential. Thank you, Sam. I'll never forget you. I have one last story for now to tell you. I was born in 1955, so I went to high school starting in 1970. Needless to say, the fashion and hairstyles I liked were very different from those which my mother was used to. We frequently had clashes over these things. Also, from the get-go of my life, I'd always been interested in things like camping, fishing, hiking, and nature in general. My mother, to say the least, was disappointed, because she had always envisioned having a daughter who was interested in clothes, makeup, and flirting with boys. I just wasn't the daughter she had envisioned. I ended up working in forensics for years, and I do believe she was proud of me during the last 20 years of her life. The year and a half after my father had intentionally left this earth, and she died, were filled with sadness for us both. Looking back, if I had known then what I know now, I would have done things differently. But that is Monday morning quarterbacking. I did the best I could to take care of us both during that time, but I feel like I could have done better, and I regretted it after she had passed on. First, I distinctly remember seeing my dad's ghost sitting in his favorite chair of the old house that we lived in, and the one that I own today. One day, I was in the kitchen and looked over to the chair. That was when I saw a gray cloud literally sitting in the chair for a few seconds, then slowly disappear. I tried to blink my eyes to see if I was just imagining things, but then something crazy happened right after. The picture of my dad that I had hanging on the wall somehow fell to the ground without explanation. I was shocked, and that's when I instantly put two and two together. I took it as a comforting sign that my dad was making sure I was okay, even if at the time, it still terrified me. Things weren't always so pleasant with the hauntings, though. I would constantly hear the sounds of boots thumping upstairs in the middle of the night, always at the same time, for weeks on and off. I wanted to believe it was my dad then too, but he never wore boots, and I don't think he would intentionally scare me off if he knew I was frightened. I remember hearing whispering in my dad's former room, and it sounded demonic, low, like multiple people talking to each other. I was always alone and by myself when these things would happen, so I know it wasn't just me hearing things. In that very same room, in the middle of my sleep, I once heard heavy breathing coming from the closet. I jumped out of my bed, opened the closet door to make sure nothing was there. I was right, nothing at all. When I had my son at age 25, years after my dad died, he was 4 years old at the time, said he made friends with the old man in a fedora hat. This really shocked me, because my dad loved fedoras. He would wear them constantly during life, and even collected them as a hobby. My dad also smoked cigars a lot, and sometimes a light fog, would mysteriously appear in his room without the windows open. At times I would get paranoid and think that the house was smoking. Honestly though, I'm not sure if this was paranormal fog, but everything else was 100% paranormal to me. Now on to my mother. Unfortunately, I never had any obvious hauntings from my mother that were as obvious as my dad's. Sometimes I could swear I saw her face looking into the window of the front door, but because it wasn't clear, I wasn't sure if that was just my mind. One night, not too many months after she had died, I dreamt of her. Framing this photo in my dream were white and red lacy strands, as in a Valentine's Day card. As I viewed this picture in my dream, I heard her tell me I love you. Her voice radiated nothing but 100% love. It was as if she was saying to me, I know we had our differences when I was with you, but I can see things so much more clearly from where I am now, and so I want to tell you now I love you. This was a very intense dream, and I do believe it was a message from my mother. The memory of this dream has been a great comfort to me. I've been a fan of this site for years, so here's one of my stories. When I was young, my dad's mother and her second husband, not my grandmother, lived in a 1920s vintage flat-top stucco house in West Orlando. My brother and I both spent nights over there. The room in which we would sleep had a bed that was, from a 4-year-old's perspective, about a mid-chest high. I remember when I was about 4 years old walking into that room one day and seeing this white-haired lady in the bed. I remember she had dark eyes and a prominent curved nose with large nostrils. I remember that she and I looked at one another. She seemed to want something from me, but I didn't know what that could be. She was not either malevolent nor cuddly like my grandmother. She seemed to be a businesslike person who didn't hesitate to ask the nearest person around to help. In other words, a matter-of-fact person. I believe at that point, I turned and left the room. To the best of my knowledge, my grandmother never had anyone like this stay in her home. As I got older, I remember my mother talking about my step-grandmother's mother, who had lived with them for some time. During one of these conversations, I said that I remembered her, thinking of the older lady that I'd seen in that bed. My mother said there was no way I could remember her, since she died before I was born. I never brought this up with Mother again, and since then, my mother has passed. I still can't help but wonder who that lady was. I've been to Church Road with a group of my friends. It's located at Church Street and Burt Road in Michigan. It is haunted. Where the house used to be has been torn down. The temperature will change about 10 to 20 degrees. We tried to test the ghost, so we put my friend's Jeep in neutral, and it was pushed uphill by something. The red eyes are true. If you walk outside your car, he will follow behind you. We also had handprints down the side of our vehicle. We went out there every night for a week and experienced something every night. I've lived in Hillsdale County all my life, and my friend lives right down the road from the cemetery on Burt Road. The truth, it's haunted. I've never seen the sign change, but I will agree that the people who are buried there are not at rest. There are a lot of people who died there of murder, offing themselves, and accidents. I've seen people walk through there at night, and you just get an angry, uneasy feeling about the whole place. You also have to remember that right behind the cemetery is a gravel pit, where a woman drowned while swimming out there with her friends. I love the ghost hunt, and I've seen spirits since I was little. I also know that the one on Church Road is not a nice man. I've watched him make one of the people that were in my car very sick, and she didn't get better until we got off the road. The legend is that you have to enter from Holcomb Road, and you have to exit from Holcomb Road. If you don't, he will follow you home. We tried that one night, and he didn't follow us home, but something did, because we woke up to a little girl singing one day, like legit singing, and then we went back. I can't make this stuff up, and I promise you, this is 100% factual. There is a ghostly presence that many have reported as a man who just lingers in that area. I haven't been out there in years, but I'm planning to go back there in a few weeks to see if things have changed since they started building a home on the old foundation where the house used to be. I grew up in a city in southern Ontario, and I've had several encounters with paranormal activity. When I was 8 years old, my mother and my brother had moved into a single-family home that was attached in the front to a store for clothing alterations and such. The home was built in the 1930s, and I was unaware as what the history of the home was. However, there was always the strong feeling on the back of my neck that I was being watched in a way that made me feel horrid and vulnerable. There were certain parts of the home that had felt more evil than the whole house felt. The first part was the stairs going to the basement, and the upstairs bathroom made my stomach turn. I always felt eyes of anger on my neck. My little brother, who was 6 years old at the time, and I were rollerblading in the basement that was not developed enough to be a problem with the rollerblades. There was a separate room in the corner that had a glass pane door, and we had never gone into that room as it was just really creepy. We both very suddenly stopped blading and both looked to the less paned window, and we both had seen a clear apparition of an older man who had the evil look in his eyes, just like we always felt, looking at the back of our necks. We ran upstairs with the blades on to tell our mom. She refused to go look, as she then admitted to having the same fear in the home. We did move out within 6 months, as it seemed to be getting worse with things going missing, and my Barbie dolls going missing for weeks, and then re-showing itself mutilated. It just felt horrid to be there for all of us. As an adult, I'd share that story with a woman that I had met, and she knew exactly which house I'd spoken of. I showed her the exact home, and she said that the home had been a funeral parlor. The home was evil, and I could never go into it again. I have a confession to make. I'm not an ordinary person. I don't mean that I've exhibited quirky behavior in the past and I'm simply unorthodox, but I have this uncanny ability to sense things. Whether these energies that I've learned to embrace are malevolent or benevolent, I can't say, as I'm unable to clearly make the distinction. But I tend to attract unusual energies, which permeate all around me. If you happen to come in close contact with me, you may be susceptible to these energies as well. I could say that there's a supernatural component to this, but because my mind has relentlessly wreaked havoc on me, I can't say for certain what is going on. Sometimes I see things, shadows, hearing strange noises, knocks on the walls, a faint whisper in my ear, reinforcing the idea that something otherworldly resides inside these walls. All the while I'm sitting in the kitchen of my old Victorian home, and I'm the only one who lives here. I can honestly say that I don't know what is happening, but I have nowhere else to turn to. There's the cellar that I'm terrified to go into. I've literally haven't stepped foot down there since I moved in, but it's like I can telepathically hear the growls and moans coming from that dark space that I refuse to enter. I've always wanted to know if the source of all these energies came from that cellar. The thing is, I've no pets, no estranged relationships. Nobody ever sets foot in my home. I had a wife once, but she's been gone for what seems like a millennium. I don't remember what it's like to interact with anybody. I'm virtually imprisoned. I work from home. So, I became a recluse. I don't go out much these days, for fear of inadvertently transferring these energies to those who come in contact with me. Isolation is unconscionable. The fear of going insane inside my mind constantly lingers in the foreground. The helplessness of not being able to do anything about it still traps me internally. I'm mentally paralyzed. And then I have these unusual nightmares. My doctor tells me they are night terrors. So I'm laying in my bed, and the shadow opens the door. It doesn't do anything, but simply stands in the doorframe. I don't know what it wants, but I can only make out its eyes, glowing brighter than the sun. The rest the outline, a silhouette. I sweat. My body temperature drops, and I feel a cold breath on the right side of my shoulder. I look over, temporarily taking my eyes off the shadow figure, and yet there's nothing there but a mist that looks as if someone is breathing in the cold air. I look back at the doorframe, and the shadow is gone. I then lay down, staring at the ceiling. I simply just can't ignore what's going on. I want to, but even the pills don't do enough. I still see these things, hear these things, and most importantly, feel these things. I'm so scared. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. I want a release. I want it all to end. I'm sick and tired of the suffering. My mind just won't heal. I don't want to feel. It's almost better if I don't, but I can't turn it off. Still, these images persist. In another moment, I can clearly see this elderly woman silently screaming at me. I can feel the terrible darkness emitting from her, and when she opens her mouth, there is nothing but darkness, almost as if it is a black hole. No sound, just the mouth opening. The woman with her old tattered clothing, not from this time period, definitely not present, Victorian times, with a black dress from that era, long black hair, matted and uncombed. This being was just standing there. I ask it what it wants from me, but it remains silently screaming for a few seconds. I blink my eyes as hard as anybody could. The figure simply won't disappear. I see a single cockroach move out of her mouth. I had to have dreamt this. This night terror felt so real. It consumes me. I can't get it out of my head. I go back and forth thinking this has got to just be a hallucination. But the more I think about these events, the way they truly never disappear, it makes me believe there's an entity in this house that I can't ignore. They are communicating to me through my dreams and through some of my hallucinations that I've had as well. The therapists, the doctors, they all tell me that I've got some psychosis. Trauma from my youth remains unsolved. But these walls inside this old home has so much history engraved into it. Tell me that spirits don't exist, and I can't prove it to you. I can only tell you about my experiences and how sensitive I am to the other side. Then I think to myself, why are we so arrogant about this other side? Why do we dismiss what we do not understand? Maybe I'm just crazy. Or maybe the world wants to shield us from the fact that these beings live among us. If you truly open up your eyes and begin to understand that there's nothing that the world can't see, then you can believe.
My scariest encounter occurred when I was in middle school. I'm 22 now. I was about 14 years old and was always at my best friend's house. According to my friend and her family, weird things happened frequently at their house, though I thought nothing of the events. My friend often told me stories about hearing footsteps in the attic, cords becoming unplugged for no reason, and lights being switched off. I felt safe in the new house and had no reason to be scared. One afternoon, I decided to take a shower in my friend's parents' bathroom. I went into their room, locked the bedroom door, walked past the sinks, and locked myself into the bathroom with the shower and the toilet. I made sure that there was no way my friend's perverted little brother could get into the bathroom. I started the shower and stripped down. Like most people, I had a routine. I started by washing my hair. I glanced out of the clear, non-tempered glass door while massaging the shampoo into my scalp and saw what appeared to be my friend standing there. Shocked, I did a double take and then proceeded to tell her to get out. Before I could finish my sentence, the blonde girl in the white robe turned around and disappeared without ever opening or closing the door. After hurrying to get out of the shower, I asked my friend why she was in the bathroom. She said that she had never entered the bathroom. No one else in the house was blonde like her. The event was so shocking that I was unable to take showers in showers with clear glass for about 6 years. After the 6 years, now I put towels over the sides of the shower so I can't see outside of the glass. I even had to go to therapy for this event. People have blamed it on steam. People have blamed it on the glass. I know what I saw. It was only about 2 feet in front of me. Ghost in the shower. When I was small, about 10, I went to go visit my aunt. She always had stories to tell me, and I would always tell her to tell me ghost stories. But she wouldn't because my mother was always there, and she was really afraid of virtually any ghost stories. Well, that time I went, my mom stepped out so I was able to talk to her alone. She told me that when she was about 14 or 15, she went to take a shower. The showers where she lived were different. Instead of them inside, they were outside. She said that she took her buckets of water and headed outside. She started to take off her clothes when she saw a black figure over her. She thought it was the shadow of a bird, so she ignored it when it disappeared. She started to wet her hair when she noticed a person's feet right next to her. She thought at first someone got in, but when she looked up, she saw a black man dressed as an Indian with scratches all over his face and arms. She didn't know what to do, so she stayed frozen in place and just stared as the man looked at her from head to toe, naked. That's when she screamed, and the man disappeared into thin air. She told my granny, but they could not do anything. From then on, she didn't see the man, but she did see shadows. I asked her if it was true, or if she was making it up, but she promised me it was true. Not so long ago was I in her house by myself when I noticed black shadows there. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but I kept seeing them. That's when I believed the story was true. So, I've read stories on this site forever now, and finally thought I'd join a few weeks ago. I didn't think I'd be posting so soon. This happened to me just the other day, and has thoroughly freaked me out. I moved into a small 2-bedroom apartment in the heart of downtown Humble, a small suburb outside of Houston, Texas, about 6 months ago. Now, nothing here has really bothered me, although I've noticed things happening, things moving without me or the 2 other people that live here, moving them. There are cold spots. In my mother's bedroom, I do not feel comfortable in there whatsoever and avoid going in there most of the time. I'm not one who is too jumpy or easily scared either. Anyway, back to my story. It was late. I'd been having nightmares and tossing and turning all night. I woke around 4 with a headache and just decided to give up on sleep. I quietly sneaked out of bed and retrieved some clothes in the dark as to not wake my sleeping boyfriend. My mother was still at work at this time, so I was pretty much alone in the apartment. I really felt uneasy and couldn't figure out why. I went to the bathroom and locked the door behind me, something I don't normally do. I started the shower and got in. I had just finished washing my hair and wiping water out of my eyes when I noticed a shadow standing in the doorway, way too tall to be either Nicholas or my mother. I stood there, staring at it for a good minute and a half. I swear it was just standing there, glaring at me from the other side of the shower curtain. Now, I remind you, I'd be awake for about 10 minutes, 3 of these spent in hot water, so this couldn't have been a dream. I blinked to get water out of my eye, and it was gone. Just poof, as if nothing was there at all. I quickly finished my shower and haven't showered with the door shut since. I'm 23 years old, and I've had experiences with the paranormal throughout my entire life. I'm used to seeing things in the corner of my eye and things like that. But this shadow completely shook me to my core. I felt unsafe in my home, and I'm not happy about it whatsoever. When I was alone, I calmly stated out loud that I don't mind sharing the space with any spirits that are here, as long as they don't try to scare or harm any of us, and that anything negative is not welcome here and should leave right now. I then burnt some sage and walked throughout the apartment, but that hasn't seemed to help. I just have this overwhelming sense of doom and sadness since I've ever done so. Any suggestions or advice would help me greatly. I've asked the apartment manager if she knows anything about this place, and she told me that it was built in the early 30s or 40s, and that it at the time had been an old folks' home. Other than that is all I'm aware of. Thanks for reading. This following occurrence happened in early 2011. In fact, it's a string of occurrences that happened then. E, our youngest daughter, and Z, our youngest son, were still living at home at this time. Our oldest daughter and her husband came over for dinner and movie night. Z's girlfriend was also there. About midway into the movie, E decided she would take a shower and go to bed because she had to get up early for classes the next day. She said she was going to use my shower so the hallway bath would be open for when anyone needed it. The rest of us watched the movie to the end. When it was over, I went to the kitchen to get some drinks for everyone. As I walked into the kitchen, I heard a faint cry. It alarmed me. I immediately thought of E, so I headed down to the hall. I looked into her bedroom and she wasn't there. Thinking she was taking a long shower, I turned to my room. When I entered my bedroom, I heard E scream, "Mom!" I opened the bathroom door and right away saw E sitting on the shower floor. She was almost hysterical, screaming, "I can't get the shower door open!" When I grabbed the door handle, a sort of electric static feeling shot through my hand and arm. It was painful enough to cause me to drop my arm, but the door easily came open. E said she was washing her hair when she heard what sounded like someone opening the bathroom door. She said she hollered that she was in the bathroom. She peered through the frosted shower door the best she could. The room door looked closed. She thought she heard a low, deep laugh. It freaked her out so much, she decided to end her shower right then. She said she tried to open the shower door, but it would not open. She pushed and shoved and even kicked the door. It would not budge. My husband and I both tested the shower door over and over again, slamming it, closing it softly, trying to get it to stick, trying to prove to her and ourselves it was just a tricky door. We would not come up with any reasonable explanation for it. I'm not sure if this had anything to do with the above occurrence. However, a few weeks earlier, E was in the shower when she received a text message from unknown number. "I'm watching you." We never found out who sent that message. We went to the police with it, but they said it was impossible to trace. A few days after E's experience in the shower happened, I had my experience in the shower. I was in the shower water running hot enough that the bathroom was becoming foggy. I could see the fog over the shower door. I heard the bathroom door softly open, thinking it was my husband coming in. I didn't really pay it much mind. Then I heard what sounded like a giggle. I opened the shower door and looked out to find the room bathed in fog. Right in the middle of the fog was a very dense section in the outline of what looked like a figure. It was about 3 feet tall. I stood there and watched it lift what looked like an arm. I stood there, mesmerized. After a minute or so, the dense section started to spread out, becoming more like the rest of the fog. I closed the shower door and forced myself to finish my shower. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. A few minutes later, I tried to open the shower door without success. I shoved on it, kicked it, leaned against it. I could not open it. After a few minutes, I tried again. It popped open. The fog had completely dissipated. As I was getting out of the shower, I noticed the window curtain had a little opening in it, just enough where I could see my neighbor's back porch steps. Lounging on his elbow on the steps was a grinning, grayish, hairless, skinny, almost toothless, naked man. He waved. In a blink of an eye, he was gone. I've never told anyone about the guy. Never. He looked dead. I don't know if it was my imagination or some light trick that caused me to think I saw him. I just don't know. At my insistence, a few months later, my husband and youngest son demolished the shower and completely remodeled the bathroom.
What I'm about to tell you really happened, but you have to understand, many believe it did not. I will be honest with you, as I do not lie. This story is real, but you have to understand that on the evening in question, I had a lot to drink. I mean, a lot. Probably more than any other time in my life. Even more than the time I chugged half a liter of white tequila, just to prove I could do it. There are things I remember clearly about the evening in question, and others I don't. But this one event was very clear. There were 3 of us, 4 in total, including me. We had decided to get drunk and bought your standard easily packaged liquor and made our way to an old forgotten graveyard that was over 800 yards or so from the old gravel road. We had been there many times before, but only in the past, and we had never brought so much booze with us before. The graveyard is a great place to visit, always a foreboding feeling, and it makes the girls stay really close to you. It is kind of out in the middle of a field, surrounded by trees, which is what makes it odd. Nothing grows around it, but grass and your occasional wildflower here and there. Most of the stones are old, some dates on them, but others do not have them. The oldest we found dated back to 1918. The most recent that I can remember thinking about it was 1932. What is most odd is the number of stones that indicate children were buried there not over the age of 10. On this particular night, we decided and got right to drinking. We played your normal drinking games and did the normal stupid things associated with it. On this night, though, we got very drunk, and rather than exit the area to do our business as we had done before, we became lazy and did this on the gravestones and graves. I was the first to pay no mind, and as I was relieving myself on a particularly inviting stone, a friend said I should stop doing that. You know, 'cause it was disrespectful. I, being drunk by then, told them to bugger off, and that dead people should have more important things to worry about or consider. After a short while,
It seemed that all except the girls agreed with me and did their business in the same way. I have to admit, looking back, I had not been so drunk, I had never would have done this kind of thing. Not because I would have been worried of anything happening, but because, looking back, it was disrespectful. Later that evening, I was propped up against a stone, and Natasha, one of the girls I had come with, was by my side as I peered through the slits in my eyes at the others and the fire we had built. They were laughing, jumping over the fire, and doing stupid things and the like. Jim, one of my best mates, looked in my direction, and I thought he was going to say something. Instead, his face turned to horror, and he started screaming. He backed into the fire about a third time. He said this and tripped and fell into it. It was not a large fire, but his shirt instantly ignited, maybe because he had spilt some of the booze on it. I jumped up at this time, somewhat freaked out that he had been screaming to help him up and put out the flames. As I moved closer, he rolled out of the fire saying, "Oh my God, get it away from me! Get it away!" The others asked, "Jim, what are you talking about, get it away?" And to this, he only started crying and blubbering. As I attempted to get him off the ground, the others who were doing the same mentioned it was getting very cold. They could not believe how cold it was. I asked them what they were talking about, because it was just as warm as it had been, when a silence fell over my friends. Bob, who was there first, said in a timid voice, Did you hear that?" Stuttering, I looked at him and said, "What?" His face grew ashen. My friend, who was holding Jim up, let go and dropped him. For a second, as if slow motion, everyone paused, and then they all took off on the road, screaming and hollering. Natasha, who had been behind me, started screaming, "Don't leave me!" And some of the others screamed back as they ran, "Run! Oh my God, run!" And so she began to, but as she got closer to me, I was still standing there now, believing they were playing a joke, and she started blubbering. "Oh God, Jim, don't let it hurt me. Please, please, please don't let it hurt me." As Jim slowly stood up, I looked into her eyes with a smile, trying to tell her the joke was up, but as I looked at her, I saw a face full of fear that alone scared me as well. I choked out, "What's wrong?" just in time to hear the most blood-curdling scream I have ever heard. She rushed past me, reaching for Jim's hand, and as she took it, she tripped over my leg, making me lose my balance. I would not have normally done this, except for the fact I was very pissed. I stumbled back, and to this day, I do not know what I tripped on. All I remember is falling backward, and everything going completely black. I awoke the next morning, face down in a ditch, halfway between there and my home. As I stirred, I heard laughter and thought that someone was standing over me. I could barely think and felt like puking. As I stood up, I remember that my clothes were wet and that I smelled of urine. I thought of, great, I urinated on myself while I was passed out. However, upon closer inspection, I was soaked from head to toe with it. I looked around to see who was laughing and believing the same person had probably relieved themselves on me. I saw no one around. I began walking the rest of the way home, and when I got there, after hosing myself off, I called Natasha and asked her what happened the night before. She asked what I was talking about, and I told her what happened. She said no one had gone to the graveyard in over 2 weeks, and had certainly not gone the night before. To this day, I don't even know how to conceive this, or what actually happened that night, or if it actually happened. The 320 Walker. Minnesota nights can be breathtakingly cold, and are normally so dark, you can't see 10 feet in front of you. But when the moon is able to sneak out from behind the winter clouds,
Its reflection glistens off the snow-covered ground and lights pathways deep into the forest. I grew up along a beautiful lake in a country setting. It was serene and a beautiful place to make childhood memories. However, the house that we lived in had its eccentricities. One particular late-night winter proved that our family was not living in the house. After a couple hours of evening television, our family retired to our separate bedrooms. My brother to his at the end of the hallway, my parents and baby sister to the master and me, the first room off the dining room. It had been a long day, and I was exhausted. As normal, I left my bedroom door open, just a crack, so that my small dog could enter it if he needed to, undetected, and snuggle up for the night. I turned down the bedspread and jumped into my bed, falling asleep immediately. Oddly, I was awakened in the middle of the night. I was not in a daze, as if just coming out of a dream. Rather, I was alert immediately. I glanced at the clock on the dresser, which was glowing 3:20 a.m., in its digital red numbers. The moonlight was filtering through the night. Then I heard a noise in my basement, below my bedroom. It was a familiar noise, but strange at the same time. The basement was not carpeted, but had a full apartment, which used to house the previous owner's son. The apartment was separated from the downstairs laundry by a large, solid wood pocket door, which was always kept open while we lived in the house. The pocket door had been installed many years before on a sturdy metal track which had a distinct rolling sound as the door was opened or closed. This is the noise I heard. I wasn't immediately alarmed by the noise in the basement. My mom had been known to wake up early to do laundry before I was old enough to help. So I listened for a moment, closing my eyes and wanting to go back to sleep. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps on the wooden stairs leading from the basement to the kitchen that I knew this was not my mom. My heart started to race. I listened more intently to the heavy, methodical steps being taken by the intruder as they came closer to the landing in the kitchen at the top of the stairs. The footsteps did not stop at the top of the stairs. They continued across the kitchen in the same rhythm. The sound was eerie and is still vivid in my memory today, 30 years later. They didn't get any louder as they crossed, as I expected they should if the intruder was coming toward my room. All of a sudden, they stopped. Oh my God, the intruder was on the carpet. I yanked my bedding over my head, expecting the worst, barely breathing from the fear that I was to be discovered. I lay there stiffly so that I wouldn't move. There was nothing. My door didn't swing open. No more footsteps, no voices. It seemed like a lifetime, but I gradually dozed off. At the breakfast table the next morning, I nonchalantly asked my mom if she had been up wandering around the previous night. To my amazement, she screamed and started crying. She asked what time. I told her. Through her tears, she said she heard the exact same thing for the past 4 nights at the exact same time. To this day, we have no idea what or who it was, but we didn't hear it again after that conversation. The abandoned mine in the Mendenhall Valley. Most of the paranormal encounters I've shared have occurred in my home. This one, however, took place miles from my home, and only I was the witness. I live in the Mendenhall Valley in Juneau, and the high school I attended is downtown, so it's quite a ride just to get to school and back. Sometimes, my family and I go for a car trip and just drive around downtown out of sheer boredom. On this occasion, it was my parents' anniversary, and my dad wanted to show my mom this neat trail he'd noticed while at work. We all got in the car, me, my brother, and our parents, and drove downtown. The trail leads up one of the mountainsides, and the hike, if you can go all the way, takes about a day. We decided to just walk up the trail to the old entrance to one of the mines that are scattered around here. All of these mines are closed down, and have been for decades. Because of this, they are dusty and dark and just plain creepy. Anyway, once we got to the old mine, outside, There was this little exhibit that showed some of the old tools used in the mines. My parents and brother were checking that out while I wandered around aimlessly. I seemed to have a short attention span. I started kicking this rock around, and it happened to land inside the mine. I followed it, and then I realized where I was. There was this rusted gate that had the sign, "Closed, do not enter," and stuff like that. About 10 feet or so past the gate was this really big pile of rocks that sealed off the rest of the shaft. I'd assumed that this was one of the many mines that had caved in. It was mild afternoon, so when I started to get a chill, I noticed almost right away. The underground wind shifted direction, and instead of blowing towards me, it started to pull me closer to the gate. Inside, I could suddenly see 4 or 5 men dressed in these dirty white shirts and jeans with suspenders. They all had a pick on their shoulder, and they stopped walking as they seemed to notice me watching them. They had no eyes, just these black, empty holes, and I couldn't move. I was suddenly overcome with this feeling of absolute despair and fear. Simultaneously, the men stretched out their free hands and pointed their fingers at me, almost as if they were accusing me of something. Next thing I knew, my mom had a hold of me and was shaking me and yelling, "Tiffany, Tiffany, what's wrong? What happened?" I realized that I was out of the covered entrance to the mine, and I wasn't feeling quite so despairing. I answered my mom with, "I'm fine," or something to that effect. Apparently, while I was watching the men, my parents and brother had started to hike back down to the car. My mom noticed that I wasn't with them and went back to find me. Once she got back to the mine entrance, she heard me making this horrible noise. She told me that she ran and grabbed me, saying that I was deathly white and staring at something that wasn't there, and saying over and over, "I didn't do it. I didn't do it." She pulled me away from the mine, and then I was fine. I don't even remember anything past seeing the men pointing at me, and I told her what I saw, but she didn't see the men and thought that I'd just had an episode or something. I forgot about it and didn't really think of it much. This happened in the middle of the day, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we were nowhere near the river or our house. The more I thought about what I'd seen, the more I realized that those men must have died when the mine caved in. Why they accused me of it, I don't know, but I haven't gone there since. At least, not that far up the trail. The lower half is used as an outside run for gym class, and whenever I go on that trail, the spot behind my right ear starts to hurt, and it gets worse and worse until I almost can't stand it. Anyone have any insight into why I might be feeling that? Any input would be welcome.
2 years ago, I moved into a rented house. It has a big forest as most of its backyard. It also has a pretty big sized shed. When I first moved in, I just always felt like I was being watched. There was this little knob that must have been in the shed when we moved in because we had no idea where it came from. I don't know if that is somehow related. Also, the blinds on the shed would always just be open a little bit, no matter how many times we fixed them. When I told my friend, she suggested we camp out in the shed to see if anything was actually haunting. We got together, me and 3 other friends, to stay the night there and try to get some proof. We also had my sisters inside the house with a walkie-talkie that could reach us. The whole time we were in the shed, we all had a very strange feeling like we weren't the only ones there. Nothing happened for a while, until it grew dark. That's when all of it happened. First, we tried to just talk it out loud and see if we got any responses. Nothing was really responding. Throughout the night, we took flash pictures. We decided to try and use the Ouija board. It was glow in the dark, so we turned off all the lights and recorded the session. Nothing really picked up besides answering the question, "Is there a spirit with us?" with "yes," and it moving the oracle to "goodbye." We got this all on video. We then decided to try and use the EVP reader. My friend had brought one flashlight and used it to flash to communicate with the voice being heard. The ghost communicated a lot using this type of communication. From this, we were told that it was a boy about our age, and he died at the spot before the shed was being built. While we were doing this recording, I was taking flash pictures. One I took of my friend, you can clearly make out a figure crouching over her. After we did the session with the EVP reader, we decided to record us summarizing what had happened. During that video, one of my friends said she saw a shadow walk past a window outside the shed. We all kind of brushed it off, not wanting to believe it. A few seconds later, my sister called us over the walkie-talkie, asking if we were the ones walking around outside. When we looked back at the video, after that night, we heard footsteps coming closer and closer to us. In the video, the lights sort of flicker as if someone walked in front of the light right next to us. We got really freaked out after my sister told us, and we went into the house for a little bit. After a little break, we went back out. When we went in there, my friend felt someone playing with her hair. We all weren't anywhere near her. We all felt an eerie presence, so we went inside. In my room, we felt an evil presence, and when we played the Ouija board again and again, we picked up something, but not a lot. It told us that it would kill us. We went to bed for that night. When we woke up, we all decided to go to the beach for the day to get everything off of our mind. With everything locked up, we left. When we came back, we checked on the shed. The chairs were flipped over, the table was moved to the corner of the room. The knob that I mentioned before was taken out of the drawer and put on the center of the table. The drapes were cut, blinds open, and paper shredded. We left a piece of paper in there just in case something would be written on it. It was torn to pieces and crumpled up and thrown in the corner. When my friend went to retrieve it, she was scratched bad up her leg. The Ouija board was opened up and in the center of the room. It had dirt all over it like it was dragged across the ground. There were handprints all over the air mattress made from dirt. We have pictures of it all. Nothing really happened for a while after that. Until now, things are starting up again. Doors opening, electronics being messed with, strange noises. Just the other day, me and one of my friends, who was there the night of the shed, were playing the Xbox Kinect. We had it on the body tracking tool you can use to recalibrate your sensor. We were not standing in front of it yet. There was a body figure sitting on the couch, tapping its feet and moving its arms. We have pictures and videos of this. One last thing. We also have been hearing this strange thing that we think is somehow connected to this. Every day, me and my friend hear a growl followed by a knock. We will hear from them at different times, but around the same time. A lot. More stuff has happened, but the important stuff has been mentioned. We were just wondering what kind of ghost we were dealing with, how to get rid of it, if it can harm us, etc. Creepy house and shed. My family and I moved into a cute yellow house back in 2009. It was quite perfect for our family of 7, except I was living with my grandfather. I visited on weekends and summers. Anyway, I was 11. Everything was normal at the time. It was about a year later that weird things started occurring. I noticed that something was off about certain parts of the house. My bedroom, for example, especially freaked me out. It didn't have electricity in it. The house was old and had bad wiring. I had to sleep with the window open just to get some airflow. I slept one night in that room with my cousin Erin. She was fast asleep, but I couldn't sleep at all. Then I felt like I was being watched. Now, our windows were really up off the ground. You'd have to get a ladder to break in. I turned and saw a giant shadow move across the room and out the window. I didn't sleep in that room again. But that was just the beginning. A few months later, I learned we had a friendly spirit that resided in our living room. The whole family felt safe in that room, and thinking it was the former owner, we named it Mr. Thompson. He would do the usual, opening doors, moving things, appearing at times even. But he wasn't the shadow I saw. One night, while I was eating and talking on the phone, I noticed a figure in the window. It was tall, slender, and walked in a stooped manner. It was outside and slowly walked across the window and disappeared. I was a little spooked, but not concerned. Now, we had a shed outside past the garage. My sisters and I did not feel right about it at all. My youngest sisters were toddlers at the time, and they refused to go near it. They said there was a scary man in it. I remember one time my sister Christina was going to jump off it in an attempt to break her leg. I, of course, was going to videotape it. She backed out and started to get down, but suddenly rushed forward. In the video, you can make out a face and hands behind her. We didn't go near it again. A few weeks after that, I was in my sister's room to sleep, and we were all half asleep when our noisemaker went flying across the room. No one touched it. At the time it was thrown, it sounded like someone was growling. A few months later, before we moved, my sister Christina and I were lying in our bed, wrestling and giggling. I suddenly had the urge to look out the window. Again, our windows are 8 feet off the ground, and what I saw stood taller than the window. It had its hands pressed up against the glass, looking in. It had slits for a nose. I couldn't see its eyes. It also had horns spiraling backwards, and it was looking at me. I screamed, and Christina bolted. That's when the knocking began. Whatever it was kept tapping at the glass. We didn't feel safe in our home anymore. Turns out, some punk Satanist teens had some rituals in this shed. I looked up the house history later on. It was a crime case of breaking and entering. Pictures shows the signs they had painted and such. We moved 3 months later. I'm sorry this was so long, but I felt the need to share it. Thanks for reading. The presence in the shed. When I was a younger child, I was completely sure that there was something living in my shed. We live in a fairly nice neighborhood, but our house had a somewhat sketchy past. The former owner was a drug addict and frequently invited his friends, also drug addicts, to come over and get high. Years after he went to prison and we moved in, we'd still find needles scattered around the backyard. The house was in horrible condition when my parents found it, and was very cheap. My dad owns a company that builds houses for a living and decided he would buy it as a fixer-upper. The house was 1,000 times better by the time it was done, and is now just as nice as the other houses on our street. For many years, he left the shed in the corner of the backyard alone. The shed was a dingy little thing, painted in an off-white color that was almost all peeled off, revealing half-rotten planks of timber underneath. The window was smashed to pieces, and there was no lighting installed. Basically, it was the kind of place you'd expect something creepy to happen. Still, we stored all our stuff in there, and whenever I wanted to get my bike or outdoor toys, I'd venture to get in there. Even as a very young child, the place made me feel very uneasy. My skin would prick, and often I would dart in with my eyes half closed, grab whatever I wanted, and bolt out. It had a very weird feel to it, as if there was something in there that wanted you to leave, and strangely, a little sad as well. Even just looking at it from my balcony made me shiver. My siblings felt the same, and my little sister wouldn't even go near the thing. My mother asked my father several times to fix it up, but for a while he declined, not citing any particular reason. I often wonder if it was because he sensed something as well. The experience that to this day makes me steer clear of that shed happened when I was 10, a few years ago. It was in the early evening when I went in to get my sand buckets, intending to play in the sand pit until my mother called me. I was young for my age. The buckets were at the far side of the shed, and so I couldn't just grab at it and leave it as I usually did. Hesitantly, I wandered in and got my buckets. I turned around, and the door was closed. I started to panic, as the door doesn't open from inside the shed. I pounded on the door, crying and shrieking, but nobody came out to let me out. I continued doing this for about 6 or 7 minutes, as it got darker, and I was terrified. Suddenly, I felt something behind me. I could feel it shifting, and I thought I heard it make grunting sounds, low, but somehow sounded painful, like someone was in intense pain, but too weak to make much noise. Then the noises were all around me and sounded alternatively young and old, female and male. I had been frozen still, but I started trying to bang the door open. I was too scared to look behind me into the dark. I clutched at the window, but it was still broken, and I cut my hand a little. The groaning gave way to crying, and what I think were words, but I couldn't understand it at all. Looking back, it sounded German, or some other similar language. I was hysterical at this point, and screaming at the top of my lungs. Finally, the door swung open, and my dad pulled me out. He was furious, asking why I hadn't called him, and why I was hiding from him as he looked in and hadn't seen me. I guess he assumed I was hiding in the corner or something, because he was the angriest I'd ever seen him. He dragged me inside, where my mom and siblings were gathered around the table. My mom's eyes puffy and red, and my brothers and sisters looking scared. Turns out, I'd been there for an hour or more. It felt quite short to me. What scares me is they couldn't find me at all, and my dad had peeked in the window. They should have been able to see me, but they didn't. Of course, they didn't believe me. My mom balked when I said I heard a voice, but as I went on, I think she chalked it up as some extreme fright hallucinations from being locked in and didn't investigate. I never went back into that shed after my dad renovated it. Seeing it now makes me feel literally sick to my stomach. It's oddly less of a scary feeling now than a very, very sad feeling, though. I know something horrible happened in that shed, though what exactly, I have no clue. I would like to know, but I doubt anything will ever reveal itself.
My name is Jamie. I'm 23 years old. Well, my husband and I have been living in our apartment for 3 years now. We have 3 little girls. They are Mary, who is 4, Sally, who is 3, and May, who is 6 months old. Many strange things have been occurring in our apartment since I was pregnant with my baby May. The first thing is that my older daughters Mary and Sally had to sleep in the same crib because my oldest Mary broke hers. Well, one night, me and my husband were sleeping, and I woke up suddenly and looked over to my daughter's crib, and I saw someone standing up at the edge of the crib, looking at us. At first, I thought it was my oldest daughter, Mary, because whatever it was seemed to have the same tall, skinny features as my daughter. I got up to get her to lie back down, but when I did get up, I looked in the crib, and both my babies were covered and fast asleep. The second incident was again in the middle of the night. My youngest daughter, May, was 2 months old, and I had gone to bed early. My husband stayed up late watching TV in the living room and didn't want to wake any of us up, so we slept on the couch. Well, at this point, we had just brought my daughter Mary her toddler bed, and Sally still slept in her crib. Well, I'd suddenly awoke, and I saw what at the time was my daughter Mary get off her bed, and went over to Sally's crib, and was looking in there. I got up and was going to get mad at her, because I didn't want her to wake Sally up. When I got to her bed, I saw that she was covered and fast asleep. It freaked me out. My husband didn't believe me. Then we were standing by our breakfast bar at 10 p.m. talking, and he stopped what he was saying and went to the bathroom. He came back pale and said, "You're not going to believe it." He said he thought he saw Mary go into the bathroom and went in there, and no one was there. He said he was going to get mad at her because she was supposed to be asleep. And when he went in there, Mary was fast asleep. He said, "I swear I saw a little girl go into the bathroom. Whatever it seems to be attracted to Mary, because all the times that we have seen this thing, it always is around her. We have even mistaken it for our daughter. The weirdest part is that my brother-in-law came along to bring my nephews over to play with my daughters, and I was taking pictures of all of them. On one of the pictures, there was an orb, and I took a picture a second before that, and there was nothing there. All in all, whatever it is seriously freaking me out." Throughout most of my life, I think I've always been able to see things, even if I wasn't completely aware of what I was seeing. I have many experiences, good and bad, but I'll only share a few. The first happened when I was 9, and my father was incarcerated. I remember coming home from school, and my mom was on the phone. So my other brother, 14 years my senior, brought me into the living room to watch television. As I sat there, something in my head kept saying, "Your father is in jail, but you'll be okay." The voice kept repeating this, and I kept thinking, yeah, right. My father was a minister, and therefore, I never had any reason to believe anything was abnormal. My mother came and sat beside me on the couch and told me what had happened to my father. Until this day, I think it was a guardian just trying to prepare me for the bad news. The second happened after my grandmother passed away. I was 17, and she was the first person that I've ever lost that I was very close to. My family is very superstitious, and although I didn't believe in a lot of it, I've started to believe in some. My grandmother who passed had a cousin, who I also consider a grandmother, and she always used to warn me to be careful in cemeteries, because I don't know what I might bring home. I always thought that it was just for fun, because they lived in South America, and it was just tales they grew up with. After my grandmother's funeral, I had a horrible nightmare that I hadn't told anyone the severity of, even till this day. It was so frightening that I woke up and it felt like my bed was shaking because my heart was beating so quickly. After that experience, strange things started to happen. I would wake up and my Bible would be on the floor. I slept with it away from my bed, open to the 23rd palm. Later on, I would feel my bed sink, as if someone was sitting on it. And another time I saw a shadow standing on the inside of my room. I was terrified, but didn't want to see anything to upset my family, so I would just sleep with the lights on. Another time I was vacuuming for my mom, and something ran up right beside my face, so I dropped the vacuum and just walked away. This was all happening in a short span of time, 2 to 3 weeks, so I just thought it was the stress of my grandmother's death. However, something changed my mind. I was lying on the couch in the living room on my stomach, and my little 6-year-old nephew was sitting on my back. From my family room, and where the couch was positioned, you could see the door of my mother's bedroom. So as we were sitting there watching TV, he asked me, "Auntie Rose, did you see that person come out of Grandma's room?" I completely freaked out internally, but I didn't want to scare my nephew, so I told him it was probably nothing. No one was home with us, so we both stayed in the far end of the living room until someone came home. Later, as my family discussed it, I found out that myself, my sister-in-law, and my nephew all had encounters with whatever was in that home. Eventually, whatever it was went away, and I had an amazing dream about my grandmother a few nights later. In the dream, she was saying something very important, and I was listening intently. When I awoke, however, I couldn't remember what she had told me. Later that afternoon, I found out that my aunt, my grandmother's daughter, my uncle, her son, and myself all had a similar dream where we couldn't remember what she was saying. My grandmother's cousin told me that perhaps she'll have me remember when I need it most. That was the most comforting thought of all. Pine Hollow is on RT 106 on Long Island in Nassau County. The history goes back to the 1880s, and there are 7 Civil War veterans buried there. The extraordinary thing is, they were all volunteer African American. This is an African American cemetery. I went there 4 or 5 times. The first I went by it and never found it. The next time, I found it with my son. We mistook a huge hill of around a mile and very hard climbing. We were about a quarter of a mile away, but no good. I got in my car and said I'd go a little further north, then go home. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the sign in my mirror. Just sheer coincidence that I saw it. We went in, and my son was talking to the dead, telling them we come in peace and will not disturb them. I took photos and got a minor flying object when nothing was there. It looks like a flower, but floating midair. I was fascinated by 2 unmarked graves of Civil War vets, along with the other 5, but these 2 were unmarked. Just a GER star to show, and a very badly worn star at that. I also found a white large glowing blob at around 6 feet off the ground, with a movement tail on it. The second time I went alone to see more of the CW vet stones. As I entered, I got the feeling of being watched, and the strange tingling I get when anything happens. I turned to go to the old station where the vets were. I got 6 feet from the turn, and the feeling got worse. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a black figure from the neck down, wearing a black cape and a jacket. I am a Civil War history buff, so I knew the jacket and cape to be a great coat from the Civil War. I was startled, and when I looked back, it was gone. So I took 3 more steps, and again the feeling, and turned around again. And he was there, the same figure, and this time, gone before my eyes. I met the volunteer groundskeeper and we spoke. He told me a lot of the history, and I enjoyed it a lot. While talking, I saw a black cat suddenly appear in the middle of a field near the haunted hill, and it sat watching me. So I took a photo in a second. As I was taking the second, it started walking, and again it was gone. It could not hide. It was just gone. The next visit was with my son again, and we had a good time. During the time, he said the same thing he said before in the graveyard. Why do you have such good stuff happen like the photos? I told him the same thing I did before. Keep your mind open. On every visit we talked to the dead, and this time I did as the keeper told me to put a rock, what Jewish people do, on the stone to show you had visited. He did on David's stone, and as he did, we started to walk out, him leading the way. He was ahead, and I looked away, and he said, "Wow, did you see that?" I said no, and asked what. He told me that he saw a same black round object fly over Mr. Carl's grave and disappear in the direction I was looking. There were no birds or insects flying, nothing, just a lousy day. The last time I went, I took photos and have been trying to figure out who these 2 soldiers were. I asked them for a sign or let me know who you are so we can show true respect, but nothing, so I went to leave. After taking a lot of photos, I went out to take a photo of the arch you enter under, and then a second further back. My intention was to leave then, but as I looked, it started raining leaves. There was no wind. The trees were dead still. The leaves came down straight like confetti. As I walked back inside, it stopped. The leaves were around 20 feet from the nearest branch of a tree, and it was still no wind to even blow them. I said a thanks and a few prayers, and again went to leave. Again, the leaves began to fall, and again, no wind either at the ground level or in any of the trees. I felt compelled to go back in, and said thanks again, and a few more prayers. As I went to leave, I didn't look towards the entrance. I just drove off. It felt like a gesture of thanks for the time I spent looking in the archive for these soldiers. Funny how abruptly it started and stopped, and 2 times the same place I was when it started. I am still looking for info on these volunteers who fought in our Civil War. It is so hard, and I'll wait for a long time. It is what I said I would do, and when I find info, I will have it put near the stones. I am now on a mission thanks to a book story, and the volunteer soldier Mr. David. Someday I will go back and say hello. I hope I have more info for them. Many say that this is a very haunted place, but I've never felt fear or unrest here. It is restful and nice, and if I should meet the Phantom again, I hope he helps me with the unknown's identity. These heroes should be recognized for the work they did, and not by the draft. Oh, David was shot in the left lung in the CW, and survived to live a good life. His family still lives a few hundred yards down the road on a hill, bearing his name. What a tribute. What a guy. In most of the stories on the site, people are afraid, and I do not understand why. I have lived with a ghost since I was 4 years old. Henry has never done anything to frighten us. When my family moved into a house, they found a print of an old portrait in the attic. Liking it, they brought it down into the home. My younger sister, Tina, aged 3, and I were at first disturbed by Henry. The eyes seemed to follow you. The picture and the ghost so dubbed, because the only part of the artist's signature legible was Henry. We told our parents that Henry was a ghost. In an attempt to ease our fears, our parents said yes, Henry was a ghost, but a friendly one. In fact, Henry liked little girls and protected them. What my parents did not realize was that Tina and I had begun talking to him. I suppose they believed him to be an imaginary friend later on. I only have a fleeting memory of ever seeing him. I do remember pulling up a chair in front of the picture on the wall, and I ended up talking to him. I never remember hearing it answer out loud, only in my head. We lived in the house until I was 15. While we lived there, things would happen. Not anything bad, just mischievous. You put an item down on the table, turn around, find it on the living room couch. Things would occasionally fall off the shelves when no one was near them. One shoe would end up in another room entirely. These things were either ignored or blamed on the fact that 7 children and 2 adults in one house frequently equals chaos. I knew differently Henry was doing it. Sometimes, I would see his face in the mirror laughing at his pranks. Tina eventually stopped believing in Henry, although not completely, as an incident later in life would prove. It seems none of my additional siblings ever saw or told us of an encounter with Henry. When we moved, Henry moved with us. He was part of the family. My parents eventually moved to a smaller place and asked me if I wanted Henry. I was putting the picture in the car when my husband told Tina we were taking him. This started a fight. Both Tina and I wanted Henry. Tanner threatened to damage Henry if I did not let go. I let her have him. My sister had 3 children at the time. None of them knew the story of Henry or had been told anything about a ghost. Tanner couldn't hang the picture. All of her children were frightened of it. After letting Henry sit covered in a closet with his face to the wall for a year, she relented. David and I were asked did we want Henry. Yes, we took him to our home, and my son was not afraid of Henry at all. The same little pranks occurred in our home once we had Henry. My husband hated Henry. We were married at my parents' home, in front of the fireplace. Henry hung above that fireplace. David swore that during the ceremony in July, his butt was being warmed by a large fire behind him. Always said that was Henry's way of telling him to be a good husband. Shortly after we moved to the home I am now in, my husband tragically passed away. In an attempt to keep the house with one less income, I rented out a bedroom. I did not tell my first or any other tenants up front about Henry. I figured he would let them know in time, or not at all. For some reason, Henry completely ignored some people and bugged others to distraction. When Henry hid Carolina's box of wires for 3 days, I told her about the ghost. I swear we looked everywhere, took apart other boxes to see if they had been mixed in. 3 days later, I go down to the basement. Sitting in the middle of the floor is her box, a place, mind you, that had been searched at least twice. Things that go missing and reappear are never things that are vital. Not your house keys when you are late for work, or your medication. Just things that drive you nuts until you decide to buy another one. Of course, when you get home, the original's sitting on your bed. One tenant had been having visits from Henry for a while. He never said anything because Rosita was not sure if I was aware of Henry. Apparently, Henry was moving papers from his desk, putting them under his mattress, taking other items, and putting them into a box. One day he actually saw Henry in his room glaring at him. I still think that was Henry's way of telling Rosita that despite the fact we were the only humans in this home, this was Henry's place, and he would protect it. Rosita was the first man in the house, and after my husband's death, maybe my parents were right. Henry does protect little girls, even when they grow up. The only time Henry's antics caused a problem was when a friend's child lost a toy. The boy had many trains. After a visit at my home, one was missing. The parents looked at their place. I looked here again, and again. Nothing. About 2 days later, a thought pops into my mind out of nowhere. Look under the cushions of the blue chair. I do, and there's Aiden's train. I know very well I looked repeatedly in that area as Aiden was playing there. Henry has only once done something in front of me. I was sitting on my bed with the cat. The bedroom door, which was ajar, opens fully. I turned to the cat and said, "How did you even do that from here?" We were the only ones in the house. I put the door back to its original position and opens a little more on its own. Usually, Henry's style is wait until you leave the room and then move something. I've always wondered where do the objects go when I can't find them. Perhaps I've lived with Henry for so long, and we met when I was very young, that I cannot understand being afraid. To me, Henry is family, so he doesn't have our breakfast at the table. He's still his family. I realized early on, I was aware of things others were not.
While none of my experiences were all that intense, there are several things that I have seen and heard that are more than real. I was born in a tiny town not far outside of the New York border. The town grew up as a railroad mining town. Our house was built at the edge of town, the owner liking his privacy. while everyone in town took him to be a bachelor that spent most of his time at the rail yards. It became apparent when the old man died that he did have a son. The son moved in and raised a family there, also working in the rail yard. The family produced 2 sons. Tintypes of the family were found in my bedroom closet wall when we remodeled. After this lineage, a daughter and son were born to one son, and the other died. It was this son's daughter that greeted me not long after we moved into the house. It didn't help that she had died almost 30 years before I was born. Through the back door, across the old linoleum floor to the staircase in the room at the top, I lay snug in my little bed. I'd been playing earlier that day and had left an old music box, found in the room when we moved in, open on my dresser. My parents were downstairs enjoying their television when they heard me scream. I had rolled over, disturbed by something in my sleep that I couldn't quite explain, and sat up. My music box, completely unwound when I'd gone to bed, was playing cheerily. But it wasn't that had woken me up. It was the figure of a girl standing next to my bed, gazing at my bedroom window into the backyard. My first thoughts were that she was lovely, long blonde hair and a pale blue dress, hands clasped behind her with a slightly sad air about her. It changed quickly, though, when she turned to look at me and instead of disappearing, advanced on me, hands outstretched, her face changing from benevolent to cruel in a heartbeat. My mother sprinted up the stairs with more energy than I've seen in her since, driving her away. But it would not be the last time I would see her, though after that, each visit was absolutely benevolent. A few years later, we, the family and I, began remodeling the house, tearing out walls and finding pieces of the house we had not counted on. Anyone who's ever remodeled a house knows the strange things that can be found in the walls. Between the gross of finding a mouse corpse in one of my walls to finding the remains of a burnt-out old chimney on another, we also found a death certificate. One for Elizabeth Grimney, born July 17th, 1940, died March 22nd, 1952. The cause of death was so blurred with time and so undeterminable, but we finally had our ghost, Elizabeth. We've realized, too, that my music box was hers, too, tied to it somehow. Since the remodeling, though, I've not seen her, and I have the sinking feeling that I won't again. Strange. I feel as though I've lost a friend. My haunted place was in Phoenix, Arizona. My mother, sister, and I and our family dog Snoopy, and a parakeet Albert, lived in a condominium. We lived there from 1971 to 1974. I mention the pets as some of the most horrifying things happened to these animals. Here were some of the events which occurred. My dog Snoopy would always be locked in the closet in the master bedroom. I would leave for somewhere, my mother and sister would be gone. I would know instinctively, as the house was quiet, too quiet. I would go upstairs and open the closet door, and out he would fly like a bat out of hell. I awoke one morning to find my parakeet, Albert, hanging by one foot on his perch. His head was in a grotesque position, like he had been strangled. I had to put him down. Weeks later, I heard voices outside the window. The voice of a doll, Chatty Cathy. I believe a doll like that was made by Mattel. The voices sounded like the doll, Chatty Cathy. "Why, Mary, why did you leave me?" I remember that night as I almost put my head through the window, straining to hear what the doll-like voice was saying to me. I visited a psychiatrist the next day. She said voices heard like that were a sign of schizophrenia. I didn't believe it. After moving out here to California, I have never heard voices. I heard them that night. Another night, I remember hearing the lulling sound of wind chimes. I yelled out to my mother and told her how relaxing the sound of the chimes was. She said, "Mary, we don't have wind chimes." Another night, the wrought iron stairwell lunged out and caught my mother's arm, left a permanent X on it, scratched her arm. The stairwell. Other incidents happened. Black bubbling tar-like substances in the toilet, a smell like a dead animal in the walls. My sister, at the time, was in high school. I have heard that poltergeists sometimes occur with teenage girls. Anyway, I believe the site was haunted. The building contractor went bankrupt, and those of us in condos were in limbo for a while. One by one, the few families left. I once went back there to investigate the new residents. I went across the street, and a 1989 black Firebird came out of nowhere and almost ran me down. I decided the site itself was haunted, and the ghostly inhabitants didn't want me around, asking questions of the current residents. I was just reading A Sea of Voices in the Night by Ant 1111. You know, that story brings back a memory of something that happened when I was around 16 years old. We were house-sitting for a friend of my dad's. They had been family friends all my life and seemed like family. His friend's mom had passed away not long prior to this, and I don't know where he was, but anywho, I spent the night there several times before. I just finished watching The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson and had laid down. I'd only shut my eyes for a minute or two. The window was open beside the bed I was in, and the back door was around the corner from the head of the bed. I heard voices, like maybe 4 or 5 people were coming from the barn to the house. Then I heard footsteps, and the back door open. Now, I know no one else but us should have been around there. And these voices sounded like it was the most natural thing in the world to be coming in the house at that time of night. I was scared shitless. All I could think was, you moron! Why did you leave the back door open? I found I could not move or open my eyes. I knew I was scared, but even at the time I thought surely I wasn't scared to the point of paralysis. The word aliens came to mind, but aliens who spoke perfect English, it didn't make sense. I heard the group walk up to the side of my bed and stand over me talking in hushed tones, like they didn't want to wake up anyone else. I could tell they were right over me, looking down at me. I went through the I have to be dreaming reasoning, because I thought for sure I was on the verge of panic if something sensible didn't come to mind. But I knew I couldn't have fallen asleep in the approximately 60 seconds or less I had laid down, when I started hearing them coming from the direction of the barn. I understood everything that they were saying, and it had something to do with things that would happen to me in the future. I found this even more disturbing. Were they angels, demons, ghosts, aliens? How did they know me so intently, and what was the purpose of this? The next thing I knew, I woke up, and it was about 1 a.m. or so, and I was laying in the living room. No pillow or blanket. Just sprawled out on the living room floor with the lights and TV off, so I knew I didn't fall asleep watching TV. I asked the next morning if someone got up and turned everything off. No one had. I've never sleepwalked, and I wasn't overly tired or distraught about anything, nor could I recall what they had talked about when I awoke. I just knew it had concerned me and my future. I found it very disturbing for a while, and I can't believe I forgot about it until reading that story. I've read a lot of the stories here, and noticed that a lot of folks say this. I'm not sure if I saw a ghost, but here's my story. As a child of about 5 or 6 maybe, I was the only boy and had my own room. My 2 sisters had the room straight across the hallway from me. Now, this was about 1976 or 1977. We had gas heat through the entire house, so at night my dad would turn off all the heat. As a child in Georgia, we used to have cold winters, so the house would be very cold at night. I felt a cool breeze blow over my face, and I woke up. I saw a teenage girl standing in my doorway, blonde hair and wearing a long white gown. I thought it was my older sister, so I called out to her and said, "Ain't you cold?" Well, you can guess she didn't answer me. I called out again, and she just stood there watching me. Well, I quickly covered my head, and when I peeked out again, she was gone. And of course, when I ran across the hall, she was in bed, sound asleep. There were several things that happened in that old house. See someone run across the porch, and no one was ever there. Our bathroom had a hook to lock the door. One day, my middle sister and I were home alone, and the door was shut and locked. Okay, someone shut it, and the hook fell and locked. Not a chance. 10 minutes later, the door was unlocked and opened right up. I really don't know if I believe in ghosts or not, but I know what happened in that house. Feel free to write me, anytime. Around 1986, my family and I moved into a home in a city called Veneta. It used to house 2 residences. The upstairs had its own kitchen, bath, and bedrooms. The downstairs could house a bigger family. The side door that led out into the driveway was where I first saw a little old lady. We had such crazy paranormal episodes there that it never made any sense. My brother had made a remark about a cat that she used to own there. 2 hours later, a similar cat appeared with the exact same markings as a cat she had owned 13 years earlier, which of course fascinated me. Banging could also be heard from under the house that raised furniture off the floor. I never even entered the garage due to the bad vibes I would get there. After a few months of noises and mischief, we decided to move. About 2 weeks later, we drove back past the old house, and as I looked up into what used to be my room, there she was. It was the little old lady looking and staring right down at me. There was never an indication of an old lady who lived there. Not one that was alive at the time. Later, the side of the house burnt in both places where I had seen her. If we had stayed, me and my sister would have been trapped in the upstairs and more than likely would have perished. My husband and I lived in White Eagle, Oklahoma, about 1.5 years ago with our 4 children. One morning, about 4:30, I was feeding my 4-month-old son in my front room when I saw a shadow cross the window. It stood about 7 or 8 feet tall and had the shape of a man. I couldn't see what it was exactly because my blinds were closed, but it walked in front of the window and stopped as if to look in the front room, and then continued to walk around the east side of the house where my bedroom was. Our bedroom was right off of the front room. It stopped in the middle of my bedroom window and turned its whole body to face my bedroom and then turned around and walked off. The next morning, I walked around my house and saw no footprints. I've been told by my community members that Bigfoot is known to walk around by White Eagle, and that was what I saw. A couple weeks after that happened, my husband and I had just gotten into bed, and we heard a banging on our side of the wall from the outside. My husband thought it was the children playing a joke on us, and he went outside to chase them off, but found nothing. He came back in and got in bed again when we heard something hit our front door. I told him to just leave whatever was outside alone. I lived in Ponca City my whole life, and was raised knowing about Bigfoot. I do believe he walks around White Eagle, and that was what I saw that night. At night you can be outside and all of a sudden smell something really stink. I was always told when you smelled that it was Bigfoot. White Eagle as a community is haunted. I've heard so many stories about what people have seen or heard. Thanks for taking the time to listen to one of my stories.
This all started when I was 16. I was on holiday while visiting my aunt at her house in a place called Bryn Mawr. The house that my aunt and cousin live in dates back centuries, to a time before the 17th century. The house has 3 bedrooms with an extension, an attic made into 2 bedrooms with a stairway heading onto the 2nd floor, opposite the bathroom. On the 2nd floor, there are 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom downstairs. There is a spare room, which is called the private room, and an extra toilet, as well as a kitchen heading into the laundry room. My cousin once mentioned seeing a ghost of a decrepit man with creepy black eyes, but no one believed her. While my aunt went out shopping to visit a friend, me and my cousin were alone listening to music and messing around the kitchen, which had an old fireplace. Centered in the kitchen next to the window that viewed the back garden, the house was on full heating. That was until the room temperature went down and the room went cold and silent. We both paused and stopped the music as a cold breeze shivered down our spines. We slowly started heading toward the door, which was linked into the hall. The hallway was twice as cold as it was in the kitchen. We then heard footsteps, froze, and turned our heads to the stairway when we saw an old shadow of a priest. The shadow was just a dark, shadowy figure with a see-through image staring straight at us. We both paused and could not speak. We both panicked and legged it to the front door that led outside the house. While we were running, one of the mirrors that was on the wall fell out of nowhere and came sliding across the floor in the hall. It slid and tripped me, which left me with a big bruise on my ankle. I ended up running right out of the house until I reached my cousin's home a couple blocks down the road, banged on the door, and he let me in. This was a different cousin from my aunt. That moment will always be stuck in my head for the rest of my life. My aunt has now moved out and is now living in a small house. Whoever now owns the old house, good luck. I am 20, and I haven't seen my cousin and my auntie for 2 years. I would like to share something with you that happened to me just this week, and it involves my 9-year-old daughter. I was at work and my personal line rang, and it was my daughter Sydney. She was sleepy and I could tell that she had just woken up. She said, "Mom, Nanny told me to call you and tell you that you don't have any oil in your car. She wouldn't let me go back to sleep until I call you to tell you that." I don't know anybody named Nanny, and I never heard her speak of anyone she called Nanny either. So I was confused. I figured that she must be dreaming or something. Sure, yeah, right, a 9-year-old dreaming about motor oil? Okay. So, on my lunch break, I was intrigued, and I checked the oil in my car. Nothing. It was empty. I did need oil in my car. I could hardly believe it. I put oil in my car and came back into my office and called my daughter back to ask her a little more about Nanny. I asked her if Nanny came to the door or what. She said, "No, Mom, she just popped up beside my bed, and she kept telling me to call you, that you don't have oil in your car, and if I don't call you, she wouldn't let me go back to sleep." I asked her if she was dreaming, and she said no. She had awakened her to call me. I asked her how she knew Nanny. She told me she had met her when she was 4, when Grandma was sick in the nursing home. My mother was sick and in a nursing home for about 6 months before she died. She said the lady would tell her stuff sometimes. I asked her what she looked like, and she told me she was a skinny lady with short gray hair, and she was wearing a yellow outfit. It sounded like my grandmother, my mother's mom. Last night I was at my grandfather's house visiting with my aunt and uncle and grandmother. I told my grandpa about what happened that day, and he said that he truly believes that it was his wife, my grandmother, visiting and watching over us.
There's a world that exists beyond our comprehension. A world that bridges the gap between reality and the paranormal. Have Have you ever been subjected to such a terrifying horror that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that what you are experiencing is real, but you refuse to believe it in the exact moment that it's occurring? I'm going to tell you a true story of the exact moment I came face to face with the apparition. Until this experience, I was a lifelong skeptic. I didn't believe that ghosts or the afterlife even existed in the first place. I'd also like to warn you that this story will get pretty dark, so buckle up. I used to be an avid motorbike enthusiast. It was one of my favorite things to do, and I'd always go riding with my friend Tim. Now, Tim was a bit of a stubborn guy. He never wore a helmet and always drove a little recklessly, while I was the exact opposite. I would always tell him that one day he was going to get seriously injured. I told him that I didn't want to end up being his caretaker if he ended up being paralyzed from an accident. He would always just shrug his shoulders and tell me I'm just living life to the fullest. One summer night, for some reason, I had trouble sleeping for several hours. I was tossing and turning and had this overwhelming fear that something wasn't right. Eventually, I did fall asleep, and I had one of the most bizarre dreams, and to this day, I have never even remotely had a dream that came so close to being so terrifying as this one was. I remember being in a totally dark hallway. The walls were completely blackened. Torches were barely lighting up the hallway, while everything else was pitch black. At the end of the hallway, I could see a bright light shining directly down on a casket. So I'm walking down this creepy hallway, and right behind the casket is a man with no face and wearing a robe. He almost looked like the Grim Reaper. I see him pointing to the casket, and as I finally approach it, I look back up at this Grim Reaper figure. He doesn't even say a word, but I could tell that he really wants me to open the casket. I was really fearful of doing it, so I refused. I was worried that I would see myself in the casket, so I didn't want any part in this. So, I just yelled to this figure and tell him no, I'm not going to open it. I then wake up. It's about 9 a.m. on a Saturday, and I see a couple texts from my phone. It's from Tim. The text read, "I love you. I'm okay." Double texted. Confused. I was wondering what he meant by that, because Tim was never the guy to randomly text me that he loves me. He was more the guy who would show you his love, rather than tell me. So I respond to him asking, saying, "I love you. You sure you're okay, dude?" I received no response after that, and carried on with my day, not thinking much of it. A couple hours later, I'd say around noon, I receive a phone call coming from Tim's number. I pick it up, but could hear nothing but faint breathing on the other end of the line. I mean, it was so faint, but you could still hear it. "Tim, what's going on?" Still nothing. And then he hung up. Now I'm really starting to get concerned, so I call him back. No answer at all. I text him and tell him if this is some sort of game, he better fess up, because it isn't funny. So then I figure I drive about 15 minutes to his house to pay him a visit. I knock on the door, and his sister answers. She looks visibly distraught as she greets me. Tim lived alone. We were both 33 at the time. Because I didn't want to seem nosy and ask her why she was even there in the first place, I asked her if she could get Tim for me, because he had texted me and called me earlier in the morning. actually sounded a little offended. What do you mean he called you? My brother is gone. This isn't a joke. I looked at her dumbfoundingly. He's dead? She then said, You don't know? Last night he passed away in a motorcycle accident. He was declared dead on sight. Instantly, I was floored by the news. I told her that it couldn't be, because I responded to her again, that he had just texted me and called me this morning. She told me that it was impossible, because she had visited the hospital, and he was already dead when he was being transferred there from the ambulance. Time of death was 11 p.m. the night before. I got the text and phone call. Even stranger, at the time of the accident, he had his phone on him, and it was completely shattered and broken after the wreck. I showed her the text and the phone call log, and sure enough, the text registered at the time of 9:26 a.m. and the phone call 12:37 p.m. Again, this was on his phone number, and nobody else could have gotten a hold of his. I didn't even tell her about the nightmare I had, because I didn't want to alarm her or think I was nuts. It was from then on that I truly believed that Tim was calling me from beyond the grave. Maybe to let me know that he crossed over and that it was fine. To this day, it still doesn't make sense to me, especially that nightmare. Was it a coincidence that I dreamt of a casket and the Grim Reaper? Was it even more of a coincidence that I got texts and calls from Tim? No flipping way. Remember, I'm a skeptic, so I try to rationalize this as much as I could. But the only logical explanation that I could come up with was that it was Tim all along, and he's communicating with me somehow. First of all, I wanted to say that even if the Ouija board was initially made as a toy, I believe that it is a great vehicle to use to summon spirits. Whether they are friendly spirits or not so friendly regardless, I'd like to make it a point that every real experience that occurred in this apartment was most likely a result of using a Ouija board, and that I highly advise that you not treat it lightly. The first story I'm going to tell you is about the time I played the Ouija board and my skeptical husband, who was taunting spirits that possess him and his soul, and the poltergeists that won't leave. My husband has always rejected the idea of ghosts, while I am the complete opposite. Actually, one could say I personally seek spirits out. It's mostly because it is a genuine curiosity about the afterlife, and I want to believe that there are entities that reside long after we depart this earth. Anyway, I'm going to take you back to 2004, when I lived in an older rental unit in Tucson, Arizona. This entire complex had a reputation of being known for insane activity. Right outside the apartment doors, many visitors have complained about lights flickering, disembodied voices that are almost inhumane in conversing with each other, bangs on the walls, and in many apartments, full-blown apparitions. This place was built on Indian burial ground, which would explain much of the activity. My old neighbor even once told me a story about how she was showering with her door open when she was all alone, and she heard a loud crash coming from her room. When she investigated, she noticed that her lamp had fallen off the desk and onto the floor. Then, a few minutes after her shower, she went to look across the bathroom to the open door to see a dark silhouette of a head peeking over and looking at her. That's when she froze in shock and immediately moved from the complex. Me and my husband at the time were in our late 20s, And I wanted to prove to him that all the stories of this complex were not just everyone's imagination. So I brought out this really old Ouija board. A really wooden old thing, dating back to the 1930s. I am an avid old collector of old antiques, and especially older Ouija boards. I knew very well that we had some sort of demon living in our apartment, and even though it was terrifying at times, it would still leave us alone until we played on the board. We start asking the Ouija board questions. Who are you? What kind of spirit is this? Things of that nature. We never got any replies, but I could feel the energy. My husband, however, was getting sick of playing, as he always thought of it as childish and a waste of time. I remember him saying when we both had our hands on the planchet, if demons are really truly real, whatever is living here can take over my body. I immediately stopped my husband. I told him you cannot do that. You don't know what you're messing with. This stuff is no joke. After that, he just sort of looked at me and told me that he was done with games and he was off to bed for that night. For the next few nights after that, oddly enough, activity increased. Cabinets and cupboards in the kitchen would open and close shut. Objects would move, and other stuff would happen that made it too obvious to deny. We had a dark energy. One time, I was in the kitchen cooking, and my husband wasn't even home. I had forgot that he had left to go get me flour from the store. When I felt a heavy breathing down the back of my neck, I turned around, and I saw a shadow figure from the living room, standing quickly, and then dissolve. It was like 1 second it was there, and the next, it was gone. Then, in 2004, I had an experience almost every day. I was working a night shift from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I kept feeling a presence in my bedroom that was undeniable. Many times, I felt that there was a demon sitting on my chest, and I couldn't even breathe. It was not a friendly presence. I told my husband, and he didn't even believe me. Then one night I was off from work, and I fell asleep next to my husband. He woke up gasping for air, and I said what was wrong. He said he felt like he was having a heart attack, but also pressure on his chest. That feeling quickly disappeared. And another night, when I was at work, he told me something else had happened. He felt that someone was trying to choke him out in his sleep when there was nobody home. I got off shift early one morning and arrived home at 5 a.m., and my husband was in the living room, awake and very frightened. He claims he saw the figure of a man enter the bedroom and approach our bed. He claims the figure put his hands out towards him, as if he wanted to strangle him. My husband started yelling in French for help. It was then when we realized that we couldn't stay in the apartment complex, and that my husband had conjured up something very horrible. Even after all those experiences, he still doesn't fully believe. He finally does admit, though, that something was going on, but he still says it's just our thoughts that made us believe something was there, when in reality, nothing really was. Scary.
I know this is going to sound a bit wild, but the local Taco Bell in my area is actually a very haunted place, with tons of activity that occurs on a daily basis. Numerous people have reported paranormal experiences there, from the staff that work there to even the customers. A lot of times activity would occur in the men's bathroom. One of the staff members once reported seeing the full-blown apparition of an elderly man. They were working late and were the only ones in the building, as they were locking up the place for the night. That's when they heard strange gargling noises coming from the bathroom. And out of curiosity, the employee went to go check it out. They went in to see what was going on, and the bathroom was empty. But as they looked into the mirror, they saw a hideous old man whose face was literally melting for a few seconds before disappearing after a couple of seconds. Because of how peculiar the place is, paranormal investigators and Ouija boards were used in the bathroom to conjure up and communicate with spirits. They were able to find out that years ago there was an old man named Tom who used to live in a house in the 19th century. Tom had to be the figure that the employee saw in the mirror late night while closing up the store. One of the craziest things that happened there was when they were doing an EVP session in the bathroom. A paranormal team was in there after close and asked the presence to show a sign that they were there. Nothing had happened that night, so the team ended up stopping and left in the night. The next morning, workers went into the room, and to their utter shock, the bathroom mirror had a huge crack that wasn't even there the day before. Nobody was able to explain how the huge crack even happened. Another time, a team went in there, and one of them felt a very sick feeling all of a sudden. Nothing was wrong with them before, until after they entered this bathroom. Now, this was the same team as before, and that person never felt sick while in the bathroom until this very moment. Now here is my personal experience that still completely scares me to this day and doesn't even make sense to me. Mostly because, for one thing, what I saw in the bathroom while I was a manager working there was not even the old man, but someone else. Of course, this happened when we already closed up for the night. I had left my husband in the building, as he was waiting for me to get done with everything and was my ride home. I was pregnant with my 2-year-old daughter at the time. I had to clean the bathroom, so I went in, and immediately on this day felt goosebumps that I usually didn't feel in there, oddly enough. It also felt unusually cold in the bathroom as well. I finished up and started to wash my hands. After I finished, I looked up into the mirror above the sink, and it looked as if my face was almost morphing into another person's face. It's hard to explain, but it was only for a split second, but really long enough to notice. It was a face of a girl about my age, but both eyes were blackened out. Her lips were busted open and bleeding, and she had multiple scars on her face as well. I heard a soft whisper say, "Out." I jumped immediately, not expecting this to happen, and looked at the mirror again. My face was mine again, but I ran out of the bathroom. When I got home, I told my husband what had happened. I don't know if there have been other sightings of this girl, but I know with the stories of the old man, that really got to me. I know I saw and heard this girl's face and voice. I know I wasn't just tired. My husband didn't even believe me, even though he knows that bathroom has a lot of history. All I can say is, I'm not crazy, and it did happen. Whether you believe me or not, it's not something I ever want to experience. Maybe it was a demon. I really don't know. I live in a house on Oakcrest Drive with my mother Kathy, sister Andrea, 2 brothers Ryan and Justin, my mother's boyfriend Richard, and his son Alex. It all started before we moved in. My mother, Andrea, and I would come over and do some cleaning for Richard while he was at work. One afternoon while we were cleaning the basement family room, we heard footsteps in the upstairs hallway. We thought that maybe Richard was home. When we went upstairs, the house was empty, so we left. Occasionally, Richard's granddaughter Brianna would come over, and my mother and I would watch her. One afternoon while we were sitting on the couch, Brianna jumped into my mother's arms and started saying, "Grandma, there's a scary man going into Grandpa's room." She was 2 years old at the time. later that same day, she came out of the basement family room saying that the scary man was down there too. On a more recent night, Brianna stayed over and slept in the room that used to be her mother's, and she couldn't sleep. She was crying all night long. Richard had told me that when Brianna's mother was little, she would have night terrors in that room to the point where she was scared of even her mother and Richard. At about 3 a.m. on most nights, you can hear heavy footsteps in the hallway, like someone wearing boots. Sometimes it even sounds like running. The coat closet door and the linen closet doors can be found open on most mornings by themselves. One night my bedroom door was opened so hard that it banged into the wall, and then I heard footsteps walking down the hallway. I went to go see who was up and found everyone asleep. Every morning you can find the dining room chairs pulled out from the table by themselves too. We've gotten pretty used to it now, to the point where the footsteps don't bother us. Everyone in the house has heard them. In the morning, we just close all the doors, push in the chairs, and go about our day. Most of the activity happens at night or in the afternoon. I don't know the history of the house or the street, but maybe something happened there. The house isn't that old, early 60s or 70s. I plan on doing a little more research, and I will keep you posted. In 1979, I was in the US Army in Gießen, West Germany, as a veterinary technician. Our office was on the first floor of a World War II era 3-story building, which, by the way, was spooky enough in itself. At the time, I was not only a vet tech, but the acting receptionist. My desk sat in a corner about 10 to 15 feet away from a hallway to the back of our office, which was just off-center enough that you could not see all the way down it. Just at the beginning of this hall, on the right-hand side, was the door into our exam room. I don't remember the exact date anymore, but I certainly remember what happened. I was sitting at my desk, working on some records, when I happened to look up and, lo and behold, standing there, just to the side of the exam room door, was a man dressed in a white lab coat with grey hair and black-rimmed glasses, just as plain as day. He was so real, I believe you could have actually touched him. Anyhow, I looked at him, and he looked at me, turned, and walked through the wall. As I said before, I believe this building, along with others on our post, were from the time of the Second Great War, and could have been used for anything. I did not personally know the history of them. Just a note, I'm used to this type of appearance. I've been seeing people my whole life, and it does not even raise my hackles. Before and since then, many ethereal folks have passed through my life on their way to or from somewhere.
This is only the second telling of this tale in almost 40 years. In 1973, at the ever-observant age of 4, I had my first brush with the paranormal. On a hazy autumn morning, my mother unexpectedly interrupted my routine when she dressed me in new going somewhere clothes. She explained to me that we were to attend a wake that day. Even at that young age, I knew that a wake had something to do with death. Furthermore, I could sense her discomfort, so I did not ask her any questions. She did add that it was not for a relative of ours, but of our friend, Geraldine. As our taxi pulled into the funeral home, Geraldine greeted us and accompanied in to meet the family. Unlike my mother, I knew no one there and felt a little intimidated, so I was relieved when Mom asked Geraldine to stay with me. She went into the viewing parlor to pay her respects. Geraldine sat with me in the lobby as family members conversed in small groups. I looked around, hoping to see any children that might be there. There were none, but I couldn't help noticing one person in particular. An older gent, probably in his late 50s, was listening in on a conversation extremely intently. He was a little gaunt and seemed to be very worried. He stood there with his hand on his cheek, shoulder to shoulder with one of the mourners. I watched as he left this group to listen in on another and then another, looking a little more pained each time. No one even so much as looked at him. Interesting. I remember wondering, with my innocent and limited grasp of the concept of mortality, if he was the man we were here to see. With that, the man turned and looked directly at me. He looked at me inquisitively and then offered up a meek smile. My eyes widened and I turned my gaze away. My heart racing, I could not resist looking back once more as I tugged on Geraldine's blouse. I successfully got her attention, but to my dismay, he could no longer be found. It was just then when my mother made her way back to us asking if I was ready to go home. I was more than willing. She thanked me for being a big boy and behaving so well while she was gone. I have always known that the situation could be rationalized as one not of a paranormal nature, but the feeling I experienced were so intense that no rational explanation has ever seemed to satisfy. Why would no one acknowledge him? And it seemed that he only saw me after I wondered if he were dead. I scanned the room thoroughly for him as we left to no avail, whereas I easily noticed the strange man before. To this very day, I've never been able to shake the eerie suspicion that I witnessed a ghost at his own wake. What do you think? It started when my boyfriend's father bought the funeral home and wanted my boyfriend and me to move out of state to take care of it because his parents didn't want to move out of state. I quit my job and moved out of state with my boyfriend to help his parents take care of the funeral home. When my boyfriend and I first got to the funeral home, it was big, spacious, and a bit creepy. The outside was beautiful as well as the inside, but the place had many doors, all of which eventually led back to the main room. My boyfriend often sees dark figures mostly on this one side, near the side door that leads to the apartment on top of the funeral home. Of course, no one lives on top of the funeral home. Too scary. I've never seen anything the whole time I've been there, but one time I was going to use the fax and computer to look for a job. Being the weirdo that I am, I went to the funeral home alone. I went to the back door and the back door was unlocked, so I went inside, turned on the lights, and went to the office. I was faxing my resumes and surfing the web for jobs when all of a sudden the computer just shuts off. Figure it's time to leave. I didn't feel anything and wasn't scared until I got close to the back door. Somehow, my body was telling me to run. It got cold in the little hallway by the back door, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. I ran towards the door, not looking back, just opened the door and closed it and locked it from the outside. Ever since, I've never gone back to the funeral home alone. My boyfriend's uncle had a similar experience at the funeral home. He came to the funeral home to help my boyfriend cut the grass and rake the leaves. He got there before my boyfriend and thought my boyfriend was inside. So, he went to that same back door that I went to and found it unlocked. He thought my boyfriend was in there and walked into the same spot where I felt something. He said he called my boyfriend's name and it was dark inside and no lights. He got super scared when he realized no one was there. He ended up leaving, and ever since then, my boyfriend's uncle won't go into the funeral home by himself. If he has to go shovel snow, cut the grass, or rake the leaves, he would bring his own lawnmower or his own shovel. My boyfriend has had many experiences at that funeral home, and the scariest experience yet. When the funeral is done and everyone leaves, my boyfriend and I would make sure that the doors are all locked before we leave. There are days when we come in to get the mail, and the side door and that back door would be unlocked. We always thought that maybe someone broke in and even went inside to check, but would never find anyone. My boyfriend said one time he opened the funeral for a family to bring things to the funeral, and when he locked up, all the doors were locked. He said he went to the side door and somehow it was unlocked. He said hello, and someone with a male voice answered him back saying hello to him too. He got really freaked out and wouldn't go back inside. When I got off work, he made me go with him to search the place, and like always, we would never find anyone. No matter how many times we locked the side and back door, next time we come back, it would be unlocked. Then a couple days after that door incident with my boyfriend, he said while we were sleeping in bed, he swears he saw a tall figure walked around our bed and came to his side and got on top of him. He said he tried to scream for me to wake up, but I couldn't hear him. When he finally broke free, he woke me up and he was drooling all over his pillow. He was so scared that we slept with the bedroom door closed, and we both prayed before bed and put crosses up around the house and inside our room. 3 weeks later, he drove out of state to see his parents, and his mom took him to see a shaman lady. She said that a female ghost from the funeral liked him a lot. It was the female ghost that answered him, disguising her voice as the male voice that answered by him, and she was the one that followed him home. The shaman lady told my boyfriend that she told the spirit to leave, and everything should be fine now. I was home alone in our apartment when my boyfriend went out of state. The night my boyfriend left, I had rolled over to his side, and I could have sworn something was on top of me because I looked at the alarm clock and I could swear I was up, but somehow still asleep too. I remember hearing myself pray and sing a Christian song in my head. I woke up singing the Christian song out loud, and only 2 minutes had passed. I wasn't scared or anything. I just prayed and then thought it was a dream and went back to bed. The next day, late at night, my boyfriend told me what the shaman lady said, which creeped me out. After that, we haven't had any experiences with the funeral home. We had alarms put in the funeral home because the doors kept unlocking by themselves, and we put a bolt on the side door, so even if it unlocks, no one can get in. I doubt anyone would want to come in. I was so glad when his parents decided to sell the funeral home. I can't see ghosts, but my boyfriend seems to attract them and he can see them. I will have to write about our apartment that we live in now in my next story. Hopefully, I'll have it up before we move out in September. Although I've had many experiences with the supernatural, I'm going to start with the most recent and go from there. To give you some background, I work in a funeral home as an administrative assistant in Kirtland, New Mexico. I know, a funeral home, but I'm perfectly comfortable there. I've been alone in there on a number of occasions while the directors are off on a service, which is when I notice things more often than not. The main reason for this is because when the building is empty of others, it is usually quiet, except for the music that is a constant during the day. But when there are others there, there's a lot of talking, conversing going on, which tends to black out the sounds of anything spiritual going on. My office sits at the front of the building to the left of the front entryway, with the bathrooms on the other side of my office as well as the door to the prep room. The arrangement room door is catty-corner to my office door in the same hallway, with the chapel to the right of the entrance and 2 more offices in the break room behind that. The funeral home used to be a private residence, and then was a church before it finally became a funeral home. I'm not exactly sure how long the building has been there, but plan on doing some research on it when I have the time to do so without interruption. My first time alone in the building was probably about 3 weeks ago. During my first week there, Jess and Brian, I'm not using real names for obvious reasons, had to travel to another city for the services that day, so I was left to man the fort, so to speak, from 8 a.m. until they returned at around 3 p.m. that afternoon. The first thing to happen was the sound of the front door opening and closing, including the little dinger going off, so I jumped up from the company computer, where I was working on some folders and books for a family, to go greet whoever it was that just came through the front door, only to find no one in the foyer. I shrugged it off as my imagination and went back into the office to continue with my work. As the minutes passed, I had forgotten all about the odd sounds of the front door and the dinger going off, and was deep into my work at that time, concentrating hard. By this time, it was about 10:45 a.m. I'd been there for a couple of hours alone already and was doing just fine. Like I said, I don't get an uncomfortable feeling in there when I heard someone walking through the building from behind me. So I, once again, left the computer where I was working to go see if someone came in, and I missed hearing the dinger to the door going off. I started checking the rooms in front of the building, making a complete circle to the back and around to see the front of the building again, to find no one there. All I could think at this point was, it has got to be my imagination. And so, I went back to my office to resume working again. About 10 minutes or so had passed by at the time, so it was probably about 11 a.m. This time, when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned to look and no one was there yet again, so I said out loud, "Hello? Can I help you with something? Are you just curious about me because I'm new here, or are you wondering if I can tell that you're here?" I didn't get an answer much, as I would have liked one, just to know for sure that I wasn't losing it. The activity stopped after that, for the rest of the day anyway. Whoever or whatever is there in that building isn't harmful, or I would have felt very uncomfortable there alone, I'm sure. I've talked to Jess about it, which has been there for 3 years now, and she admits that she has had some experiences there as well, but never anything harmful, just more curious than anything. We do have some remains of an unclaimed person in our garage that we can't do anything with, so his remains stay there, but neither Jess or I know if it is actually him that is there, or if it's previous owners of the building. Whenever I enter the building, if no one's in the front entryway or close by, I always say hello, Teddy, just in case it is, in fact, the one who is in our garage. If it's not him, I'm sure that eventually whoever it is will let me know in some way, "Hey, that's not me, I am so-and-so," and I will change my new habits. Until then, I like to think it's Teddy and he is just looking for acknowledgement to the fact that he is who he is. I do realize this could be my imagination, or even what could be chalked up to nervousness of being alone in a funeral home. However, I myself do not believe this is the case, since I've never felt uncomfortable there since my beginning. Thank you all for the chance to submit my story, and comments are welcome as long as they aren't derogatory.
This actually began here in Lazuka, the capital of Zambia, back in 1983 when I was a young girl of 5. For some reason, I always woke at 3 a.m. on the dot, whilst living at our home at the time, and found myself walking down the hallway. We had security lights in the garden, therefore shadows would play off trees, bushes, and windows, onto the interior walls of the house, like a Russian puppet show. With a security guard present each night, I would think the shadowy shape of a man appearing or disappearing suddenly was simply that, our guard doing the rounds. It wasn't until one final night, after my usual check of the houses, I was walking back to my room when I just felt something behind me. Wish I had it, because the shadowy figure of a man was right behind me, away from the walls and lights, but very distinctive. I was scared, but to be honest, looking back now, cannot even remember feeling evil, just curiosity. A few months after, I started experiencing visions and dreams. I would start having a dream of a little funny white man standing in my doorway, looking at me with a mean little grin on his face. Then, he would walk off in the direction of my brother's room, whereby I once woke up to hear my brother screaming for my mom, saying there was something in his room. This experience happened only once, but the dreams of this little man continued. When we moved to the UK in 1986, my final experience occurred with this man. I heard my name being called from downstairs. When I reached the top of the stairs from my bedroom, looking down into the pitch black, and feeling utter malevolence directed at me, I couldn't see anything, but it was the same sensation I feel when dreaming of the white man. Let's just say at the age of 11, I had the good sense not to investigate. After that, I stopped experiencing Little White Man, but I feel I became susceptible to other things from then on. Our house in the UK is set on what was once the Bean Oak Estate Farm. It's said that a mass grave of 1800s cholera victims lies within the vicinity of our estate, which could explain the experience, and not just from me. Our cat would get spooked, and my mother was terrified one night. Our cat would suddenly sit up and stare at the corner of the room, or the doorway, or an armchair, and suddenly start to growl and raise his hackle. Then he would move his head as though watching something walk through the room. It frightened me one night when he sat up from my lap and dug his claws into my thighs. The growling reached a crescendo, as though he was going into battle with another Tom. I got so spooked, I left the room and went upstairs. My cat had left via the cat flap into the night. He wouldn't come back until the morning. What really spooked me the most was, this also happened during the day one February morning. I can handle the nighttime frights because of the sense of normality when the sun rises. But when you are invaded during the day, all your security is shattered. My brother and I both experienced what is now learned as sleep paralysis event at exactly the same time, one night. Both of us also witnessed just before a sudden flash of brilliant blue. For two people of differing sexes to experience exactly the same time makes it disturbing, and we still discuss it today. My other experience of sleep paralysis was when I was fully awake. Lying on my tummy reading a book on my bed, I suddenly had the overwhelming terror swamp me from my feet upwards, and I couldn't move. Then, at the foot of my bed, I could feel as though someone was taking a step onto the mattress between both feet. When I could finally move, I turned around to see an indentation of the foot where the sensation was. Thank you for taking your time to read my experiences, for that is all I can call them. I did have one other experience, but it's too terrifying to write down, and causes me fear, even to this day. When I was 6 or 7 months pregnant with my son Anthony, I had a terrifying nightmare. I believe this nightmare was a portal to the afterlife, that what I saw was in fact a ghost trying to communicate with me. Every night I would sleep with the bedroom door half open, and also had the hallway light on, just because of the weird and bizarre events that would occur in this old home. I'd always thought I'd hear laughter during the day, sounds of doors opening and closing, and other little things that made me convinced my house was haunted. One evening, I swore I saw a small dark shadow figure float into the kitchen from my bedroom. It happened so fast, I didn't have much time to process it. My nightmare was very similar to this experience. I was convinced that I woke up in my bed before. At least at the time I thought I was conscious. I was glued to my bed, couldn't move at all, virtually paralyzed. I started hearing strange noises, like a gargling coming from the hallway outside of my room. I remember struggling to open and close my eyes. All of a sudden, I was able to focus my eyes and move my head where I could see that the door was open. I saw this little girl standing in my doorway. She was a black shadow from 5 feet away from my bed. She approached closer to me, all while I was still paralyzed and couldn't move. The black shadow whispered, "Don't be scared, I'll be home soon." That's when I woke up, sweating and screaming. Even after realizing it was a nightmare, I could still feel the presence of the shadow in that house. The same girl from my nightmare. I thought it was a bit ridiculous, because I knew at that point, my mind had just conjured this up in my head, even with all the previous signs of ghostly activity. What's even weirder, a few days after I received a call from my sister, she was very emotional because she announced to me that she was having a child. The reason why my sister was so emotional was because she had tried for years and years to have children, and she was never able to. Her doctor even told her that she was never going to be able to produce a child. I bet you the shadow from my nightmare came back as her living child. I was never able to find out the history of this house or who lived there, but I can bet you that the little girl used to, and she told me that she was coming back to life. I've noticed that you don't have any ghosts listed for the University Calgary residences in Calgary, Alberta. I had a strange experience in the residence tower called Randall Hall. I'll give you some brief information. There are 2 identical towers, plus some apartment-style residences that were built in the late 1960s when the university was founded. They are both 7 stories tall, with a central communal lounge and 3 hallways radiating out like spokes. Each hallway has 11 rooms and a bathroom. Originally, they were built as a female dorm and a male dorm. I spent 3 years of my university living in Randall Hall. The room that I shared with my roommate was in the co-ed hallway of the 6th floor of Randall. This kind of applies because we shared all facilities with guys. Toilet stalls, urinals, sinks, and showers were all communal. Think Ally McBeal. And we often had guys hang out in our room. Let's just say that there were quite a few of us engineers on that floor. I started the year living in room 661. One night, I awoke frequently, and I could have sworn that there was someone in my room, sitting in the chair at my roommate's desk. I passed it off as being asleep, but the next day I did ask my roommate, "Were there any people in our room last night?" All she said was, "Yeah, I thought that one of the guys had come in during the night." Weird. Anyway, a little later in the year, I moved into room 557, on the same side of the hallway, 2 doors down. We started noticing that in the common room, which was a large open area in the center of the spokes, one of the elevators would often come up to our floor on its own accord, open, close, then go back down to the main floor. Sometimes it would stay on our floor with the door open for almost an hour before going back down. My real experience came during reading break. I guess your guys' equivalent to spring break, only we have ours in early to mid-February, and most people leave, because the skiing's awesome in the Rockies, only a few hours away. In our hallway, the only people not gone was me, my roommate, the girls across the hall, and the girl at the end of the hall, on our side by the fire escape. To start my real story, I'll give you guys a little explanation about how our room was laid out. If you walk into the door from the hallway, there's a closet on each side that extends about 2 feet into the room, that goes all the way to each wall. No doors in the closets. The room is approximately square. My roommate's bed was against the left wall, with her desk against the window, directly across the door, and the chair between her headboard and the desk. My bed was against the window,
with a headboard against the right wall, with my desk along the right wall. I awoke one night because I swore that the door to our room had opened and that one of the guys from the guy's wing had come in. He had gone on a date that night and was a close friend. I looked over at my roommate's bed, and it looked like this guy was whispering something to her. I found it kind of creepy though, that instead of crouching by her bed like a normal person would do, he was standing with his legs straight, bent at the waist, with his face about 2 inches from hers. Now, I got kind of pissed off because it was the middle of the night and this guy had come in to tell Lauren about his date. I wanted to see what time it was, so I sat up in bed so I could see around my desk to my alarm clock, which was on a dresser in the closet. It was 2:30-ish in the morning, so I turned my head to yell or whisper strongly at this guy. Then I realized it wasn't who I thought it was. This is the creepy part. He stayed bent over my roommate in the same position, but slowly turned his head to look at me. While he was turning his head, this grin spread across his face. One could interpret this grin as malevolent. I sure did at the time. Then he slowly stood straight up and took a few steps backward towards the closet, folded his arms across his chest, and looked at me with the same scary grin on his face. It was strange because really, he had no facial features. Nothing of a face that I could see, except for this grin that I could more sense than see. Well, that was enough for me. Like any 20 going on 6-year-old, I dove beneath the covers of my bed and stayed there all night. This was very hard to do, since the heating is very efficient in those buildings, and most of the rooms are usually hot enough to be in shorts and tanks in. Anyway, I didn't sleep again that night. After a week or so, thinking about this experience, having insomnia, and sleeping with the light on, I have second thoughts on what was going on there. I think that yes, he was intentionally trying to scare someone, but only out of a sense of fun, because he knew he could. I think he had my roommates in his target sights, and he had his face by my roommates, waiting for her to wake up with this ghost face 2 inches from hers. Well, you could wake my roommate up with a cherry bomb when she's sleeping, never mind waking to a ghostly presence like so many of us do. Instead, I woke up, and his grin was more of a finally someone's awake that I can scare grin. So that was it, other than the knocking, which is actually quite funny. It was about 2 days after my experience when all 3 of our rooms got simultaneous knocks at 5:30 in the morning. My roommate got up to answer the door and scared the crap out of both her and the girl directly across from her by opening the door at the exact same time. Also, the girl at the end of the hall had her head out of the door, asking if someone had knocked. There was no one in the hall, and no way someone could have left without us hearing. The door into the central common room was on a mnemonic hinge and made a whining noise when you opened it. The door to the fire escape at the other end makes a crapload of noise, which echoes through the floors. The door to the bathroom also has a mnemonic hinge and bangs when it closes. Anyway, to close this outrageously long story out, I worked for housekeeping during the summer because the residents are rented out like hotel rooms. I didn't go back home in the summer. I was talking with the cleaner from the 6th floor while doing laundry one day. She related that she has had experiences with this guy over the last few years. She was cleaning a room after move out and had the door propped open with the garbage can. A guy poked his head around the door, looked her in the eye, kicked the garbage out from in front of the door,
and slammed it. There was no one there when she went to look. There are rumors that a guy got really stressed out during exams in the 80s and threw himself off the roof into the parking lot. I've not substantiated his claims, so who knows. I do know that the roofs are now off limits to students, whereas they weren't in the past. The cleaner says that he is quite shy and is only seen during summer, Christmas, on reading breaks, never when the residences are filled with people. This isn't the first time I've told someone this. Normally people don't believe me because I'm only 14, but I swear that everything I'm about to say is the honest truth. My first experience happened 6 years ago. My friend was sleeping over at mine. We couldn't sleep, so we were just talking in the dark. Well, it wasn't that dark because I had the curtains open. I remember it being a few minutes past midnight. I also remember thinking my friend had stood up because there was a shadow on the wall opposite us, but she was still lying down. But she too had seen the shadow. It had no features and was only head and shoulders. It was where my light switch was. We both looked outside to see if anyone was there. Nothing. So we started to really freak out and close the curtains as quick as possible. And when we reopened them a few seconds later, it was gone. I have no explanation for this. I definitely wasn't dreaming, and neither of us had imagined it. Later on that year, I was alone in the house watching a video. I stopped the video to get something to eat downstairs. When I came back, the video had been took out from my video player and was on my bed. My next experience happened maybe about 5 or 4 years ago. I was on the computer, and I was the only one in the house, as my brother was out, and my mom and dad were out working. I didn't have any music on at the time, and the TV wasn't on either. Basically, things were silent. I heard this voice coming from downstairs calling my name. It was definitely a woman's voice, maybe in her late 20s. I wasn't sure at this time. I really started to freak out. It lasted for around 5 minutes, and then it stopped. The next couple of times I heard it really scared me. The last time I heard it, I was home alone again. The TV was on mute, and I was on the computer again. The voice came from right next to me. It shouted my name into my ear. It shocked me so badly that I actually screamed so loud that the people next door heard me. Since then, I haven't heard it, but recently, I've been hearing music playing in and outside of my house. Also recently, things keep happening in my room. Like I keep feeling cold spots, and a lot of the time, I feel like I'm not the only one in the room. It's really scary. Plus, my TV has been on mute or changed channels when I'm nowhere near the remote. It scares me a lot. It shook me up so bad that I hate being alone in the house. This occurred roughly 20 years ago when I was 19 or 20, and I was sleeping over at my boyfriend's apartment in Spring Valley, California. My boyfriend left for work by 4 a.m., and I was alone in the apartment. This one morning after he left, I awoke on my back to a heaviness in the room. It was still dark, but becoming dawn. I looked to my right, and standing next to me by the bed was this tall black shrouded shadow entity. I was terrified. I could feel its presence surrounding me. Then, it spoke. I was lying there wide-eyed and in shock. I'm not still sure how I heard it. Was it audible or just in my head? The voice was deep and gruff and asked, "What are you doing here?" I'm familiar with some experiences with the paranormal, just never had it been so terrifying. I closed my eyes and began the Lord's Prayer. By the last words, "Deliver me from evil, Amen," the room had cleared. I felt the change immediately, and when I reopened my eyes, all was normal again. I told my boyfriend later that day, and he thought it was his deceased grandfather being curious. My boyfriend's grandma was recently staying with him, and she would tell him stories of the grandfather visiting her. Possible, I guess, but I still wonder what the black shrouded entity was, and what its intentions were. For many years, I had a gray cat named Kitty. Kitty didn't like many people. She mainly only liked me. She always slept up against my legs at night, on the outside of the covers. She loved to be close to me. After she died, I was absolutely miserable. I missed her so much. After a few days, I started getting a glimpse of her walking around the house, out of the corner of my eye. I didn't say anything to anyone for a while. One day, my aunt said that she didn't realize that we had gotten another cat after Kitty had died. I told her that we didn't have any other cats, or any other pets for that matter. She was absolutely convinced that she had seen a cat walk across the doorway in our living room. One night, just as I was going to sleep, I felt Kitty jump up onto the bed and cuddle up against me. I could feel her pressing up against my legs. I tried my best to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but my husband felt her jump onto the bed also. Over the years, she has gradually stopped coming around us so much. She still shows up whenever I'm upset or sick. I guess she just likes to comfort me, just like she did when she was alive. Hello. I grew up in an old apartment building in the Fordham Hills section of the Bronx. When I was about 14 years old, I was speaking on the telephone to my best friend, who lived upstairs on the 5th floor of the building. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. My friend said that she was going to go down to my apartment in a few minutes. As soon as I hung up the telephone, there was a knock on the door. I wondered how my friend could have possibly made it down 3 flights of stairs so quickly. As we hung up the phone that second, I went to the door and looked out at the peephole to see if it was her. There, at the door, stood a tall, young-looking man, wearing a ruffled white shirt, a thick black belt, black pants, and black boots that went almost to his knees. Hanging from the side of his belt was a sword or a saber. As I stared at him, it appeared as though he was looking right at me with piercing blue eyes, even though the door was between us. I then noticed that I could see the number on the apartment door across from mine through his shirt. I quickly ran from the door, realizing what I had seen, thoroughly frightened, and called my friend, asking her to hurry and come down as I was alone in the house. I will never forget it for as long as I live. I did some research and learned that there was Revolutionary battles on in among Fordham Hill. I came to the conclusion that the ghost was a Revolutionary War soldier, probably British from the clothing. I only wish I could learn more. Nothing occurred for the rest of the time that I lived in that apartment. Thanks for having a great site where people can share their experiences. Like a lot of people, I've had friends and family members pass away. One of my best friends was John,
who died from pancreatic cancer while still in his early 30s. Many years later, I started a habit while praying. I asked God to help me always remember my friends and family who have passed away, who influenced me, and who are a big part of my life. Then I think of their names and say them silently in prayer. About a year ago, our friend and family priest passed away, and I attended the funeral mass. As I was kneeling in the pews, I felt someone beside me. I looked to my right, and there, plain as day, was John. He was there for only 2, maybe 3 seconds, and then disappeared. I shook my head and looked again, but he was gone. I hadn't thought about John at all that day, and I may never know why he decided to show himself. I know that God puts people into your life for a reason, and I know that even after they are gone, they're always with you. I love you, brother. Thanks for the visit. I met my first ghost when I was 4 years old, in the bathroom of the first house I can clearly remember living in. And ever since then, I've been chased by them. The first ghost was a young boy in overalls and a button-down shirt and a straw hat. He looked to be about 6 years old, and didn't do anything except stand there in the bathroom watching as I brushed my teeth. He appeared there several times over the next few months, until my family moved to a house just up the road. In the new house, which was the same property, I never felt comfortable. Sometimes at night, I woke up hearing someone call my name, but the voice was unfamiliar. I was always too afraid to get out of bed, and assumed that if it was my mother or father calling me, they would come to get me. The house was always cold, as I'm told newly built houses usually are for a while. But even years after we moved in, there was always a chill in the air that neither the electric heat nor the wood-burning stove could chase away, even in the summer. The first time anything appeared to me in that house, I was 7, and my brother Josh was a few months old. His crib was kept in my room, and I was always the first to wake up when he was crying. One night, in March, when Josh was 5 months old, he was crying, and he woke me. I sat up in bed and waited for Mom to come in and get him, and as I looked out my bedroom window, I saw something silvery and translucent, standing on the railing of the deck, on the back of the house. As my eyes came into focus, I made out the vague figure of a heavy-set woman with a little boy in her arms. The same little boy who had appeared to me in the bathroom of the old house 3 years before. She extended her arms and held them, dangling from her hands, and then let them go. I quickly closed my eyes, not wanting to see what happened. I heard the sound of a child crying. I covered my hand with my pillow and tried to go back to sleep. Through the rest of my childhood, there were many more experiences of this type. I saw a male ghost that I presumed to be the father of the little boy ghost, a much younger little girl ghost, and an older girl who had a distressed look about her, as if she had been through something terrible. Her clothes were ragged and torn up, and appeared to be stained with something dark. I speculated that it might have been blood, and every year, on the night of August 1st, I lie awake at night, listening to the sounds of children screaming. I gave up trying to explain the sights and sounds to my parents, who just laughed at me. Their excuses for not believing me went from inadequate to just ridiculous. At one point, when I was 11 or 12 years old, they told me ghosts don't haunt new houses because they can't make enough noise. All that changed when I was 15. My mom and I were up late watching a movie after she had come in from work. Around 2 a.m., she drifted off to sleep, and I went to the kitchen for a glass of water
When I came back, she was sitting bolt upright on the couch where she had been lying asleep. Her eyes were wide and fearful, and she was pointing at the front window. I followed her gaze, and in the light on the front porch, I saw the shadow of a man hanging from a rope. Together, Mom and I opened the front door to investigate, but nothing was there. Mom was proactive. She began researching the farm we lived on, desperate to find any reason for the hauntings we were experiencing. In the meantime, I experienced more and more alarming sightings. I found old toys under my bed, ragdolls with button eyes that were pulled loose, and wooden pop guns and handmade bears, all of them dirty and obviously ancient. The two small children kept appearing wherever I was, calling my name and tugging on my clothes. The most frightening thing happened a few weeks before I left for college. I was packing up my books and CDs and felt an unwelcome chill. It was early August again, about the same time I always had the most intense experiences. I stood up and moved the box I was packing, and when I turned around, I saw a large man in the corner of my room. He was different from any of the other ghosts I had seen, with a darker coloring and sharper, more defined details. He was wearing dark clothes and had his back turned towards me. I looked closely and saw that there was someone with him. So when he backed into the corner, the older girl from the family ghost I'd been seeing for years. He was harming her, though I couldn't tell if he was just beating her or trying to mess with her or what. But she was crying and screaming, and it was absolutely bone-chilling. As I stood there in the room watching, the other male ghost came into the room holding an axe and approached the other two in the corner. I couldn't watch and ran out of the room. Over the next few years, my mother documented everything she had seen and heard in this house, ranging from the same sorts of things I had seen to some even more aggressive appearances. One day in early August, a couple of years after I left for college, she was in the barn watering the horses and tripped over an axe. Later that same year, she was cleaning out the basement and came across a rope that none of our family had put there. Her research on the farm and the original house that stood on the land revealed that it had once belonged to a wealthy family named Hawkins. The father, Thomas, was convicted in 1893 of the murder of a young man named James Logan after discovering him in his daughter Francine's bedroom. Thomas was put to sleep later that year. His wife Josephine and their two young children were killed during a tornado in March of the next year, and the property was sold at an auction the following August, a year after the murder of James Logan. I've seen and heard ghosts for many years, ever since I was a small child. These are a series of ghost stories that you probably haven't heard. Forgive me, the formatting is a little different, and it's scattered, and the writing isn't very good, but I think you'll get the gist of it. This one occurred in Elong Road, Croydon, Surrey. That's England. My mother saw and heard a little boy walking up the road and singing. He then walked up a pile of sand and disappeared through a wall in a different city in Surrey. I saw two ghosts there, next to the chalk pits. The first appeared and disappeared, and was an old man in brown. The second was younger, and he appeared and disappeared twice before my eyes. Two people walking towards me walked right through him and didn't see him at all. It was very eerie. My sister and I saw the apparition of a man in dark clothes and wearing a hat, standing in our bedroom. The room was cold and eerie. We were both very frightened. Several months later, my sister saw a girl with a Scotty dog come in the front door and walk up the stairs. There was nobody there when she went to investigate. In this next small tale, this event occurred in Eversfield's old people's home. It's in Surrey. In the caretaker's house, and in the house next door, there were noises heard when nobody was around. Blood dripping through the ceiling onto mirrors, which could never be cleaned. They also heard the sounds of coat hangers being rattled about next door when nobody was in the house. Doors would open and shut violently. A bed moved away from the wall, silently, while the room was full of people. You could also hear the sounds of women's voices downstairs, of laughter and chatter. When you open the door to listen, it then goes silent. The lights swing violently as though there is a strong wind, but there is no wind to be seen, or felt for that matter. At the Reigate Parish School, now converted into houses and flats, the sounds of children playing and talking can be heard. I don't mean the voices of the children while they're still in school. By the time they leave, after hours, you could hear the voices of children still ringing. People have also reported piano playing as well as a tambourine. When they go to open the door, the playing stops, but the piano is reverberating. On the road of Wallfield Annex, Reigate Road, there's an extremely haunted house now, also converted to flats. The ghost of a man in period costume stands at the window on a full moon. I've had the privilege of staying the night at these flats before, and let me tell you, the ghost is a real thing. He's aware that you're watching him, and each night he gets closer to your bed. One night, he was peering into my face, and he winked at me before disappearing. Apparently, the house was owned by artists who liked to paint by the light of the moon, which may explain the haunting. There were times where my daughter had certain experiences as well. My daughter told me that she had a friend, a child, who visited her at night and stood at the end of the bed. Obviously, she's referring to a ghost. This house is a Gregorian mansion, and you can feel its history. It's a very spiritual house. I often dream of this house. Perhaps my spirit is there, even in life. Anyway, that's all my stories that I have to share. I work really early in the morning, so by the time I get off work and head home, I'm really tired. I was sneaking in a nap before my husband came home. I've seen some unexplained things when I was younger, but I've never had this happen to me. This was in my parents' basement because at that time, my husband and I were building a home. When I think about it, the dogs never came down in the room. They hated it down there. Anyways, like I said, I was taking a nap. I remember waking up in complete horror. I was being attacked. By this I mean, this shadow figure was trying to get at me while I was asleep. It started at the foot of my bed, and I was kicking my feet at it to get away from me. It then moved up right next to me. I could feel it trying to touch me, and that horrified me. Something about this thing was not right. I was still kicking my legs at it. I remember thinking in my head, no, no. I then sat up straight in bed and looked around. Nothing was there. My heart was pounding and I was sweating. I didn't know what to think. I still don't. I wasn't fully awake during this fight to keep the shadow away from me. I guess I could have been dreaming, but it felt so real.
living with a ghost is not all that bad, as my family and I have found out. We moved to our home in the Skyline Estates in 1991. At the time, we had our 3 and 1-year-old boys living at home. We started to get clues that something unruly was living with us when my wife and I started to hear a 3-year-old talking to someone in his bedroom. He told us that it was an older lady that came to talk to him. He stayed in that room for 3 years until he moved him to another room and put his younger brother in that room. The same thing started happening with the other brother. We have 2 younger kids who also stayed in that room once, and they all reported that an old lady had visited them. Oftentimes, the lady would speak through them. The kids would call her Miss G. Miss G would also make herself known to my wife and I. She was very active any time we made improvements to our home. She would come and watch us, often from the closet, as we would consistently hear and see the closet door open. One time, my wife even swore that she saw a floating face there as she was cleaning. When we were working on the house, we would also feel as though a hand was placed in our bodies. At this moment, we'd also feel a draft of cold come in. When I was working alone, I'd feel the hand again, thinking that this time it was my wife. I would stop to say something, look over my shoulder, and there would be nobody there. This happens to my wife too. She would think I was touching her as well. I saw Miss G once in 1993. I was sitting in the living room late at night. I remember I had the doors leading to the living room closed. A short moment later, I heard what I thought was the sound of my wife walking behind the door. I turned to look back and saw the silhouette of a figure walk by. I immediately went to open the door and look for my wife when I saw a figure move quickly from the hallway into the kitchen, then turn the corner. It happened so fast, and it spooked me. That's when my wife walked through the front door. She had been shopping. That's when I suddenly realized that this was the presence of Miss G that was making herself known to me. Even though it spooked me, I don't think she meant any harm by it. As if to say, sorry, I'm just passing through here. My wife has had many interactions with her in the kitchen while cooking. She would set the table and ask her to move a plate. The plate would move slightly forward on its own. Not a big movement, but enough to let her know she was there. After these encounters, we did some research about who our ghostly ghost really was. We found out that an older lady had the house built as her dream home to retire in. Unfortunately, she passed away only a day after she moved in. There was another homeowner who bought the house before us. They only lived there for a month before moving out to live with their kids. I really don't think Miss G is a threat to us, but I believe when we do eventually move from this house, we'll miss her presence, even if it's a bit scary at times. My name is Stacy, and I reside in Brownsville, Texas, approximately 2 minutes from the international bridge into Mexico. What I'm about to tell you is something that happened to me when I was in the 3rd grade, and haven't been able to forget since then. I'm now 25. I remember very distinctly that it was Halloween night, and my brother, father, and I had just returned from a night of trick-or-treating. It was almost midnight when my parents sent us to bed, worried we wouldn't wake up in time for school the next day. At this time, being so young and so close to the border, I shared a room with my nanny. We slept on 2 twin beds. Mine was situated right under a window to my left, and my feet pointed towards an adjoining room we called the laundry room that also doubled as a closet. There was a window in there as well, which illuminated the little room with light from the moon in conjunction with the street lamps. At this time, our house didn't have central air, so we slept with the windows open and a floor oscillating fan. I'd been asleep for a while, and I woke up because I felt hot and looked at the fan as the blades had a tendency to jam. As I had suspected, the fan wasn't working, and I stared at the ceiling, contemplating going to the kitchen for a glass of water. While doing so, I happened to glance into the closet, and standing in front of the washer was the figure of a man dressed all in black and wearing some type of hat, a fedora maybe. Also, his face was not visible to me at all, and all I could see was the black underneath his hat. He was chuckling, but at the same time, I thought it was the most horrifying noise in the world. He started to talk, very casually, about how he was going to get me and my family. I snapped, and finally I realized that this wasn't supposed to be happening. He wasn't supposed to be there. Where was his face? I jumped up from the bed and sprinted to the door, hoping at the same time, not wanting anything to be able to reach out and grab me. I could still hear him laughing, and I felt him getting closer. By the way, when he said all those things to me, it was like a telepathic thing. I don't know if you understand that, but that's the best way I can describe it. I then noticed a faint banging that kept getting louder as I got closer to the door. I then realized it was my brother banging on his wall. That was when I realized that I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I reached the door, and no matter how hard I pulled on it, it wouldn't open. I also tried turning on the lights. I had a dimmer, and I kept turning the knob, but it wouldn't turn on. Suddenly, my nanny woke up and yelled at me to stop screaming and asking me what was wrong. Was I crazy? Then, just as suddenly as it had began, the laughing and the whispering and everything else stopped. The door opened and the light turned on. My parents had no idea what was going on because their room was at the other side of the house. My nanny still tells me that I was white as a ghost, and as soon as she touched me, I fainted. Needless to say, I was not able to go to school the next day. When I was about 7 years old, I can remember this very strange house in West Virginia I used to live in. First, it started with my brothers and sisters and I. We all had one bedroom upstairs we slept in, and one night, waking up, I saw a strange figure of a little child by our bed. I recall turning the opposite way and holding on to my older sister. Being that age, I never thought nothing of it until about 8 years later my family and I moved out, and we were talking about how nice it was to live there, and my mother and father were telling us if we only knew the strange things that they had seen and heard. My father said he woke up one night seeing a little child and thinking it was one of us, and he said go back to bed. The figure never moved, so we sat up from the bed realizing it was a shadow figure and not one of us. And when we went to wake my mother up, it was gone. And other times, here my mother would get up in the middle of the night and see that figure all the time, thinking it was okay, nothing bad was really happening. A few months after that, he heard loud noises, like a baby crying. He said it sounded like it was coming from the wall. My father would really have loved to know about the spirits, but my mother really wanted to move. It's funny when you are little, you really don't know what's going on. When I was little,
I used to play outside a lot. In my country, the weather is really hot. So hot that if you stay under the sun for 5 minutes and then go back inside, your head hurts and you will see lights everywhere, for a while anyway. I always used to see figures that those lights would make, but I wasn't scared at all because I knew that the sun was making them. One day, I was outside playing with my brother, but it wasn't as hot to make your head hurt or see figures and lights. I saw a shape of a black dog walking or going somewhere, and then it disappeared. Well, the dog wasn't walking, he was just going somewhere. The figure was not perfectly clear to say that it was definitely a dog, but it really looked like one, and once I saw it, I didn't say anything because I was used to seeing things because of the strong sun. But as soon as I saw it, it disappeared. My brother said, "Hey, did you see that figure of that black dog that went by and disappeared?" I was shocked because I thought I was the only one that saw that thing. It was crazy. So that was a very strange experience. We both asked each other what the heck that was. We were very confused. I'm sure that the figure we saw was a ghost. When I was a small child, around 7 or 8 in the late 1950s, my parents took our family consisting of my sister and 2 families of cousins, and all their parents, plus 1 grandmother, to the UP in Michigan. The reason being for this was, there weren't enough bedrooms downstairs in the rented cabin, circa 1920s. That's where all the adults slept, and all of us kids were put in the sleeping bags up in the loft. Not too much time after going to bed, I felt a heavy presence and looked around to see if any of the cousins were feeling this, whatever it was. Alas, they were all sleeping soundly, except for me. After a while, I became very afraid, and a man's face appeared right above my sleeping bag, glowing like it was daytime. It was well after midnight. I remember seeing this face for a moment or two, before the face vanished entirely. I was so scared, I screamed in terror to leave me alone, waking up my family in the process. They asked me what the matter was, and I told them that I saw a face. They both tried to confront whatever it was, and told me that it was just my imagination, and that there was nobody there to scare me. All night long, I laid there frozen in my sleeping bag, unable to move. Years later, I returned to the same cabin. I was 18 years old now, and I was with a couple of friends. At this point, I'd become so fascinated with ghosts and the paranormal that I wanted to do some spirit sessions in the process. We ended up using a Ouija board to contact the spirits that I thought appeared to me years before as a kid. So, me and my friends began the Ouija board session. We began to ask it all sorts of questions and requested it do things for us. Things such as turning the lights on and off, knocking on the walls of the cabin, anything to get that extra confirmation. It wasn't until my friend James told me that he was getting bored of this because we weren't getting any answers, and the Ouija board wasn't even moving the planchette. It almost seemed as if the spirit had completely left, until late that night, when we went to bed. There was a rocking chair in the cabin that had been left there for years. What my friend James saw next swears it was true. I'd fallen asleep, and James had woken up to take a smoke break out on the front porch. The rocking chair was on the front porch. As James was smoking, he suddenly turns to face the rocking chair, and the chair literally rocked back and forth, as if someone was sitting there. This wouldn't stop for about 30 seconds. Then it suddenly stopped. He called me over, and by the time I had a chance to witness it, the chair stopped. This was in the middle of the summer, and there was absolutely no wind.
I believed James because he had no reason to make up any stories about the rocking chair. I mean, to be honest, it wasn't like it was the most unbelievable thing that could happen to someone. Definitely creepy, considering what we were asking for hours before. I don't exactly remember when in our friendship James said this, but we made an agreement that one day, that if either of us passes on before the other, we would give each other another sign to yet again prove that ghosts in the afterlife is a real thing. Fast forward another 12 years. James unfortunately died in a car accident the year before. It was so devastating because he had just gotten married a month prior and had a baby on the way. I was very close to his family and we remained good buddies throughout his life. Creepily enough, I had a dream that I was in the same cabin and was again playing the Ouija board with James. I then remember the Ouija board suddenly disappearing. Then we were sitting on the couch together, drinking beers and just hanging out. James looked at me and said, "If you only knew." I asked what he meant. He then remarked, "I wish I wasn't dead. I miss you guys so much." The dream ends, and I wake up with tears in my eyes. I've never had a dream about him after that. You may say that this was just my imaginative mind making up a dream of us together because I was mourning. However, I took it as a sign that maybe James was telling me he was still around. This was the only sign I had gotten from him, as in the waking world, I've never had any. I've also been back to that same cabin for many years after, and I never saw the rocking chair move, or that face ever again. Weird. I will start by telling a story that happened to me when I was about 13. It was very early in the morning, dark, as a matter of fact. I was half asleep on the couch in my living room, just about to wake up. In the hallway from the kitchen, I heard a growl, then a scratching sound. This scratching turned into a tapping, like how a dog runs on a hard floor. This sound seemed to rush from the hallway closer to me, when all of a sudden, I feel something hit me as I try to wake up. What happened next can be explained as sleep paralysis, but instead of just the feeling of being pushed down, I felt as if my chest was being torn open and my sides were ripped apart. The growling was still present, along with my whimpered voice trying to let out a scream. After I tried to put up a fight with whatever it was, a hallucination or some other being, I jumped back awake with tears dripping. My chest felt that pain for that entire day. The reason why I told this story, even though I'm not sure if it was a hallucination or not, is that it closely relates to another experience that happened not too long ago, almost a week actually. I was again half asleep in my bed, the same room where I've mentioned seeing a ghost lady at the foot of my bed, and another experience I've emailed, where I was practically having a nightmare. It was a strange nightmare, where there were faceless beings surrounding me, ripping my body apart. It's a dream, so it's very hard to explain in words. Well, usually in nightmares, you widely awaken in fear before you go back to sleep. The most disturbing thing about this is, after I became widely awake, these same apparitions were still in my room, surrounding me, muttering and growling. I then closed my eyes, fell back on my pillow, and I let out a cry. I woke my mom up. She rushed in to see what was wrong, and she saw me laying there with my eyes wide open on my pale face. I felt sick for a week since that day. I thought hard about this occurrence when I realized that the sounds and feelings I've sensed from the first story were present in what happened in the second one. It's a rough connection, but I felt the very same emotions and I feel like there must be a connection. They both happen in my waking stage of sleep. The spirits, as I think they are, rush and attack towards the inside of the chest and are disturbingly similar. In any case, it's something I really want to look into. I've had plenty of people spend the night here, in the living room mostly, and hear strange noises coming from that branch of the house. My room, the hallway, and the kitchen are all in the same branch of the house, which is the newer addition to the old schoolhouse building. Some of my friends who have been here late at night have felt a strange presence from that hallway too. I know I felt it as a child. I remember trying to avoid that hallway for my life. I remember when I was a little girl, my grandparents owned a colonial farmhouse that had been standing for at least 150 years. My grandmother thought the house may have been used for the Underground Railroad, because it had a few little doors and rooms off some of the closets in the bedrooms and in the basement. I wasn't allowed to go into them because they didn't have electricity, and my grandmother was afraid that I would hurt myself. Members of my family said that I wouldn't want to go in them anyway, because there were ghosts in there. Of course, I didn't believe them. I thought they were just telling me this to scare me, as any 7-year-old would. But that was all going to change one night, when I spent the night there one night. I was staying in their guest room, which had one of those little rooms off the closet. The little room was probably for extra storage, or maybe a staircase, because the back was all boarded up. And late that night, I woke up because I thought I was being watched. I looked up and noticed that the closet door was open and a small figure was standing there, glowing bluish. I screamed and ran into my grandmother's room and wouldn't go back into that room. I never saw that figure again, but I did see another ghost of an elderly farmer on the property. I was 9 this time and playing in the barn. I was upstairs in the hayloft, burrowing around in the hay. Again, like I wasn't supposed to be. Again, I had that same feeling of being watched. I sat up and looked around, and in the corner, an elderly farmer was standing and watching me. At first I thought it was my grandfather, but then I realized that his feet weren't touching the floor. As soon as I noticed this, I screamed and ran out of the barn. There have been many sightings of him since then, including one of my brothers seeing him floating outside of a second-story window. This is an experience I've had repeatedly over the course of several years when I'm in bed for the night, just falling asleep. Still, to this day, it tries to return, but I've found ways to avoid it or fight it because it scares the heck out of me. It's almost as if it were a dream, but I'm not actually asleep when it happens. I feel as if it is when I'm on the verge of sleep, but still almost awake, like just before your mind actually lets go and sleeps. There's a place in between, and it only lasts a second, but that's when this thing happens to me. I can only speak for myself. I don't know of anyone else who has experienced this, but I've heard stories. Also, whenever I remember this, it is always in slow motion. I feel as if it is something coming at me from behind always towards my back. It's like a shadow, and it tries to suck me deeper into sleep. And if I don't fight it with all my might, I truly believe I'll never wake up again. While this is happening, I'm frozen and cannot move, yet I'm aware of my room. I'm aware of things around me and what is happening. I can even hear my TV. I can scream in my mind and barely hear it all come out of my own mouth. It takes all my might and effort to open my eyes. But once I get my eyes open, I can focus on things in my room, like my dresser or door, anything, and come out of it, but it is so strong, I sometimes feel I cannot make it, and that is why I believe I will never wake up. The entire time this is happening, I'm frozen to my bed and cannot move. Please note, it's hard to explain. It doesn't feel as if it is pulling my body. It is pulling me deeper into sleep. One time, it was pulling me so strongly that when I did get my eyes open, I actually could see my room, but it was as if looking through water or fog. It still had me, even though I was opening up my eyes. This is a true experience. Believe this, I'm not joking. I would not type this much otherwise. If I were to compare it to anything, I would say it resembles the dark figures or shadows in the movie Ghost with Whoopi Goldberg that come and take someone away right after they have died. Please note, I cannot physically see whatever this is. I'm saying that this is my guess of what it would look like. To this day, I still cannot sleep without the TV. This has happened to me repeatedly, countless times within a span of several years. When this began, I lived in an apartment near the Piedmont Hills in the Bay Area, California. I was always uncomfortable and felt as if I was being watched there. I started sleeping in the front room with the TV on because I started having really evil dreams and was so scared to be alone at this point. I would desperately beg my boyfriend to please stay home with me, but he couldn't take any more time off because he wasn't able to use any more sick days. Sometimes I'm just too scared to be there alone, especially at night. I never used to be that way, and I'm not faint of heart. I'm actually 4'11" and 90 pounds soaking wet, but I forget I'm not 10 feet tall and bulletproof sometimes. Still, when this began, I became scared. Whatever it is that followed me when I moved, and to this day I still feel it, although it has been a while since I've struggled with it. When I go to sleep, I must have my boyfriend hold me with my back at his chest, spoon fashion, and this works, and when he rolls over, I can make sure my back is touching his, and I feel comfortable this way. As long as my back or behind me isn't opened or exposed, for some reason, it isn't as bad as when I feel my back is protected, and I'm not as vulnerable when I'm facing it. I know this all sounds strange, but it is true. I work in a nursing home, third shift. For the last year, I've been transferred to the first floor. I, among others, have seen some pretty weird stuff. It starts like this. About 6 months ago, I started seeing off-the-wall things. While all of us were at the nursing station, there are only 4 employees on third shift first floor. People coming out of the dining room, not in wheelchairs, but walking upright and pretty darn fast. A person down one hall walking out of one room and into the next on the same side of the hall. Both rooms have non-ambulatory residents. Water turning on in one's room's bathroom. One resident that passed away about 4 months ago can still be heard laughing. I've never heard this personally, but others have. An entity that always runs in the same direction at lightning speed with arms flailing. I'm talking 28 days later style. Only 2 of us have seen this. I see it sometimes up to 5 times a night, but only when I'm down one certain hall. I call it the track runner. These are some of the real common things that happen. Now, for the ghost stories. About 3 months ago, I had a resident that is mentally with it ask me to get that man out of her room. It literally gave me goosebumps. When I asked her where he was, she said there by the mirror. Needless to say, I saw no one. So later on, I asked a coworker if she had seen anything that was different or odd. She told me to stop and went pale. About 10 minutes later, she came to me again and started talking. mainly about the things I posted above. We ended up at the nursing station in a pretty good discussion, and all of us had pretty much the same story. Fast forward to Thursday, October 14th to 15th, third shift. The same resident that had asked me a few months ago to remove the man by the mirror from a room rings me her call bell. I go down and ask what I can do. She tells me to get him out of here. I ask who, the person by the dresser. She replies, now I'm thinking too cool. I step out in the hall and get another coworker and have her wait outside the door out of sight. As I return to the room, she's now asking me, why is my husband with that stranger? My husband is dead, and I don't know that other person. I ask her where they are, and she tells me, don't act that way with me. I'm not crazy. I know what I see. Then proceeds to get verbally abusive with me. The other coworker comes in at this point after hearing what went on, and the resident goes through the same routine about her husband and the stranger with him. So we get the change nurse. Same routine. 3. About an hour later, another resident rings her call bell. At this point, 2 of us go down together, different hall. This resident is bugging us to get her out of bed. Her words, I don't want to be in bed with him. He's not my husband, and I don't know him. She was definitely shook up, so we transferred her to her chair and brought her out to the nursing station with us. While we were getting her some coffee and graham crackers, another bell rings. Again, different hall. The charge nurse got that one. She comes back out and stated that the resident said the man by her TV told her she wasn't going to be here much longer, and she insisted that he was still there, although the charge nurse couldn't see him, even after turning the lights on. Number 5. The first lady that saw her husband, and stranger rings again. So 3 of us went down and left one aide to watch the halls answer and answer call lights. This time, 2 of us stay in the hall, and only the charge nurse went in. The residents started talking about possession and demons, very detailed and very scary, to say the least. I figured with all the weird stuff happening at work and all, I would share what I've been experiencing with my coworkers as of late. I've had other uncanny things in my life at other places, but nothing with this much activity. There's so many other people that either agree with me or describe what I've seen to me first, without me asking. I have a confession to make. I'm not an ordinary person. I don't mean that I've exhibited quirky behavior in the past and I'm simply unorthodox, but I have this uncanny ability to sense things. Whether these energies that I've learned to embrace are malevolent or benevolent, I can't say, as I'm unable to clearly make the distinction. But I tend to attract unusual energies, which permeate all around me. If you happen to come in close contact with me, you may be susceptible to these energies as well. I could say that there's a supernatural component to this, but because my mind has relentlessly wreaked havoc on me, I can't say for certain what is going on. Sometimes I see things, shadows, hearing strange noises, knocks on the walls, a faint whisper in my ear, reinforcing the idea that something otherworldly resides inside these walls. All the while I'm sitting in the kitchen of my old Victorian home, and I'm the only one who lives here. I can honestly say that I don't know what is happening, but I have nowhere else to turn to. There's the cellar that I'm terrified to go into. I've literally haven't stepped foot down there since I moved in, but it's like I can telepathically hear the growls and moans coming from that dark space
that I refuse to enter. I've always wanted to know if the source of all these energies came from that cellar. The thing is, I've no pets, no estranged relationships. Nobody ever sets foot in my home. I had a wife once, but she's been gone for what seems like a millennium. I don't remember what it's like to interact with anybody. I'm virtually imprisoned. I work from home. So, I became a recluse. I don't go out much these days, for fear of inadvertently transferring these energies to those who come in contact with me. Isolation is unconscionable. The fear of going insane inside my mind constantly lingers in the foreground. The helplessness of not being able to do anything about it still traps me internally. I'm mentally paralyzed. And then I have these unusual nightmares. My doctor tells me they are night terrors. So I'm laying in my bed, and the shadow opens the door. It doesn't do anything, but simply stands in the doorframe. I don't know what it wants, but I can only make out its eyes, glowing brighter than the sun. The rest the outline, a silhouette. I sweat. My body temperature drops, and I feel a cold breath on the right side of my shoulder. I look over, temporarily taking my eyes off the shadow figure, and yet there's nothing there but a mist that looks as if someone is breathing in the cold air. I look back at the doorframe, and the shadow is gone. I then lay down, staring at the ceiling. I simply just can't ignore what's going on. I want to, but even the pills don't do enough. I still see these things, hear these things, and most importantly, feel these things. I'm so scared. I don't want to be a prisoner anymore. I want a release. I want it all to end. I'm sick and tired of the suffering. My mind just won't heal. I don't want to feel. It's almost better if I don't, but I can't turn it off. Still, these images persist. In another moment, I can clearly see this elderly woman silently screaming at me. I can feel the terrible darkness emitting from her, and when she opens her mouth, there is nothing but darkness, almost as if it is a black hole. No sound, just the mouth opening. The woman with her old tattered clothing, not from this time period, definitely not present, Victorian times, with a black dress from that era, long black hair, matted and uncombed. This being was just standing there. I ask it what it wants from me, but it remains silently screaming for a few seconds. I blink my eyes as hard as anybody could. The figure simply won't disappear. I see a single cockroach move out of her mouth. I had to have dreamt this. This night terror felt so real. It consumes me. I can't get it out of my head. I go back and forth thinking this has got to just be a hallucination. But the more I think about these events, the way they truly never disappear, it makes me believe there is an entity in this house that I can't ignore. They are communicating to me through my dreams, and through some of my hallucinations that I've had as well. The therapists, the doctors, they all tell me that I've got some psychosis. Trauma from my youth remains unsolved. These walls inside this old home has so much history engraved into it. Tell me that spirits don't exist, and I can't prove it to you. I can only tell you about my experiences and how sensitive I am to the other side. Then, I think to myself, why are we so arrogant about this other side? Why do we dismiss what we do not understand? Maybe I'm just crazy. Or maybe the world wants to shield us from the fact that these beings live among us. If you truly open up your eyes and begin to understand that there's nothing that the world can't see, then you can believe. Several years ago, I was planning on moving from the USA to Australia to be with my partner Greg. My partner and I would talk for hours on the web. What else can you do when you're 9,000 miles apart? My daughter, Catherine, who was 7 at the time, would often get in on it too. Her and Greg developed a very loving father-daughter relationship, even though he is her stepdad. One day, no different than any other, Greg and I were chatting. He wanted to talk to Catherine. I yelled for her. She was in another room, and I couldn't see the monitor. She came running and stopped dead inside the doorway. She could not see the monitor, and started wigging out, demanding that Greg shut his bedroom door, which was clearly visible behind him. She wouldn't move from where she was. We tried to coax her, but she wasn't having any of it. Greg got up and closed the bedroom door. Catherine ran into my lap and buried her face into my shoulder, away from the monitor. She wouldn't even look at the monitor. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "He's mean, and I don't want to see him." Completely caught off guard, I asked her who was mean. She answered, "The mean guy in the doorway." I asked her to describe him. She said he was tall, had red hair, blue eyes, and wore a dressy shirt. Deeper voice than Greg's. Oh, and by the way, Greg's voice is already pretty deep enough as it is. I tried to get more information out of her. That was all she had, or what she wanted to tell me anyway. I relayed what she had told me to Greg, and he just didn't get it. Catherine left my lap as fast as she had flown into it, yelled goodbye Greg from the other room. I wondered if she had seen something. I had episodes like that when I was her age, and they've continued. I asked Greg if she had described anyone he might know. He looked shocked for a second, and then asked me to wait. He went into the bedroom and came out a few minutes later with a pick in his hand. He looked at me, held up the pick, and said, "Wonder if this is who she saw." I asked who it was, and he said it was his grandfather Bill, who passed away in '92. It was 2007. Now get this. The pick was exactly the description Catherine had given. He was tall, red-haired, blue-eyed, had a dressy shirt in the pic. I asked Greg how he talked, and he said that Bill was old-school Aussie. His voice was deeper than most, and with the accent, it was even harder for Greg to understand him. I excused myself, and went and told Catherine who we thought it was. As soon as I said the name Bill, she smiled. She said, "I thought that was his name. That was the only thing I could almost understand." She seemed more at ease after learning it was his name. Greg, on the other hand, didn't know what to make of it. Apparently, her and Bill made peace and became friends. When I was leaving for Australia, she told me that she didn't need Bill anymore, and wanted him to come over and watch over me and Greg till she got there. Gotta love kids. Fast forward a few years. Since my arrival here in Oz, I've heard a man's voice. Sometimes I can understand him. Other times, it's too deep and garbled for me to get. I ask him to repeat slower, and it gets him a little pissy. He has never told me his name, but I know it is Bill. I have that feeling. But lately, over the last year or so, I've been hearing a lot more voices. It's like being in a crowd where everyone is talking at once. I ask someone to step forward and talk only to me, but it just stays garbled. This is a weekly thing. It has gotten to the point where, when it starts, I simply say, if you're all going to talk to me at once, then I won't be able to understand any of it. What I was wondering is if anyone else has ever heard this, and if so, what did they do? Might this be more family members who saw that Bill was able to talk to us and want to try themselves? Or might it be something bad? Sometimes, not very often, I get a bad feeling when they start talking. Bill is still with me. I asked him, but he's given me nothing. I lived in Chicago up until I was 18 and had graduated high school. My grandfather lived in the house, and we lived on the first floor in the third flat apartment building we owned next door. We had the basement that was connected to the first floor apartment as well. The basement had 3 main rooms. The front room that led outside held a half bath, a washer, dryer, and 2 storage closets. This is where we kept our bikes and skates and stuff. The center room had 4 storage closets, the water heater, and the furnace. This was the room that held all my dad's and grandpa's tools. The back room that led to our upstairs apartment was where we had the deep freezer, old clothes, camping gears, old toys, etc. The center room was awful. Just looking at it, you felt like you were being stared down. Something was sending very angry energy out from that room. If you were in that room, it was just overwhelming and overpowering. It felt as if something was going to grab you and actually hurt you. None of us were hurt, but it always felt like it could happen at any time. My sister believed it to be female. I believed it to be male. This makes me think that it could have been a demon and was just appearing female to her and male to me. The stairs from the basement led to my brother's room. The stairs and the door were extremely creepy. We always kept it locked and bolted, but that didn't do much. It always seemed like someone was going to come bursting through the doors at any time. In the bedroom I shared with my sister, we have both seen strange things. I've seen a man a few times. He would start at the head of my bed, which happened to be by the door to the bedroom, and walk towards my closet. My closet and my parents' closet shared a wall. From there, he would kind of nod his head and then disappear. I could tell he was wearing overalls, work boots, and had gloves in his back pocket. He was tall, about 6 feet, dark hair, dark eyes. I could see all of this, but I could also see the other side of my room through him. He was kind of a misty gray color. I saw him first when I was 5, then again when I was 8, and the last time when I was 14. When I was 12, I felt a pulling on my blanket. At this time, we didn't have any pets that would roam loose, and there was no way for them to get out or even reach my blanket. I feel my blanket being pulled. I kinda grumble and try to pull it back up, but I can't. So I look at the foot of my bed,
and there was a boy sitting there, grinning at me, gripping my blanket. I tell him, "You let go. I'm not scared of you. Go away." And he disappears. I pull my blanket back up and go to sleep. Then we just had weird things happen. Bread would slide across the counter. Things would be moved from one end of the bar to the other. Things would go missing for a few days. These types of things not only happen in our apartment, but in the upper 2 levels that we rented out. I was in Arizona a few years back. I was at the Sonoran Desert Museum outside of Tucson. It is more like a zoo than a museum. It was summer, very few people there, and a pretty warm morning. I was in the very back of the property all by myself, taking photos of the native cactus. I was completely alone and enjoying the beautiful outdoors. I suddenly felt a terrible sense of dread behind me. I turned and looked, and there was an elderly Native American man standing there. He was dressed in all black, long-sleeved black shirt in the middle of the summer. His hair was snow white, and his face was wrinkled. When we made eye contact, I felt like someone tweaked my soul. I started to walk, fast. I wanted to get back to the front of the zoo and be where people were. I was really moving, and every time I looked back, the man was about 6 feet behind me. He never seemed to increase his pace, but kept up with me no matter how fast I walked. He casually started straight ahead and kept walking. I made it up to the front and walked into the gift shop. He stayed with me the whole time. I decided to get the heck out of there. I hurried to the parking lot. All I wanted was to get into the car and get away. He was still behind me. When I reached my car, a coyote was standing by the trunk. I made eye contact with that animal. I can't describe it. It sounds nuts. But that coyote gestured towards the exit with his head. Of course, he didn't speak to me, nor did I hear a voice, but I just knew that the coyote would watch over me while I drove away. As I was about to get into the car, I turned back to look, and the coyote and the man were gone. I never went back. Every time I think of this, I feel as if I escaped something terrible. It's so strange, but it's like the coyote knew me, and I knew him. Thoughts, anyone? I don't take drugs, wasn't drinking, or overheated. I swear this happened. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it did. This happened in the summer, and at the time, my horse was living on an old farm not far from the sea. The farm was from 1925, with the original stables and barn. Anyway, on this day, it was only me and my horse there, and I had him standing outside while I was tacking up, since the weather was nice. Where he stood, he had the back entrance to the stables on the right side, and straight in front was the door to the barn. You had to go through the barn to get out. Everything was fine at first. Then, I got this feeling like I was being watched from inside the stable. I looked inside, thinking that maybe one of the other girls who had their horses there had come. But it was empty. I shrugged it off and continued grooming. Then, I noticed my horse had his attention towards the stables. I walked up to the door and looked inside, but again, there was no one. I got my saddle and stuff and started tacking up, and then my horse suddenly tensed up. He stood completely still, his ears forward, and all his attention on the entrance to the barn. I looked over, thinking it was a cat or something, but what I saw made the hairs on my neck stand up. In the barn stood a tractor. Behind us, I could see a dark figure. It didn't really look like a man. It was more, I don't know, liquid sort of. It stood on the one side of the tractor, partly hidden, and I could swear that it was staring back at us. It moved backward towards the back of the tractor and just vanished. Well, I hurried up with my Sadie, grabbed my helmet, and though I really didn't want to, I walked my horse towards the barn. Let me tell you, it was no easy task getting him to go inside, and when I got him inside, he refused to go anywhere near the tractor and almost ran out the other side, pulling me alongside with him. I'm having some problems with the spirit in my fiance's house again. For the past few months, the house has been dormant, and so we didn't worry much about what was going on in the home. We had one of my fiance's friends move in, and things were fairly calm and peaceful. Her friend, though, began to never stay at the house, and due to some issues, emotions got rather heated between the three of us. 2 days ago, her friend moved back after a fight, and activity has escalated in the home since then. Yesterday, I got an overwhelming sense of fear and dread while at the house, and I had an overwhelming headache come over myself. I began packing up my things and told my fiancée to pack her things because we needed to stay a few days at my house. She became overwhelmingly tired and had a headache, much like mine, and passed out. When she woke up, she wasn't herself, but quickly came back out of it. Then, I went to the bathroom, and when I looked into the mirrors from the corner of my eye, I saw something I couldn't explain. The thing was, though, it looked inhuman and comprised of only bones, I think, and it seemed to be wanting out of the mirror. I ran back, and my fiancée was packing and taking her time out, humming to the tune of an old music box that used to be in her friend's room. She started to have a play fight with me and threw a shirt at me, then casually kicked the door shut. The next thing I know, she screams, and I kick the door open. She said I'd been standing in the mirror after I'd left the room. She seemed fine at the moment, and so I just watched over her as she kept packing. She began stalling again, though, and I told her we needed to get going, or we'd be late for dinner. She then told me that she didn't want to. She liked the house and wanted to stay there. I began to hear voices as well, other than hers in the house, and got drowsy, but kept my head about me. She finally was packed, and I got her to go outside for a brief moment to see if being out of the house would snap her out of the trance. She got rather defensive and ran off and ran under a doorway where there was a crucifix standing above the doorway. When she ran through it, she collapsed and then woke up again, perfectly fine and not remembering about the past 45 minutes, except for bits and pieces, like she had been dreaming. I've been having concerns that she may be channeling spirits by accident in her sleep, and such, and this incident definitely confirms my suspicions. I'm psychologically drained from the mental strength it took the two of us to get out of the home. We're going back to the house in about 4 or 5 days, and figure it should be fine. Whatever this entity is, it fed strongly off the negative emotions that had built up in this house. I know at the strength it was yesterday, it would be much hard for me to face it and cleanse the house on my own, so we're leaving the house to settle and calm back down. By then, I feel this entity will have lost most of its power, and it would be the best time to cleanse the home and seal any portals that may have been opened in the home. I'm still a little bit apprehensive though, and if anyone could offer up some help, it would greatly be appreciated. If my fiancé is the target of any danger I can pull through any fight normally,
and keep her safe. But I've been so drained, and I don't know if I can handle the cleansing of the home by myself. If anyone could please help, either physically or through even psychological support, it would greatly be appreciated. Hey there, I live in Akron, Ohio. About a year ago, I moved into my ex's house since it was nice, and well, we were in love. I lived there for about 6 months before she broke it off and decided to live in Ireland. I've been heartbroken for a long time, but I do remember some extra stuff that happened in that home. It's on Spicer Street in Akron, Ohio. About a month after I moved in, the first thing I noticed was waking up with her, and every single clock in the house, including the computer clock, wristwatches, etc., would be turned around 40 minutes ahead than what they were supposed to be. This only happened once, and after I arrived at class, she called me to explain how each clock had changed overnight. Later, she told me that the previous tenants believed the house was haunted and refused to move back in. They were both girls, I was told. We began to notice other things too, such as their stuff would get moved if we left the kitchen. The television would turn on and off. Lights would turn on and off if we left the home. Fan would move and not move. TV would turn channels with the remote being on the TV. And certain spots in the house would be unusually cold. She was scared at times, but I typically wasn't. I just thought of it as having a little kid in the home. I wasn't really worried, and I was confident that I'd be able to protect her from that kind of stuff. If you read some of my earlier posts, I see specks a lot, and I guess it gives me some sort of confidence, even if I don't understand them. My thoughts were confirmed, I believe, when I was sitting in the living room with her and thought I spotted a blonde-haired boy's face under her table. It looked a lot like a German kid, but naturally, I blinked and it was gone. There were 2 spots in the house that seemed really weird. The basement was odd, but not too odd, since students in the past used this place for studying. The oddest part in her house was her bedroom closet. I would step at the door and not go in. She refused to even sleep close to it. I was the one who slept closest to it while she slept between me and the wall. I didn't really see anything from it, but it did feel really weird, and it didn't feel like the kid. It was something else. Also, that closet was connected to the attic, which neither of us ventured into. After I saw the kid, I felt some sort of attachment to it. I remember she used to complain that sometimes my eyes would go completely black in the house. I'd usually counter it with me complaining about staring at me as she slept as if I woke up around 5 in the morning, but we wouldn't argue about it. It was just weird. When we broke up, or rather, when she broke up with me, I'll admit it, her away messages often wrote how she was scared and didn't want to hear any noises. So I guess the activity in the home increased when I left. Again, not sure why. So, I want to find out more about the home, but I don't know where to start. I've been lurking on here for about 2 years now, and well, I decided to finally post about my experiences with ghosts. Really only one ghost. It happened to be here in my house for a number of years throughout the 70s. The house had been built in 1970 on an old lot where an old man had lived on a shack and had died. Now, the spirit that had stayed on the property was one of a child, though. Maybe the old man had a kid and it died. Who knows? Anyway, all sorts of stuff that one would imagine a child would do happened. You know, things would get lost, Stuff would move from one place to another, vases and sculptures would be on their place on tables, and when the family would come back, the sad items would be in pieces, smashed against a wall about 3 or 4 feet away. Sometimes, of course, you couldn't get into the house because the screen door would be locked and nobody was in the house at the time. Just imagine a door with a simple hook going into the circle slot. Now, over the years, I've tried to get that hook to slip over into the lock, to see if it could happen by accident. It could never be an accident. If one wants to lock that screen door, you intentionally do it. Feelings of being watched and feeling the weight of someone or something next to you in the bed. My grandma would tell me that I would go off in the house in my walker, circa 1981 or 82, and I would travel all the way from the kitchen to the living room to the hallway. Now, when one enters the hallway, even in the daytime, if all the doors to the room are shut, it is pitch black. She claimed that I would be in the hallway for a couple of minutes, and then I would come shooting out from the hallway as if my walker was pushed or shoved by something, all the way back to the kitchen and crash into the wall. Now, it would take me a couple of minutes to get all the way to the hallway since I was a toddler, yet it wouldn't even take me a minute to come crashing into the wall of the kitchen. Now, I remember seeing some sort of whitish gray ball floating when I was laying down on the rug one day. This must have been 1982 or 83. I can still see that image in my brain to this day. My grandmother noticed me getting up and looking under the dining room table, and I started to shout, "Get out!" or in my way of talking back then, "Get out!" My grandma started yelling, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" I kept on shouting and punching and kicking at nothing, all the way towards the front doorway. And when I got to the door, I kept kicking the door, and then I stopped. By this time, my grandmother, who was rather slow due to weight, had gotten to the hallway that led to the front door and was asking me what was wrong. She told me that I had said that I didn't want it here, and I told it to get out. I think I had some sort of hold over it, as I was the only child born in the house. My uncle, who was only 12 at the time, had been born in an older house. I think the spirit was attracted by the fresh new life that was now in the home, much like the spirits in poltergeists were attracted to the little girl. They wanted some sort of that life force. I think that was the case with this. I got rid of it before it got too powerful, much later on. What do you think? I've lived in this house for the past 27 years. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened since those early years. I have seen many paranormal entities during my life. Here's my first quite shocking meeting with a ghost. I was 7 years old then. I was in my grandparents' house with my mother. The house is about 80 years old. I was relaxing downstairs when the phone suddenly rang from upstairs. My mother proceeded to go upstairs to answer the phone, and I followed her. After climbing about halfway up the old staircase, I felt that somebody or something was behind me. I quickly turned my head, and that's when I saw a middle-aged lady climbing the stairs, holding out her hands as if to grab me. She was wearing a bathrobe, and her hair looked mangled. I freaked out and ran upstairs as quickly as I was able to. She surely was a ghost, because she wasn't a family member or a friend. I'd never seen her before, and my mother didn't even notice her. She disappeared as fast as I'd seen her. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only ghost experience I had in that house.
I was about 10 years old when the second meeting happened. It happened in the same old staircase in my grandparents' house. It was late night, and I was going upstairs to get some sleep. That's when I quickly discovered that my route was blocked. At the end of the corridor where you turn right to get to the staircase was a man, a very unusual man standing there. He was wearing a gas mask, so I wasn't able to see his face. He didn't speak, nor did he move at all. He just stood still, and I was too afraid to go past him. So I then got my grandmother and went back to the corridor with her. The gas man was nowhere to be found. Understandably, I was too afraid to sleep, so my grandmother stayed the night with me. I'm pretty sure that my grandparents' house is haunted, and my friend has witnessed that too, as the next experience tells. I was 11 years old, and my friend was 12 when this happened. We were playing in the basement of my grandparents' house. It's no surprise that the basement is also quite unsettling, just as much as the rest of the house is. We were in the big room just under the staircase that leads to the middle floor. We were having fun, until both of us felt a strange feeling that made it obvious that we were not alone in the basement. We felt that there were other beings present, entities that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. We're also sure it wasn't our grandparents, because both of my grandparents were upstairs. That feeling also told us to leave the basement. It felt like we were surrounded by invisible people, and that we really needed to leave the basement immediately. After a few minutes, in a panic, we fled back up fast. Even at this stage of my life, it is still frightening for me to walk that staircase or be in the basement. I often feel the same feeling in these places that I felt 10 years ago. My friend also feels the same energy as well. Luckily, I haven't seen any ghosts since then. Regardless, one thing is certain. There's a lot of paranormal activity going on in that house, and I'm the person the spirits need to target, for whatever reason or another. My story starts back in 1991, when I first hooked up with my then boyfriend, now husband. My boyfriend lived on the bottom floor of a house that his aunt owned. His aunt and her family lived on the second floor. His cousin was my best friend, and so I was always at the house. We had a small, close-knit group of friends, and were over our house one time playing Truth or Dare. I remember it as being late at night, and we were sitting on Holly's bed playing this game, when one of the girls asked her if the house was haunted. Holly said that it was, and that it was her maternal grandmother. She then went on to tell us certain things that would happen, and most situations would take place right next to the father's recliner chair. About 15 minutes after we finished playing the game, I had to use her bathroom. Though I was so totally afraid to go alone, I didn't want to seem chicken, so I went on my own to the bathroom. Just as I was passing by the recliner, I noticed I suddenly got cold. It was a warm summer night when this happened. Okay, I chalked it up to being my imagination, seeing as we had just been talking about it. Then, years later, I had this woman I was working for, and we got along really well. So, one day she had invited me to her house. Well, as we were at her house, we were talking about ghost stories and the like. She excitedly pulled out her digital camera and led me upstairs to their master bedroom. We stood just outside the bedroom doorway, and she told me to take the camera and just scan around the room, starting in one corner and going to the next. Just see if you see anything, she said. I took the camera,
still not knowing if I was truly a believer, and scanned the room. Suddenly, I moved back to the corner I just scanned over. She said, "You see something, don't you?" I did. I saw a greenish male figure standing in the corner, looking out the window. I was scared to death. But even when I scanned the corner again, the figure was there. We returned to the first floor of the house when she started to tell me all about it. They had bought the house just about a year prior. The first week they lived in the house, their children, very young children, would awake in the middle of the night, screaming and crying. Finally, one night, my boss's husband got so furious, he yelled, "I don't care that you're here. I don't care if you just stay. Just leave my children alone." The children never woke up crying again. Then about a week later was when my boss had noticed the image through her camera. She'd been going through various parts of the home, taking photos to send to relatives that lived out of state. When she was scanning the master bedroom, looking for a good view of the room, and found the exact image I found. She yelled for her husband, who saw the same thing, but it could only be seen through the screen on her digital camera. After I saw it, I was a believer. There was no way I would have seen it if it weren't there. A couple of days after she saw the first image herself, she was cleaning in the basement when she found a hidden room. She went into the hidden room and found a box of papers. They started investigating the roots of the home. She found out that the old police chief of Rennister, the town she had lived in, had built the house a very long time ago. The only thing she could figure is that the greenish male figure is the police chief, looking out the window and watching over his town. They still live in that same home, and they still live with their chief, all of them living peacefully together. Since I was little, I've been sensitive to ghosts. Sometimes I had dreams that would later turn out to be true. Also could tell which song was on next on the radio, knew who the phone call was next, etc. My experiences tend to happen at times when I'm either feeling low or just open towards the other side. My stories. As a little girl, I didn't like being in my room after it got dark, or darker when it was summertime. I remember feeling watched, and something wasn't right. A lot of times, I was so afraid of the door leading to the back of our house and the stables. I felt like something was looking at me and wanted to hurt me. This went on from when I was around 8 and stopped when I was 12. At times, they would show up only once. Once I was in bed and was close to falling asleep. Suddenly, I heard a voice calling my name. I woke up completely and looked into the corner of my room, and there was an old woman there. I couldn't see her clearly because she was kind of blurry, but she had a friendly feeling about her. She then disappeared, and I never saw her again. When I was 17, my dog died, and I was devastated. A few weeks later, I heard him coming up to my room from the kitchen and saw him enter my room. He then jumped up on my bed, walked around 3 times before sighing, and got down. I could feel him on my bed and against my leg. When I tried to touch him, he disappeared. My parents' farm, where most of the events happened, is old. It burnt down once there, and there seems to be quite a lot of ghostly activity. In the barn, my parents got their car. Since I was little, I was afraid being alone there. I felt something was wrong, and that something was hanging in the dark. I always felt uneasy there until a few years ago, when my mom told me that someone had offed themselves there. My worst experience I've had
was when I was around 15 to 17 years old. My room was connected to the kitchen by a little hallway. From the kitchen, you can go directly to the 2 living rooms. The last one I've never felt easy in, was always feeling unnaturally cold and just weird. One night, I woke up and my room was ice cold. I heard someone open the door from the hall to the kitchen. It was a man, and he was going directly to the last of the living room. Somehow I was there when he went there. I saw him take his rifle and then off himself. It was feelings more than actually seeing him do it. I then was back in my body, but heard him fall down to the floor, moved a bit, and moaned before he died. The second that happened, the coldness disappeared and I could breathe again. I told my friend at the time about it, but I was too afraid to ask my parents. One day, I sort of jokingly asked if anyone had offed themselves in that room. My dad turned around and looked at me with a strange look. Yes, your godmother's father offed himself there. They hadn't told me because my godmother didn't like me to know. I found his grave, and it happened the exact day he had offed himself. I've had nice experiences though. A friend of my parents and their friend had offed herself. My friend was really devastated about it and couldn't get over it. One day we were in the kitchen when I saw a sort of fog that turned into a ghostly hand. It may have looked ridiculous, but I'm telling you, I know with my own eyes what I saw. It was right on my friend's shoulder, almost as if to soothe her. After it disappeared, I immediately alerted my friend, and she said that her shoulder felt really cold. My friend then told me that she felt a lot of peace. To the both of us, it really meant a lot. The latest year, the happenings happened without any real pattern. Last year, when I was at my parents' and sleeping in my old rooms, I didn't get any sleep for the last 4 days I was there. There was a presence in the room, and it was not a pleasant one. It just radiated hatred, and it was pointed at me for some reason. The next time I got home, it wasn't in there, but then I had to sleep in my mom's bedroom. I was woken up by someone slamming their hands into the bed very hard. I looked at the end of the bed, and I saw a shadow standing there, then disappeared. Since then, I haven't felt it. For some reason, I knew it was male, but I didn't know why it felt so badly about me. When I'm home at my parents' now, there's a young girl there, something I can't feel what it is, and a man. None of these are evil, but just looking out for me. I've seen the girl from the corner of my eyes, and seen her reflected in the mirror. I think they are protecting me, and just looking out for me. At times I can enter a house and know that there's more than just what the eyes see. I felt the presence of family or just passerbyers. I do believe that at my parents' house, there's some kind of field of energy where these spirits can enter. Some stay, but others don't. I got one in my room where I live now. Just a little prankster really. Turns on my computer, or opens all the cupboards. I did have an old man though, who loved to watch me shower. I told him that it was rude, and I didn't like it. Since then, he hadn't been there. At the same time, there's a girl running every night on the upper floor. My brother is sensitive too, but apparently never experienced the same as I have at my parents' house. Seems I'm the only one they get attracted to. Also felt being pushed, but that happened at my parents' house as well. I don't mind having this ability, but I know I have to learn to control it. It can get to be too much at times. I've been doing some research about black spirits and ghosts. I
had an experience in January 2000 when I lived in an old house in Portland, Maine. It was late in the evening, about 10 p.m. or so, when I felt something peering at me from a closet in my basement apartment. I thought nothing of it, but when I looked again, a materialistic, three-dimensional human-shaped figure with no facial features darted from the closet and stood behind me. It was suspended above the floor, about a foot or so. Before I knew it, two more had come out of nowhere. It happened so fast, and they moved so quickly, that I didn't even know what to make of this incident. I was a skeptic at the time, and had been all my life on ghosts, supernatural, etc. I was 36 years old at the time. There were multiple instances where I seriously felt like the house was shaking. Doors being slammed, open and shut, cabinets being open and shut as well, pots being moved around. It was seriously like a horror movie. I remember one time this happened, and it scared me half to death, almost literally. I ended up having a mild heart attack, and I ended up waking up in a hospital. All I remember was feeling the energy of what was happening that day, and then I lost consciousness. And that's when I was in the hospital bed. The doctor told me that the neighbor noticed something was wrong in that house, and noticed me lying on the floor. So she went and called the cops for me, and the ambulance arrived. They even told me that my heart stopped for a moment, and they had to use a defibrillator to bring me back to life. I was clinically dead, even though they only classified it as a mild heart attack. Anyway, I know this all sounds absurd, but I'm telling you, it definitely did happen. I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with it anymore. I don't live in the same place I do now. It was not worth it in the end. And after that heart attack, I don't think I'll ever be worth it. Scary stuff, poltergeists, and black beings on the walls. Definitely not something I want to deal with. One night, me and two guy friends were driving into Howard City, Michigan. We were driving down the road, and on each side, there's cornfields, and we saw two girls, one standing at the opposite side of the road, and another walking directly into our path. The girl walking into our path was wearing a gray sweatshirt, blue jeans, had blonde hair, and white eyes. The girl that was standing on the other side of the road was wearing a red sweatshirt, had brown hair, and wore blue jeans. As we're driving towards them, I tried as hard as I could to tell my friend's boyfriend to look out for her, but I couldn't. I couldn't say a word. I tried, and nothing came out, because I was so terrified of what I thought I saw. The girls had completely vanished. After we got to the stop sign, I said to my friend's boyfriend, "Did you see that?" He said yes, and the other guy that was in the truck with us asked me what, so I told him, and he said, "We have to go back and check it out." So we turned back around and went back down the road and found no signs of them. This is a remarkable story of ghosts from my experience. This happened when I was studying at my university. At that time, I was far away from home and stayed in a hostel near my university with my friends. Before I moved into the hostel, my friend who lived in the hostel told me that it was haunted. Actually, it was a house whose owner intentionally left this world. That's why many people have said that the hostel was haunted. They said that the spirit of the owner appears near the kitchen at night. Another said that sometimes you could hear the crying voices from the woman who owned the now hostel. At that time, there was only one last room available for me to sleep in, on the second floor, so I had to stay in that room. My room was in the last row.
Many people have said that my room was terrifying because the surroundings around my room were quite dark and sunshine couldn't enter my room. There were multiple nights in which I kept waking up around 2:30 a.m. One night, I was terribly tired and went to bed earlier than usual. When I woke up, it felt as if somebody was pulling on my blanket from my feet, and so I pulled it back up again. However, when I went to pull the blanket back up, I still felt a resistance on my blanket. It definitely felt as if somebody was pulling it down again. I then felt annoyed and wanted to sleep, so I just said, "Stop it, don't disturb me, I really want to sleep." Surprisingly, it actually stopped, and I was able to sleep the rest of the night. In fact, nobody ever pulled my blanket again. In the morning when I woke up, I remember what happened last night and I started shaking. After that experience, it was pretty obvious why I always felt on edge whenever I slept in that room. Ghosts are pretty freaky. I was sleeping over my best friend Jasmine's house, and the night before, her mother promised us BLTs for breakfast. So that night, after setting me up an air mattress for the room, we had gone to bed. That night was peaceful, but I'll forever remember that horrific morning. I woke up and looked up to where a person was just standing in front of the closed door from afar and simply staring at me. She was young, around my age at the time, with features almost identical to my friend. I was still half asleep and just figured it was my friend anyway. I began to ask her when we were going downstairs for the BLTs, and she just stared at me without saying a word. I closed my eyes for a little bit, then reopened them, and that girl was gone. I never heard the door open in our room, and somehow the girl was gone. I looked at my clock, and only 10 minutes had passed since I closed my eyes to lay down. I had screamed loud and ran down the stairs to find Jasmine and her mother sitting in the kitchen. They looked very concerned and asked me why I screamed. I told them that just 10 minutes ago, I saw Jasmine, but she didn't say a word. Her mother looked at me and told me that Jasmine was downstairs for over an hour and had never once went back upstairs in the time in which I saw this girl. It was then when I realized that it was a spirit. Ever since, I've only seen the girl twice. On my friend's birthday, I was downstairs getting cake for some of the other girls, and I saw her standing in the pantry watching me. And the other time, I was in the basement with Jasmine. We were getting some laundry done when we all saw the girl run across the basement living room to a storage room. I haven't been back since, but the last experience helped my friends not think I was crazy. I've been enjoying your site, and I wanted to share some of my experiences. Well, I went to Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania in 1995 to 96, and I left in the fall when my father died. Anyway, I lived in Egan Hall, which is connected to Old Main and the chapel, and I saw the nun and her antics almost daily. In the fall of 96, I saw a reflection in the bathroom windows at night. She often opened and closed the windows and doors, turned faucets and radios on, and flushed the toilets for hours on end. I was absolutely frightened at first. My roommate, a very down-to-earth, logical girl, told me a friend of hers who lived on the boys' floor saw the sister every morning. Around 4 a.m. when he got up for crew practice, he would end up seeing her, but she was only there supposedly to look out for us. It turns out that the heartbroken nun story is just a fun, creepy story,
And the truth is that the nun died peacefully of old age and stuck around to keep an eye on all the students. I also used to see a blue orb floating from the chapel through Old Main when I was coming back from the computer lab late at night. Other students had seen the orb originate from a small statue in the chapel, and a figure had been seen in the organ loft as well. I have heard that the path between campus and the New Covenant is haunted, but I can't verify that. In Springboro, Pennsylvania, there is a large Victorian house which had been used as a stop in the Underground Railroad. There had been a tunnel between the basement and the barn, but the tunnel was filled in the late 70s to early 80s for safety reasons, and the barn was moved to Cunnaville at some point. There are cold spots throughout the house, and a feeling of being watched. Sometimes, you can see strange reflections in the windows and lights or figures, just at the edge of your field of vision. The basement is very frightening. There is a feeling of pressure, and a very dark and menacing feeling. I mean, I feel very threatened if I go down there, no matter the time of day. When I'm alone in the living room without the TV on, I can hear muffled voices from the basement. I have always felt very negatively in this house. Now, about 4 years ago, I lived at Country Hills apartment in Las Vegas, Nevada. My family and I had some weird encounters there. Well, first, it started with this. My sister and I went to my grandparents while my parents stayed home. We were all the way in Cali from Las Vegas, Nevada for a weekend. My dad woke up at night, the night we left, claiming he heard a little girl singing in mine and my sister's room. He goes in there and sees my sister's rocking chair moving. Our second encounter was when my mom was going to take me to school one morning, and right when we open the door, the DVD player goes on, the radio on the DVD player. My mom and I were so tripped out, we were telling each other to turn it on, until eventually, my mom does it. Now how freaky and unexpected is that? Our third encounter was when the blinds for the sliding door that leads to the porch just started moving. It was strange, really strange. My uncle had moved in with us a little bit before the second encounter, but the only encounter that he shared with us is when he invited a friend over and the blinds were closed. Then he noticed that all of a sudden they were open. He told us, and we got tripped out. I was right next to the blinds, too. That was my story, and thank you for reading. I work at a cemetery in California. I used to work the graveyard shift. As I was in the office doing paperwork, I suddenly heard a noise that startled me a bit. It almost sounded like faint singing from a distance. I got up, turned to face where I heard the mysterious singing. By the way, there are only 4 of us in the office. Everybody else was in the other room. And in that direction, I noticed a lady looking at me. She freaked me out so badly because she didn't even look real, translucent. All I could remember was that she had a smirk on her face and disappeared within seconds. It happened so fast, but I knew there was a lady there. She was just nowhere to be found. I walked around looking for this lady. I asked the other employees about it, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. So I forgot about it, went back, and finished my paperwork. Well, the next night, we got 4 bodies in. I started to do paperwork on this one lady. As I started typing in the information, I went to check the tab on her toe and took the sheet off to see her face. And it was the lady from the night before. It freaked me out. And after that experience, I never doubted ghosts again. I was at the job for only 1 week at the time. It's now been 10 years. I believe we walk and live with ghosts and spirits every day. They don't know they have passed on. I say that because I've experienced a few ghost sightings and I heard things. It is so fascinating. In September of 2002, I was in Geneva, Switzerland on a business trip, and I was due to return home the day of my girlfriend's birthday. For her birthday, I purchased a violin, and I planned on giving it to her after she picked me up from the airport. The violin was at my house. The night before I was scheduled to return home, I called my girlfriend, but she was not home. So I left a message. After I hung up the phone rang back in my room in Switzerland. I picked the phone up, but I didn't hear anything. After saying hello a couple of times, I hung the phone up. Later that night, I again tried to call my girlfriend, and this time, she was home. As we spoke, she told me that she received both my messages. Having only called once before, I was very perplexed. I asked her what was said on the messages, and she described the first message that left to a T, but she thought that I was teasing her with the second message, since she thought that I might be giving her a violin for her birthday. After some prompting, she told me that she heard scratchy violin music, like a beginner tuning their instrument, followed by me saying hello, hello. I thought she was joking, but when I could tell that she was serious, I asked her if it sounded like the music, static, or some other background noise. She had the voice messages still on her answering machine, and she played both messages back to me. On the first message, I could clearly hear my voice saying that I just called to say hi, and that I would see her tomorrow. The second message starts with about 4 seconds of clear but scratchy violin music, and then I could very clearly hear my voice saying hello, hello. My girlfriend said that both the messages had my phone number and the caller ID. By this time, I had convinced her that I did not leave the violin music on her machine, nor were there any TVs or radios turned on in my room during the call. All I could think of was that I may have been hearing some future event when my girlfriend would be tuning her violin, and that I would not be around to hear it. So I changed my plane reservations to take a different flight home. Nothing happened to the plane that I would have been on, but I cannot help to think that the violin music was meant to be some type of warning. Maybe I would have had a car accident if I took the other flight, or I would have been hit crossing the road. Regardless, an omen like that is hard to ignore. I've kept the message recording as a reminder of this very strange experience. May 2006, it happened again. After over 3.5 years, we received another ghostly phone call. Last night, we were sitting at home when my girlfriend in 2002, cell phone rang. She answered it, and at first did not hear anything. Then, the sound of the same scratchy violin music became slowly more pronounced. She said hello several times, but had no response except the music. She handed the cell phone to me, and I also heard the violin. Then, the sound just stopped. I did not hear her phone hang up. It just stopped. I closed the cell phone lid and then checked the call log. There was no record of a call, incoming or outgoing, to the cell phone at that time. I'm scheduled for another flight to Atlanta on Thursday. I sure wish I could get out of it. In the Chinese calendar,
People believe that the month of July is the time where all the ghosts come to Earth from hell. We call it the Ghost Festival. This is why Chinese people are very used to buying incenses in order to pray for these ghosts. During last year's Ghost Festival, something strange happened onto my family. It was the time where all my aunts and uncles and other relatives came back to my nanny's house. The entire family of mine sat in the living room, watching TV and chit-chatting. Suddenly, one of my aunts started yelling very loudly, "I'm cold, I'm bleeding, I'm in pain." She then ran upstairs and started throwing everything she saw. She acted insane, and her face turned pale. Every one of us in the family was shocked by her actions. We were panicked and did not have any idea of what had happened. My nanny was the only person who remained calm. Immediately she called the ritual witch, whom we called her as Boombo, to the house. As soon as the Boombo arrived, my aunt ran to her and wanted to choke her to death. She yelled, "I'm dead, and now it's your turn." Two of my cousins immediately captured her and pulled her away from the Boombo. The witch then murmured as if to cast spells on my aunt. About half an hour later, my aunt was awake. She said she felt exhausted and asked everyone what had just happened now. At the moment we told her the truth, my aunt was frightened and couldn't believe that. The witch told us that she was possessed by a ghost who was killed in an accident years ago. I have always been an avid believer in ghosts. I've never seen one physically manifest itself in human form, and I don't think I could cope if I did. I have an intense fear of ghosts, and at the same time, a morbid fascination with them. My first experience happened when I was 14 years old. I was going to stay with a friend of mine in a seaside village in Cornwall, England. I think it's called Portscaith. My dad had a friend who drove me down to the meeting point where my friend, whose family were already staying there, would pick me up. This guy's name was Mike, and he was the nicest guy you could ever imagine. We joked all the way down in the car, and he wound me up with stories of the Beast of Bodmin, a supposed large cat that lives in the moors in Dortmund, the county before Cornwall. We had a good laugh. By the time we reached the meeting point, it had gotten dark. My friend was unable to pick me up. Mike took me back to his house where I met his wife, Jenny. Jenny was as nice as Mike, but she was a little kooky, looking at things that weren't there and drawing really childlike pictures with crayons. I didn't really think much of it because I was tired from the journey. I was more fascinated with their house. Their house was so large that it had been divided into 4 apartments, each one with winding stairs, large rooms, and old-fashioned structures. The house itself dates back to the 1700s. After a while, I went upstairs to sleep in their son's room. He was away at the time and set about rifling through his music collection to pass the time. His CDs were in one corner of the room, and every time I was looking through them, I felt like I was being watched from another corner of the room. I looked over to where I felt this presence emanating from, and saw nothing except a barred window. It was only a small window with a few bars across it, and very high up. There was nothing there that should have made me feel so watched. I felt sleepy, so I turned the lights out and got into bed. As I was drifting off, I felt that same feeling of being watched. I snapped my eyes open and felt as if something retreated. Ignoring this irrational feeling, I turned over to sleep on my side with my back to the wall. At that moment, the door, which was one of the old barn-like doors with a latch, made a noise. I heard the latch lift up, and and the door slowly creaked open. Next, the light snapped on, and I was blinking in shock, trying to see what happened. Next thing I heard was a scaffolding, as something retreated down the slope, accompanied by a horrific crackling, under-the-breath laughter that scared the heck out of me. I tried to see what happened, but the door opened towards me, and the light switch was beyond that, so I had no way of seeing who had turned the light on. From my bed, I tried to call out Mike, Jenny, but the words were really hard to say. I was so scared that any noise might bring the something back. I couldn't sleep with the light on, so I scuffled out of bed, switched it off, and practically jumped back into bed, and under the covers where I felt safe. I finally fell asleep and thought nothing of it. I didn't really think about it again until a few months later when, out of the blue, my dad mentioned he was thinking of taking me to Cornwall to stay at that house. I told him my story, and he told me that the house was haunted and that Jenny was one of those people who could see ghosts and communicate with them. He told me that the ghost that did that was probably Harry, a mischievous ghost. He also said that the house was full of them. A lot of children could be heard playing on the steps, and a Chinese washerwoman was always communicating with Jenny while she cleaned the kitchen. This at least explains some of Jenny's unusual behavior. She could sense ley lines and everything. Being terrified of ghosts, I totally freaked upon hearing this, especially as Dad told me we were going to stay there. A few months later, after my exams, he took me there as a treat. Knowing what I know now, it felt a little unsavory. I was absolutely terrified of walking into that house, especially as Mike and Jenny were away. I felt watched everywhere I went, and on the first night, I didn't sleep a wink or turn off the lights. The rest of the holiday, I actually spent sleeping in the same bed as my dad. A little unorthodox for a girl of 15, but it was a choice between my dad and the ghost, and I'd choose my dad any day. The last thing that happened which really scared me was that Jenny popped back for a short while and was cleaning the kitchen. As she did, I repeatedly saw her brush off something that wasn't there and say, with a giggle, "Get off," in the calm and patient way a mother does to a child that's pestering her for cookies. The next thing I saw was an invisible force actually pinch her clothing and pull it from her. I actually saw the shirt she was wearing become pinched and pulled away by nothing. She looked at me and said, "Oh, don't worry, that's just Hong Lee, the washerwoman. She thinks I'm not doing a good job of these surfaces." We didn't stay much longer. I've had several paranormal experiences during my life. Hearing my mother's voice after she had died, and feeling my mother-in-law's presence after she had also died. But in February 2002, an angel guided me from certain death. I awoke on a Saturday morning because I heard our dog whine, and that is when I realized our house was on fire. Our bedroom was off the living room, which was totally in flames. I yelled to wake my husband, who jumped out of bed and ran right through the fire and out the front door. I started to follow him, but a hand touched my right shoulder and turned me to the right. At the same time, I heard a voice in my right ear saying, "The window." I ran around the bed, opened the window and screen, and rolled out to the ground. It was a one-story house. I escaped with just a few burns in my back and left shoulder. My husband, on the other hand, was in intensive care for almost a month, with acute smoke inhalation and second-degree burns over half his body. I am certain that if I had followed him through that burning living room, I would have died. When I was in grade 3 of primary school, about 10 years old, I lived with my grandparents.
before my great-grandmother also lived with us, but she had also passed away for approximately 5 years. I remember that night, it was Chinese New Year Eve. My family members all came back to my grandparents' house. After dinner, nearly 8 o'clock, my parents and other uncles and aunts went to play Mahjong game. When I was watching TV with my cousins, I felt thirsty, so I went to the kitchen to find some water, but something happened that I couldn't believe what I saw. It was a lady in the kitchen, a transparent figure. She was standing in front of the stove. However, the lady did not have any legs. She was just hovering above the kitchen. I was so scared to death that I ran out of the kitchen as fast as I could and ran into my uncle's and aunt's arms. "3 years ago, I was taking university classes at St. Peter's College in Saskatchewan, about an hour-and-a-half drive east of Saskatoon. The college was originally built as a monastery for monks who came up from Minnesota to found a colony around 1900. Since then, it had been expanded from a boys-only school to a fully integrated co-ed college. There are several ghosts on the property. One is supposedly the ghost of the first bishop of the area, who apparently died before the building's construction was completed. He can be seen occasionally walking the grounds. The other is a ghost of a small boy who had left this earth intentionally, or died from an accident by falling out an upper story window. The year before I came to the college, the 4th floor was used for the drama and art classes, and also had a small room where the staff could go for coffee breaks. One day, one of the women went upstairs to make some coffee. She was standing with her back to the door, loading the coffee maker, when she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw a small boy standing there, then vanished right in front of her. The first year that I attended school, I took part in amateur night one Friday. I was invited back to the girls' residence by some friends for tea. The place had originally been housing for a small group of nuns that had lived at the colony and was only a few feet from the main buildings. It was after midnight when I finally said goodnight and headed out. I had taken no more than 3 steps when I had the most unshakable feeling that something didn't want me on the grounds. There was this sensation that I was being chased that I just couldn't stand, and I ran to my car. The feeling didn't stop until I crossed the railroad tracks, which I found out later was the marker of the boundaries of the college grounds. I told some friends about this, and we all agreed that we should stay some time after midnight and try to see some ghosts. Well, we tried, but that is as far as it went. None of us had the nerve to stay past midnight. Strange feelings and weird noises always promoted us to leave just before the midnight hour. I've been privileged enough to have the luxury of traveling on many cruises over the years. Being born into wealth, it's something that you get accustomed to. With that being said, all these experiences are not without their ghost stories. There were times in which I had terrifying encounters with spirits while alone in my cabin. I'm not just talking the stereotypical hauntings, knocks on the walls, objects being moved around, and other supernatural phenomena, but legitimate full-body apparitions and dark shadows looming the halls of the cabin, as well as seeing the presence of ghost sailors. One of my earliest paranormal experiences on a ship was when I was roughly 12 years old. My parents were wealthy enough to purchase a gigantic yacht for me and my family. However, we were able to buy it off the previous owner, who ended up being a great family friend. His name was Joe. Joe suffered from a multitude of health problems, suffered mild heart attacks, had high blood pressure. He really became somewhat of a father figure for me in my youth. Every time he'd see me, he'd run up to me and give me a giant bear hug and yell, "My little Sadie." He was such a great guy. However, being a 58-year-old male with all these medical health issues, I kind of felt like our days with him would be numbered. He suffered one last heart attack, and it would be the last of his life. That's because, unfortunately, this heart attack was the one which would take his life. So let me backtrack a little. Joe had been with us, me and my parents on the yacht, for the entire day. The morning before he died, Joe and I had a heart-to-heart. We were on lawn chairs on the deck, and he warned me about the dangers of excess, to not get so absorbed in these riches. Joe was a successful man, but he always reminded me that all of these riches don't mean a thing if you're not a good person at heart. I'll never forget his words. "Sadie, you can't bring anything with you when you're gone. These are the moments we live for. It's not about this yacht or the things you own in life. It's about the bonds we share with the people we love." I remember he urged me and said, "Do not waste this life. You can't get back this life, kiddo." I remember I just sort of smiled at him and nodded my head. Being 12, of course, I didn't really fully understand the magnitude of his words. So the day went on. We all had dinner together on that yacht, and later that night, that's when Joe decided to go back to his cabin to rest. He told us that he was very exhausted and just wanted a good night's rest. The morning after, I knocked on Joe's door in the cabin in his room. We had 3 separate rooms, and he wouldn't answer. I called for my parents. They opened the door, and that's when they found him dead. I was devastated and cried for days. About a month or so after his death, my parents were again on our yacht. All of our moments on our yacht were a little more somber after the death of our great friend Joe. Anyway, it was starting to get dark when my parents told me to get back into the cabin to go back to sleep. I yelled back that I wanted a few more minutes, and they eventually relented. Our yacht is pretty long, so there is a lot of space to get around. The next few events are unexplainable and lead me to believe that our ship was in fact haunted. So, I'm standing right in the spot that me and Joe used to, with our lawn chairs, and I'm just taking in the scenery of the blue waters and breathing in the fresh air delicately touching my face. As I began to think of Joe, my eyes began to water. For some reason, I had an urge to look right behind me. Right behind me was where I could see the control room for where you could drive the yacht. As I stared into the window of the control room, I recognized the face for a few seconds. I knew it wasn't my imagination, but I wasn't able to figure out whose face it was. I got kinda spooked and ran into the cabin. My parents were both still there, so I had to rule them out. I didn't even mention what I saw to my parents, because I'm sure they would have dismissed me. Anyway, it's getting super late at night, and my parents are sleeping soundly. I had trouble sleeping because of what I saw, as well as the fact that I was profoundly missing Joe. I remember I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face and try to calm myself down a bit. However, once again, something insane happened. As I looked into the mirror, I saw the face of a man right behind my shoulder. Again, the face wasn't obvious, so I couldn't make it out, but it was enough to recognize that there was someone in the mirror. It's hard to explain, but it almost looked like a poorly rendered image from a video or something.
Either way, I hopped back into bed terrified. It wasn't until days later, when I really thought about it, that I realized it could have been Joe's face in the control room and mirror. Knowing this possibility, it allowed me to become less frightened and more comforted. If it were Joe, I don't think his intentions were to scare me. I think he just wanted to let me know that he was okay, that he was watching over me. Years later, when I was 19, I was on the road and I got into a terrible car wreck. I crashed into a tree. Luckily for me, I was able to escape unscathed, and my parents drove me home. My parents were furious because I told them I had been texting and driving. Later that night, I had a dream. In the dream, Joe appeared in it. He looked very disappointed in me and literally said to me, "You have learned nothing. A phone is an object. Whatever you think is important can wait." All I could say to Joe was that I'm sorry I upset him, and he said, "Worry about yourself." The dream ended. I remember waking up in a cold sweat and crying. That's all I have for now. I'm 35 now, and to reiterate, the events in this story are 100% real and factual. I noticed that many stories on the site are lacking a bit of variety, and just wanted to share something different than the typical stories I read. I don't have that same yacht anymore, and I've since become a mother with a family of my own. I'm a 20-year-old English writing professional major, attending Slippery Rock University, Pennsylvania, and I've never believed in ghosts until this happened to me. Early last fall, my good friend told me about Snyder Cemetery in Butler County, Pennsylvania, and its alleged hauntedness. He, our other mutual friend, and I decided to visit it one Friday night. We drove up to the entrance, parked his truck, and bought a few lighters and a scented candle, the only things we had in the car that would emit light, and ventured in. We as a group initially found nothing out of the ordinary in the way of activity. I, however, started hearing unhuman moaning coming out of the surrounding trees. My two other friends didn't hear them. However, when I asked them if they heard it, even as it was going on, still skeptical, it surely was some kind of animal, I told myself. I ventured around to the rusted iron gate in the back. As soon as I opened the gate, I felt as if I had walked into a wall. I've been in a life and death situation before. My arm was severed by a large piece of glass when I was young, and I know what it's like feeling and knowing that I may die. I had the same exact feeling as I walked through the entrance. I physically, for the first time that night, was scared. Beyond scared, petrified even. It was now dark. I creeped forward and lit my lighter to read a gravestone. I couldn't read it because of my actual shaking and fear. After about 15 seconds in the enclosed graveyard, I quickly exited. Then, the real problem started. As I went back to my friends who were standing at the entrance, they both decided it was best to leave. Apparently they were bored. We walked out through the entrance and got into his truck, a late 90s GMC pickup. The truck wouldn't start for about 5 turns of the key. Eventually, it did start. Then the truck's headlights started flickering extremely rapidly, or randomly, from high to low beam, as if being controlled by a person. We started barreling down the gravel road, in fear of whatever it was doing this. Immediately we noticed that a dense, zero visibility fog had come around our truck. We could only see about 3 inches past the headlights, and only the outline of the road. Burton Road extends for probably about 2 miles either direction out of the cemetery. For that entire stretch, we had no visibility due to the fog. and the truck's lights were behaving erratically, as previously stated. As soon as Burton ended, and we were on the main road, the fog disappeared, and the headlights were fine, and have been ever since. No areas that we drove through to get home had fog, and the lights haven't acted that way since. These are the things we have experienced. Cell phones go out as soon as you get onto Burton Road. No service from 4 different providers, including Virgin, Nokia, Verizon, and TracFone. Drums. This is sometimes listed on other sites, but not on yours. Odd, bassy but wooden sounding drums are heard. Not like a bass kick drum, but more of a war drum sound, playing simple war beats. Sounds of heavy creatures, peoples, or whatever entities in the woods, snapping sticks, walking in trees, etc. When pulling out, a feeling of tugging or extra weight in the car, as if we were riding the brakes, or we had about 500 pounds in the trunk. I hope all of this will be helpful in your listings on your hauntings. One last thing. Butler County, Marine State Park, Burton Road, Snyder Cemetery. Red eyes will chase you out. Also, something else will chase you out as well. It is Conrad Snyder, who is haunting the family's resting place. I've been reading the stories on the site for a while, and I would like to share one of the many experiences I've had. This was without a doubt one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. Now, as a little bit of a backstory, I've been aware of the other realm and its inhabitants all my life. Also my mother, her mother, my Nana, and her mother, my great-Nana, have as well. I've been in tune with the entities that are among us my entire life. So, to say that this particular event scared the heck out of me is saying a lot. But I think the only reason why it scared me so much is just because it happened to someone I love, and it hits so very close to home. I want to make it very clear that I am absolutely no way being dishonest. Here is my story. My boyfriend and I had just recently gotten together and had only been dating a few months. We were house sitting at his parents' house while his parents were out of town, and we were sleeping in his parents' room. Also, we had just gotten our dog, that was a puppy at the time, a week before. This is all relevant to the story. It was a Sunday, and things had felt very different that day, not normal, and I had taken a nap during the day, which for me is just simply not something I do, but it was a good thing that I did, and I found out why later. As the day turned to night, around 11 p.m., I tried to get my boyfriend to come to bed with me. He was acting weird, and said that he would be coming to bed really soon. Now, like I said, it was around 11, and anyway, I went to bed, and I ended up jolting awake at 10 minutes till 5 in the morning. I remember because I looked at the clock. Anyway, my boyfriend had not come to bed yet, and all the lights were still on in the house, but I disregarded, and I laid back down. Then I heard him coming down the hall, and got into bed. When he laid down, he obviously sounded very tired, and he said, in almost a dazed voice, that there was a man outside the front window of the house that he and the dog both saw, and they didn't like the way the guy looked. He also said that he had just taken a sleeping pill. Now, my boyfriend kept telling me to look out the window. At this point, I was getting freaked out, because my boyfriend says there's a weird-looking guy outside, and he just took a sleeping pill. So I told my boyfriend I was going to call one of my friends that is expertly versed in the ways of the supernatural. And when I told him that, he started saying, "No, don't call her." And at that point, I immediately called her. Now, while I was on the phone with her, my boyfriend shot upright in bed and started repeating the phrase, "When all the lights go out."
He just kept repeating it, and then, as he was halfway through the saying, his voice changed into the most demonic sounding voice I've ever heard in my life. I have never moved so fast in my life. I turned on all the lights and went to the living room. I was just watching the hall to see if my boyfriend came after me. I was trying to decide if I should go to my car, but I was under the impression that someone was out there, so I felt trapped. But I finally got enough courage to get to my car, and I never saw anyone outside, and to this day, I still firmly believe the man who my boyfriend saw was the demon. As I sat out there trying to call one of my friends to come to the house so that I wasn't alone, my boyfriend kept calling me from the house. Now, he kept saying on the phone that he couldn't move, yet he was able to call me. Our dog was very small and in a big deep box at the time. He kept telling me that our dog was in the hall and bleeding, that he was scared and he needed me. I knew things still weren't right, and then before I knew it, he was speaking and laughing in that demonic voice again. Finally, around 6 a.m., my friend showed up and he escorted me into the home. When I got back to the bedroom, my boyfriend was passed out, and I went up to him with my blessed cross, and remember, he's passed out. And every time I got the cross 2 inches from his hand, he would close his hand. My friend saw that his eyes did not move and were closed, and he was not awake. If I had not had a witness there, I wouldn't believe it myself. Then, as I turned my back and started to walk away, he started laughing in that voice again and telling me to get out. Then, I told the demon that I was aware of what it was trying to do. Then, my boyfriend passed out again. So my friend and I left the home because I had to go to work. Well, later that day, my boyfriend called me asking why our dog was in its box in the bathtub with the water running. I had not done that, and he obviously didn't do it either. When I started talking about the events of the night, he didn't remember any of it. But he did talk to his mom, and she said that the same thing had happened to his dad many years before. I knew that there was something in that house, but what had visited that night was not it. I grew up on a farm and I had stepbrothers and sisters. We lived in this old farmhouse that had 4 bedrooms upstairs, and I'd shared a room with my stepbrother who was about 2 years younger than me. It was 1986, and I was 17 when this happened. Our room was a small one, but we had 2 beds in there, and the way I had my bed was that the end of my bed was towards the bedroom door, and then my head was about 2 feet from the wall because I had a couple rifles, a .22 and my .32 Winchester Special. The night this happened, I was sleeping on my belly with my arms under my pillow, and something woke me up. It wasn't a noise or a light. Maybe it was a dream, but I woke up and kind of pushed myself up a little bit with my arms to look at the door. When I looked, there was this figure, a dark shadow, or better yet, like a silhouette, and for some reason, almost telepathically I learned that it's just one of my sisters. Their room was straight across from mine on the other side, just bringing in one of the cats to sleep with me because the cat was keeping them up. We had a lot of barn cats that weren't allowed in the house. So I turned back around the way I was before I woke up and laid my head back down, and I expected the cat to be put on my bed, and the feeling that I got was a very comfortable feeling, like everything is okay. A few seconds later, I felt the weight of the cat snuggled up to my side, like it was half on my bed and head, and paws on my kidney area of me. I woke up a couple more times feeling this kitty cat still next to me. I was going to reach around and pet it,
but I didn't want to wake her up. After a good night of sleep, I woke up and I couldn't believe that the cat was still in my bed and partially on my side, and I did not find a cat on bed with me. I found my .22 rifle laying across my back. I was totally confused by this. I wanted to confirm that it was not me who put my rifle across my back, so I put it back to where I had it before I went to sleep. And to be able to get at it, I would have to have gotten on my knees and reached way over to the corner, and with one arm grabbing it, and I couldn't lift it up at that angle. Of course, nobody had believed in me, so I just never tell the story, except for now. For my next story, I'm going to say something first as it relates to my story. I have what is now known by some as sleep paralysis. I'm sure a lot of you know what this is. When you wake up and you are mutually awake, but you cannot move. This is a very terrifying experience. I have heard many theories on this, and the one that makes the most sense to me is by Sylvia Brown. She says that while you sleep, your soul leaves its vehicle, your body, and goes wandering around to various places. As a result, your body wakes up, but you can't do anything about it because your soul isn't back from its journey to whatever. On with the second story. After we had sold the farm, my family moved into this town called Ashland, Wisconsin. I decided that if I wanted to make it in life, I had to go to college, so I stayed in this house my parents bought, which was very old. Not sure what year it was built, but it was one of the first ones built when the town started. My room was a very small room, about the size of a large bathroom, but it worked. The year was 1993, and I stayed there throughout my college years till I graduated. One night, again I was sleeping on my belly, and I was in a very deep sleep. Something woke me up, not a noise or light. Everything was as dark as it could get. It woke me up enough where I sat up and I was staring towards my door. I couldn't see my door. It was so dark. I was wide awake and I kept looking at it, almost as if I was in a trance of some sort. All of a sudden, I got this telepathic-like communication that told me that everything is okay. You don't have to worry. This feeling is the most bizarre feeling, as if someone's mind is with my mind, talking to each other. So then I was told to lay down, and don't be scared. Then I got this extremely comforting feeling, so I laid back down, except this time I laid down on my left side. Then I felt someone or something's hand around my neck, and it started to squeeze, and then it cocked my head over to the side of my bed, by my neck. Meanwhile, I tried my hardest to yell or scream to wake someone up, but all that could come out of my mouth was a little gargling sound that no one could hear, except for myself. This was extremely terrifying. Then I had the feeling of high voltage electricity that make this humming sound and buzzing sound, and feeling this throughout my entire body. I then woke up in the morning in that exact same position that it left me in. So, those are somewhat short versions of my two stories. I have many more like them. Thank you for taking the time to listen. During my college years, my brother and I lived in an old brownstone in South Minneapolis. The apartment itself was large and sub-level with 2 bedrooms. From the moment we moved in, we knew there was something wrong. On numerous occasions, I saw someone in my hallway moving across the rooms out of the corner of my eye. I always felt that it was my eyes playing tricks on me initially, but then stranger things began to occur. We began to have our television turn itself on at night. The stereo would do the same. I would be sleeping at night, and it would just start blaring. My bedroom was the worst. It was uncomfortable. I became afraid to sleep in there. I could not describe the feeling. I began sleeping out in the living room or on the futon. Finally, I told myself to stop with the silliness and resign myself to sleep back in the bedroom again. I did so uncomfortably for a few nights, only to be awakened one night by a man's disembodied head hovering above me and smiling. I still very clearly remember it. I screamed as loud as I could and took off out of that room and never slept in it again. We moved out after 6 months of living there. There was a large home in Martin that I lived in for 20 years. It used to be a carriage stop. The first day I was moving in, there was a woman in a black high-collared dress peering out at me and my mother. The curtain was being held back, and she was fiddling with the brooch and the collar of her dress. Once inside the house, it appeared to be a bundle of gray dusty rags floating in the air close to the ceiling. It swooped down under a doorway and went out through the window. It has been seen many times in the road in front of the house. A man in a black coat with a high collar holding a lantern and swinging it back and forth as if to lead the way for persons passing through. Sleeping on the couch one afternoon, a little girl in a blue dress was standing in front of me. I couldn't see her face, but she seemed so real. Lying in bed at night, and sometimes in the morning, footsteps can be heard walking up the stairs. You can't move. You feel a weight that holds you still. All you can see is the boots of a large man. He looks into every bedroom and then goes back downstairs. You can then move. In the parlor, you could hear a party going on, and while that is going on, you hear a baby crying. When my mom and I were sitting in the dining room, we both saw objects being thrown across the laundry room. You feel cold and get goosebumps throughout the house. A while ago, me and my friend were doing a project for school, and we got to choose what we did. So we did ghosts and hauntings, and we used the site, and it helped us loads. But anyway, while we were working, our substitute came over and saw what we were doing, and he asked us if we ever had seen a ghost. I think I've heard a ghost crying, but I wasn't too sure, and my friend hasn't seen anything. But my sub said that he had seen one. He said that he went to look after his nephew once, and he saw something. He said that he went around to his brother's house, and while his brother and his wife were getting ready, his nephew came downstairs and told his dad that he had seen the man with the big hat and the funny glasses right upstairs. My teacher asked his brother what he was on about, and his brother said that he had seen the ghost again. My teacher didn't believe him, but his brother said he'd seen it upstairs. Then when his brother and his bro's wife had gone, his nephew, who was only 5, wanted to play football in the garden. So as they were going through the kitchen, his nephew said that the man with the big hat and funny glasses was behind my teacher. He freaked out and was scared to death. He said he just wanted to get out of the house, but made himself turn around. He said that he saw a ghastly form that had a pilot's hat on, an old one, not a helmet like nowadays, and that the thing was wearing big goggles. He later found out that his brother's house was built in an old airfield. The story freaked us out. I've been to Reeder Road many times, and actually know a different story of the road. The ones I saw on your site are new to me. My parents told me the story long ago, and although I've not experienced it for myself, I know others who claim to have. This may be more of a local story, but who knows? It's still something I'd like to share. Back in the 1950s, the road was often used by teens and young adults as a private makeout place. The story goes that a young lady and her boyfriend made a stop at the road. While they were parked, they heard a thumping on top of the car. They ignored it for a bit, but the girl started to become creeped out as the noise grew louder. The boyfriend decided he would get out and investigate. When he got out, the thumping stopped. After several minutes, the boyfriend had not returned, and the thumping started again. The girl panicked and got out of the car. She found her boyfriend bloodied and hung from a tree, and the thumping she was hearing was the sound of her boyfriend's feet hitting the top of the car as he hung there dead. Supposedly on warm summer nights, if you pull off into the road and park for a bit, you will hear the thumping, and if you get out to investigate, the thumping will stop, and you will find a letterman's jacket hanging from the tree above you. There is also an abandoned school out in Cedar Lake, where Hammond Baptist used to attend. The story goes that the pastor went crazy and removed some of the little ones from this world, if you know what I mean. I've personally have experienced strange happenings in the school, such as children's voices, windows that were shut on the way in open as we walked back out. Supposedly it's supposed to be the little ones trying to escape. From what I understand, a few years ago, part of the building caught fire inexplicably. I haven't been there in about 5 years. However, if you would like some directions to the place, it's a little tricky to get to, and I would be happy to share them with you if you are interested. Like I said, this is a story passed on to me by my parents, and others I know also know the story and claim to have witnessed it. I'm also aware of the satanic gatherings in the field, down the trail in the woods, usually occurring during the 2 equinoxes every year. This may explain some of the animal parts we found. Also, in this field, I've seen glowing orbs here and there, but never thought much of them since they were out far in the field. But you may be able to look into this more than I can. Oh, and the girl that jumped into the river and drowned, she is also part of this story, in Hammond, of course. She can be seen on Halloween night on Klein Avenue, hitchhiking to get to her wedding. Supposedly, if you pick her up, she thanks you for the ride and then disappears into the night. My name is Gemma. I went to a primary school in a small village where I lived for a year or 2. Then we had to move into a town nearby. It wasn't too far away from my friends, so sometimes I would catch the bus there. One day, I went up to see my friend Holly. She told me that my old deputy head teacher had just died. I don't know how old he was, but apparently he got murdered. That night, Holly asked me to stay at her house for the night, so I did. We were only about 10 at the time. Her parents were downstairs, and her 2 little brothers were both asleep. We were the only people awake upstairs. Holly went downstairs to get something to eat for me and her, and left me alone. I decided to play a trick on her. I turned all the lights off and hid under her bed in her room. I looked around. I was really scared, so I looked up and saw 2 eyes looking at me. They were glowing. At that point, I closed my eyes, thinking it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, they were still there. I stayed under the bed because I didn't want to move. Then, I heard Holly coming up the stairs. The eyes backed away into the darkness, and I backed away and hid again. When Holly came into the room, I jumped out and scared her. I told her about the eyes, and she believed me. Then she said, "Let's take a look inside the wardrobe." So we both opened it slowly and took a look inside. Funny enough, nothing was in there except for her clothes and stuff. So we both decided that it was me seeing things because it was dark. Later that night, Holly turned the lights off, and we both went to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I kept on looking over at the wardrobe. I laid there with my eyes open, when suddenly I saw the eyes again, looking over at me. I slid under my covers. When I looked out, they had gone, but I could feel something in the room. I knew something was there. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of me. It laid down, and then I saw the eyes. It was staring right at me. I screamed, which woke Holly up, and she suddenly backed away against the wall. We could both see the black figure on the floor. Then it seemed to sink into the ground and disappear. We both went downstairs and stayed there for a couple of hours. We talked about the figure for ages. Then I said it reminded me of something. Holly said that as well, before we both realized that it looked like Mr. Baker. Why would he haunt us though? We'll never know. When I was younger, I had quite a few paranormal experiences, as did my mom. The most direct contact either of us had with spirits was with her father. He died at home and lived with us when I was about 4. My mom was very close to him, and I was pretty close to him too for being so young. After he died, my mom would often be house cleaning and walk into his room where his old recliner sat and smell his unique scent, cigarette smoke mixed with cologne and whatnot. She never saw or heard him, but she would know he was there and would talk to him for a while. When I was 6, we moved out of the house he died in and into the house where my mom still lives. I never had the type of encounters my mom had with them, but I was lucky enough to see him once. First, I need to explain the setup of our house. The front and back doors are directly parallel to each other, and both have glass panes in them. The front door opens into the dining room, and you can walk straight through to the kitchen, and then to the back door. You can look from the front porch all the way into the backyard through the glass in these doors. When I was about 7, I was standing in the kitchen, looking out the window of the back door, and I could see the reflection of the front door in the glass. Suddenly, I saw my grandfather walk by the front door in the reflection, as though he was walking across the front porch. He smiled and waved at me. The whole thing only lasted a split second, but he was very deliberately contacting me. I believe he chose to do it in such an indirect way, so as to not frighten me. Maybe he was saying goodbye, since I was too young to understand when he actually died. What's really strange, though, is that I described him to my mom as looking younger than he did when he died. And when she showed me some pictures of him in his 40s, I told her that that's exactly how he appeared to me. She thinks he must have been happiest during that time of his life, and so chose to appear that way. I think it was a couple years after that when my mom had her final encounter with him. She was house cleaning again, when she smelled his familiar odor. She was in a hurry, and she told him, "I'm sorry, Dad, I can't really talk right now," and left the room. When she came back in, the scent was gone, and she just knew that was the last time she would hear from him. She feels guilty that she didn't stop to talk to him, but I think she just realized that she was ready to move on, and that's why he didn't contact her again. We do believe that he stuck around for a while after that, because he would often lose a piece of jewelry or something small, only to have it turn up right under our noses a few days later. I've had other experiences unrelated to my grandfather, but his was the only human spirit I ever actually saw. Not long after we moved into the new home, I had several experiences with feline spirits. I once saw the hind legs and tail of a cat disappearing into, not up, the top of the stairs from the landing. I know it could have been our own cat, because it was pure white, and our two cats were black. Another time, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I felt a cat rubbing against my legs. I reached down to pet it, but nothing was there, and when I looked under the table, there was no cat to be found. There were also a few incidents in my mom's house where electronics would do seemingly things on their own. The TV turned itself off at least twice that I can remember. Perhaps the weirdest instance was when I was in my bedroom listening to my stereo. It has one of those LED screens that flashes at things as music plays, and when you turn the volume knob, these bars show up on the screen that move up or down as you change the volume. I was listening to music one day, and I had my back to the stereo. When I realized the volume was getting lower, I turned around, and the volume display came up on the screen, and the bars were going down like the knob was being turned. I turned the volume back up, and nothing else happened after that. This has gotten long, but I only have one more experience to share. At another sleepover with my best friend, we decided to leave a tape recorder with a blank tape in an empty room while we hung out in the living room and record whatever there was to hear. No one went in the room while I was recording, and the door was shut. When we played it back, we could very faintly hear ourselves in the living room for most of the tape, and nothing else. There was one spot on the tape where a high-pitched voice spoke in a loud, raspy whisper. It was obviously neither of us, because you could hear us in the background very softly behind it. We weren't sure what it said, but it sounded like "shine the light." It didn't make any sense, but it did creep us out. That was the only unexplained voice on the tape, which unfortunately I no longer have. That was the last experience I had that I'm certain had no physical explanation. This is a story about ghosts that I think is worth sharing. It's a little bizarre and not very detailed, but I think it would capture your interest. When I was young, I always heard ghost stories revolving around these red coat ghosts. These were entities that would often appear in our house. The home I lived in used to house British soldiers from Napoleon's time, so essentially the late 1700s. I remember one particular incident. It was late at night, and that's when I started to hear strange noises in my room. At first I brushed them off, not thinking anything of it, because you can always explain these incidents away as nothing more than just normal noises. Then, I started to hear noises which were very peculiar. I would hear faded whispers, like a group of people whispering when I would open my door to investigate the sound. It wasn't anything loud, and didn't last for too long. Of course, I ended up going down that staircase to find a root cause of these whispers. What I saw next was actually quite interesting to me. Not scary, although a bit unbelievable. After going downstairs and into the living room, I saw two redcoat soldiers for a second, just standing side by side as they quickly faded from the living room. They also had a foggy and faded quality to them to begin with, where you could barely tell a figure was there with the red colors. I'll never forget that moment the rest of my life. Growing up in Lakeland, Florida, my parents purchased a repossessed mobile home. One of the bedroom doors had a deadbolt lock, but face of the child in the room could not get out. My elder sister had this room and reported a small girl about the age of 5 or 6 that would appear in a white nightgown carrying a teddy bear. She would sit at the end of my sister's bed and just cry. In the closet of the bedroom in the same home, there were stickers and drawings on the wall where it appeared someone was punished and made to sit in the closet. There were also fingernail scratches on the wall in the same closet. In the third children's room of the same home, there was brown carpeting with a line rim shape on the floor that was the same shape of a clothes iron. If an iron fell onto carpeting while it was hot, doesn't it make sense it would just burn the carpet hair instead of change the color to green? My aunt even had to come remove a spirit once that was following my little sister all the way to school and hiding behind things when she turned around to see who was following her. My little sister said it resembled a Grim Reaper type of shadow. In the same home, items would mysteriously be moved to another area. Things would then come up missing, then all of a sudden reappear one day. I truly believe that we are not living alone on this earth, and that spirits live among us. There are a lot of theories as to why this is, but to me, I believe that ghosts and spirits are almost other living forms trapped in another dimension. Even if we have loved ones who have passed and appeared to us, to me, it's like they are leaving this realm of existence to enter another one, and they behave much like we all do, often unaware of the world they just left. I believe that the ones that chose to bridge the gap between our world and theirs are messengers chosen by God to give us confirmation that we as human beings will not lose purpose once we have left this earth, and that our souls do live on. Even if you aren't a religious type, I do believe that if ghosts exist, then God must exist in some form. Otherwise, how do these souls still live on? And what power is allowing them to exist in the other universe? Anyway, my ghost experience comes at the time I was staying at my grandmother's. It was night, and I was 11 years old. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like my grandfather, who was a heavy-set man, but tall, make his way through the home. Noticeable footsteps, as if he were wearing boots, and they were walking across the hardwood floor. At the time, I immediately recognized it was probably my deceased grandpa, so I yelled out to Grandpa Bunky to please stop scaring me. I was hoping I would get confirmation of him leaving me alone, because I'm a very anxious person, and even though I'm in tune with spirits, sometimes I just don't want to deal with it. I don't think my grandpa honestly meant any harm by it, but I think he felt that he wasn't getting enough attention, if that makes sense, and wanted his presence to really be known that day. He was always known as a loud, boisterous person in life, the kind of man that had to be the center of attention. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I could have swore I saw the shadow of my grandfather materialize. As soon as I got up to turn directly to where he was gone and faded. So I rushed downstairs to where my grandma was. I really wanted to make sure that nobody else was upstairs, so I just asked Grandma if she was just up the stairs in the hall. She emphatically said no, and asked me why I was so concerned. I told her that I saw Grandpa, and she said that Grandpa is gone, and that while you may miss him, we have to accept this. She didn't believe in the afterlife. Funny thing was, about a year before this all happened, my great-uncle died of a disease in his lungs and kidneys. This was the exact same disease that my grandpa had died from. While that's not unusual, my older sister told me she witnessed the exact same thing that happened to me. One night, when I was at a friend's house sleeping over, she was about 17 at the time. So, I'm not entirely sure if it was my grandpa or great uncle exactly, but I still think my grandpa was the one to visit because he knew me better than my great uncle did. I also think that it had to be my grandpa because maybe he wanted my grandma to believe, but since she's closed off to this world because of her views, he was frustrated. Maybe he gave her signs and she ignored them. Are frustrated ghosts a thing? Anyway, hope you enjoyed my story. I have a crazy story to tell. I live in New Orleans. That's of course located in Louisiana, the deep south. One night, me and my girlfriend were at home, and I'm guessing it was around 5:30 in the morning. I'm assuming, because that's when I got up to go to work, and I always sit by the window and wait for my ride. This morning was a bit unusual and different. I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I felt this overwhelming chill brush past me, like an undeniable cold air. I asked my girlfriend if she was cold, and she said no. I don't know what it was, but something told me to tell her to sit in my chair to see if she felt what I was describing. It was a lingering cold that didn't go away, and told me she could feel the cold chill as well. It gave us both goosebumps, and within a few moments, the coldness quickly disappeared. The crazy part is, I think the chair is haunted. It was given to me as a present from generations in the family. I'm talking an early 1900s style rocking chair. I remember one of my uncles wanted to just sell it off eBay to get rid of it, because he didn't want anything to do with it. So I ended up taking it off his hands because of the family history. The most interesting part of this chair is, a lot of my family members have claimed to see a black figure in that chair rocking back and forth on numerous occasions. At times, it would be seen rocking on its own, without anything being seen. I still have yet to witness anything like this, but ironically, a friend staying over our house actually did. It was later that night, and my girlfriend and I were in a separate room. Suddenly, my friend screams for us to come in because he just saw the rocking chair move on its own without any force. He didn't even know about the history of that chair and our family, so that made it even more terrifying, but intriguing in a way. My dad had stayed in our house once, and he said looking out the window, there's a tree outside our home, and late at night, he saw a faded man in overalls walk behind the tree and suddenly disappear. Again, none of these things have personally happened to me, but they seem to be happening to my family and friends. None of them are capable of lying. I don't see why anyone would anyway, Since we're all older, mature adults, and we have no business lying for attention or any purpose really. Now, just because I said I didn't experience anything besides the coldness in the chair, doesn't mean my girlfriend hasn't. She told me one day when she was out on the front porch where you could see the tree. It was evening. It was getting pretty dark, but not so dark you couldn't see anything. She too thought she saw a very dark shadow move around the tree and then disappear. She said it was the weirdest thing because it was like a fog, and you could easily see the contrast between the tree and this mysterious fog. I don't know if you've seen these type of videos before on YouTube where they show this type of stuff, but she said it was very similar to that. She's also seen the blinds from the window where the chair is positioned move from time to time without any explanation. Knocks on the walls, and sometimes her name is whispered into her ear. Again, these are her experiences, so I can't tell you if it's real based on what she said. But again, my girlfriend wouldn't lie to me for no reason. As you know, New Orleans is a city with lots of history dating back hundreds of years, and with our old home, there's bound to be some entity, especially with the haunted chair. Do you believe in this? Because honestly, as crazy it may seem, I do, even without having these experiences for my own to share. As an open-minded person, I'm not just going to hate on someone just because they have a ghost story to tell. I'll be open-minded. I'll consider their credibility and other things. If all those aspects of their personality check out, then yes, I'll have to believe them. This world is fascinating. It has a lot of mystery. I will not just ignore the spirit world. I just wish that I could experience it too. Just once. What everyone else has as well. I used to live in the Theta Chi fraternity house as a brother. There were stories talking about the house had a fire in the attic and whole sorts of supernatural and paranormal happenings. I can confirm the fire in the attic was true, and strange things did happen too. Some even reported glowing eyes in the dark of the attic. However, one of the most common had to do with the lights. We had sensors installed to cut back on the brothers leaving the lights on. These sensors only react to the movement. These lights would go on and off all the time when nobody would be in the room. We would be several rooms away, far enough from the sensors that we wouldn't set them off, and they would suddenly go on and off. Also, there were times when we would be sleeping, and we would wake up to what sounded like a large social gathering downstairs. Several of us would go down there, thinking it was a group of brothers coming home from the bar, only to find the entire house empty, and no one would be around. Also, I used to work at Have a Nice Day Cafe, and the upstairs was indeed haunted. I would have to go up there every night to take down a banner that was thrown over the exterior of the building. To do this, I would have to go to the roof via the upstairs. It is full of rooms, completely empty. There was this long hallway that stretched the length of the building. There was only one light that sat at the end of the hallway. As you walked down the hall, you would get the feeling that you were being watched. Several bouncers have claimed to see a man up there. Apparently, before it was Have a Nice Day Cafe, it was called Industry, and one night, a barback intentionally left the world upstairs, using a broken beer bottle, and when the bouncers would make their rounds before closing, they would have to go up there to make sure no one snuck up there. When they would flash their flashlights into the room in which the sad incident took place, The man ghost was seen crying and bleeding. He would get up and run towards you, as if asking for help. Many bouncers quit after they experienced it. I guess you could say they bounced after they saw that ghost. This is a true story of our family's experience at Theodore's Bridge in Wichita, Kansas. I grew up in Sagewitch, Kansas, a small town just north of the bridge's location. Since my family is American Indian, we always respected the legend and tales of the bridge. On May 12th, 1983, my own mother was killed in a car wreck within feet of the old bridge. The police couldn't explain what caused her to swerve sharply to the left. However, they agree that something must have been in the road right in front of her. What's odd is that no animal tracks were ever found, and it wasn't another car. I was young at the time, and awoke around midnight with a horrible dream. It had to do with being grossly removed from this life. Someone had chopped my head off with an axe. Later that morning, around 4:45 a.m., I was awakened again by someone pounding on my door. It was the police looking for me. Turns out, they found my driver's license in my mom's car. Thinking it was me who died, they came to inform my parents only to find me standing in the doorway. Several years later, I was helping my dad go through some papers and found my mom's death certificate. Only then did I find out that Mom was thrown through the windshield with her head coming right off. Throughout the years, as family members and friends have drove by, the sight strange things have happened to them. Their cars would quit working for just a few moments, or they see things, like my mom standing there, looking at them and smiling. If anyone would like to email me, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about all the strange things I've occasionally seen. My name is Catherine. After the experiences me and my family have had, I know we have a ghost. It all started when I was 7. I couldn't get to sleep. I looked down from my bunk bed for a moment or two and saw, in my bedroom closet, which had no door, what seemed to be a little girl sitting in there, staring at me. She wore a white dress and was underneath either a white blanket or a duvet cover. Once me, my mom and my sister were watching a film in the dark, and suddenly, on the shelf, my picture was slammed down. One time my sister had said that she had seen the ghost. One night when we had our normal beds, she saw her walk from the closet to the end of the bed and just staring at her. Then she flew through the wall. The second time I saw her was when I was out in the kitchen. I saw her out the window, in the shed window, smiling, but there would be 2 faces beside her this time. The scariest experience I've ever encountered was when I was watching TV. I was sitting down on one of the seats when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. I got scared and turned off the TV to ask who was there. Then the door creaked open. Then there was a noise in the other seat, like someone was sitting down on it. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. Nothing else happened since then, but I know our house is haunted for sure. The girl just won't go away. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm 18 years old, and I have a few experiences I would like to share with you. Every summer, I used to go to my Nana's farm and help out. The last time I went was a few years ago. That was when I was 14, and something creepy happened that I've since tried to forget. I think it's about time I shared it with you all. It was a boiling hot July afternoon, and I was helping to clean out one of the barns. My Nana went on and on for about an hour, complaining that it was too hot for her liking, but I decided to stay to try and finish. About 10 minutes after my Nana left, I began to hear tiny pitter-patter of the feet in the hayloft. Thinking that it was just mice or something, I got on with my work. I began sweeping when I heard laughter and two voices, one of a boy and the other of a girl, talking in hushed whispers. I peered up the stairs, feeling slightly scared, and called again, but nobody replied. As I turned to get back to my work, the voice of the girl called up here. I was quite spooked. Nobody should be up here, but yet, there I was, hearing a voice. Sometimes, though, the other kids in the village muck around, so maybe I thought it was one of them. "Hey, you're not allowed up there," I shouted as I walked up the stairs. As I got up to the hayloft, I looked up to see two black shadows with hooks through their necks, almost hanging for a split second. This faded quickly. I completely freaked out and ran screaming to my Nana's house. My Nana later told me that two little people had died in that barn when they were playing around. My mom came to pick me up the next day, and as we drove away, I looked back at the barn and saw two little faces staring right back at me from the hayloft window. Needless to say, I never went back. In 1998, I had a ghost experience. My first, and I hope my last. I was living in the second floor of a college dormitory. My colleague that lived directly under me would ask me on occasion if I was moving furniture late in the night and early morning, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m. Absolutely not. I can recall that I moved my bed once in the middle of the day when I first moved in at the beginning of the semester. I thought maybe it was a ghost because it was common knowledge that our dormitory was an old TB hospital. The entire campus was located on an old military hospital site. Our cafeteria was where the morgue was, back in the Great First Conflict, or the Great Second Conflict. I never heard anything in my room. Then, early one Saturday morning, I got up and made myself coffee and left the dormitory on the second floor and headed down the old iron stairs. I made my way across the tennis courts to make a phone call. I could see my dormitory from where I stood. I dialed the number and was talking to a friend steadily watching the stairs to my dorm. That is, when I saw a smoky black figure flailing its arms around and staring straight at me. Then it went back into the locked closed doors of the second floor dorm. They lock behind each person that leaves, so I reported it to staff. That is when I started to hear many ghost stories from the Knights Guardsmen that patrolled the cafeteria and hallways. There are many dorm buildings on campus. Anyhow, I put it behind me and continued my life. Shortly after my brother died, due to a long illness, I returned to college, but got my own apartment and shared it with a friend. It would get so cold in there. Heat turned on all the way up and the fireplace on, yet it was 70 degrees outside. I was still grieving, so I withdrew from college and took my truck on a long drive across the country. In Nebraska while at a rest stop, my entire truck swarmed with flies. I'm very clean, and so was my truck. I was eating, but still swarms of flies. I threw my food away and drove crying and screaming, trying to get them out of my truck. I stopped to wash my truck, then got a motel and shower. I returned 6 months later to my old apartment to ask around to see see if the new renters had any problem. The lady that opened the door was really nice and said that she had to hire someone from another state to come and clear the ghost. She said that it was so bad that the person they hired had to have a partner come and help. She mentioned the freezing cold room temperatures, the feelings that someone was following her up the stairs, like I had. They said they do a certain ceremony and burn certain herbs to clear away the spirit, because she didn't mind her ghost clearing work, but it was too much for her. She said that the people she hired said that the bowl they used to burn herbs caught fire. The flames reached the ceiling. It was the worst ghost cleansing they had to do in a long time. Then the lady did a ceremony over me, and the feeling that something hanging on my back just went away. Actually, I felt whatever it was kind of crawl up and out of me and move my spine involuntarily. I've never had a problem since. Mabel Castle, located in Ayrshire, Scotland, was built many hundreds of years ago and is reputed to have its fair share of ghosts. There have been many sightings over the years, one of which may be the young lady Jane, who had been imprisoned in the turret for falling in love with a gypsy. I recently have been invited to participate in a sponsored ghost watch at the castle, but chickened out at the last minute due to a recent visit by a ghost expert who reported the presence of at least 3 ghosts, one of which was a crying child who had been tortured and tied in the basement. There is regular paranormal activity reported, as the castle is still being used as offices. Anyway, I'm sort of 2 minds about losing my nerve, as the ghost watch had proved eventful. Crying had been heard from the basement. When the team left at 4 a.m., they made sure all the lights had been turned off. But in the car park, they looked back, and all the lights had been turned back on. When the cleaner came in the morning, the energy-conscious ghost had turned them off again. Of course, such paranormal happenings are not rare in Scotland. I can quote hundreds from friends and family. These are just a few. My sister and husband walked into a bookshop housed in a very old building, with the books shot straight off of one shelf, one after the other. My youngest sister lived for years in a haunted house, possibly the spirit of a young child. There were occasional temper tantrums. This is a tragic but true tale. My youngest sister and her then boyfriend George had friends over for the evening. Of course, the talk turned to ghost stories in general, when suddenly, the door of the sitting room flew open with such force, it crashed against the arm of the sofa and slammed shut again. George jumped up and pulled open the door, but nobody was there. Everyone was shaken by the violence of the event. Later it was learned that at that precise moment in time, George's cousin and his friend had drowned in the River Irvine after a night of drinking and hijinks that went badly wrong. I remember reading about the drowning of these men in the local paper at the time, but did not learn of the connection to my sister's boyfriend until later. A friend heard the voice via baby monitor, which urged the baby to come. It was hard to be distinguished from the low guttural tone, whether it was male or female. When they went to investigate, no one was in the room besides the baby. My name is Trisha, and I'm writing about one of the many few ghost experiences I've had in my life. I'm fortunate to have found the site to talk to many of those who have experiences with the supernatural. I moved to Bemis Point, New York from Woodbridge, Virginia on May 1st, 2004, into a house which, as to this date, I still call my dream home, because all my life, I always wanted to live in a home so big and so beautiful. This house had 5 bedrooms, 1 bath, a basement, and a beautiful yard. I want to explain why I've chosen to talk about this particular experience in this home in Bemis Point, New York. Of course, I wasn't the only person living in a 5-bedroom home. It was me, my fiance, and my 4-year-old son. My fiance's brother and father were going to live with us. However, that didn't really work out, so it was just the 3 of us for a while. Before we all actually moved into the home, my fiance and my father went to the house to drop off some belongings of ours, and my fiance had videotaped every room of the home. The home was just so extraordinary to us, like something we had never seen before. As of this date, we still hold in possession the tape which had been recorded of that home. One of the bedrooms had been painted with artwork from a very artistic person. That artwork is believed to have been finger painted and very unusual. At the time I looked at the house before we had all moved in, I went to that room with the painting many times. I knelt down on my knees in front of the painting and touched it with my hands to get a full feel of its characterization. I will say, to this date, that the painting that was on the wall at that very moment had changed once we had moved into the home. First, it was a painting of a turkey, very unusual. There were many things in this house that were strange, only we didn't catch the unusual things about them until we had moved in. To this date, I only hope to find who had lived here before we had, and I will, in time, find my answers. Now you will know the beginning of this unusual experience. It started with that painting. After we had moved into the home, we began to refresh our minds a little bit of what we thought was strange. I was in the process of unpacking and settling into our new home. I went back into that room with the painting and was in shock from what I had seen. That painting was a woman, and there was writing above the painting of that woman, and it said Earth, hate her, everything. The painting of the woman was on the wall, right on the outlet corner where a television had been sitting. I will explain to you what description I'd seen in that painting. It was a woman whose face was intensely beaten with blood flowing from her hair down through her face, and then to her arms. Her hair was hung up, as if she had been in an electric shock. Her face was bruised badly, and cut up with scars on the side of her face. Her eyes were open, and the smile on her face was extremely intense, as if she was angry. I looked around the room more thoroughly, and there on the other side of the wall were more paintings. One was of a butterfly, and a mushroom was the other. On the closet door was a poem written by the famous poet, Keats. I believe to this date, the same person who had written the poem on the door had to have been the same person who did the painting on the wall. I looked around the room closer and came upon some blood on the floor on the side of the room. It was not fresh blood, because it looked like it had dried up and had been there for a long while. I closed the door behind me and left the room. I didn't go back to the room until later on through the next week. One of the rooms upstairs was right next to that room that we had turned into an office. Across the room was the bathroom. On the other side was another room we used for our bedroom. Of course, there was an attic, located right across from the room with the painting. On the door that leads to the attic is a sign that says private. I always wondered who slept up there in that attic. In the attic, there were beds, 2 of them. The beds were built into the floor and the walls. Underneath the boards of the beds were pipes. I won't say what kind of pipes, because I'm not sure. My only guess is that they are water pipes. The attic was made to be one of the 5 bedrooms in the entire house. This room, however, was among the most strangest thing I'd ever seen. the exception with the room being the painting. In this room, the attic was cross spaces large enough to fit almost 10 or more bodies depending on the size. In one of the cross spaces was another painting. This painting was put together with boards. It was handmade, and the colors of the painting were the exact same colors used in the painting of the other room. It seemed to be the painting of the devil. However, it was never confirmed of what the painting really was. There was a sofa left in the room with strands of brown hair, which seemed to be the color of my own hair, and I never even sat on the couch when we found it there, let alone had it belonged to me. Along with the sofa, there had been a brown recliner chair sitting next to the sofa. Underneath the recliner there had been a huge blood stain. In turn could have passed to be a huge stain of grease. The attic could have been turned into at least 2 rooms by the size of the cross spaces, and that's an example of how big they were. When I left the room of the attic to go back downstairs, I noticed as I walked down the stairs, there had been names engraved into the carpet of each step that I walked down. I could not make out the names, but it was indeed visible to the eye. It was very strange to me. I wanted to find out some information about the house because I began to get nervous and anxious of the situation. I turned to our next door neighbor for info and hoped to find out all I could. One side of the house was cut off by a wall where the next door neighbor had lived. It was indeed unfortunate to us because that wall was separated from the neighbor and had not been closed off to him, as he had all entrances into our part of the house. No door on our side had locks to keep him coming through our side of the home. This made me very nervous, especially throughout the night. With an exact total of 4 rooms upstairs and the bathroom, and only 1 bedroom downstairs. We had turned that room on the bottom level downstairs into my son's room. It was not safe enough to put my son upstairs due to the stairwell, and the fact that I was afraid that he would get hurt. Therefore, the only room downstairs we had used for his room, just outside of my son's bedroom, was the basement door, and another door that led to the next door neighbor's bathroom. We were told that the door that led to the neighbor's bathroom had not been used because the bathroom toilet was broken. To this date, I don't believe that theory which had been said to us. I noticed on the side where my son's bedroom was, each door had locks on them at the top, which made me nervous because I was concerned that someone could get locked in and would not be able to get out. However, the only door without a lock was the bathroom door to the neighbor's side of the home. That seemed a bit unusual to me, as if it was purposely set up that way, so that the next door neighbors could have entrance into our side of the home whenever he wanted to come on our side. Another entrance that our next door neighbor had to our side of the house was in the kitchen right where the pantry closet is. In the process of unpacking, I had sat some pictures against the door until I got around to hang them up. Other entrances the neighbor had to our side of the home were upstairs and in the basement. There was a storage place located right between the office and the bathroom, which had 2 doors inside the storage space that the next door neighbor could use on our side of the home. On our side of the storage space were locks. Therefore, we were fortunate for the matter. The doors to the storage space were made of glass, and therefore, it would have to take someone to break the glass or professionally remove the glass in order to enter on our side. As for the basement, the neighbor would have to break the chain on our side to come up the stairs on our side. Anyway, after having suspicions of what may have happened in this home, or what could have happened, I had to talk to someone and find out something. That's when I started questioning the next door neighbor. One day, I ran into our neighbor outside, not literally, and asked him about the painting that was on the wall. I asked him if he had known of the tenants who used to live in the home before us, and possibly all he could tell me about the painting and who stayed in the home where the painting was. The neighbor claims that a girl by the name Anna stayed in that room at one time and told me that she was the one who did the painting. At that very moment, I felt that there was more that he had known that I need to know now. With having a few supernatural experiences previously, the feeling that someone would lead me to some kind of answer clung to me, to ask him more about what he could tell me. He told me that Anna was about the same age as me, and knew that she had been involved in many serious circumstances with others dealing with Gothic rituals, practicing witchcraft, and had camped out with others in the back of the house at a campsite where most of the rituals are being performed. He offered to take me back to the campsite one day, although I never was able to get around to it. Thereafter, I insisted on letting him take a look at the painting himself, as well as the poem from Keats that was written on the door in the room. We also went to the attic to look at the stain that was on the floor. He could not agree with me that it looked like anything like a blood stain. I showed him the names engraved into the carpet on the stairs to the attic. He couldn't make a vision of what I had been seeing. Therefore, he wasn't able to discuss that matter with me. As far as the blood in the room on the floor of the room with the painting, he did in fact agree with me that it appeared to be bloodstains. However, he could not give me any explanation of why or how it got in there. The neighbor explained that he rarely paid any attention to anything in the home, and hadn't been in the home but a few times to do some work to it. I didn't agree with that theory at all. I knew there had to be a lot of info missing that he wouldn't tell me then. The neighbor insisted on finding someone to come look at the painting. I told him that it would be a good idea for someone to come out to take a look at everything I'd seen, and to examine the home in case there was any signs of supernatural crisis. When the neighbor left, I assumed that what he intended to do was not going to happen, only because I felt that he knew more than he was willing to tell me at that time. I left the matter alone long enough for me to stumble across anything else that seemed unusual to me. The day after, my fiancé and I, along with our son, left the home to take care of some business, and when we had returned to the home that evening, we saw the neighbor coming out of our house with a cooking pot. It was quite unusual to us, knowing that the home had been locked up, and could not understand how he had gotten into the home without having a key. My fiancé and I got out of the car, and the neighbor walked over to us, explaining that he went into the house. He told us that we made him quite nervous about the discussion with the painting as well as everything else we talked about. Therefore, he decided to speak with his cousin on how to bless the home. The neighbor explained that he blessed the entire home using some ancient herbs that were given to him, and told us that he was trying to help us out because he felt that it would resolve the situation. After his explanation, he continuously explained that he would not go back into the home without us knowing about it first. We left this incident alone, being as it was a first-time offense, and he said he was trying to help. When we walked into the home after speaking with him, we could smell the scent of the herbs he used all through the home. It was a very strong and painful scent, almost as if it was the smell of marijuana. The smell was in a long stretch throughout the home. I was more concerned for my son. We had to leave the house for a few hours more in order to escape the smell and painful irritation of our eyes. Finally, once we returned to the home, the smell settled and we could breathe again. I wasn't actually pleased for the matter that he had came into the home uninvited and blessed the home with no knowledge of what he was doing. Still, I left the matter alone, believing that he would not do it again. In order to concentrate on other things, I used my time trying to unpack my things and cleaning one room to the next. It wasn't until the next few days later I had an incident of my own. It was in the middle of the night. We were all asleep, and I was awakened by a man who laid there on top of me with all his weight pushing on me so tight that I couldn't breathe. I thought I'd been having a nightmare, although my eyes were open, and the force I'd been using to fight and pull to escape this man's weight and the fear he had been pouring over me was only a nightmare in my life. In reality, I looked beside me as I laid there fighting to escape the fear amongst the man's desire to hurt me, trying to wake my fiancée from a sleep to save me. My fiancée laid there in a deep sleep, as I could not hear a peep from my crying screams of what I had left to breathe. I had been played with that very night, if you know what I mean, laying there in my own head, with my fiancée laying right next to me. With one heroic scream, I used all my weight to escape this man's arms and pushed him off of me. Frightening, all I could see was his brown hair and his back that turned to my face as he walked away with not even 2 seconds and disappeared. I sat up in my bed next to my fiancé, waiting there, holding my body, hoping he would be awake and hold me. I could not make sense of this, not then and not now. Even after, I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't even call the police because, let's face it, I wouldn't be able to explain to them of such an incident. Even so, they wouldn't be able to believe me. Amongst other things, they would turn it on my fiancé, and I would not take that route. Not then, and not now. After my fiancé had awakened, I told him about what happened. He just held me tight, and he was worried. I'm thankful he believed me. After a while, I was too angry to sit there and do nothing. I was determined to get my answers. Even then, why me? I know I'm not the only person in the entire world who has had this exact same incident. There are others. I know, because I've read about them. I know that there are others out there who have been hurt multiple times in incidents like this. I've now moved out of that home and only live 2 minutes away from there. I've not been back since we moved. There are others who I'm aware who live in that same house right now as I'm telling you this. 4 of them I am aware of are girls. I fear for them. I worry for them. Even though this isn't the only incident that happened to me in that same home, they live in there as I speak. As there have been many incidents, not so much severe to this one. I worry for anyone who lives there. This will come back to me one day. In some form, some way, it will find me, and I will find my answers. I've had the experience of the supernatural ever since I was a young child, around the age of 7 years old. It has followed me. I'm 22 now. This house I lived in Buma Point, New York was said to be over 100 years old. The supernatural experiences I've had are real. It may be some kind of gift that I've been given, but it's frightening at the same time. I only seek to understand it. Even so, it's frightening to know the answers I'm looking for. I can only do what I can to accept this the best way I find reasonable. I will tell you that the man who messed with me that night is in no way comparison to any person I've ever met or come across my entire life. This will be one of the many experiences I will never forget. I know that there are others out there who wonder just the same as I do. Why me? Is there ever really an answer to that question? And if you ever wonder whatever happened to the painting, or the handmade artwork that was found in those rooms, I won't be able to explain that to you. All I can tell you is that the neighbor that lived next door to me went into the house without telling us, carved that painting off the wall, literally, and told me that he burned it. As far as the handmade artwork made out of boards, I won't ever know. The neighbor took that too. To this date, that painting exists, as well as the handmade artwork made of boards. Everything in this house exists to me, and as far as the girl I was told that did the painting on the wall, Anna, what does she know? Where is she today? My last question, in regards to the landlord, John. Do you always allow your son to go into the home whenever he wants to, especially when other tenants are renting the home from you? Trust me, one day it could end up being a big mistake for him. My guess is there something to hide? I live in Arlington, Washington. When I moved into my house, the forks started bending. Now when I'm there by myself, I can hear people walking upstairs. When I'm upstairs trying to sleep, I can hear people or things running up and down the stairs. If I get up and look down the stairs, I can't see anything, but I can still hear it. Soon after we started moving into this home, our pets started disappearing. One of our cats came back, covered in what looked like blood. He was gone about an hour after he came back. All of our pets were inside pets. My aunt saw a little girl in my yard, and in the house with blonde hair. Nobody I live with or live near has even blonde hair. When my mom lived with me, she saw her too. My sister loved to listen to her stereo, but then the stations started changing by themselves. We could actually watch the bar move back and forth across it. Recently, my dad's stereo started doing that too. I got an iZone sticky film camera for my birthday one year. I took a picture, and there was an orb in the corner of it. When I'm home alone, it can totally be silent. I'll be reading a book, and my dog will start barking. I can get her to calm down, but as soon as I sit down again, she starts barking again. My cousin and I got really big chills right before we hear any of the noises upstairs. We look at our attic doors, but every morning the lock is unlocked and sometimes on the ground. Sometimes at night, I can even hear faint talking. I had a friend stay with me once, and she tried to get out of bed, but she said she felt something heavy on her. There was nothing that I could see on her. My dad went into the kitchen in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, and the freezer was wide open. This all started in '88. My aunt even had someone come and bless the home. I guess it didn't work, because it is still happening. My name is Eric, and I have a couple of occurrences that are rather interesting. Nothing amazing, but definitely weird. I've always been interested by dark things. Like to dress in black, and I like to listen to extreme metal and such things like that, so I've always kept an open mind on such things. Well, anyways, when I was about 6 years old, me and some of my brothers slept in the floor of the living room for about a couple of years. Well, one night, I awoke for no real reason, I guess. I was still tired, so I didn't want to get up or open my eyes when I felt something unexplainable. It was the feeling that someone was near me that wanted to hurt me. I can't explain it. I just felt that. Well, being curious, I opened my eyes and I saw an older woman crouching down next to me, and her face was right in front of mine, as if looking right at me. I closed my eyes again in sheer terror, but I was still curious to see if it was still there, so I looked, and the woman's face was still there. I didn't actually see her body. I just assumed she had a body or something. I closed and opened my eyes several times, and she was still there. I was more scared than heck, but somehow I went back to sleep. It never happened again, and I never told anybody because I really thought it could have been my imagination. But I know what I felt, and I'll never forget that terrible feeling I got. Another interesting experience I had was the same year, a few months later. I woke up for no real reason, and when I opened my eyes, I saw an older looking woman standing on the base of my brother's feet that slept next to me. I didn't close my eyes because I wanted to see if it was real. At one moment, I felt that same threatening feeling, but not for myself. But I actually feared the well-being of my brother. I went to sleep again, and it never happened again after. I never told anybody for the same reason as last time, because I'm skeptical. So it could have been either a real apparition or just my stupid imagination. I guess I'll never know.
I've been looking at your website for the last couple of weeks, and I've read some of the experiences people had with the supernatural. I've had several experiences in my life. The first one that I can really remember is when my grandmother died. I was 16 years old and lived most of my life with my grandma. The night she passed away from cancer, I was devastated since I never got to say goodbye to her. But the night she passed, she came back to say goodbye to me. I remember being in that state between awake and asleep. I remember her coming to my bed, sitting beside me, and telling me she was perfectly fine and so happy to be with my grandpa. I told her I loved her, and she left. The second thing that happened was about 2 months after I had my third child. We moved into a beautiful home in Northwest Ohio. It had been totally remodeled, except for one room upstairs, in which we made into a toy room for the kids. My daughter, who was 2 at the time, was in that room playing when she started screaming for me. I ran up the stairs to see what was wrong with her, and she was in a corner with her hands protecting her head and screaming for the bad man to go away. I did not see a man. I picked her up and headed back downstairs, and when I was on the 3rd or 4th step down, I felt as if someone was behind me and very angry with me. Needless to say, I ran the rest of the way down. Also in that home, I was in the kitchen washing my son's bottles, and directly behind the sink was our stove. I'd placed my son in the carrier by the stove. My daughters had brought in their stuffed animals that my mother had gotten them for Easter and laid them down beside the stove. Now, these stuffed animals were the kind that make noise, as in the duck quacked, the pig oinked, and the cow mooed. I know my son was just a little bit too young to be able to reach over his carrier and play with the toys, let alone make them talk. While I was washing his bottles, the duck started in. I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe it was just malfunctioning. But then the cow started in, and a few seconds after that, the pig. I turned around, and my son was just all smiles. Needless to say, I hightailed it out of the home. I always hated to go into the basement of that house. It just felt wrong for me to be down there. One afternoon, I had no choice but to go down. I had to take a bag of old clothing down to be stored. I thought I would just leave them on the floor, right at the bottom of the steps. So I leaned down to retie the bag, and as soon as I looked up, I saw 2 little girls standing right in front of me. They were not my little girls. They looked about 7 and 5 years old, And let me tell you, I didn't waste any time getting up these stairs. They did not make me feel very safe. I did some research on the home and found that the house was built in the mid-1800s. A man and his family lived in the home, and he had 2 daughters. The man owed some money to a loan shark, and when he couldn't repay his debt, the loan shark killed the 2 daughters and buried them in the basement. My family and I didn't stay long in that house. The longer we stayed, the more evil it seemed to be. The most recent experience has been for the last 2.5 years. My father passed away, and I've had a very hard time dealing with his passing. I was made to make all of his decisions when it came to taking him off of life support. I felt, and still feel, guilty for letting him go. I know that my dad comes to visit me, and I hope he never stops visiting. I don't let anyone smoke in my home, and my dad hated it. He hated to go outside in the garage. He was always on my case about it. Well, now that Dad has passed away, there are many nights and even days that you can smell cigarette smoke so plainly, like it's right next to you. I know it's my dad, and I tell him to take it to the garage, and he does. I know that he's looking out for me and my family. I just wish he would show himself to me just one more time. Thank you so much for your website. It's a comfort knowing that I'm not alone, and definitely not crazy. This story involves my aunt and uncle, and took place in the late 70s and early 80s. My aunt and uncle, and then baby cousin, lived in a nice modest house in Upland, California, a very nice little city near Panola in Ontario. The niceness of the house didn't last long, and almost immediately, my family began experiencing weird things. Every night on the way to bed, my uncle would latch close the door to the spare bedroom across the hall from he and my aunt's master bedroom. Every morning, as he passed the same door, it would discreetly unlatch and push itself open on its own. This same room once locked in my uncle's sister, with her and my uncle both frantically turning and pushing and pulling on the door as things flew out of the closet at her. All at once, everything stopped, and they both jumped back to have the door unlatch and push itself open, as it always did. Needless to say, my uncle's sister didn't stay much longer in the bedroom, let alone the home. When my aunt would leave the home to run errands in the daytime, she would return to find all the pictures from the wall on the ground, not knocked over, but propped against the wall, directly under the nail it was once hanging on. This would happen nearly every time the house was left empty, no matter how many times they would put the items back on the wall. Another nightly struggle is the pounding up and down the walls, like someone banging their fist across the center of the wall, back and forth, back and forth. My own grandma, as well as my mom and dad, witnessed this and hightailed it out of there ASAP. One day in the summer, my cousin, who was about 2 or 3, was sitting in a high chair next to a long hallway. My aunt was just outside the back door. My cousin asked, "Mommy, who's that man in the hallway?" My aunt, not quite listening, asked back somewhat distracted, "What man?" My cousin proceeded to explain that the man looked like her Uncle Mike, who lived out of state. When my family had finally decided that enough was enough, they decided to sell the home and move to Kalamazoo, just outside of Yucapeka, California. On one of their last nights in the home, it seemed as if everything was going crazy. The pounding was out of control. There were loud bangs and unusual noises everywhere, and their dog was at the front door, its hair on end, and growling out the front porch. My aunt and uncle looked outside to the wraparound driveway and saw their van rocking back and forth as if people were inside jumping around. Within seconds, everything had stopped. Once my family had moved out, they eventually learned that their house was built over an old Indian burial ground. I've tried to ask my aunt more about this story, but she'll rarely talk about it, and I think is subconsciously trying to block it out. My aunt and uncle are very straight-laced and don't make up these sort of things, and I think that if my other family members had not been there to witness a lot of them, I would not even know about these occurrences in Upland. I've had to rely on my mom retelling me what she remembers, my aunt telling her as it was happening. There are probably many more things that went on that I would love to find out. I still don't even know the address of this old home, to see if the place still exists. As for the significance of Uncle Mike, my cousin's Uncle Mike had long, black flowing hair with darkly tanned skin and often wore a leather band across his forehead. Think 70s rocker fashion, looking somewhat like an Indian perhaps. This happened quite recently. Well, a few weeks ago actually. Apart from what I think are a few cases of what I think are more likely sleep paralysis with resulting hallucinations, this is the only experience I felt that was truly, well, weird. A bit of background first. I live alone and rent an apartment in a newly built block, one of 3 of low-rise units. These were built on the grounds of an old public primary school, which is over 100 plus years old. The far end of the strip of where the school used to be is preserved, and still has the school hall, a beautiful sandstone building, and is used for public functions. My particular block is built where the playgrounds etc. used to be. I know this as I grew up in the area, and remember the school when I was a teenager, though I did not go there, and remember what it used to look like beforehand. I'm personally unaware of any hauntings in the area, nor am I unaware of the history of the site, as I have not researched it. There is a fairly modern funeral base directly across the road containing offices, a small chapel, and a large garage with several hearses. Whilst I assume bodies are prepared there, etc. there are no burials. The story. I had a very hard day at work, and have been under a lot of stress. It was a Friday night, fairly late, and I eventually decided to go to bed. I had a lot of trouble sleeping, as my mind was working 100 miles per hour. You know the feeling. I simply couldn't turn it off. After staring at the ceiling for an hour, I became frustrated, and finally, I thought I'd open my mind and try to meditate. It was an effort, but after almost half an hour of this, I drifted off. Shortly after, I had an odd feeling, and I woke up and opened my eyes. I immediately noticed a web of white mist floating above me. This network of yellow-white colored mist was basically sort of like a spider web about a meter above my bed, and almost stretching across the entire room. Actually, the whole room was a bit foggy in general. I blinked, and then did a I don't think so double take, and rubbed my eyes. No sleep paralysis this time. It was still there. I tried to focus my eyes on it, and it was not easy. But what I saw was what I thought were transparent faces, outlined in the mist. The effect was very like the outline of an invisible person in smoke. One moved through on my right side and looked directly at me. The fear started to hit me now, but I tried to calm myself down and think rationally. Just hold on here. I might be seeing things just because I'm so tired and stressed, and I've just woken up too. I forced myself to be distracted and take my attention away. I shifted position in bed, closed my eyes, rubbed them, blinked them several times, and looked over at my clock radio. It was about 1:10, I think. Then looked back up, and it was still there. I then started to feel a slight vibration in my bed. Not a strong one, just like you'd feel the ground at a station as the train went past. I remember thinking, what the? And thought at first it was just my body shivering because I was cold or I had a muscle twitch. My attention on this now, I flexed my muscles a few times and then tried to hold still and feel it was still there. The bed was definitely vibrating, even a bit more pronounced now. I was getting quite frightened and not knowing what else to do, short of running out of the bedroom. I began to recite a prayer softly and also verbalize what I wanted any spirits to leave the place. Basically anything that came to mind, just in case I wasn't imagining things. After about a minute of this, it faded. After a while, I wanted to go back to sleep as I was super tired, but every minute or so, I was worried it was still there. So I snapped my eyes open to check. It had gone. A few minutes after that, I fell asleep again, with no more events that night. Now after the event, when I think about it, I wonder if it was just my imagination or something else. What surprised and concerned me is that I felt very lucid. I felt quite clear-headed. The only other event which is vaguely similar, which I dismissed at the time, was about a year ago when I woke up in the early hours of the morning to see a similar face above and to the left of my bed, no mist, looking at me. I rather sheepishly recall the shock yelling and then punching it. Honestly, who punches a ghost? Seemed to work though. The action either jolted me out of my sleep hallucination or made whatever it was go away. I'm not sure what to make of the above event, to be honest. As a general comment in my apartment itself, I don't typically feel anything strange or a presence, and other than this, there have been no odd things going on. Plenty of unusual sounds, mind you, but I'm fairly sure these come mostly from the neighbors, etc. Usually from what I read about hauntings, they tend to be more or less repetitive, and don't just hit you like that and go away. So I'm still not 100% convinced it wasn't a half dream. But still, what a freak out. I now believe that I officially have a poltergeist in my home. At first, my live-in boyfriend thought I was nuts. Now, he believes it too. The first day I moved in, I was doing laundry in the basement. My cats both began acting strangely and circled me whenever I was in the basement. I thought they were just hungry and trying to get my attention. But when I waited out to go upstairs, I had this terrible feeling that someone was standing behind me, staring right through me. The 12-year-old inside me told me to run up the stairs like I did when I was a kid. And I did. Then, one day, I was looking for my favorite tank top. I couldn't find it anywhere, and could swear that I brought it to this new house. I dismissed it as having it left somewhere. The third day we lived in this house, I broke my ankle playing softball. I ended up having to sleep on the couch in the living room. Throughout my 2-month stay on the sofa, I could swear I heard someone going up and down the basement steps, cold breezes, etc. I just thought that the pain medication was kicking in, and that my mind was playing tricks on me. After I could walk again and venture into the basement to do the laundry, I still had the same feeling that someone was standing behind me and staring at me. One night, I was getting ready to fall asleep in the bedroom. My boyfriend was out of town fishing. I had both dogs in the room, one on the bed, and the cats too, and the dog on the floor next to the bed. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud thump, like a book had just fallen off a bookshelf and onto the hardwood floor. Well, I don't have any bookshelves in the bedroom, nor was anything on the floor, except for clothes, when I turned the light on. Just this last week, I came home to discover the bed neatly made, pillows stacked just so, and the blankets pulled up neatly and turned down. When I thanked my boyfriend for making the bed, he just stared at me. He said, "What are you talking about?" And I said that I didn't know what got into him to make the bed so nice, but it was a nice thing to do. He said though that I came home on my lunch hour and made the bed. He had been gone all day and didn't come home until I was already home. The basement lights continually go on and off. The light switches don't work, and the light bulbs are new. The circuits have been checked and everything is fine. I never know when they will work. The other night, the toilet handle in the bathroom jiggled for 10 minutes straight at 3 a.m., and we both heard it. The night before last, my boyfriend witnessed a light come on in the hallway outside our bedroom and had heard the light switch flip. The light faded, and later when he got up to go to the bathroom, the kitchen light was on, which had been off when we went to bed. Last night, I saw a light come into our bedroom from the hallway and then fade. I also heard a very loud thump at the foot of my bed. When I got up, only my tennis shoes were in the floor, hardwood floor, and nothing else had fallen off or was out of place. It was so loud, I physically jumped when I heard it. My boyfriend was sound asleep. I am convinced that someone or something is totally screwing with me. This is a very personal story to my family, but I think your readers might find it as fascinating as I do. My mother grew up in an infamous mental institution in Massachusetts, now closed, and I won't name the facility for privacy's sake. She was placed in state custody in 1948 at 6 years old because my grandmother, a Portuguese gypsy immigrant and closet psychotic, claimed she was mentally disturbed. In actuality, my grandmother was just not capable of raising her, so she successfully pawned her off on the state. My mother was not only a beautiful and innocent child, but was totally mentally capable and 100% sane. In those days, there was no system in place to accurately assessing a child's medical condition. They simply took the parents' word for it. After living at various orphanages and state facilities, she ended up at this institution just outside of Boston. The place is notorious for paranormal activity, even on the outer grounds where some of the buildings once stood. She was about 12 when she got there. She said that there were many physically and mentally incapacitated young people there, and the stories she told us about the school or institution were both heartbreaking and terrifying. There were mental abuses, deprivations, beatings, medical experiments on patients, and cruel punishments galore. So-called professional care was barbaric, and even the terminology was outdated. My mother's own records, which I've seen myself, showed her mental assessment as moron, even though she said she was never really tested by any mental health professional. When she was around 13, she began helping the patients whenever she could. She would bandage their injuries, break up fights, and speak to the matrons on behalf of those who could not speak. This created enemies among the staff, who knew she wasn't handicapped and who felt she was a threat to their employment. Therefore, whenever they could, they punished her severely. One such punishment led to a horrifying encounter with the supernatural. One dark, stormy afternoon, Mom had words with a matron, trying to tell her that certain handicapped children were frightened of the thunder and that they should not be forced to go outside to exercise that afternoon. The matron appeared to give in, then asked my mother to please go down into the cellar of the building to get to the rain gear for those who wanted to go outside. Mom was terrified of that cellar, and the matron knew it. There was this long, steep, narrow and rickety stairway, ending at a long dark hallway with no windows and just a tiny yellowish light bulb in the ceiling. At the end of the hallway, there was a cabinet that contained raincoats, boots, etc. When my mother hesitantly stepped onto the stairway, the matron slammed a door, bolted it shut behind her, and shut off the light. My mother screamed and pounded on the door for an hour, only to be laughed at by matrons who had been instructed to let her spend the entire night down there. The stairs being steep and dangerous, she decided that she would rather creep to the bottom and at least huddle on the damp floor. As she descended, she noticed a dim light coming from the long hallway beneath her. She came to the bottom of the stairs and looked around. She said she saw a man in a dark jumpsuit about 20 feet from her, leaping against a wall and just smiling at her. She thought he must have been a custodian, so she walked towards him, asking him to please let her out. But as she approached him, he kept getting further away. She realized he was not a sullen being, and that the dim light seemed to be coming from his outline. The light began to fade, and she found herself screaming again, only in the total dark of the dingy basement. She was disoriented and stumbled forward until she bumped into the cabinet which held the rain gear. As she squinted in the dark, she began to make out shapes forming on either side of the cabinet. What appeared to be a pair of detached hands forming a clawed shape were each coming from around opposite sides of the cabinet and heading for her. She turned and ran, faint with terror, until she tripped on the bottom step. Frozen with fear, she could only sit at the bottom step and cover her face with her hands. After a minute or so, she peeked through her fingers down the hallway. The strange dim light was back. She chanced to look down, and what she saw filled her with horror. One of the smoky floating hands were reaching for her skirt, as if to pull at it. She again screamed and ran back up the stairs, tripping and falling several times in the dark, convinced she was being chased. The air was cold, and she heard a strange rustling sound behind her as she frequently climbed. When she reached the top of the stairs, she pounded furiously on the door and found that it had been unlocked. She never found out who unlocked it, but she didn't care either. She ran all the way to her room and hid on her bed. She never told the school staff what had happened, fearing reprisals, and she never set foot in that cellar again, despite the punishment of defiance. She's fine today, despite her horrific youth. There were many other strange things happening during her stay, but I'm considering a book about them, and I want to reap the benefits of the sales if it happens. I'll save the creepiest stuff for that. I've had many paranormal experiences since I was a young child. At the age of 4, my mother and grandmother would visit the graves of my father and grandfather, staying all day. I would play with the little girl there, while my grandmother and mother sat and talked. They believed I had an imaginary playmate. Both are now dead themselves. I decided to check the records of the cemetery, and had little trouble since it is a small place. I found one girl that could have been the one that I played with. Her name was Mary Jane Walker, and she died in 1866 at the age of 9 years of age. My husband and I decided to see if we could find the girl's grave. I told him to check the back of the cemetery because that was where we played. He found the grave. I asked Mary Jane if I could take her picture. I took 3 of the grave, and one of my husband, sitting on a tree stump not far away. I had the pictures developed. All the pictures were normal, except for the one of my husband where there appears to be a vortex in it. I've looked for all the usual problems, but can find no rational explanation for this. I now feel that I have proof of my friend's existence. My husband and I rented a home in southwest Detroit in the 1980s that was very haunted. The first thing that happened was when I was waiting for the gas company to come turn the gas on. I felt as though there was someone watching me, and I smelled pipe tobacco. I figured, okay, I'm alone in a strange place. I also thought that maybe the people who lived in the front part of the house used pipe tobacco. I found out later that these people were from India and were visiting that country. They moved out within a week of returning to the US. All the problems in the house seemed to originate in the attic. There was a log cabin built up there for children to play in. It was complete with glass in the windows and a drawstring latch for the door. I was only in there once, but the feeling of uneasiness I felt was real. We never allowed our children to play in it. The attic door had no lock, but my 5-year-old daughter got locked in and was screaming for us to let her out. Although you could hear any noise from upstairs, we never heard her. The door opened on its own. I started to dream about an old Indian woman with a pockmarked face. Since this was a dream, I never told anyone about it. One day, a woman I had become friendly with asked me if my mother was visiting. I told her I sure hope not, since my mother was dead. She said that she saw a woman with long black hair in my bedroom window. This sort of freaked me out, since I was dreaming of that Indian woman, and she had long black hair. One day this friend was visiting me, and we were sitting in the kitchen having coffee and talking about nothing really. She seemed to go into a daze and was starting to go up to my attic. In fact, she was insisting that she was going. I got her back to the table and sitting down when something punched her head hard enough to leave a red mark. She left and refused to come visit anymore. My husband and I had cleaned out the basement, but yet my kids found a Ouija board down there. They showed us where it was, and we got rid of it right away. We don't mess with that thing. Things seemed to quiet down for a couple of weeks when the apartment in front of us was rented to a young couple. They started to have problems right away. The keys hanging on the wall would begin to sway. The rocker in the front room would start rocking by itself. At first, things only happened at night, but people decided to contact this thing, and things got bad from then. She would get phone calls, and when she answered, no one would be on the line, except one time. She told me a voice told her to get out. We are Christians, and decided enough was enough. We had to have help. I turned on the radio to listen to evangelical echoes, and called a prayer line for suggestions on what to do. This program wasn't on yet, but another one was, and someone on that program was praying in the spirit. Suddenly from the basement came an unearthly howl. Needless to say, this woman and I got out of the house and waited on the front porches for our husbands to get home. While all this was going on, my husband never noticed anything. One night, my nephew was spending the night, and while he was praying, this thing shot from our apartment to the other one, banging things in its haste to leave. My nephew refused to stay another night. One night, my husband was in bed sleeping, and I was on my way up when I asked the man in the next apartment to go wake him up and tell him to come sleep on the couch. He asked me what was wrong, and I told him I could see my husband in pieces. He did, and the couch was occupied that night. The only thing my husband noticed was that one night we were watching TV, and it sounded like a dresser was being dragged down the stairs. He heard that. We moved from there, and the next place was no better. Whatever was there caused arguments. My nephew and his then girlfriend were constantly fighting, and it got so bad that my husband and I started fighting as well. This was something we normally didn't do. We had the normal arguments that married people usually have, but this was getting serious. Even one of my children was being affected by this thing. It was appearing to her as a little girl talking to her. At first it was nice to her, but as time went on, it was starting to get mean. We had bought this one house, and it might sound silly, but the best thing that ever happened was that an arsonist burned us out, and we had to move. We have had no problems since. I don't believe this was a ghost, but rather a demon. And why it hasn't followed us, I have no idea, but I thank God that it hasn't. I have more stories, but I've taken up enough time as it is. I'm glad that I can finally tell this story without fear of people ridiculing me. There's a place in Smithfield, Virginia called Bacon's Castle. It's not really a castle, just a gigantic plantation home. They give tours there on a daily basis. It was in the summer of 2003 that I went with a summer creative writing group to tour this magnificent home and plantation. As we toured the home, the tour guide told us all of the kinds of stories of happenings and how the house was shifted from family to family. When we went up the stairs, we were greeted by a sudden draft. As my friends and I sauntered through the home, it didn't get warmer. In fact, it got colder. The best part was when we reached the room where the woman and her husband would have stayed. There was also a small cradle in the center of the room. The tour guide spoke of a woman during the Civil War who stayed in the room for months after her baby was born because something went wrong with the birth, and the child was terribly sick. When the child died, the woman wouldn't leave the cradle. She remained there, convinced she had to rock her to sleep. She wouldn't eat or sleep, and eventually, she too died. As I stared into the room, I didn't notice anything. My friend Crystal had asked me if I felt a breeze. When I said I didn't, she said she didn't either, and pointed at the cradle, which was swaying back and forth noticeably. I didn't really think much of it, and after everyone left, I took a picture and then followed my friends up the stairs to the attic. A few weeks later, I was looking through my pictures, and something caught my eye in the picture of the room with the cradle in it. Sitting in front of the cradle was a woman dressed in Victorian-style dress. She was transparent, and a wispy hand had gripped the cradle. I looked even closer, and it looked as though she was smiling. Hello, my name is Ray, and I would like to share with you the experiences that happened to my small family in 1996. We had been transferred to the Houston area from San Antonio and found a 2-story 4-bedroom home in the Clear Lake City area. A real fix-it-upper, and it was the worst looking home in a very nice community called Green Acres. My brother-in-law Robert and her sister helped us for 6 months in remodeling, cleaning up, and making the place a nice home. Robert had sold his own home 2 years earlier and lived in a travel trailer, but missed his home. He jumped in and was happy to do most of the work and was proud of the results. A month after the house was finished, we found out that Robert had terminal cancer and had less than 6 months to live. The trailer was small, and so my wife and I decided to bring Robert into our home for his final days. We put him downstairs in the formal living room, and with the help of hospice, we knew we could help Robert with a peaceful and quiet death. This was not the case. Robert fought hard for his life and was terrified of death because he had fought in Vietnam and had killed many. He didn't know what was waiting for him on the other side. The end came with Robert fighting to get out of bed. The look on his face was one of horror. As per his request, he was left in his room for 6 hours after his death, and then the funeral home was called and Robert left. Or did he? The week after the funeral, things started not being right. Odd bumps and sounds from downstairs. Late at night, our dog would not go downstairs after dark, and furniture being moved. One morning, the living room sofa was standing on end with all the cushions still in place. Dining room chairs would be taken and lined along the living room wall, and mirrors would vibrate. We called the hospice minister to the house, and he blessed every room, but Robert still didn't leave. We did. The house stood vacant for a while, and new people moved in, but their stay was short. Neighbors say 2 families came and left. It has been 8 years now, and just a while back I was in the area and went by the home. It sits vacant again with a sale sign in the front yard, standing in front of the window of the room in which Robert died. As I stood there, remembering our last few months at home, a chill ran down my back, and I quickly got into my car to drive away. I sent a story to the site about 2 months ago. Is it my imagination or something paranormal? Well, since then, some new things have happened, and I found out some interesting information that I didn't know before. When I first sent out my story, I told my sister-in-law Jenna about it. She's a Jehovah's Witness too, but a little bit more open-minded than my mother-in-law. Anyway, I told her what I had wrote, and she told me she had a girlfriend when she was a teenager, about 15 years ago, that lived next door to her. The side where I heard the whispering, in the house where the old couple had died. I believe her family bought the house after the couple died. Anyway, she told her that her friend was a little odd, because she had been sleeping with her parents at night, but Jenna had found out later why. One night, she had stayed the night at her friend's house, and they slept in her friend's bed. Early in the morning, Jenna had woken up for some reason and noticed that her friend was squirming a lot and moaning, almost like she was doing the deed with someone, but no one was there. Her arms were at her side. So Jenna thought maybe she was having a dream. Then she thought that maybe she had seen imprints in her friend's body. She got startled with this and woke her friend up and told her what she had witnessed. Her friend got so upset about it that she didn't want to talk about it at all and never did. To say the least, Jenna never got asked again to stay another night. Then there is the other story that my mother-in-law told me recently about my other sister-in-law's house, Linda, which is ironically across the street from my mother-in-law's in the other house. About a shadow that lingers in her hallway, shaped like a person. They have all seen it, including my mother-in-law. She swears that there is an explanation for this, but even she has admitted that she can't find one. When she told me about the shadow, I got real nervous, and I started to get goosebumps and got real cold. I told her sometime last year when I stayed the night at Linda's house I was sleeping on her couch in the living room, my back to the hallway. There was a small light on where the fish tank was, so it wasn't completely dark. For some reason, I woke up and turned around, and I saw this dark shadow move from the open hallway and disappear into the instance of Linda's kitchen. I was startled at first, but then got up to investigate things, to see maybe it was the shadow of the fish tank, but there was no way it could have been with the position where the tank was. So I went back to sleeping, thinking it was just my imagination, and I never told anyone of that incident. That was until my mother-in-law said something. She told me not to say anything about it to Linda because she gets freaked out about it, and she said she'll still be looking for a logical explanation for it. Good luck on finding one in all 3 houses, I was thinking to myself. But one last thing. Back at my mother-in-law's house, a couple of weeks ago my niece Christine was staying the night, and my niece told me that when she got to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she came out running, screaming, and petrified out of the hallway. She told my niece, crying hysterically, that when she turned the corner to go into the hallway, that she saw a shadow figure walking towards her. My niece went to look, and nothing was there, and my 2-year-old daughter will not go near that hallway at all. One time I went to carry her down there to show her nothing was down there at all, and she started crying real hard, and grabbing my neck, and wouldn't let go, shaking badly. So whatever is in my mother-in-law's house is probably the same thing that are in the other 2 homes. Makes me wonder if it goes on in the other neighbors' houses. I was doing some just for fun ghost hunting with a couple of my friends one night in a cemetery on an old gravel road. 2 of my friends were out in the cemetery looking around, and my other friend decided to stay in the car. As the 2 guys were out in the far corner of the cemetery, I looked to the center of the graveyard and seen something that made me lose my breath for a few seconds. A blurry gray figure floated above one of the gravestones, and then looked to run through the air across 3 other stones, and then drop right behind another stone. After it disappeared, I asked my friend in the car with me if he had seen it too, and he said he did, and he was just as freaked out as me. It was not light that created this, because it was pitch black out there. It was my first, and so far only time, I've seen something like a ghost. Thank you for letting me share my story. I know this one was kinda short, but I appreciate it anyway. Hi, my name is Louise, and I live in Oxfordshire, England. The story I'm about to tell you happened only a few weeks ago and scared me and my friend to death. It was about 9:30 on a Sunday night, and I was bored, so I decided to call my friend Heather. We were talking about the usual, when all of a sudden, you could hear someone on the line breathing. Heather and I both said at the same time, "Do you hear that?" As we listened, it got louder until there was complete silence. At first we thought maybe one of our brothers or sisters were messing about, and picked up the phone on the other end. We both checked our houses, and no one was in there. My parents had gone out for a meal, and my brother and sister were out, and Heather didn't have any siblings, and there's only one phone in her house. Anyways, we forgot about it, and after about 10 minutes of talking, we heard it again, and this time, the voice said, "Help, I'm close." We both really freaked out, and said what the voice repeated it again, and then went. I told Heather that I would phone her later, and about an hour later, I phoned back, and we didn't hear anything for a while until the shriek came from the phone, from what sounded like a girl. We got so scared, and as soon as our parents got home, I told them what happened, and they said maybe our phone lines got crossed with someone else's. We still don't know who was on the line to this day. I know this wasn't very scary, but thanks for reading. Well, I've been a ghost hunter for quite some time now. I've submitted a few areas under the California section of the haunted places. I recently moved to Arkansas and bought a home in April. 3-in-1 rock house with a huge pond on 1.6 acres in Booneville, Arkansas. I fell in love with this house as soon as I saw that it said for sale by owner sign right in front of it. I called the number and they were selling it for $48,000. I thought, my God, this is cheap for such a beautiful home. I moved in. I have a 9-year-old son and 1 cat. About the end of July, I started hearing and seeing things. To begin with, I was laying in bed one night, and my 9-year-old and 6-year-old, who was visiting from California, were asleep in their rooms. All the lights were out. My bedroom door meets the living room. I was lying on my left side looking out into the black of the living room, and I heard what sounded like someone walking in it. Now, my sons sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and come sleep with me, so naturally I thought it was them. I called out their name. No answer. Then I thought maybe it was my cat, but then I noticed her laying at my feet on the bed. It really sounded like someone was walking from the kitchen in the living room entrance towards my room. Second, my television is hooked up to the stereo because the speaker on the TV is blown. Well, when I have to be at work at 11 p.m., I usually take a shower around 9:45 p.m., and my 9-year-old goes over to his father's house. One night, I turned my stereo on and put a disc in it, 5-disc CD changer. It was on disc 4, song number 11. There were 2 songs, and it should have switched to disc 5 after I was done with song 12. I took my shower and had the stereo loud enough to where I could hear it. All of a sudden, I didn't feel the vibration of the music anymore. I thought, well, maybe it's at a quiet part. When I got out of the shower, I still heard nothing. I put my ear to the door. Nothing. I went out and looked at the stereo, and it was not on CD anymore, but on FM radio on 100.1. And that is not a station at all. It's just fuzz. There was no one else in the house but me and my cat. That was on a Friday night. 2 days later, on a Sunday night, my son and I were watching television around the same time, between 9:45 and 10 p.m., in the middle of television. The radio goes from auxiliary to FM radio, 100.1, fuzz. My son says, "Mom, what did you do? I was watching that." I told him I didn't do anything. On a Saturday, my son was at his father's, and I was there alone with the cat, and she started going crazy. At one point, she was standing in the doorway of my room in the living room, looking at me. She meowed and took off like crazy into the back bedroom belonging to my youngest son. She came racing back into the living room. Just then I heard a loud boom coming from the room, like something fell. It shook the entire house. My stomach had butterflies in it then, and I got up to go see. My son won tall dresser with small bionicle toys on it, but they were still all on there. There wasn't anything else that could fall from any place. I've always heard pipes rattling under the house since I moved in. Out of the corner of my eye, I always see things dart quickly about. I haven't seen it full on, but I know it moves quick. I haven't took pictures of my home yet, or of it for that matter. Also, I have a 2-car garage. Sometimes when me and my son pull up from school, both garage doors are closed. In the morning, sometimes the right one is open. I've never really been a great believer, but for the past 8 or so years, since me and my mom moved from our old flat to our new house, I've experienced numerous experiences. The first when I was about 6. My bedroom is the box room, and so it's small. My bed touches each side of the room with a door to the left. I was laying in bed waiting for my grandma, who was babysitting, to bring me water. I looked up at the wall and saw a strange shadow. It was like a side profile of someone's head. I could see the nose, mouth, and hair clearly. It could have been my own shadow, since the only light came from the ceiling, and I was lying down in bed. I watched it for a few seconds, then it seemed to fade before my eyes. I thought it was just because I was tired, and so I ignored it. I had no further experiences until 7 years later, in 2003. I was laying in bed once again, the light off about 12 o'clock at night. I was really tired and was trying to fall asleep. My bedroom had been rearranged so that the door was opposite my bed, and one side of my bed was pushed against the wall. I had my back to the wall and was staring into the darkness when I felt a cold breeze on the back of my neck. Thinking it was just a drought, I rolled over the face of the wall. On the wall, probably 3 inches from my face, was another face. I could tell it was a man, and he had a black hood up. All I could see of his face was a pair of cold eyes, and what I can only describe as green paint, a face paint on his cheek. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, thinking I was just seeing things, and when I opened them again, the face was still there. I don't know how long I stared at it, but in the end, I fell asleep, and in the morning, could find no trace of what was there the night before. These sightings carried on for weeks, always appearing on the wall at night. I didn't tell my mom about the face, but asked if I could move my bed back to the original place. We moved it, and I slept peacefully that night. The following night I went to bed about 2 o'clock, since I'd been up watching a movie on television. I got in bed as usual, and rolled over to face the radiator, like I'd done for years, but the face was there again. This time, however, it was more vivid and real. It seemed to be sneering in the dark, and more threatening than before. I rolled over so my back was to the wall, but I could feel the cold breeze that I had felt the last few weeks whenever the face appeared. I pulled the covers around me, refusing to look back at the face. The incidents got less frequent over the weeks, and I believed that the face was going. One night, I was sat at my computer in the corner of my living room. I have a cockatiel whose cage is right next to the computer desk, who was asleep, and my mom was in the kitchen making a drink. I didn't really notice anything until I heard my bird start to hiss and back away into the corner of the cage. Wondering what frightened him, I heard a scraping noise. I looked to the side of the computer to see my glass moving towards the edge of the desk. There was no way it could be moving, because of our house being set on a rise, because it is where it should be sliding the other way. I lifted my hand to stop the glass from falling off the desk. When I touched it, the glass was cold, even though I hadn't had a cold drink in it. The strangest thing was when I went to push the glass back, I couldn't. Something was trying to push the glass. I had to shove it quite hard before I could get the glass to move. When I did, my bird came back to the front of the cage
and looked as though nothing had happened. I'd gone to bed earlier than my mom that night and must have been asleep when she came up. Once again, the face was there, but this time, the presence was really strong. My bedroom was icy cold when it normally is the hottest room in the house. Almost 1 o'clock, I wake up shivering and could feel something gripping my arm, but as I come to, it released its grip. I rolled over to see the face once again, but it looked different. The smirk had gone, and it looked more angry than anything else. I didn't sleep that night, and I couldn't sleep in the room, so I spent the night sat on my sofa with the lights on downstairs. When my mom came down in the morning, she was shocked to see me up, but I just said I had woken up early and came down. I didn't want her to know. Later that afternoon, we were having dinner when she asked if I had a nightmare last night. I couldn't recall anything but the face and cold hand, so I asked why. She said she had heard me talking in my sleep, which I had never done before that. She said I was telling someone to get away and don't touch me over and over. Then after about 5 minutes, I was quieter and mumbling things like, "Why are you doing this?" and "just go away." When I asked her what time, she said it was about 12:30, just before I woke up with a hand gripping my arm. I haven't seen the face or had any strange experiences since that night, and I'm not quite sure what happened after. I don't know if I did something to make it all go away, and that was why the man's face looks so angry, but I'm glad they're gone. I still expect to see the face every night, but so far I haven't. I finally told my mom about it all, and she asked if I wanted to have the house blessed, but I said no. Although the scary face did no harm to anyone, and it's gone now anyway.
This is a story about what happened to me and my husband about 3 years ago. We had 2 small children, a boy and a girl. Our son died of a bad illness. Soon after is when this story began. We had just returned from retrieving our son's ashes, which we kept in an urn atop our bedroom dresser. Earlier that evening, we had just put our infant daughter to bed and were lying in bed watching TV. Our son's urn slowly started moving from the back of the dresser to the front, then started shaking from side to side as if he wanted out. I was very scared, as this was my first experience with actually seeing a spirit. I hid my head under the covers and told my husband to move his urn to the back of the dresser so it wouldn't fall off. I didn't think I could actually stand to have to see his ashes. My husband got up and spoke to our son. He was much braver than I was at the time, telling him it was okay and he needed to be careful not to fall off the dresser. My husband had just returned to bed when it started again. This time, he removed our son's urn and placed it on the floor. That's what started it all. For then, we heard a loud crash come from the bathroom. My husband went to investigate. Returning to me, he had found nothing broken or moved. Then the noises moved to the kitchen, and then to his bedroom, as if he was still going about his play. We then realized that our son must not know that he had passed on. My husband tried speaking to him and telling him it was okay and he should go on to heaven. The noises stopped. We thought he listened to him. But then there was a knocking at the door. It was our best friend and was also our son's godmother. We sat on the living room couch and told her what had just happened. She in turn told us what we had assumed. He was too young to realize he was gone. From our friend's vantage point on the couch, she could see partially into the bathroom. We heard her gasp and then cry out. "My God," she said, "look at that." We all went into the bathroom to discover what made the loud crash that came from the bathroom earlier. There was a small handprint on the cabinet under the sink. It was just the size of our recently departed son's and looked as though he had been playing in the dirt, for it was brownish, black in color. I know that I was not there earlier, for I, my husband,
and our friend had spent the few days cleaning the house, removing all his clothes and toys, giving them to our friend. That was the end of it for the night, but it started again the very next morning. I must tell this about our son first so you will understand what happened. Our son slept in the room on the other side of our bedroom wall. When he awoke every morning, he would play for a little, walk quietly. Then he started to get hungry. He would knock on the adjoining wall. This would wake me up. The very next morning, I was awakened by the knocking on the wall and have just woken up. I was still disoriented, got out of bed to go and tend to my son, not remembering that he was gone until opening his bedroom door to find it empty. I was not so scared this time, and I spoke to him. I told him that we loved and missed him, but that as he passed on, I could not give him his breakfast. I went back in my bedroom and woke my husband to tell him what had happened. Later that morning, I received a frantic call from our friend, telling me of the very real dream she had the night before after leaving our house. Her youngest son was only 2 months old at the time and still woke in the middle of the night for a bottle. So when she awoke to her son's cries, she just got up and went to the kitchen to heat him a bottle. She was turning the lights on as she went. As she turned the kitchen light on, there was her son standing in the middle of her kitchen. She was shocked at first, but then started to speak to him. Our son and friend were very close before he died, and went to her house frequently to play with her 3 children. She was a strong believer in the supernatural. It didn't bother her at first. A game that they used to play was my son would run around her house with a beach ball, and she would chase after him. In this dream, he had the ball and was calling to her to chase him. She went after him, calling his name. After a few minutes of chasing him, he ran into her youngest son's room and disappeared. That's when she woke up to, you may have guessed it, her son's nightly feeding. So she was very frightened, then thinking she had dreamed what was about to happen. It didn't though. It was her son's best way of telling his best friend goodbye. All that day, we heard noises, much the same as the night before. Only his spirit was no longer in his urine, so it didn't move anymore. But the strangest of all was to happen to me that night while I slept. My husband and I were babysitting our friend's 3 children at her house, while she and her husband were out at a restaurant. We were in the living room with our daughter and her 2 older children playing video games. Her youngest son was taking a nap. A few minutes later, he awoke from his nap and started to cry for a bottle. So I went into his bedroom, and there, in his doorway, was my son, the exact spot that he had disappeared from in my friend's dream. I yelled for my husband to come to me. Just as my husband was coming down the hall, our son ran out of the bedroom and down the other end of the hall. When we started to walk towards him, he showed us he had the beach ball in his hands. Then he spoke, "Mama, Daddy, want to play ball?" So we all sat down in the hallway and rolled the ball back and forth. After a few minutes, he got up and went out into the living room to watch the other kids play video games. That is where my dream ended. Later in the morning, I called my friend to tell her about my dream. It was like she had the first half of the dream and I had the second. Nothing like that had ever happened to either of us before, or again. Over the next couple days, the noises continued. My husband and I felt very bad, not able to really get over our son's death because he was still with us, which was a good thing, and a bad, I guess. Our son had a little bit more time with us, but we knew we had to help him move on. We just didn't know how. Later that night, after my husband had left for work, I was home alone with our daughter. I'd just put her down to sleep. I was sitting on my bed, watching TV, when I heard a noise coming from the living room. I looked out my bedroom door and out into my kitchen. It was a very connected apartment. I saw a man standing in my kitchen. I was very scared at this because it was not my son and I had no idea who it was. Then, just as quickly, he disappeared. Then, I saw my son run by the bedroom door. I got a very cold feeling of dread. I just felt such anger coming from the kitchen and fear for my son. It looked as if my son was running from the man. That made me mad. Who was this man to scare my son, even in death? I knew that right then and there that I must do something. I called my husband and friend, and they both came to me. My friend said that we should get a Ouija board and try to contact this man and find out what his problem was with our son. So, she left, and my husband and I went to buy one. We came home and went into our son's bedroom and sat on the floor. It wasn't that long before the man came through. He explained to us that he had been cremated right before our son, and some of his ashes had been left behind, and now were in the same urn as our son. He wanted the rest of his ashes. We told him that there was nothing we could do about it, but that we would help him and our son move on, so they could be at peace. The man explained to us that since he was trapped with some of his spirit in our house, and the rest of it elsewhere, that I would have to guide him through the Ouija board. So I did, and our son followed. That was the end of the man, but our son still comes to visit us occasionally. We feel him with us always. Losing a loved one, especially a child, is very difficult. But by our son hanging around for a while, it did help us by getting to say goodbye one last time. My mom thinks she has a ghost in her bedroom. Either her father, mother, or grandmother she feels. Her television goes on and off by itself at all hours, day or night, even when she is not in there. We will all be in the living room and hear something all of a sudden. One or two of us will go check the noise, and it's the television. It's been turned on, and the volume has been turned up loud enough to hear in the living room. She, my mom, double checks before she leaves the room to make sure the TV is off. The TV also gets turned off when she is in her room watching it, or turned off when she is in there asleep. All of us get the feeling someone is watching us sometimes. It's never a threatening feeling. It's just like someone familiar is with us. I've had a few dreams of events that have taken place within a week of the dreams also. Things like, I dreamt I was standing in our backyard, and you can see our neighbor's front yard from there. In the dream, there were about a dozen cars parked in front of their house, and people going into the house were dressed in like Sunday clothes. I went back in our house and told my mom that old lady Rogers must have died there because there were a lot of people over there. When I woke up that morning, I looked at the obituaries, and there was Miss Rogers' name. I never even knew she was ill, and we all thought her husband would go first. Then, there was the dream about an airplane crashing into my aunt's truck with a parking lot full of cars, and hers was the only one that was touched. I woke up when the plane hit the truck. It was about 1:45 p.m. My mom got a call from my aunt that night. She said she had been in a wreck just before 2 p.m. that day. Weird, huh? Just wanted to share. I am from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I am giving you information about my grandmother's house at Sunset Road. This house is directly across from a street from an old cemetery. I grew up in this house and have seen many scary things. I was about 11 years old, and I saw a man's figure appear on the side of my grandmother's bed. A very large man, and keep in mind that it seemed to look like my grandfather, who I never met. My grandmother was blind and saw him. I've heard footsteps in this house when I was the only one there. My sister saw my dead grandfather walking down the basement steps the day of his funeral. A couple of people have died in this house, and that is why I'm not surprised at all that it is haunted. Thanks for listening to my short story, and I hope you appreciated it. Okay, so here goes my story. I know it sounds really impossible to some, but either bear with me or quit reading. About 2 to 3 years ago, I lived in a very old apartment complex in Maryville, Ohio. When we first moved in there, I knew there was something very weird about it. It just didn't seem like a very happy place. My parents were in the process of a divorce, and my dad lived within walking distance. I chose the room on the left. Once you walked up the stairs, there was a staircase with a landing halfway up the stairs that you could see from my doorway. My mom's room was right on the other side of mine, and the bathroom right across the hall. Well, back to the story.
So I was being babysat by my best friend's sister, and we were downstairs listening to music, and suddenly, all the lights and music went off. We figured the power had just gone out, so we just started talking. After about 10 minutes, the TV came on, and it was all static. Lately, I had been seeing a man in a black cloak run from our kitchen out the back door, and I looked over, and I saw it again. Nobody in my family believed me, so I looked at Constance and asked her if she had seen that, and she said yes. So we were a bit freaked out and decided to go upstairs. At about 3 in the morning, Constance went back to sleep, and I stayed up because I could have sworn I was hearing people downstairs and that the stairs were creaking. I turned to switch the stereo on. The power had come back by this time, and I heard a voice right behind me. It was a guy's voice, and it said, "Don't scream and don't be afraid." I slowly turned around, expecting to see a guy with a rope or something, ready to tie me up, but there was nobody there. I quietly asked who was there and where they were, but nobody answered. Constance was babysitting for a week. I decided I had imagined it, so I just decided to go to bed. The next night, we were watching a cartoon in my bedroom, and I heard the same voice. I turned the TV off and asked Constance if she had heard that, and she said she heard a man talking. So I asked who was there, and they were there again. This time it answered me. It said its name was Willie, and that he wanted to be friends. He said he was sitting right beside me. I turned to look, and I couldn't see him. Will said that he was my guardian angel, so I wouldn't be able to see him. I think it was a mistake. I agreed to be a friend, so me and Constance talked to him for the remainder of the babysitting stay. After about a month, things started to turn for the worst. I had a problem with one of my friends, and I told Willie, and he, or it, asked me if I wanted him to hurt him. And that was when I decided he wasn't very friendly and asked him to leave. That night, I had my friend that had made me angry. We made up, spent the night as a way to say I forgive you. Well, I thought something might happen, but I took my mind off of it. At about midnight, we decided to turn the TV off and just talk until we fell asleep. I heard something on the stairs and went to look, but I couldn't see anyone. But I thought I heard my name and Willie's voice, so I went back to my room and shut my door. Right after I shut my door, I heard someone laughing, and this freaked both of us out because my mom was at the neighbor's house. I ran over and locked my door, then ran back to my bed and grabbed my baseball bat and stood by my closet, ready to hit anyone who came in. Then, my doorknob started shaking and my door rattled violently. I seriously thought I heard Willie's distinct laugh, so I hollered at him and told him to go away and never come back. Right after that, the door stopped, and we both vowed to never tell anyone who knew what happened. Of course, if we seriously considered it first, then we might tell someone. But seriously, are we nuts? Am I nuts? Thanks for reading. I wanted to tell you some of my personal experiences that happened in Randallstown, Maryland. There is a Job Corps Center on Old Court Road. It is technically considered Woodstock, Maryland. The center is called Woodstock Corps Job Center. I was a student, as well as a residential advisor, at this facility from 1995 to 1996 as a student. In 1998 to 1999, residential advisor. Anyway, this is a huge mansion-type building that currently houses up to 550 students. It used to be a monk monastery. There is a graveyard for the monks that still sits at the entrance of the center. Well, when I was a student there were a lot of strange things that would happen, but we had one that was widely known around the center. He was called the Black Monk, not because of the color of his skin, but because he had no face, and under the hood of his cloak, you could see only black. He used to walk around the center at night. If you woke up in the middle of the night and looked out your window, you would sometimes see him on the grounds. The next experience is that there is a dorm called Columbia. All the dorms are named after surrounding towns. That was the dorm that I lived in. There used to be an extension to the dorm,
that you could access through a door at the back of the lounge. The entrance to that part was always kept locked on the upstairs section of the dorm. This section of Columbia burned down sometime in the 80s. When the dorm caught fire, there was a 16-year-old girl who perished in the fire. She has been seen many times in the dorm lounge. Just before I started at the center, there was a dance. This could have happened in the summer of 1995. The night of the dance, a young girl, I believe she was 16 or 17, was out on the grounds walking to the dance. When she realized that the dance was starting, she began to run to the entrance to get to the dance. As she charted towards the entrance, she realized that she was having trouble breathing. She was an asthmatic and had forgotten her inhaler in her room. Having trouble breathing and with no one around, everyone was in the dance. She sat down on the steps to the then flagpole, now waterfall, and unfortunately perished. She was also a resident of Columbia Hall, and you could hear her wheezing walking down the hall at times during the night or when the dorm was quiet. Now, when I was a staff member there, I was placed in Columbia Hall as staff. Well, in the mornings, we used to have a check of all the rooms to make sure that the girls had cleaned their rooms, closed, and locked the lounge and laundry room, etc. One morning, while I was up there, I would always start at the far end of the dorm, checking rooms, and the laundry room was about midway down the hall, and the lounge was at the end of the hall. Anyway, I went in to check a student's room, and when I came back out of that room, I realized that the lounge room door was locked. It was open when I went into the first room, and closed when I came out. So I decided to go down and just lock it, figuring the door had just caught wind. When I went to lock it, it was already locked. This was impossible, since the door had to be locked with a key. Then, just at that moment, I heard the washing machines, all four of them, start up in spin mode. So, at this point, I got creeped out, and I went into the laundry room to investigate, thinking maybe one of the girls was being funny. When I got into the laundry room, there was no one in sight, and as I lifted the lids, all of the washers were half full with water. Mind you, I said that they were in spin mode. At this point, I became too creeped out to stand in, so I ran downstairs to get another staff member to come up with me until my inspection was complete. I don't know if I had some kind of gift or something, but I was not the only one to see or hear things, except that morning, no one else was with me. But there was something about that place that just seemed to draw this one out in me. I was always the one to see them and draw other people's attention to them. Since leaving there, I've not had such powerful occasions. I've had some strange things happen, feeling someone else in the room is with me, etc., but nothing this strong, and I will never forget them. Thanks for listening. I recently started a new job in a large local department store. This store has a huge basement where empty shelves are stored and overstocked items, such as large ficus trees and so on. Many employees refuse to go down there alone at night. I found out why. One evening, I went down to the basement to drop something off. There is a very long hallway between two huge rooms down there. I walked to the far room, going through the hallway. As I neared the end of the hall, I thought I heard the click-click of high heels. I turned, saw nothing, and walked on. I was standing at the counter down there doing some work and heard the sound again. I looked, and I swear, I saw what looked like to be a woman literally walking into the ficus trees and disappearing. Yes, I saw high heels. Well, I went upstairs rather quickly. After talking with many coworkers, I discovered they all had the same experience. Come to find out, the woman who used to handle the incoming trucks died suddenly about 2 years ago, and yes, she always wore high heels to work. The woman who replaced her made management move the warehouse desk upstairs, as she always felt so creepy sitting downstairs. Did the former freight manager love her job so much that she hates to leave? Who knows? I just know I've joined the ranks of, I'm not going down there by myself. In 3 months, my husband and I will have been married a year.
A few months after we were married, we moved to this house here in Minneapolis, and since we have gotten here, I've never felt comfortable. My husband's best friend was kind enough to let us share this huge house with him after some of my new in-laws sold the house out from under us and kind of left us standing. Anyway, I have an extreme fear of basements, and when I say extreme, I mean extreme. Our washer and dryer are in the basement, so come time to do laundry, it took me weeks to build up the courage, telling myself you are 30 years old, grow up. So my first venture to this basement, I swallow the lump in my throat and continue on with my mission. Under our stairs, there's like a triangle place that most people leave open to store things, only on these stairs, the entire area is blocked in, like boarded up, so I tried not to notice, but my fear had me on my toes. I was alone, except for our two pit bulls, who are larger than average, so you would think I would have no fear. As I was putting the clothes in the washer, our male pit comes downstairs and was lying on the floor beside me. While I loaded the washer as fast as I could, he suddenly gets up and goes into the spare room in the basement and starts this deep growling he only uses when he is protecting. Just like kids, you get to know their different sounds. Anyway, I looked up from what I was doing and saw something out of the corner of my eye that looked like another dog's hindquarters in the doorway to the room. In this area, we have a lot of idiots who think it is cool to fight their pits, and we have ours for family dogs, only they are loved and protected, just like children, but they know it is their job to protect us. Several people have approached us wanting to fight our dogs, and we always turn them away, so they get angry. So the first thing that comes into my mind was someone found a way to get one of these fighting pits into my house, so I panicked and grabbed the pipe beside the washer. As I went to approach the other dog, my male came bolting out of the room and straight up the stairs. I got this feeling someone was behind me, so I ran after him. When my husband got home, I told him what happened, and he finally broke down and told me there are some stories to this house, and one is for sure that right before his best friend moved in here, some idiots kept a dog on a 12-inch chain. It was attached to the wall downstairs in the spare room, and sometimes our dogs seemed to see him. Then he says he might as well tell me the rest that goes with this house. Seems that back in World War II, an older lady had lived here and had fallen madly in love with this house. Her husband had been killed at war, and she was just living alone, and she had made the request to be buried with this house. I thought he was crazy, as he told me to wait, and I would see things. I'm a skeptic, and I made this clear. I was sitting on the couch one afternoon, facing the stairway, which has no windows, no reflections, no nothing. There is a window on the landing, and one at the bend, but the stairway itself has no windows. I looked up at my husband to say something, because I had just seen him walk down the stairs, and something was floating down my stairs. It wasn't a form, just a haze, just something was there. I told my husband again. After that, things have only been worse. I was sick in bed, sitting up one night, when I felt something rub my back. Thought it was my kitten, but it was not, so I sat back down, and it happened 3 more times, like someone was trying to massage my back with tiny hands. Instead of crying out to my hubby, which I do so often, I just turned on my light and fell asleep. The next morning, I told my husband, and he said something had been missing with him. He let the dogs out. When they came in, he shut and locked the door. We never leave our doors unlocked, no matter home or not. Then he sat back down in the family room to finish his show, and he felt freezing air. When he got up to check the door, it was standing wide open. I should know, to lock this door, you need a deadbolt. I said to my husband, I don't care if anything is here. I don't mind sharing a house. I just don't want to be touched again, or see anything else. Being touched by something not there is too scary. It has happened to me in my sleep, in the tub, getting ready for work, a lot of times. Since I've said that, I don't see too many things. After the thing I've seen in the dining room on all 4s, I'm thankful. Now, however, I heard someone outside my bedroom door, whispering, making those noises, and a woman's voice kind of moaning like she is tired of something. There's so many things I could go on about. I just wanted to know I'm not the only one experiencing these things. Thank you for your time.
when my mom was 17 and her twin brothers were 15, they lived with my great-grandma, whom I call Nanny. My Nanny lives in this old house that once belonged to her mother and her mother's pet bird, who had both passed just 8 months before. Her mother because of sickness, and the bird because no one really paid any attention to it after her mom died. I must say myself that this house is weird. It is shaped like a barn, and it's 2 stories high. My mother's incident happened on the 2nd story. My mother was downstairs watching TV, while her brothers were upstairs asleep in their bunk beds. This was around 11 p.m. My nanny wasn't home yet. She had been working late. While my mother was sitting on the sofa, debating whether to go to bed or wait for Nanny, she heard a loud screech that sounded like her great-grandma's bird. She shrugged it off and got up to get a snack. From the kitchen, you can clearly see the twins' bedroom. She was walking towards the kitchen and looked up to see the twins' light on in the room and went up to investigate. When she got to the room, the light switch was flipped down, but the light was on. She flipped the switch a couple times, and the light still would not go out. About this time, she heard the TV downstairs get very loud. She ran to the stairs and looked down and didn't see anything and walked back to the twins' room. The light still had not went off, and it was still flipped down. My mother then heard her deceased great-grandmother's voice say, "Scotty, Scotty, wake up." Scotty, who was on the top bunk, then started rolling towards the side of the bunk bed, opposite of the wall where the rail should have been, but he refused to put it there. He was getting ready to roll off when my Uncle Stephen, who was on the bottom bunk bed, dead asleep, threw a body pillow from the side of him and onto the floor. Not a second later, Scotty rolled off and hit the pillow. The light went off, the TV turned down, and my mother, who nearly passed out, heard the bird screech again and heard her great-grandma say, "Calm down, Femi," the bird's name. Hello. I thought of sending a peculiar occurrence that happened to me, but I hadn't found the right place. Here goes. My grandma was diagnosed with cancer in 1996. She was treated, and we all thought she was cured. In my case, I really didn't know much about cancer, and when the doctor said that the cancer was out, I never thought it would come back. In December 1999, I was living out of town. It had been a month since I had seen my grandma, a really long time for us. I was supposed to come pick her up and take her to my house for the holidays. On the 18th, she felt sick and went to the hospital. I arrived on the 19th, and she still wanted to go back to my house for Christmas, so against what the doctor thought, she checked out. Her bladder was no longer working, and she felt weak all the way. To be fair, now that I'm writing this, it sounds that she was pretty bad already. I always thought it was going to pass. I mean, she had overcome cancer, hadn't she? I know, it was stupid of me. But anyway, after an 8-hour trip, we arrived to our destination. I had to take her to the hospital. She stayed there until the 31st, and Aunt and myself would take turns in staying with her day and night. All through this, I thought she was still okay. On the 30th, my grandma had been in a great mood. She had been joking and playing with me all day, and so when my aunt arrived, I headed home. I would arrive at home and start cleaning and preparing next day's supper. I was pretty occupied with what I was doing, and my 2 children were sleeping. As I was mopping the kitchen, the back door had a sort of mirrored glass. I was in front of this door when I felt someone walk behind me. I looked up and I saw a shadow walk by. The feeling was more intense than what I actually saw. What went through my head as I saw this shadow was the memory of my grandpa, deceased for 5 years at the time. I dropped the mop, forgot about everything, ran up the stairs, and cuddled in between my sleeping children. I would love to say that when I thought it was my grandpa, I felt at peace. I was scared, honestly. I woke up at around 6 in the morning to the smell of roses. My aunt phoned at 7 to let me know that my grandma had fallen into a coma. All this day, the smell of roses persisted, and I would smell it everywhere. She died on January 1st, 2000. She never made it out of the coma. Unfortunately, the cancer had invaded most of her organs. I know it's not really scary, but it's the only experience I could not explain logically.
I've never read of anything that has to do with the smell of roses. If anyone has had a similar experience, please let me know so I can understand this better. Hi there, my name is Phil. I used to live in a bungalow in Surrey for 13 years with my parents. The property was built in 1953, and we think that it was built on an old forest. We moved there when I was 13 years old, and I'm 29 now, and I've moved out, but things still happen. My parents have now sold the property on. Anyway, when we moved in, we wasn't told that the previous owner had suddenly died in my mom's and dad's bedroom from a heart attack. We were there about 3 months before we started noticing odd things, like objects that were put in safe places we would find like elsewhere, like keys and pictures would move, strange cold areas that normally would be in the hallway, creaking floorboards at night, and strange shadows that the cat would sometimes avoid. The cat would stop dead in its tracks and not go into that room. Instead, would just sit there and stare at nothing as far as we could see. These things continued for about 3 years, but we got used to them. But we had the odd visitor refusing to go into the bathroom to wash their hands, as for some reason was never very warm, including the summer months. A chill would run down your spine, and you wouldn't like being in there for very long. I remember one morning, it was a Sunday. I was 16 at the time. I was lying in bed relaxing. Now, I was definitely awake because the TV was on and it was 7:30 a.m. I was lying on my back, just deciding whether to get up or not, when the cat jumped out of the bed at a very high speed and ran from the room. Just then, I felt this pressure on my chest as if someone was pushing down on me. I couldn't breathe that well. I couldn't shout out for help, nor could I move, as if I was paralyzed. This must have lasted for about maybe 2 minutes. Then whatever it was lifted off of me. I jumped out of bed and went into the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. She said I looked very pale and white, and when I told her what had happened, she told me that she had a similar thing happen to her, only that she felt as if someone was trying to strangle her, and at the same time, I told a friend of mine, who at the time was heavily into the paranormal, and he suggested that the person who died of a heart attack in the house was feeling something bad, and he wanted us to feel the same thing. He wanted us to feel the pain he went through, but I wasn't sure about this thought, as I think that someone or something in that house wanted us out. A few strange things happened for us the next few years, but generally it was quietish. But things started happening to me again. When I was about 20-ish, I had the same experience as someone pushing down on me at the same time as before. Also, I'm sure it used to follow me about, is sometimes I would get this feeling of someone being right behind me. I then saw a dark, tall, gray-haired man standing in the hall when I came home late one night, and when I said who's there, because my mom and dad were on holiday at the time, it disappeared in front of my eyes. Naturally, I didn't stay there that night, as I was by myself. I then started seeing faces in the wall, shadows moving at night, doors blowing open, even though there wasn't any kind of wind around. So a friend of my dad's, who was a born-again Christian, brought a clergy around to move through the house and said prayers in each room. He didn't like the hall, bathroom, or my mom's and dad's bedroom whilst in this room because he had a picture thrown at him which smashed against the wall. He then left simply a bit shaken, but not sure about what quite happened. Things were bad for a while, but then got better. I stayed another 6 years in that house, but had to leave as didn't quite feel happy there. My mom and dad have now sold the property onto someone else, and naturally, we didn't inform them of the problems there. My old neighbors have said that the new owners have asked who the dark, tall, grayed hair man is, and we just say that it is the previous owner who died there, but they are not sure. I was just wondering what sort of ghosts we had there, and why I has not found peace, and why I was not happy. Maybe you could answer these questions. I have a best friend named Mandy, and she has always said that there was a ghost named Jack that watches over her, and at the time she told me this, I was about 9 years old. I was invited to her house on a Saturday just for the day, but I ended up staying there till after dinner. She told me Jack likes to hang around in the basement of her house and likes to open this old freezer door. I never thought about it until we went down to the basement to play. I felt like someone was watching me. Later, we went upstairs, and her mother told us dinner was ready and told us we were eating outside. So before I went for dinner, I told my friend Mandy that I'll be out in a second, and she said okay, and she went out to have dinner. I forgot my toys downstairs, and I remembered when I looked downstairs, the lights were off and the freezer door was wide open. At this time, I was thinking of whether or not I should go down there, so I just stood there for about a minute. All of a sudden, I heard someone call my name. It was like a soft whisper voice. I thought it was my friend Mandy. I knew she was outside with her parents having dinner, but I thought maybe she came back to get something. So I went downstairs. I looked all over for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. Now, I felt very scared, and I grabbed my toy and ran upstairs, thinking someone was watching every move I made. I went outside and saw my friend Mandy and her parents out there having dinner. I didn't want to bring up anything about it in front of my friend's parents. So after dinner, I told my friend Mandy what I heard and felt, and she said that it was our ghost Jack. Then she started to bring up how Jack communicates to her, and she sometimes sees him walking around down there. She doesn't seem to be startled at this, because she believes that Jack is there to watch over her. This past September, my sister and I visited this place. I've noticed it is no longer on your website. The place is truly haunted. I'm no ghost hunter, but we thought we would give it a try on our vacation. This place I'm referring to, of course, is Knoxville, Tennessee's Evil and Copper Ridge Road. When we got there, no sooner than we got out of the car and crossed the street, I was overcome with fear. We went into the graveyard and was looking around. I looked at the building and saw a glowing light. I just thought it was from a street light on the other side of the building, but my niece was standing beside me and never saw it. I was taking some pictures of headstones when my sister started running towards me, yelling, "Did you hear that?" I then proceeded to tell her that I didn't hear anything, so we all ran scared, and she said she even heard a dog growling. We left and went back to our motel. We got brave and decided to go back. When we got back, we went into the building and not the graveyard. This time, it was like I couldn't breathe. After a few minutes, I was okay. We walked around the outside of the building. My sister wanted to go inside, but only if one of us went with her. I said I wasn't going in there, so we ended up back in the graveyard. We start looking around again when we noticed something really strange. What we saw in the distance of the graveyard, all the way in the back, was the faint image of a black shadowy figure approaching us. I started yelling, "Run, it's going to get you." Everybody sees this thing, so we run for my car and refuse to get back out. Now, my sister, for whatever reason, wanted to get back out there and investigate, out of curiosity, I guess, but I told her not to go out there. We drove away, and that was that. I live in a small town in Texas. For as long as I can remember, everyone has told stories of our high school being haunted. Before I begin, I will give you some background info. The high school was built, I believe, in the 1920s. As the years have gone by, the school has been expanded on, but the original building is still there. It is in the part of the building that most of the weird experiences have happened. These are all stories told to me mostly by the teachers. I've never experienced anything myself. I will try to remember everything. As a side note, this all occurred in the original part of the building. On with the stories. To start with, one of the classrooms in the old building belongs to Miss P. I won't mention anyone's name for privacy reasons. She has told me that there is a cold spot in the corner of the room. She has placed a large cabinet in the corner because her students would frequently mess around there. She also told me of a time when she was picking up for summer vacation and had neatly stacked all her books up on the desk before leaving for the night. She was the only person there at the time, and she locked the room up. The next morning, she returned to her room and found all the books she had stacked open, thrown throughout the room. I've taken her class, and sometimes without warning, the mobiles on her ceiling will move, but there is no breeze to move them. Also, The smell of lemons can be smelled by everyone every once in a while. Sometimes when she has her own scented candles, of which are never lemon. The main hauntings, I guess you could say, come from the gym. For years, people have had strange things happen. About 4 summers ago, we had a teacher bring in some paranormal investigators to have a look at the high school gym. They told us that the center of energy, I guess, is located under the gym in the girls' weight room. This made sense on several occasions because the punching bag down there, which is very heavy, will swing violently on its own. Also, in pictures taken of the girls' basketball team, a white haze can be seen in the top corner of the picture near the basketball goal. I've seen this picture. My friend is a photographer for the yearbook, and in a lot of her pictures taken in the old high school, white balls called orbs can be seen floating around, and even my teacher has seen them floating around as well. Anyway, the investigators took video of the gym while they were walking around, and twice, when they crossed the gym, they were followed by a burst of light, I guess is the best way to describe it. They also left a tape recorder in the weight room during the investigation, and upon listening to it, heard voices that sounded raspy and so far off of what a usual voice would sound like. I will never forget what the voices said though. The reason we view the tape and listen to the recording is because the head of the investigation has a website that she has posted this on. They said, and I quote, "No one hears us." I just thought I would share this with you all after reading the many experiences of others on this website. I attend this high school currently. Many rumors fly around about who the ghost can be. The most reasonable is that of an old janitor who died, and also some of the high school students who were involved in a car crash. I don't know what year that was, but many people believe that they could be there as well. The investigator doesn't believe they are harmful, but she also recommended not trying to contact them as well. She believes they inhabit the gym because that used to be a high source of energy, with pep rallies, athletics, and such. That is all I know. After reading some of the stories here, I thought I would like to take this opportunity to share an experience I had back in 1992 and 93 in an apartment my friend and I were living in at the time. It was a relatively new apartment complex at the time, only 3 years old. Things were innocuous enough to begin with, so neither my friend nor I really thought anything was odd. Items of food, jewelry, or clothing would disappear and reappear frequently, days or weeks later, in strange places, other than those where they had originally belonged. We each thought the other person was misplacing these items and forgetting we'd moved them. It was quite amusing at times to open up the cupboard and find the cheese in with the dinner plates or the chicken pies in your closet. Oh, and socks used to disappear a lot. Well, usually one, but I think that was the washing machine eating them. Often, there would be a dark shape out of the corner of your eye, and when you turned to look, there was nobody there. I mean, you could feel someone there too. Laying in bed at night, I would hear the front door open and footsteps walking across the living room, and thinking it was my roommate coming in from her night out, I would call out to her and get no reply. She hadn't come home. No one was home except for me. I was woken up one night by voices whispering very close by. I thought it was someone chatting outside my bedroom window at 3 o'clock in the morning, but when I woke up more fully, I realized it was coming from my bedside radio. But the radio was not turned on. It was not even plugged in. The TV would turn on by itself. Usually when we were in bed, it would come on really loudly and startle you awake, and it wasn't even on a channel we even liked to watch. One night, my friend had volunteered to sleep in the living room on the couch because my friend and daughters were over for a visit. Another long story, and my daughters had taken her bedroom over. Lynn told me the next day that during the night, she had been woken up by the feeling of someone standing over her. She said the feeling was very intense, and at this point, she had not opened her eyes, and she just knew someone was standing over her, watching her. She at first thought it was either myself or one of my daughters, but for some reason didn't want to look. Eventually she said she had to look, and as soon as she opened her eyes, the feeling was gone, and nobody was there. My family and I were all fast asleep. Then, over a period of time, things became even more weird. We had some fresh skim milk in the fridge, just bought that morning from the local 7-Eleven, which was only across the parking lot of where we lived. A short time later, we went to use the milk, and it was curdled. No harm done. We took it back to the store, and they gave us another fresh carton. We took the carton, and it sounded normal, so off we trotted home for our tea. We opened up this carton to pour into our tea, and lo and behold, curdled again. I mean thick, lumpy, sludgy goo. Not weak, watery, skimmed milk. So, thinking this was just bad luck, when all we wanted was a cup of tea, we took it back again. The store clerk must have thought we were boiling it or something, but gave us another carton, and after we shook it a few times and squeezed it to try and determine if it was fresh, we took it home. But that one was curdled too. We gave up on having our cup of tea at that point. Not long after that, I awoke one morning, and my ring finger felt sore. I looked down at my hand, and my engagement ring was buckled. It wasn't a little bent, but completely buckled into a triangle shape. It had been perfectly fine when I went to bed, and my wedding ring was normal. It was extremely hard to get off of my finger, and when I did finally get it off, it wasn't not only bent, but actually broken almost completely through the gold band in 3 places. I don't know how a ring could even be broken, even if I had laid on my hands. I mean, they would only have pressed the ring into the mattress, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that is enough pressure to bend a diamond ring. Of course, maybe hubby had bought me a ring out of a lucky bag. Never thought of that. I took it to a jeweler for repair, and he said in all his years as a jeweler, he'd never seen a ring broken like that. After having it repaired, a short time later, I somehow managed to drop 5 rings in the shower, and the only one that disappeared down the plug hole, never to be seen again, was this engagement ring. All my other rings stayed in one place. I realize none of these events are horrifying. Apart from the curdled milk, have you ever seen skim milk curdle in 2 minutes or less? But this one is the only house or living quarters that have experienced any strange occurrences like this, so I thought this was the place to share it. We do. Both my friend and I believe that there is something wrong with that apartment, as the feelings and events were getting stronger and less friendlier the longer we stayed there. Eventually, we moved out into another apartment in the same complex and never had any other things like that occur. I was often tempted to go and ask the new occupants if anything weird happened to them, but didn't want them to think we were crazy. A couple of years ago, me and my dad moved in with my new stepmom. Everything was going just fine. I just got a new horse, so everything was perfect. Well, one night, when I went to bed, everything was normal. And just so you understand the story better, I'll explain what my room looked like. I had my rat cage by my bed, and at the foot of my bed, I had my computer that I always left on. And on this night, I had extra blankets on my computer chair. Well, I just turned off my bedside light and was staring at my screensaver until I fell asleep. But while I was staring at the computer, something seemed different. It seemed closer than usual. It seemed to be getting even closer. So I looked at the opposite wall, and it seemed to be getting closer. Then it stopped abruptly, and everything seemed to be back to normal. I just thought maybe I fell asleep. So I shook it out of my mind. Then everything seemed to be not normal again, and somehow I seemed to know what was coming, because all I could think of was to keep an eye on that door, the bedroom door. Then, a black-shaped, shadowy man came in. Well, of course I was scared. Then he walked to the side of my bed and just stood there, did nothing but stand there. He then walked back to my doorway and then turned to stare at me again. So my thought was run past him and get to my parents' room. I thought this was all a dream. So I got out of bed and started to run to my door and get past this man. Well, I wasn't able to get past this man because it felt like an invisible force field and I was frozen there, like I couldn't even move. I tried moving, but I was paralyzed. The man just stood there for about 2 minutes. Then my light turned on and my dad walked into the door and the man vanished. He asked me what was wrong and I told him about the man that was in my room. Then I asked him if he saw me paralyzed and that I couldn't move, thinking maybe it was a dream and I dreamed I walked into him. But he said no. He woke because he heard me scream, "Please, Daddy, help me. Dad, help." I can bet my life I never said that. This isn't the only time I've seen this man. When me and my family were vacationing in Mexico, I had a nightmare and my parents woke me up and brought me over to their room. This hotel room had 2 rooms and a bath to calm me down. The lights were off, of course, but they had the bedroom light on so there wouldn't be too much light in the room, and I was sitting on their bed. Then, I looked over at a couch that was in their room, and there was a shadowy man sitting there laughing at me. So he started screaming because, of course, I was scared and my parents didn't know why I was screaming, but the man was still sitting there and laughing. And I was trying to point this out to my parents, but they couldn't see him. One day when my family was out, I stayed home by myself. I then started to feel a breeze, so then I went to go get a blanket, and I felt like someone was watching me. I went upstairs to my room, and I saw a really bright shadow. I got frightened, so I started running to my room, but right then, my door opened. I went inside. I saw a glare near my bed, and its image started showing up. It looked like a little girl, so I told her to leave me alone. Covering myself up, I felt a chill. I started crawling to the hallway near the steps, and it was standing right there in front of me. My parents came home right then, so they tried to open the front door, but I went to open it, but it was already unlocked. I told them what had happened. They couldn't believe what I was saying. I went to go drink some water, then I went to sleep, but I couldn't. It seemed like the little girl was watching me. I can still see her to this day, but it does not frighten me. It sometimes seems like she is talking to me. I can tell when she is there because I either get the chills or I feel as someone is touching me. I moved not too long ago, but I will always remember her. I wish I knew what she was trying to tell me or leave me alone. I will remember that forever. My family had moved into this house. The old owner, a middle-aged man, moved because of the memories. 2 years earlier, his wife had died giving childbirth. Soon after that, we moved in. My older brother decided to move back in and took the room across from mine. I hated my room. It was always cold, and I was scared to be in it by myself. I would lay on my bed and watch TV. 2 times I saw ghosts. My dad sometimes went in my brother's room to play his PlayStation, and out of the corner of my eye, in broad daylight, I would see an older man, slightly bald, wearing a white shirt, and walk into my brother's room. I thought it was my dad, but the lights didn't turn on, and my dog started to cry. Soon after, I saw a young girl walk into my brother's room. She had long, dark brown hair and was wearing a white nightgown. We have a mirror at the end of the hall between our rooms, and while walking down the hall a couple of times, I would see people behind me. One time, there was a very tall, skinny man standing behind me about 10 feet, staring into the mirror. I told my mom, and she thought it was funny. She gave him the name Frank. A second time I was walking down the hall, I looked up into the mirror, and a dark figure with a flowing dress ran across the hall. Then one night, I was sleeping and was woken up by a man standing beside my bed, staring at me and breathing deeply. I was too scared to move or talk. After I fell asleep, I had a dream about the devil. I swear I felt like I was awake and something was holding me down. I couldn't even move my head. After those things happened, I wouldn't go to sleep until my brother got home. And one night, After he got home, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My eyes were shut and it was dark. We have big speakers and there was a flower pot on them by the window. I heard the flower pot slide across the speaker, but was too scared to even open up my eyes. I was lying on my back with one arm under the blanket and one arm on top of the blanket. Not a minute after, I heard the flower pot move. Something grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I swung my arm out and didn't hit anything, so I quickly opened my eyes and turned on the light behind me, but nothing was there. I was so scared, I couldn't sleep for days. My brother moved out soon after, and I took his room. Ever since, I've been told in his old room, strange things stopped happening. My family moved into our LA, Orange County home about 18 years ago, so I've been here all 16 years of my life. When I was little, I always fancied my invisible friend, who I've recently called Eric. I talked to him up until I was about 5, so my parents told me. Then I stopped. When I turned 15, I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, while I was on the computer, I would see a figure in black standing in the doorway to my room. My computer is in my parents' room, being they have the alternate phone line. Their door is directly down the hall from mine. You can look through my door from theirs. I would also smell odd smells, like death or some sort of fish, when none is cooking. There will also be cold spots in the same part of the downstairs hallway, where most of the activity has taken place. Occasionally, even, I will feel a hand on top of mine while I'm waiting for something, such as when my parents were yelling on the phone when they found out my mom was unable to get a much-needed surgery. Luckily for me, that's not all. There was an instance where I actually heard something. I sat in the salon, doing my homework as I normally did. I was home alone. Out of nowhere came a thud, thump, thump, repeatedly from our den. It was rhythmic and rather loud. I let it run its course, and for a moment, before becoming frustrated, I yelled, "Eric, please, I'm trying to do my homework." It stopped, and I swear, that was almost regretful sigh afterwards. I've also seen the same spirit in several places, which has led my friend to believe he's my guardian. He has startled me once at school by appearing in the doorway to our recreation room. Naturally, only I could see it, which caused me to move from the line of running freshmen, who would have otherwise run into me. I'm planning to do an EVP as soon as I get an external mic for my recorder. In another story, a small home located in the suburb of Chicago houses a very strange spirit. The room I stay in while visiting my grandparents' house is across the hall from what used to be my uncle's and now deceased. Every now and then, the hanging doors in the closet will sway, even when there is no draft nor air conditioner. In the night, there will be occasional whispering. The spirit has never appeared to be malicious, which has led me to believe it is the spirit of my uncle. Though the house was built during World War II, there is no other reasonable explanation. Another story I have is a story I'm sure many people have. It begins on a warm summer day upon the Queen Mary, which is permanently docked in Long Beach, California. I was visiting with my grandparents from above story, and my parents and brother, since I've been begging to go for a long time. My grandmother and I just passed the closed-off fitness room, which my parents, brother, and grandfather had stopped at to gawk at. Gran had gone ahead a bit, so I was walking virtually alone. I descended the stairs at the end of the hall, slowly, half because I was tired, half because I was waiting for the group of 4 to catch up. As I went down, I felt a violent jerk on my backpack, as if someone didn't want me to progress any further. I turned immediately, believing it was my brother being a jerk. There was no one there. As we left, I turned back to the boat to take a final snapshot before departing, knowing it would be a long time before I'd see it again. On the highest point of the boat, closed off to the public, I saw a woman in white with dark hair, her dress blowing in the wind. I thought it was an employee until I looked again, and there was nothing there. and no door through which she could have gone through. Now this last story, I'll refer to as Purple and Gold. Luckily for me, this has only happened today, so the details are easy to remember. Of course, every ghost researching person, serious or phony, in this country has heard of the Whaley House, the most haunted house in the United States, whose residents include the playful Yankee Jim and Anna Whaley, whose lavender perfume can occasionally be smelled by visitors and employees alike. I had gone upstairs long before my family did, eager to view the house I had heard so much about. There were only a few of us upstairs at the time, 1 woman and 3 men, only one of which was wearing any kind of body spray. I sniffed as I passed them. Don't ask why. Impulse, I suppose. Which was Axe, worn by one of the men. I entered the room, which had once been a playhouse, and froze in my tracks. The unmistakable smell of lather perfume hung in the air for a moment, then disappeared. This happened in several points in the house, which can also be confirmed by my mother, who later smelled it in a different area. We also witnessed a moving curtain, which I checked for a draft. There wasn't any. No one had been in the room for a while either. I would have seen them, being I was in the room when the curtain started moving. And those are all my stories. I've wrote to you before about my other experiences. I've one about a haunted house a friend of mine lived in a few years back. A bunch of us used to hang out there. He had a lot of bonfires over the summer. The first time I'd ever went there was a few months after he had moved in. I was dating his best friend, and he told me that he thought it was haunted. I in turn did not believe him at first. Then things happened. We were in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, we heard something from the basement, like someone was using a broomstick and hitting the ceiling from the basement. I laughed at first and asked who was down there. Then I saw the look on my friend's face. He was terrified and suggested we go outdoors for a while. While we were outside, I asked what was going on. He said that was the ghost's way of letting him know he was annoyed, so he leaves the premises for a while. I still was skeptical until I looked up and could see into the front door, and standing there in his living room was this old guy who was somewhat glowing. I almost hightailed it out of there when they decided it was safe to go in. I told them I was leaving, and they insisted I go back in, so I did. I then asked my friend if he had ever seen this ghost before, and he said no. I described to him what he looked like, and he looked into the previous owners of the house. Well, it turns out there was a guy who died in that house who looked like the same man I described. I freaked after that, as well as my friend. Things were going good at first. Like every time my friend came back home from work, he would announce himself, and the guy never bothered him anymore. There was always this room upstairs that every time you walked by it, you could feel a cold draft from the door, and it was locked. We never thought anything of it, till the man started to get mad. There were many more parties going on because of the summer. Well, the man seemed to not like the parties, and he started showing himself to me and my friend. I knew he was getting mad, and things got bad when he started attacking my friend at night. He would wake up to slashes across his back. We checked into the history more, and found out that the man was not friendly when he was alive, and worse when he was dead. It did not take long for my friend to move. The beatings were worse by the time he left. Although he never attacked me, I always feel threatened by him. I would wake up to him right in my face, and he would disappear when I would scream. I still think about the horrors that man would do to anyone, and how my friend survived actually being attacked by a ghost. Sometimes I still have dreams about this man, and how he chases people out of the house. To this day, the house is still empty. My name is Billy, and I would like to share a supernatural story of mine. Although my story does not have a physical contact, seen a ghost, there was definitely something supernatural in the house. It was a few years ago, back in 2001 or 2002 I believe, in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga is a fast-growing suburb just outside of Toronto. The place in question was your very typical haunted house on top of a hill surrounded by vast land, which in turn was surrounded by industrial and commercial land. The house was deserted, only of its occupants, as its remains lay trapped behind boarded windows. I know it sounds silly, but that is exactly what it was. That looming house on the hill that every kid stared at as there were parents that drove by. I was one of those kids who, while in the backseat of my parents' car, stared silently at the house as we drove by. But it was more than just the stereotypical view of the house that captured me. There was something there, something odd that pulled me in. It was not until a few years later that I had the guts to go to the house. I had moved away from Mississauga to Toronto, but I never forgot the house. I had always told myself that I would go back, alone, and take photographs of the house. So one day, I grabbed my camera and I headed back to the house. It was early spring, and the leaves have yet to grow on the trees. The house had the most scary driveway I'd ever seen, probably the length of 2 to 3 football fields, and that is no joke. Now, from what I know, the house remained deserted and the land untouched by commercialists. I guess sometime, someone managed to get inside because the roof was burnt completely off. Most of the window boardings were torn down, and the insides of the room were completely overturned and damaged. From the beer cans all over the place, there must have been a party. The property around the house was littered with about 3 to 4 sheds and about 4 to 5 old rusted cars and scraps all over the ground. I forgot to mention that for some reason, I decided to go in the house in the evening, dusk to be precise. I had less than an hour to take photographs before darkness settled in. So, I entered the house from the back because it was the only part of the house with an open door. The floor was littered with papers, overturned chairs, and a lot of other rubble. I took some photos in the entrance and made my way inside. I went into the room that was the furthest into this part of the house. The first floor had 2 sections of the house that could not be reached from inside. This room had an overturned couch, a fireplace, and a littered floor. This room gave me very strong thoughts about entering it. I don't know what it was, but there was something that felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I entered, and I stood at the far right corner behind the couch and aimed my camera towards the fireplace. The light on my camera flickered on and off rapidly, and my camera refused to take the photo. I tried and tried, but my camera would not take it. Instead, I stood there and watched as the room went from total darkness to light as the camera flickered on and off. Afraid of what might appear, I left the room and stood looking into it from beyond. From there, I went to the upstairs to where a previous fire left the entire floor naked to the sky. This is where I noticed something odd. The house's main floor, as I've said before, was divided into 2 parts. Neither could be reached from inside the main floor. You either had to leave the house, go around, and enter through another door, or, as I just had learned, you had to go upstairs, cross over to the other side, and take another set of stairs down. Unfortunately, the stairs that led to the other side of the house was blocked by fallen timber, but this layout of the house was very, very odd. It did not make any sense. So, I went back downstairs and went around to the other side of the house to enter. I found an open window and pulled myself up onto the ledge. I froze right on the spot, staring deep into this part of the house. I have no idea what it was, but something was telling me to stay the hell away from the house. I felt this deep fear, this huge warning of not to enter this part of the house. So I pulled myself back down and walked away. Now, here's the interesting part. I've dreamt much of this house before I had gone to visit it. In my dreams, there was another entrance to the house, or another part of the house, a tunnel carved into the house from the ground. As I walked away, I saw it, about 50 feet from the house. 5 feet down the portal of it, cemented there, lay another path wide enough to crawl through that pointed to the house. Now, you can believe this or not, everything I've said is true. Just thought you would like to hear it. In the late 1970s, I attended college in New York State, around the Finger Lakes. The building I described was first built in the 1890s. Since we were in the middle of the first oil crisis, students who remained on campus spent the short winter term in the old main dorm to conserve energy. As it happened, some friends and I were assigned a large, empty room on the top floor. It was 4 floors up and 1 below the attic, and 1 end slanted along the roof line. The room had been primarily used for storage. The gloomy winter sun had a hard time shining through the one ice-upped window facing the lake. Dark as it was, we cheerfully shoved a desk to one side and slept on the floor to give us more room. We were having a good time camping out and weren't inclined to do much schoolwork until our papers were due. After 3 weeks or so, a winter storm was approaching, so we decided to stock up on necessities and have a little party just amongst ourselves. I'd like to say that we're all sober as judges and went to bed early after saying our prayers. However, it being the late 70s, we indulged in smoke and alcohol. We had the stereo up loud, but the music couldn't completely cover the growing sound of the wind. Our window was frosted up, and a tree branch scratched the glass. Every now and then, someone wondered whether we'd be snowed in. Someone said we would at least be able to get down on the tree. Eventually, we turned in. Unsurprisingly, that night, I had a very spooky dream. A woman hovered over me and was trying to say something to me. God knows I tried to understand her, but her fluid outlines and vivid colors made me feel a bit queasy. I woke up, certain she was still in the room. I saw nothing, just the shadow of the tree limb swaying outside. Too much party, I thought to myself, and went back to sleep. We were quiet the next morning. I suppose it was due to too much of a good thing the night before. The snowdrifts were impressive, as the wind had been so wicked, but the sun was out, and the sky was clear, and the snow was pristine. It was so much different than the storm that I felt up to sharing my spooky dream. It seems that 2 of the others had strange dreams as well. Since we all dreamed different things, I was certain nothing occult had happened. I was very relieved, since we still had 3 weeks to live in that room. Being a Florida girl, I was still curious about snow still, and wanted to have a look around. I dragged a willing soul with me, and we make a quick trek around the yard. Finally, I wanted to see about our tree. My companion was bitching about the cold, and she ran into my back. When she saw why I had stopped, she said, "Son of a gun." You may have guessed by now that there was no branch, no tree, no vegetation within 15 yards of our window, and nothing was 4 stories high. We dug in the snow a bit to see whether it had fallen. Nope, no trunk, no hidden limbs in the snow. We ran up to the room to look out and make certain we had the right window. When we heated off the frost with a hairdryer and we looked down and saw nothing but our tracks, every one of us marched back down to try and find our tree. Nothing. We went back upstairs and talked a bit to get over the shock. We were all skittish, but managed to sleep in the room, but with our mattresses shoved much closer together. After that, we never mentioned much. Why bother? There was no rational explanation. I'm just glad I wasn't the only witness. That would have been crazy making. Hi, I live in the United Kingdom and have had a few ghostly experiences. My first was when I was about 7 or 8, just after my dog had passed away. He used to sit with me at the top of the stairs when I was younger, as if to protect me from falling down. He would let me be till I made it all the way up or down. After he was gone, I used to sit on the same top stair, pining for my best friend. One evening, I watched as a cat walked from the dining room door, which was open, through the living room door, which was shut. This wasn't the only time I met the cat. I always slept with the door shut to my bedroom, but felt a cat pat and paw its way to getting comfortable on my bed. I also remember it purring as well. We did have a cat at the time, so I thought it was her. I reached down to stroke what I thought was my cat. Instead, there was a small indent in my mattress. When I turned the light on, there was nothing there. My door was still shut, and my cat wasn't in the room. During my teens a few times, I woke to find my light on and television turned on. This stopped when I moved out of the family home while I went to college. I suppose more disturbingly is what has been happening to me for the last few years. In 3 different properties I've lived in, My bed has been shaken. The first couple of times it happened, I was really scared, but have gotten used to it now and have accepted it. If I had the courage, I would ask it what it wants, but it's never hurt me, and I believe it is there just to let me know it's looking out for me. Whenever it has happened, it is usually when I've been upset. It happened after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, for example. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a building that was built in the 1940s in Kokomo, Indiana. I've heard several ghost stories from my friends and whatnot, but I'd never taken any of them to heart until I saw firsthand a ghost in my very own house. I had never truly felt at ease in my own apartment. It had always seemed as though something else had resided besides my boyfriend and I. What got me thinking was the fact that whenever I opened the front door, I saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen, which was to the left. Lighting can create that, but no matter if the light source were emitting from the right, left, behind me, or even not at all, I always saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen. I really never thought much more than it being a light trick, though I was creeped out that I saw a shadow, even though there would be no light at all. After a while, I rarely noticed it. Things changed on January 19th, 2004. I was on my computer in my living room. To the left of me was a walk-in closet. We always kept the doors to the closet open. I was the only one home. It was nighttime, and the lights were on in the house. I stared at the screen, not paying attention to anything else, when the lighting in the room changed and got dimmer. It repeated this for a few seconds, and I chalked it up to the snowstorm outside. A few minutes go by, and then, to my left, I see what appeared to be a person outside my field of vision. I wear glasses, so I don't see way off to the side too well. Anyway, I turned my head, and I saw, as clear as anyone could ever see, a young man walk straight into my closet and then disappear. I remember exactly what he had looked like. About 6 feet tall, short, straight blonde hair. He never looked over at me. I only saw him from the side as he disappeared into my closet. Strange, I know, and I could not make sense of it either. I was so scared that I immediately jumped up from my chair and drove to my mother's house, where I stayed for a couple of days. Later on, after I had moved out a month later, I found out from my landlord that the last resident was a young man who had committed suicide by hanging himself with a noose in the walk-in closet. I wonder to this day, why did I see him? What was the purpose? I don't know if I'll ever know, but I've been both fascinated and frightened by my experience, and from the day it has happened, it has always captivated me.
It was the fall of 1979. My grandfather passed away in the hospital the previous month. My grandmother wanted to rent me her mobile home in Green Acres, Florida, so she could move back permanently to her home in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I was living in a high-priced apartment complex in West Palm at the time, so this would be my chance to save some money and help my grandma at the same time. I cleaned, painted, and fixed. Everything was fine for the first 3 months. Then on a dark and stormy night, wouldn't you know it, I was home alone, watching TV in the living room. I heard a thud. I looked around behind me, towards the master bedroom, and much to my shock, saw a white, smoky figure, unmistakably my grandfather, walk past the bedroom doorway. Well, the first thing I felt was this warm rush of blood through my body, which is probably better defined as fright. I jumped out of the recliner and just kind of stood frozen in the middle of the living room floor, staring at the bedroom, waiting for him to walk by again. He never did, at least not that night. 6 months later, after I had pretty much forgotten about the incident, it was the middle of the day, and I was at the kitchen sink washing dishes, listening to TV. Something came on the program I wanted to see, so I walked to the living room, watched a few minutes, then turned around to go back into the kitchen. Yes, you guessed it. There was the exact same ghostly figure walking past the master bedroom doorway. This time I was taken back but braver. Maybe because it was daylight? I ran back to the bedroom, but there was nothing. No ghost, no smoke, not even a sense of smell. Nothing. I told some family and friends of both incidents and got the usual, "Are you crazy? Yeah, right" kind of looks. 1981, 2 years later. My life is very different. My Cuban girlfriend's mother is living with us. She stays home all day cooking and cleaning. One night at dinner, she tells us about the ghostly figure she has been seeing walk past her bedroom doorway. She didn't want to say anything because she didn't want us to think she was crazy. Needless to say, I was in shock and wanted to know more. She couldn't tell me more. She only saw on numerous occasions a white ghostly figure walking past the master bedroom doorway. But what did it look like, I asked. She described my grandfather to a T. She had never met him. He usually wore a beige khaki work shirt and pants, a hat, and always chewing on an unlit cigar. I ran for my box of photographs, found one of my grandfather, and now she was in shock. "That's the ghost," she cried. "That's him." 1992, 11 years later. My grandparents' mobile home had been long sold. I lived in Okeechobee County, Florida for about 5 years, with a little plot of land and a lot of farm animals. I was driving up to the lake one day to go fishing. While I was sitting at the traffic light, I glanced over at the mobile home business in the corner. In the rear of the lot were the used mobile homes. Was that my grandparents' mobile home I could see way in the back? There was that warm rush of blood again. Called the creeps this time. I had to be sure, so I drove over to investigate. It was pretty much in shambles. No front door, broken windows, holes in the floor, completely falling apart. Is this really it? What was it doing in Okeechobee about 100 miles from Green Acres? I still had to be sure, so I went inside snooping around. No, I didn't see any ghosts, but I found the weathered plastic numbers from the top of the old mailbox of the Green Acres address on the floor of my old bedroom closet. I will never understand if the ghost was trying to communicate something, or why it chose to only show itself to my ex-girlfriend's mother and me. But more strangely, why did that old trailer seem to follow me all the way out to the country in Okeechobee? Oh yeah, I didn't take that souvenir I found in the bedroom closet. After I found those plastic numbers, I dropped them in a mad rush to get out of there. This happened to me in the summer of 1991, and it's all true. I was pregnant with my son, who is now 13. I have a daughter who is 15, who at the time was 2. My husband and I moved into a trailer house. I always felt uneasy there, but passed it off. This trailer was a 3-bedroom. The layout of the house was so: the front door, the living room. To the left of this, a bedroom. On the right side of the living room was the kitchen, then a hall. In the hall to your left was a bedroom, then the bathroom, and then straight ahead was the master bedroom. We never noticed anything unusual until my brother moved in with us. He slept in the bedroom next to the living room. This room always stayed ice cold. We know it wasn't the air conditioner because it had broken and the landlord couldn't fix it. If you've ever been in Texas during the summer, it is extremely hot. This room was always cold. Some other strange things that occurred there were the fact that my 2 dogs would never go down the hall. One day, I was cleaning and my daughter was in the first bedroom of the hall. She was in there playing and I heard her talking to someone and someone answered her back. I ran to her room and no one was there. I asked her who she was talking to and she said Tommy. I instantly felt a cold spot and something breathed down my neck. I went into premature labor. After I spent 3 days in the hospital, I went home only to go back into labor the moment I walked into the door. I finally told my mom what was going on, and she told me to ask what it wanted. I got back home after a few days and nothing happened. Then one day, my daughter fell asleep in my bed. I decided to watch some TV for a while. When I sat down on the couch, she started crying. When I got to my room, she was still asleep, but I could still hear the crying and it wasn't her. That night, I went into labor again. A week or so later, I was washing dishes when I sensed something behind me. I turned around, but seen nothing. I finally asked it what it wanted, and it growled at me. Needless to say, I grabbed my daughter and left. I never went back and never went into premature labor again. My mom thinks the spirit wanted the soul of my son. What do you think? Any ideas? Sorry this was so long. Thanks for your time. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I went over to my best friend's house at night. She was sitting outside on her front lawn, looking at the house directly across the street. I asked her what she was watching for as I sat next to her. She said that for the last couple of days, she noticed some strange people coming to the house, some wearing black robes. She liked the lady very much and visited her often, so she told me earlier in the day she had gone and knocked on the door to check on her. A stranger answered the door, and then the woman's husband came to the door. He was very sharp with her and told her everything was okay and not to bother them anymore. After she finished telling me this, we sat in silence, contemplating the situation. All of a sudden, the camper owned by my friend's family, which was parked in the driveway to our right, began shaking violently. Our first thought was an earthquake. We lived in California. Quickly, we noticed that nothing else was moving. As the camper continued to shake, we each ran around either side until we met on the other side. Nobody was moving it from the outside. Somebody must be inside, we thought. My friend ran into the house to get her father, yelling someone had broken into the camper. Just as she and her father had come around the corner, the shaking stopped. Her father unlocked the camper and bounded in. We stayed out of the way, ready to get help. After a couple of minutes, her father came out looking pissed off. Was this a joke, he asked? No one was in the camper. All the closets and drawers had been opened and everything was flung all over. We were practically in tears, trying to convince him that we hadn't done anything. I guess he believed us, because then he went in the house and yelled at her brother. About 6 or 7 years ago, my family lived along Tays Valley Road before the big industrial boom of Putnam County. Seems like it went from a farming community to a city right before my eyes. Well, anyway, we rented land off of a fellow by the name of Jim Umberger. On this land was an extravagant pre-Civil War, almost Victorian house. It was simply beautiful. Off to the side of this massive antique sat our trailer. Now, I was awfully young through all of this, and kids will have their fabled ghost stories. But there was something quite odd about this house. Something was downright sour. The story had it, and I know nothing of the truth in this. A family was brutally butchered in the house. Back then, there was a whole lot of nothing for miles around, so no one even found these folks for a good long time. As a youngster, I had the creeps about anything just about, but I've never been quite as frightened of a place as I was here. The place had an eerie air to it. To make things even more insane, my step-grandmother Evelyn died of brain cancer there, in our trailer of course. My other grandmother's entire cancer-eaten body seized up and shut down on her, yet she died officially in a hospital. Strange things went on at this trailer. Pockets of not cool but cold air in the middle of July, for example. Once in the winter, my mother was out on the town. My younger brother and I were watching some TV when there was a knock on the door. There, on the freshly fallen snow, was nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks, absolutely nothing. Needless to say, I spent the rest of that night with my head buried under the covers. Speaking of doors, once I heard the doorbell ring. Seemed innocent enough, but we didn't have a doorbell. Pictures falling off the wall, creaky floors, and long sleepless nights were only minor nuisances we had to deal with every day. The most disturbing incidences, however, and the most annoying, were when the smoke detectors, located in various parts of the trailer, would take turns going off one at a time. After that, they'd go off simultaneously, quite a ruckus. For a long time, I thought I was the only one who felt a presence. Then one night, my mother went completely irate, screaming, "Show yourself, Evelyn. I'm tired of these frickin' games. Show yourself." We never saw anything. Things continued as they were until we moved. Mr. Umberger sold the land to someone, and it became Southbrook, a ritzy subdivision with $500,000 houses that wouldn't hear of her humble trailer deprecating their property. However, I believe they'll get theirs. Although they tear the house down for the project, there was a well and a system of underground streams and springs, which probably rendered the whole operation illegal. The thing about the springs and wells may not sound important, but in my own personal research, I found negative forces and spirits can channel themselves through waterways. I'd like to see how Southbrook lights its new neighbors. I believe I have some pictures of that house somewhere in the mess that is my apartment. Thanks for reading. This is a true story that happened to me, my friend, my boyfriend, his brother, and my brother about a year ago. About a year ago, my friend Courtney, my boyfriend Josh, his little brother Brian, my little brother Jared, and I were staying down at our trailer in Saginaw. It was about 3 in the morning, and Jared and Brian were already asleep. In our trailer, there was a downstairs, the living room, and an upstairs, the kitchen, 3 bedrooms, dining room. And when you walk out the front door, you are in a carport, looking out into a blank field. Well, another friend of mine had lived in the house before me and said that there was an old lady that walked down the hall at night. Me, Josh, and Courtney were downstairs watching TV when we heard some noise come from the bedroom Brian and Jared were sleeping in. So we ran in and checked on them. There was nothing there, so we sat back down on the couch and started watching TV again. About 15 minutes later, we heard what sounded like someone knocking on the door. So I went and looked through the peephole, but when I didn't see anything, I walked outside and looked out into the field. I listened really closely and heard what sounded like a knife being sharpened. I ran in the house and deadbolted the door. Then it sounded like someone was trying to get into the back door, which was boarded up. I started getting this really scared feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was sitting on the couch. Josh had his arm around me, and the front door flew open. I jumped up and ran into the bedroom that Jared and Brian were in. Josh and Courtney soon followed. They came in, and we locked the bedroom door. We sat there for about 15 minutes and heard somebody walk in, up the steps, and stop at the door. At this point, we were really freaking out. Suddenly, I then heard my stepmom's voice on the outside of the door say, "What are you doing in there?" We told her the whole story, and she just laughed and blamed it on the wind. Thanks for reading. It all started when my Aunt Crystal moved into a little trailer that belongs to my grandmother. Now I live there, going on 3 years. There were 3 occasions when these ghosts were encountered. We're still not sure if it was the same ghost. They both happened at night, in the same room. Well, on with the stories. The first person to see the ghost was my aunt, Crystal. She would always stay up late and wait for her husband Tony to come home from his night shift. This is how she says it happened. She was in the back room of the trailer, built on, cleaning up. This room was used as a playroom for my 3 little cousins. So she is back there cleaning when she starts to feel a cold chill or a draft, which is normal because the trailer isn't but about 50 feet in front of a creek. So the place stays chilling in the winter and humid in the summer. So she got up and changed into a sweatshirt. When she re-entered the room to resume on cleaning, she felt an eerie presence in the room, like someone was looking over her shoulder. She finally decided to turn and look, and that's when she saw it, a small figure over by the closet, just staring at her and seemed to be smiling. One of those evil, wretched smiles. She jumped up screaming for the ghost, or whatever it was, to leave now. My aunt never saw the ghost again. She said after she yelled for it to leave, the strange feeling went away, and when she went back into the room, she noticed it had warmed up. On another occasion, it was my Uncle Denny, my aunt's brother. He needed a place to stay for a while, so she gave him that same back room. Well, I'm not going to go into detail about the room and just tell you what happened to him. All I know is he underwent a series of different events all in one night. He was in the bed not quite asleep, but kinda dozing off, one night in late October. The first thing that happened to him is that he felt a gentle tug on the covers. He was still kind of out, but it was enough to wake him up a little. He ignored it and pulled the covers over his head. Then he says about half hour later, he heard a small click and the stereo that he had set up beside his bed had come on. He loves to listen to Tupac a lot, so that is what was playing. He had been listening to it earlier, so that it was really loud, and there were other people trying to sleep, so he reached over and turned it down. Now, he was starting to get a little scared. He sat up and studied his room. Nothing. But, despite the fact that he couldn't see anything in the room, he thought that didn't mean that there was nothing there. So he got up and opened his door. Now keep in mind, this is something that he never actually does, no matter what. He didn't leave the room, but he did get pretty spooked about it. When Crystal woke the next day, she asked him, why'd he left the door open? He said so whatever was in there with him could leave if it wanted to. He swears to this day that after he opened the door, nothing else happened. The third and final story is about my encounter with the bedroom ghost. After my aunt moved out of the trailer, my sister, mother, and stepdad moved in. Guess where my room was? Yep, the back room. Well, this is what happened. I love to read, and I love to read by lamplight at night in my room with the door closed tight. After about 2 months living in that trailer, I still hadn't seen anything. Just when I was starting to believe that my aunt and uncle were just trying to scare me with those stories, I finally had my little experience with the bedroom ghost. Anyways, I was laying in my bed and reading one of my mystery books one night in December, I think, when I felt a little bit of pressure on my bed, kind of like someone was sitting down at the foot of it. I figured my cat Tabby had been hiding under the bed and had jumped up on top of it or something, so I just kept on reading. Then about 15 minutes later it happened again, only this time it was like someone had flopped down on my bed, which is too much for my little cat to have done, so I sat up in surprise. No one was there. I sat there and just stared, waiting for another flop or something to hit my bed, and it didn't come. I figured at this point it was just my imagination. Then, just when I'd settled down and began to read again, it happened again, more like someone jumping on my bed. I was sure it hadn't been my imagination that time, so I jumped up and ran out of the room. I didn't come back into the room that night. I just bunked on the couch. Well, there you have it. 3 stories that I swear are true. Thank you for reading this, and have a good one.
I want to say that I've been brought up with stories of ghosts and haunted houses. I live in the South, Louisiana to be exact, and tales of the supernatural are nothing new to this area. I have many stories I can share, but the better ones all include my grandma's house. The house is located in a small town called Swords, and my mom would tell me stories of when she was a kid growing up with a ghost that lived there in the house with her and her siblings. The ghost does not have a name. She's only known as the White Lady since she wears a white dress. My mom told me stories of seeing this White Lady many times as a child, but she never was scared of the White Lady. She told me she felt as if the ghost was watching over her and her sisters, and that they never felt threatened. She told me she would see the ghost at night, walking in the hallway or on the staircase. Other times she just felt the presence of the ghost. She would be in her room after school doing homework, and she knew someone was in the room watching her. When I was a kid, going to grandma's was always something special because I would look for this ghost. I remember very well the first time I saw the White Lady. I was 14, and my friend Chad was with me in my grandma's. We had just gotten home from school, and I had the key to grandma's because that's where I went after school until my mom picked me up when she got off work. Grandma was not there, so Chad and I made ourselves at home. He knew of the stories about the house and was very skeptical. We made some snacks and went into the den to sit and watch TV. The staircase is in full view from the den, and as we watched TV, I felt a presence. Chad felt it too. He claimed it got really cold. I thought it was a draft, so we went into the hallway and checked to see if any windows were open. As we were going to the living room, my eye caught something. I stopped and grabbed Chad's arm. There, at the bottom of the staircase, was the figure of a woman. At that moment, she looked at us, and that cold chill went right through me. She proceeded to go up the stairs. I watched her details. Her hand was on the banister, but you could see right through it. She was transparent all the way through her figure, and she looked up as she walked, as if looking for something. Chad and I were literally paralyzed. We watched her, not knowing what was going to happen. For a second there, the figure paused, glanced back at us, and then continued walking up, but she never made it to the top. She vanished on the 4th step just before the landing. When she disappeared, Chad ran up the steps. I guess he wanted to catch her? Idiot. He said the spot where she disappeared was so cold. At that point, I wanted to get out of the house. We both grabbed our book bags and ran outside and stayed out on the front porch until my mom came. We told her what happened, and she told us not to be scared. This being our first time seeing the spirit, hell yeah, we were scared. But Mom came in the house with us, and we felt better with her there. The second time I saw the white lady was Thanksgiving, 1997. I had not been to Grandma's much before then. Things at my house got complicated, and I had to take care of things, so there was not much time left for visits. But then, Thanksgiving did roll around, and all of my family came to Grandma's. My mom has 10 siblings, so it was quite the event. Grandma has a huge dining room table that seats 24 in the main room of her house. We were all sitting down at dinner, having a good time. I was between my Uncle Kevin and my cousin Joseph. We call him Shags. People were coming and going through the doors that led to the kitchen, and clean out of nowhere, I looked up and I saw a lady, wearing white, come in from the door on the right and walk from there to the left side of the room, then disappear into the wall. I jumped up. I was startled. She had passed right by everyone and right through my Uncle Patrick, who was standing by the wine cart. He didn't even flinch. I looked over to my mom. She saw her too, but she put her finger on her mouth, mentioning me to keep quiet. I didn't say anything, but Shags was nudging me under the table. I turned to him, and he whispered to me, "Did you see that?" I told him yes. After dinner, I was helping Grandma with the dishes, and I told her what I saw. She saw her too, but she said it did not surprise her at all. The white lady likes to show up when there are a lot of people at the dinner table. All she does is walk from one side of the room to the other, then disappear into the wall. But not everyone sees her. That's what I find odd. I told her how she just walked through Pat, and he didn't notice anything. Weird. A number of days later, I found out that only 4 other people saw her that day in the dining room. My Aunt Jen, my cousin Brad, his girlfriend Ashley, and my aunt's husband Mark. Grandma told me that they phoned her and told her about the white lady. I haven't seen the white lady since that Thanksgiving day. Grandma says she's still around. She had company over this past September. Some friends had come from Florida and stayed the night there. They witnessed a white lady on the staircase disappearing, but something else occurred. Grandma and others are now hearing footsteps and laughter in the upstairs bedroom that is used as a drawing room. I'll have to do some investigating on that one. Thanks for reading. When I was about 13, my father was a professor at a college in California. The campus was built during the 1600s and was originally a Catholic boys' home. There are catacombs where the boys would hide when people came to persecute them. The story goes that one particular night, a well-known Christian hater came to kill the boys. They all went down into the tunnels. One 8-year-old boy got lost and was so scared he hung himself. His body was never recovered. Anyway, back to my personal story. We lived on campus, and my father was also on night guard. He had a tendency to get preoccupied with different things, and he often didn't get home until an hour after his shift was over. On one particular night, he was later than usual. My mother sent me to go check on where he was. The other guards said he was still on the rounds, so I rode my bike around looking for him. I saw a light on in the library, so I parked my bike and went in. The staircase to the aforementioned tunnels, or catacombs, is in the back of the library, off to the left, and there's a cemetery under the staircase. I looked all through the library, and suddenly, the light turned off. A little boy, about 8 years old, came running through the door of the staircase, right where another certain 8-year-old's body was rumored to be. Needless to say, I hauled out of there, and I have not gone back in the library since. The first thing I must explain is that I lived in a place where there was a horrible fire in the late 1800s. Across from my house was a cemetery where all of the 800 people that perished in that fire were buried. My best friend had come over, and we were wanting to be alone, so we scampered up to our room. Shortly after that, we began to hear strange noises, like footsteps running up and down our spiral staircase. We yelled to my sister to stop bothering us, but she was nowhere in sight.
We closed the door and backed up our trunks against it. While we sat there, a patterned knocking sound began on the wall. An eerie feeling came over us, and we no longer felt safe there. We rushed out of the door, and the room was filled with blue smoke. I never ventured up there alone again. It's strange that everything weird that ever happened in my bedroom, because there was another night I remember vividly. The night I saw a figure dressed in a red and blue checkered smock standing there. She smiled and waved, but then, when I went to touch her, she disappeared. Thank you for letting me share my experience. My friend would love you for it. It's important to be able to share these experiences. I don't think their ghosts were unfriendly, but they sure scared the living daylights out of me. Thanks for reading. This is a story that my mom told me about when my grandma worked as a maid for a rich family in England. The house she worked in was haunted, and some really weird things happened there. The most interesting was whenever someone cooked bread in the oven, it would come out smeared with blood. So after that happened several times, they blocked off the kitchen with a wall. Another neat thing happening occurred there when my grandma woke up in the middle of the night and heard the table being set, but then she found out that no one was up and it was the middle of the night. To make things even more creepier, whenever she was cleaning the third floor and she knew that no one was up there with her, she got the strangest feeling she wasn't alone. One night, a thunderstorm was so loud it woke her up, yet her room was the only one that had the thunder that could be heard. Another night she woke up and her bed was rocking. In the morning, she asked the people who owned the house about it, and they said that her room was once the room of a young boy who became very sick, and every night his mother would rock him to sleep. Interesting story, and thank you for reading. The story I'm about to tell happened when I was about 15. For the last month or so, when we talked on the telephone, my friend had been telling me that during the middle of the night, when he was in bed, he could hear rocks bouncing off the roof, and this would go on for hours every single night. His parents also heard this and would go outside during the middle in the dark night to find nothing. Needless to say, it kept happening night after night. As time went by, the events got worse. Mr. Knock Knock, as they called him, started knocking on the door in the middle of the night and also during the day, which of course, when they would go to look, nobody was there. At this point, I didn't know if I believed him or not. One time, when I was talking to him on the telephone, I heard a really big boom, and he told me, "Oh my God, Mr. Knock Knock just knocked the door open." Of course, he went and looked, but as always, nobody was there. This got me excited. I said to him I want to stay over and hear Mr. Knock Knock. Now, I don't know if it was that night, but I did stay over. It was late in the afternoon, and we were in the kitchen, and I made the remark that I wanted to hear Mr. Knock Knock. Right after I said that, boom on the door. We went outside and found nothing. Finally, they had the police install cameras around the whole house, mostly in the trees, but they never recorded anything. They say that a man many years before hung himself in the shed. The same events went on for a period of time, then they just stopped. I think it was the man who hung himself many years ago. I know it was some spirit, but what it wanted, I don't know. I hope you all enjoyed the story though. Thanks for reading. The following incident is significant because it put me on the path where I am today, and it will be important to know when I submit my other stories. On Saturday, Halloween Day, 1992, my friend Debbie and I decided to go to a neighborhood park in St. Louis, bordering on South Grand and Arsenal, for those who hail from there. We'd stop at our favorite donut shop, then went to a little lake we knew of to sit and gossip. There happened to be a wedding photo group there at the same time, so we sat on a bench nearby and critiqued the dresses, etc. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings,
and Debbie and I chatted for about 15 minutes before she got an odd look on her face and whispered to me, "What is this? A rumble?" I cautiously glanced around and saw several youths drawing up to the lake on various sides. Debbie said, "I think it's time we leave. Walk slowly and don't look back at them." We got up and began walking to my car. Some 300 yards off, we got about halfway there when we heard a pop, pop, pop. Being a city girl, it didn't register in my brain what it was at the moment. It sounded like firecrackers. Needless to say, that's not what it was. "Get down!" she screamed. Before I could react, Debbie had thrown me down on the ground as she was going down herself. I know we were both praying as this occurred. Suddenly, the shooting got louder, and we both realized that there was a gunman firing about 3 feet behind me over our heads. The way we were lying on the ground, Debbie could see behind me, and I could see behind her. She told me not to look, so I just kept my head down. We heard clicking and cursing. The guy's gun jammed. He ran off. As suddenly as it began, it was over, and all the gang members were running their separate ways. Badly shaken but not hurt, we took off running to my car, jumping in and flooring it to her house a few blocks away. When we were safely inside and slightly more calm than we had been, Debbie said, "I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was warned about this and I didn't listen." I asked what she meant. She said her father appeared to her in a dream the night before. I don't remember the details exactly, but it was in the kitchen with the back door open. In the dream, he was warning her about some danger and wanted her to be careful. Debbie's father died when she was a teenager. At the time of the occurrence, she was in her late 20s. A weird, though not really scary closure. At the time of this occurrence, Debbie and I worked together at a local newspaper, and our office was based in the basement of City Hall, sharing a room with the office attached to Recorder of Deeds. 4 ladies worked for the city there, and we knew them pretty well. On Monday morning, one of them described how her daughter had come to her on a previous Saturday afternoon and told her of the horrific shootout that occurred at her friend's wedding party in the park near the lake. No one was hurt, but the limo took 2 slugs in the door and fender. Prior to the shooting, both Deb and I would have long discussions about the afterlife, ghosts, and etc. And we are both believers in the power of the mind and spirit. But this experience set me on a path of dealing with spirits that I still encounter today. These will be submitted for your approval at a later date. Back in 1986, when my daughter was 3 years old, she was playing in her bedroom and I was watching all my children on television, when all of a sudden, she came out of her room asking me to tell the man to leave her alone. Startled because she and I were the only ones in the house at the time, I said, "What man?" She said, "The man in my room. He keeps talking to me." So I got up and went into the room and looked for this man. In fact, I decided to look all over the house for this man and could not even find him. I then made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and I told my daughter that there is no man in the house, so she went back to playing. About 10 minutes later, she came back into the living room and announced, "Tell the man to leave me alone." This time I freaked out and told her, "Dana, there's no man in the house. I looked everywhere for him. I do not see anyone here." And she replied to me, "He's right here." I asked, "Where?" And she pointed to the hallway, and she acted like she was holding someone's hand. I asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "He just wants to say hi to you." Incredulous and open-mouthed, I asked, "Me?" What happened next sent chills down my spine. My 3-year-old daughter walked with this man to the wall, as if she was still holding his hand. I asked her, "What did this man want from you?" She said, "He says he loves you." I asked her for the man's name, and she simply replied, "Monk." Almost in shock, I got out, "What did you say?" She looked up at this man and said, as if to the air, "What did you say your name was?"
and then she once again looked back at me and said, "Monk." I asked her several times if the man's name was Monk, and every time she said yes. But then I was freaking out, because my grandfather's nickname was Monk. Still not believing, I told her this isn't funny, and she said, "He just wanted me to tell you he loves you, and he wanted to say hi." I asked her to describe him, and then he described my grandfather to a T. You see, my grandfather died in 1969 in Illinois when I was 4 years old. It was so long ago, there is no way my 3-year-old could possibly have known this. He couldn't have even seen what he looked like because he did not have any pictures of him until 1991. That was the only time my child had an encounter, but what encounter it was. And I'm left to scratch my head thinking if it was actually my grandpa or not. I'd like to think it was, but at the time, it was so terrifying not knowing who this person was at the moment. Wasn't it an intruder? Was it someone else? But no, it was my grandfather, checking in on me to see if I was okay. What a man he was. A former associate and friend told me this once. Her parents once lived in Leemaster, a little hollow in Buchanan County. While they lived there, they could hear a baby crying outside. When they went out on the porch, it would stop, but as soon as they went back in, it would start again. This went on for a long time, until one day, a bunch of young boys were digging in the dirt, playing with their trucks and such, when they happened upon an old buried jar. After further inspection by the children and my friend's father, they found it contained the remains of a baby submerged in alcohol to keep it in good condition. Turns out, a young girl had once lived in the area and had a miscarriage. Instead of having a proper funeral, she put it in the alcohol and buried it afterwards. After the discovery by the children, the crying stopped, the baby found peace, and all was quiet again. Thanks for the short read. This is a strange event that I experienced when I was very young, around the age of 3.5 years old. I'm 24 now, but ever since this occurred, it has burnt deep in my mind, and I can still go back and remember vivid details of what had happened. It began as a dream, and I remember it was my dad, older brother, and myself waiting at the local bus stop for the 9 bus to arrive, an actual location. Behind the bus stop was an abandoned building that for some reason had my attention while we waited. So I wandered off to get a closer look, and the whole front of the building was boarded with the exception of the entrance doors, which were missing the glass frame, making it easily accessible for anyone to enter. So I advanced further, entering the building, and was standing on shards of crushed glass, and as I looked to my left, there was a register booth with a glass display underneath, which also was smashed with popcorn spilled all throughout the display case and the floor below. I also remember a red carpet that was torn throughout the lobby. At this point, I realized that apparently I was in a movie theater, and I was excited because I remember as a child, I loved going to the movie theaters to see the action flicks, and this is probably what drove me further into the theater. Behind me, I could hear my dad calling out for me, warning me that if I didn't listen to him and get back to the bus stop, that he and my brother would leave me. I was stubborn and ignored my dad, and continued to walk further inside the theater, and entered the auditorium where the lights were off and the projectile screen was brightly lit with nothing playing. There were also a few seats accompanied by guests. They had an eerie stillness to them. As I advanced down the aisle, I began to make out the features of the individuals that were seated, and their flesh seemed severely burnt, and they were all dead. The chairs were also in bad shape, but now I was scared and didn't know what to do. Then I noticed from down the aisle, one of the emergency exit doors swung open, and something made its way through. It strolled at a fast pace towards the middle of the aisle, and began to come directly towards me. To describe what it was, I only remember it being not much taller than I was, and it had arms that were so long that they dragged along the ground as it walked. I started to run back to the bus stop, where I was hoping my dad was still waiting for me, as this creature continued its pursuit of me. To my horror, the bus stop was completely empty, and there was no one there to help me. I then turned and ran around the building, till I was tackled down by this thing.
I screamed, then I woke up. Now, I know for sure that I'd been conscious when I saw my closet door open slowly, and out came the same creature from the dream I had. As frightened that I was, I did my best to keep focused on it. I remember looking over to where my brother was sleeping, but he was completely sleeping, and I was just terrified. It continued to approach me, and I noticed it was dragging along a toy fire truck I had at the time. As it got to my bedside, it extended its arm and appeared to be handing me over a truck, but that's when I screamed for my parents who were sleeping in the next room. I covered my blanket over my face and screamed for the life of me when finally, the door to my room flew open and my mom and dad entered the room, turning on the light. My parents were very concerned about me at that point, and I remember just crying in relief from their comfort. The creature was no longer in the room, and my dad checked the closet to find nothing there. I slept the rest of the night with my parents and worrying about my older brother the whole night. All I remember after that was I never wanted to sleep in that same room again, and in fact, sometime later, our rooms were switched over. Now that I think back, there's a lot of things I wonder about that experience, like what was the meaning of the whole movie Burnt Theater and the creature trying to give me the fire truck toy when I woke. Was there some kind of connection to the fire, creature, and myself? Was it some kind of warning? I don't know, but every time I think back, I only wish that this had occurred later in my life, as I would know a little more on how to react to such a situation. This is a true experience, and I've long come to terms that it could have been anything from it being all just a dream, or possibly something much more unexplained. Recently, I brought up the topic to my mom, which I do every now and then, if she remembers that night, and she still recalls it faintly. She then told me something that she experienced during the time when our rooms were changed around. She claimed that during the time she and Dad had separated, she was laying in bed one night and woke to someone or something crawling from the foot of her bed behind her as she was facing the opposite direction. She described that it felt like a person going to lay down beside her, but then she felt the arms wrap around her upper body, and she said she closed her eyes because she somehow knew if she looked back, she would not see something pleasant, so she kept her eyes shut. The next thing she remembers is it was morning, and she had all the bed to herself. My mom is very credible, and I know she would not make up such a thing, especially with my awareness that something was not right about the room we had in our old apartment. Thanks for reading. A good few years back now, me and two mates were traveling home from the city center of Birmingham to Woolly Castle on the 21 bus. The bus must have been early as it pulled up outside the school on Harborne Road. It was there about 5 or 6 minutes when we heard someone shout, "Look, look!" As we looked out the window, we could see this figure of what looked to be a man, dressed in a black robe with a hood and a tie around his waist. It had no face, hands, or feet, and floated through the railings opposite the school from the small grassland. It then proceeded to float across the road and headed in the direction of the bus, but by this time was about 18 feet away. It really scared me as it resembled what I saw on the TV, like the Grim Reaper but without the scythe. As it floated, it made slight sways from side to side, like we do when we walk, but as I said, without the feet. It did look evil, although looking back now, the clothes slightly resembled a monk's. I was scared stiff for months after that, as I thought it may resemble death or something. I'm happy to say that me and my friends are still alive, although we all had some pretty bad luck for years after. That may just be coincidental though. I'm not sure if the bus driver saw it as well, but we know what we saw is there was about another near dozen people upstairs with us. Most of them stood up or was in total awe looking out of the window. Thanks for reading. This morning at 5 a.m., I boarded the same bus I always take to work. As I looked out the window, I caught the reflection of a woman smiling. I turned to look across the aisle where I thought the woman was sitting, but there was nobody there. I looked back at the window and there she was, still smiling. As I surveyed the bus for the second time, I realized there were only 3 other people on the bus with me, and none of them was this woman smiling at me. When I turned back to the window, she was gone. I was paralyzed for a few seconds and my body trembled with goosebumps. I took off my headphones and sat there, occasionally looking around for the woman, but I never saw her again. I'm neither a religious or spiritual person, and never believed in ghosts until now. I don't know why this woman wanted me to see her. Maybe I reminded her of someone she used to know. I'm not sure, but thanks for reading. One time when I was 9 years old, I visited the Aroma Southern Pacific Depot, which was built in 1931 and was in use until the 1930s. The old train station stands derelict today. Strange events happen there. You can see lights in there late at night. If you take a compass in there, the needle points away from north. If you take pictures in there are bright spots on pictures. I went in there once late at night. I was shining the flashlight around the room when the light fell on someone else who was in there. It was a girl my age, about 9 years old. She was totally nude. She had a Victorian hairstyle. I was so surprised I dropped the flashlight. When I picked it up again, she was gone. Later, my mother told me that she had once seen the same girl in an orchard when she was a little girl. As it turned out, other people had seen this girl as well, about 9 years old, always in the nude, over an area of several square miles. She usually appeared near large concentrations of walnuts, such as a walnut orchard, a warehouse full of walnuts, or even the walnut section of a grocery. The story goes like this. In the 19th century, several young girls were skinny dipping in a canal. All of a sudden, boys showed up. Most of the girls tried to hide themselves by running into a nearby walnut orchard. One girl tried to hide by ducking under the water and staying under until the boys had left. Unfortunately, she was the one who drowned. If she hadn't went to the walnut orchard, she would have lived. She now tries to be near large quantities of walnuts in order to make up for her mistake, although it's too little too late. She almost always appears to females because she doesn't want males to see her in the nude. She's particularly attracted to girls her own age, which would explain the incidents of me and my mother. Perhaps she was able to appear in this train station because it's a physically active region. Thanks for reading. About 9 years ago, me and a mate used to go to this caravan site a couple of miles up the coast from where I used to live. During the summer, we used to drink in the site's pub called the Mermaid, booze on the beach, and chat up the holidaymakers' daughters, etc. One year, a couple of months after the summer crowds had left, we'd gone to the bonfire that they have there to watch the fireworks and generally just join in with festivities. We ended up staying late, just wandering about the site before finally ringing a taxi and waiting for it outside the Mermaid, inside the doorway of a rundown toilet block near the edge of the cliff. It was quiet, but there were still a few people about. Anyway, after a couple of minutes of us standing there, I'd see something at the edge of the cliff, in a shallow ditch around 30 yards away. It looked like the startings of a fire, and I mentioned it to my mate. I remember saying, "What the hell is that?" And I think his response was something along the lines of, "I don't even want to think about what that might be." We carried on watching and the fire grew, until finally, something blue became apparent in its center. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but it quickly materialized. It, or rather he, was a man in a blue boiler suit with shoulder straps, wearing a tan cowboy hat and an orange shirt, and he was digging hard into the ditch. As he dug, he got lower, until around the point only his torso was visible. The image seemed to evaporate, the fire closely following suit. Me and my mate didn't speak during the sighting, and I don't think we spoke much on the subject on the ride home, but whenever I talked to him about it afterwards, he'd always make a joke or fobbed it off. I reckon some people just don't believe in ghosts. As it is, I haven't seen this mate for years, and that experience is the only thing I really remember regarding him. That caravan site, Tunstall, near the city of Hull, England, and that, what I can only describe as a spirit. Some woman who I told about it in a nightclub years later said maybe it meant something.
I can't think what, but sometimes I think maybe she had a point. Thanks for reading. Hi, my name is Leanne, and I live in Australia. I have 6 children, and this story is about my eldest child, Amy, who is 12 now. I've experienced a lot in my life, ranging from getting a freezing feeling on my head whenever a spirit is near me, to seeing my relatives, one alive at the time, to being touched and feeling all 4 fingers, thumb, and palm. This experience, however, is the freakiest one I've had to date. My daughter Amy was 2 years old. I'd been shopping at my local shopping center, and they had a creche there to mind your children while you shopped. I did some shopping and then went across to the pub across the road from the shopping center, thinking that the creche would be open for at least another couple of hours. I started playing the poker machines, and about 20 minutes after I started playing, I heard this voice in my head saying, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office now?" I dismissed this completely. About 10 minutes later, I heard the voice again, a little more insistent this time. "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office now?" I continued playing, but felt a bit weird that I was hearing this voice, but still, I just missed it. Then, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office immediately?" I just froze. I was hearing all of this in my head, and I couldn't figure out what on earth was happening to me. I had to decide at that moment whether to change some more money to coin to put in the machines or to go. I decided that I should go. I went across the road to the shopping center, and I got very scared. I virtually ran into the car park, and as the sliding doors opened, I heard, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office immediately?" Now, take a breath. I was absolutely staggered. I just froze. I couldn't believe what I was actually hearing. I started to cry. I looked around everywhere, but I didn't know where the center management office was. A security guard noticed me crying and asked me if I was the mother they were looking for. I said yes, and he took me to the center management office. There I found my daughter Amy, who was crying, and 2 police officers. It turned out that the creche had only been open for another half an hour after I had put my daughter in. There was a sign outside apparently, but I had not seen it. The police officers told me that if I'd been a half hour late, they would have charged me with abandonment. Can you believe that? I tearfully grabbed my daughter and cried the entire taxi ride home. I almost lost custody of my child because I didn't listen to that voice. I don't care if it was God, or the spirits of my ancestors, or my guardian angel, but someone, something, changed my life forever that day. My daughter is truly a wonderful human being, and somehow I think that day we shared a psychic connection that still freaks me out. Thanks for reading my story, and feel free to contact me if you would like more stories or details. This story is completely 100% true. My 2 brothers each have a home, located 2 in a row, right next to each other along US Highway 136 on the east edge of Hamilton, Illinois. Hamilton is a small town on the mighty Mississippi, located where Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois meet, tri-state area. Hamilton is around 30 miles upriver from Hannibal, Missouri, the famous boyhood home of American writer Mark Twain and his legendary tales of Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. My brother Bill and his wife Rhonda reside in a split-level home, which was built roughly 30 years ago and is next door to my parents' house, which is located a few hundred yards away. The accident occurred in the summer of 2003. It was a very hot, dry summer that year, and in the middle of July, the temperature would stay in the 90s and would go over 100 degrees for several days in a row. It was on one of those sweltering hot July days when it happened. My brother Bill and his wife Rhonda run a small county newspaper, Hancock County Shopper in Hamilton. Our homes are located about a mile up from the highway from the newspaper office. It was Friday afternoon around 5 p.m., and Rhonda was driving home from work. On her way home, there were 2 cars traveling behind her on the highway, making a total of 3 cars traveling at close proximity to one another. As Rhonda approached the driveway to their home,
She put on her turn signal and slowed down to pull in the drive. Apparently, the third car in the sequence did not realize she was slowing down to turn, and that car slammed right into the back of the second vehicle, which was behind Rhonda's car. When the third car made impact with the second car, it shoved that car into the opposite lane, and the second car was hit again, this time head-on, by an oncoming tractor trailer. The direct impact of the semi-truck smashed the car up into Bill and Rhonda's front yard, less than 25 yards from their front door. Rhonda's car was luckily not hit, and she pulled into the driveway and immediately went in the house and called 911. She then called Bill, expressing feelings of extreme guilt that she was somehow to blame. Bill raced home immediately. When Bill arrived at the accident scene, which was in his front yard, he ran straight for the car to see if he could be assistance to the trapped passengers inside. Bill found all 4 people in the devastated car deceased. He said the frozen looks on their gruesome dead faces were full of horror, with their eyes still bulging wide open. Fortunately though, nobody was injured in the other car or the semi that was involved in the accident. A few minutes later, police and many emergency vehicles arrived and secured the scene. After a few minutes of investigation, the Illinois State Police approached Bill and informed him that the 2 cars involved in the accident that were behind Rhonda were all members of the same family. It was one family, Mormons from Chicagoland visiting Illinois, traveling together in 2 cars. The parents and grandparents were traveling in the car, in which all 4 were killed. The other car, which no one was injured, contained the children of the family. The state police asked Bill if he would have the children of the family come into his air-conditioned home, out of the blistering heat, and wait inside Bill and Rhonda's home. Thereby, the children would not witness the morbid task of excavating the dead bodies of their parents and grandparents out of the mangled car in the front yard. Bill readily agreed and took the 3 children into his finished basement, away from the front windows. The children, age 18, 12, and 9, were obviously very upset in a state of shock. They were crying, yelling, and moaning. Rhonda tried her best to calm and console them. Bill and Rhonda have a full bath in their basement, and all the children were sick, vomiting, and bad diarrhea. A couple hours later, when it was all over, after the accident scene had been cleared, the police came to Bill and Rhonda's front door and got the children. After they had left, Bill and Rhonda cleaned up the bathroom, which had vomit all over the walls with diarrhea on the floor and running down the sides of the stool. A day or so later, Bill and Rhonda started to feel relieved, thinking they could finally calm down a little, that the nightmare was over. Little did they realize that it had just begun. Bill and Rhonda are very down-to-earth people, and neither of them had ever believed in the supernatural, the paranormal, or physical phenomena, until a couple days immediately after the accident. As I mentioned earlier, this all happened in the middle of July '03, and the miserable temperatures soared above 100-degree mark. Bill and Rhonda kept their windows shut and the air conditioning on. 2 days after the accident, Bill stopped in the house in the middle of the afternoon. He and Rhonda are the only 2 people who live there. He unlocked the house and went inside to discover one of the front room windows mysteriously open. He didn't think much about it and shut the window, then double-checked the rest of the house to make sure no other windows were open. Bill then left and drove to the newspaper office where Rhonda was working. Bill asked why in the hell she would open the front room window in 100-degree heat with the air conditioning on. Rhonda replied that she had not opened the window and did not know what he was talking about. That evening, around 5 p.m., when they came home from work, the window was open again. Over the course of the next few weeks, they would come home to mysteriously find windows open in the house, with no logical explanation as to why. During the same period of time after the accident, Bill and Rhonda felt a very dark, dreary feeling in their home. While laying in bed watching television in the night, they said they could see dark shadows move across the ceiling in the bedroom and the upstairs hallway. They report feeling a very dark, foreboding presence occupying their home. The bedroom television shut off by itself. Their dog of 12 years, Eddie, would stand up at the foot of the bed and growl at the shadows that would move across the ceiling and walls. Eddie had never felt threatened like this before, growling at the walls and ceilings, but all 3 of them sensed this horrific, real presence of hell about the home. They were literally becoming scared shitless. It wasn't enough. The accident and all, let alone now this. Bill's daughter, Andrea, came home for a visit. She said while she was there, a bedroom door slammed shut by itself. It scared the shit out of her, and she left the house right away. Bill and Rhonda, even though they have never believed in the paranormal, began to think that a spirit or the spirits of the deceased family members from the freak accident followed their children into the home after they were killed, and the dead spirits were somehow trapped there, angry and haunting the hell out of them. Soon after the accident, a family member of the victims involved drove down to Hamilton from Chicago to tie up some loose ends with the local police regarding the accident. On her way out of town, she stopped by Bill and Rhonda's house to introduce herself and personally thank them for watching the children after the tragedy. Immediately after the family relative visited then left Bill and Rhonda's home, the strange and unexplained phenomena stopped as suddenly as it started. The oppressive atmosphere in their home lifted, and nothing like that has happened to them to date. Thanks for reading.
Everybody loves spending their weekend going out somewhere. So do I, but what if something creepy happens? It once happened with me and my cousin. We both just freaked out, but it wasn't a big deal to a person we met there. So the story starts like this. I live in Mumbai, India. Once, I was sitting playing video games with my younger brother. My mom and dad were deciding on going out one weekend, and so they called up my uncle and asked that if he and his family can join us. And so the very next day, we left our house and went to catch up the train, which led us to our destination, Marathon, a very beautiful tourist spot surrounded by mountains in India. It took the whole day to reach there. It was lovely being there, and now we had to find a hotel to stay in. The only bad thing about this place is, it being the tourist spot, has hotels far away from each other, so that if there is a hotel in front of you, the other hotel will be 1 or 2 kilometers away. Half of our day wasted in search for this hotel, but finally we found the hotel that was just right for us. Not a big one, but a cheap hotel. We then registered over there, took our keys for our rooms. We took 3 rooms on rent, 1 for my parents, 1 for my uncle and his wife, and 1 for me, my brother, and my 2 cousins. We got all of our 3 rooms on the first floor of the hotel. When our parents slept, we all kids turned on the TV and watched movies. After some time, we heard some classical music coming out of the room beside ours, and it was too loud. So loud that we weren't able to listen to the movie dialogues. Then classical music was turned off, and suddenly it started again. We all decided to go and ask the neighbors to slow a bit the volume, but it was so dark that I, my brother, and one of my cousins didn't go out of the room, but my other cousin was kind of fearless, so we went alone. Now, it's not like he went and never came back, but he experienced something that he will never forget. So we went to the neighbor's door. It was a little bit dark over there, and rang the bell of their room, but the bell didn't work. So he looked at the door, and he was surprised to see that the door was locked from the outside. So he looked through the keyhole, and all he saw was a green light and nothing else. And when he looked into the keyhole, the music stopped. He then returned to our room, and he told us that the room was locked, and inside there was only a green light. Now, there was no music to be heard. We slept after some time. The next day, we went down in the lobby and asked the manager if there was anybody in the room staying beside us. Why, he asked. We told him everything that happened last night, and also that my cousin saw a green light through the keyhole. He was calm, like it wasn't a big deal to him. He told us that the room was closed from the last 3 years. 3 years back, a girl committed suicide in that room who came to Marathon to participate in a singing competition held over there. No one knows why she killed herself, and she was having green eyes, so the green light my cousin saw was nothing else but the girl's eyes. She was looking my cousin through the keyhole the same time he was looking through it. The manager stated whenever he gave a room beside the haunted one on rent, he got complaints about the loud classical music being played. When me and my cousin came to know this, we freaked out and we forced our parents to change the hotel. That was the first and last time my cousin experienced something that creepy, but I experienced a few more, and I'll share them with you eventually. It was just after 11-ish at night in the Christmas holidays. Everyone had gone to bed. Some were still up reading, though. I was feeling a bit tired, so I thought I would try to sleep. I turned off my light and laid down, but try as I might, I could not get to sleep. It got to about past and I was still awake. It was like my body was asleep, but my mind was racing. I could hear footsteps down the hall. I thought it was my sister coming home from work. My bedroom door opened slightly. Maybe she was checking in on me, although she didn't usually do this. I then felt something on the bottom of my bed, next to my foot. My original thought was it's only the cat, but then I felt pressure on the other side of my feet. By this time, I was done convincing myself it was my sister or my cat, and was at the point of freakout. I clenched my jaw and didn't dare to move. I felt the original pressure be taken off, but quickly put back down. Only this time, it was around my knees. The same happened with the second place and continued alternating faster and faster until finally I felt a weight on my chest, but I didn't want to open my eyes. It felt so heavy that I couldn't breathe or move, and I had to do something. I opened my eyes and looked. Green eyes looked back at me. I couldn't help myself. I screamed as loud as I could, and my grandmother came running. My door flung open on its own, and my grandmother stopped in the cross-section of the hall in front of my room. She waited a moment and came in. I was sitting up in bed, and I felt so hot, and I asked my grandmother if I had a fever. She put her hand on my head and said, "No, your skin is ice cold." I don't think I'll ever forget those eyes, or how hot I was. When I was younger, my parents and I tended to move a lot, mainly because my mom despised staying in one place for too long. As she often said, there are simply too many things to do and see, so why settle? I was 7 when we got a job offer in Springfield, Missouri at the primary school. Of course, she jumped on the opportunity, and we said goodbye to Lebanon, packed up our few belongings, and were off. She had found a nice apartment for us. It was a 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and cozy yet spacious, with lots of children for me to play with and only 5 minutes from the school she would be teaching at. Within a week, we were settled, and Mom was pushing me outside to socialize. I was always a socially awkward child, mainly because I was shy, making it really hard for me to relate with other kids, nonetheless communicate. I hopped on my bike and started riding the sidewalks, watching for someone close to my age to play with. Oddly enough, for a sunny Saturday, there wasn't a lot of people out and about, so I headed towards a small playground that was between the 2 apartment buildings. It had a large tire swing and a slide attached to what looked like a clubhouse, so I parked my bike and started swinging. I decided to get lost in my thoughts when I heard a female voice from behind me. "Hey, mind if I swing with you?" I turned startled, toppling over the tire swing into the sand. A tall, thin girl with long, wavy brown hair, wearing a buttoned-down yellow sleeveless shirt and white capris was staring at me, trying not to laugh. "You all right there, Jumpy?" She chuckled, extending a hand towards me. "Yeah, you just startled me," I said, brushing the sand off my back. "What's your name?" "Rebecca, but you can call me Becca. And you?" "Elena. You still want to swing?" She smiled and climbed on the tire swing, waiting for me to join her. So are you new here? I don't think I've seen you around. Yeah, we just settled in not long ago. How long have you lived here? A pretty long time, I guess. I looked at her puzzled. How could she not know? I shrugged it off and changed the subject. We talked for the longest time about anything and everything that came to mind. For the first time in a long while, I had finally found someone that I had something in common with. Maybe I've actually made a friend, I thought to myself, smiling, as I watched the little boy and his mom heading towards the playground. You want to come to my apartment and get a drink? It's kind of hot and you can meet my mom, I said, stopping the swing. No sooner I had finished my sentence, the little boy's mom walked up and placed a hand on my shoulder. Sweetie, who are you talking to? I turned around and Becca was gone. I looked around to see what direction she had ran, but she was nowhere in sight. I was talking to Becca. She's the girl that was swinging with me. Did you see the way she went? The woman studied me and shook her head. She's loco, Mama, laughed the little boy. I thanked her, blushing with embarrassment, and got on my bike to look for Becca, but I never saw her again, nor did I ever mention her until now. I'm not sure why she approached me, or why she was lingering around the apartment complex, but I will never forget my disappearing friend. My story took place in Colmar, France. It's a town near Germany. My grandparents were quite young during World War II and told me many stories about that town. When I was 4, my parents and my mother's parents bought a 2-story house in Colmar with a beautiful garden. My grandparents lived on the first floor, and my parents and me on the second floor. There was a basement, which was separated in 3 rooms, a storage room, a room for my father, and a laundry room, an attic, and next to the attic, a small storage room at the time. I loved the basement. I always played there or in the garden. I never was afraid of the basement, but the attic terrified me. I remember I was 4 and my mother put some boxes in the attic. I followed her and felt very uneasy. It was dark and I felt eyes on me. I looked in every direction, but I never saw anything. I was little and I thought that there was a beast up there. Not a monster, a beast. I don't know why. Fast forward. I'm 8 years old. In the summer of 1991. I played every Saturday with a friend, Melanie. I had this genius idea of searching the house to find a secret passage. I had read a book about a girl finding a secret passage in her house, and I was sure there was one, because my house was quite old. We searched the basement, but found nothing, so we eventually went to the attic. It was such a strange place. It was L-shaped, but the left part of that place was totally dark, so we had to bring a flashlight. What I could never explain was a hole in the wall at the right corner of the attic. It was 3 feet tall and quite narrow, but by looking into it with the flashlight, one could see a room, but there was no entry, just this hole. Nobody could enter in. This room was actually behind a small storage room next to the attic. Maybe there was a passageway, but we never found any. So we were looking through this hole when I felt uneasy again. I felt something in the attic with us. I kept looking at the far end, where there was no light, and was sure that something would come at us. I saw nothing, and we went out playing in the garden. We went back to the attic. We were fearless young girls. My friend never felt anything, so I thought that I had an overactive imagination. So this time, I was looking through the hole, and my friend had the flashlight. She was standing at the far end of the attic, and suddenly, she asked me, "What's that?" I looked in the beam of the flashlight and froze. There was a young man sitting on the floor, his knees against his chest. His arms were crossed on his knees, like he was hugging himself. He turned his head towards us and smiled. We bolted out of the room and went to the storage room. My heart was pounding. I was out of breath. I first thought that it was a real live person, but he had no color. It was like a 3D dark shadow, and we never heard any footsteps. My friend refused to admit that we saw a ghost, and we never talked about it. I never saw him again, but the storage room became my room when I was a teen, and sometimes I heard strange noises. Bangings on the wall which was connected to the secret room, and scratching noises. My grandmother learned later that our house was a clandestine printing office for World War II. The owners printed slogans against the Germans, but I think there was something else in that house. I believe that the secret room was used to hide people. But forever and ever, I'm terrified of the attic. We moved out 3 years ago, but I still have nightmares. Man in a trench coat staring at me. After being considerably bored at work one day, I decided to Google ghost stories, as I've personally seen and dealt with them before, and came across this site. I love reading the stories, and it got me all jazzed up to tell mine. It probably all started when I was 14. I'm now 24. My family and I were on a week-long camping trip when my dog passed away. This dog that we had, Max was his name, was the family dog, but being at a young age when we got him, I became the closest to him. After I had learned that he died, I was so upset that my family had to cut the vacation short just to get me home. I had just moved into a room in my parents' basement, and it had no door to it. Now, where my bed was located, when looking out the door, you could see the furnace to the house. One night, I woke up and grabbed a sip of water from a water bottle I always keep beside my bed, and happened to look towards the entrance of my room. Sitting in the doorway was my dog Max. Now, since this happened so long ago, I've constantly said to myself that this was a dream only because when I started calling Max to me, I remember specifically his eyes glowing red and him then jumping on my bed and trying to attack me. That ended up scaring the bejesus out of me. After the whole dog dream, I've not seen Max since. Later when I would wake up and roll over, I would steal a look to the door, and I would see a giant man, like a silhouette, standing in my doorframe staring at me. To me, it looked like he was wearing a huge trench coat with some sort of hat with a huge brim. The first time this happened, I was so frightened that I dared not to stare at him too long, as he would attack me like my dog. It became constant. Like every night, I would see him, and for the first while, it scared me to no ends, but I became used to it, and later, when I would see him, I would just roll over, smile, and go back to sleep. One morning, after seeing the dude in my doorway the night before, I was speaking with my parents about a bad dream I had the night before. My mom chuckled as my dad also had a nightmare the same night and told me to go ask him about it. When I asked Pops about his dream, he told me that he was dreaming about a guy who broke into the house, made his way into my sister's room, and ended up killing her. This woke him out of his sleep, and when he looked out the hallway into the kitchen, he said he actually saw someone leave my sister's room. The two rooms are right beside each other that lead into the hall that leads into the kitchen, and walk into the kitchen. He said he got up and ran to the kitchen, and when he flipped the light on, no one was there. It was then that I told him that I always see someone standing in the doorway every night, and he just told me it was the furnace. What the hell? After I turned 18, I was still seeing this guy. My friends would spend the night, and in the morning, they would explain to me how they saw a guy standing in the middle of the room, thinking it was me, and then explain what he looked like. That was when activity in the house started to pick up. My family and I would constantly see things out of the corner of our eyes. My mother one night told me about a floating person with a tiny smile on their face, waving to her. Loud, unexplained noises followed up by things. One night, it was all of our empty bottles lined up on our freezer, which I thought was hella cool, moving unexplained. I feel like I might be dragging this on, and I have a bit more to talk about, so I think I will make a part 2 about my experiences in the future. Looking back to them, I think things only get worse for me. Nightmares with ghosts and demons. And we ended up getting the house blessed. But like I said, that will be another story. Thanks for listening and reading my story. Indonesian Black Magic. I was reading another story here about black magic, which reminds me of an incident that occurred almost 20 years ago. It's probably not as scary as other stories on here, but it's definitely odd. My family immigrated to Canada when I was 9. Years later, I was living with my mom, brother, grandma, cousin, and an Indonesian houseworker. My maternal relatives are all Chinese Indonesians. At that time, my mom was too busy to take care of us, so our aunt found a houseworker, cleaner, caretaker from Indonesia to help around. I can't remember her name. We always changed houseworkers, but let's call her Mia. She's quite an easygoing person. I was probably the only one who casually talked and joked with her the most, regardless of her status. One day, when I returned home from school, I didn't see Mia. She was usually in the kitchen or somewhere on the first floor at this hour, so I asked my grandma about it. She told me Mia was in the basement, resting in her room. Then she said, in the early afternoon, Mia suddenly came up from the basement, crying uncontrollably and trying to hug my grandma for comfort. Her hair was cut short, like really short to the point some parts of her scalp were almost exposed. It was not nicely cut either, as if someone had randomly snipped her hair strand by strand. She looked like a mess. I remember my grandma saying that Mia got snipped hair all over my grandma's clothes when Mia was hugging her. A while later, Mia calmed down and went back down to the basement for a sleep. I should know that my grandma doesn't speak Indonesian or English, so she couldn't communicate or ask what was going on. One thing for sure is, no one else was in the house except Mia and my grandma. For the next few days, Mia still cleaned around the house, but she looked really down and emotionless. I was a bit scared to talk to her. My cousin bought her a wig, and that was what she wore every day. No one else told me what really happened that day. Slowly, things went back to normal, and Mia was also returning to her usual self. I forgot how the conversation started, but she opened up the details to me about that weird incident. She was just resting in her room, and then the next thing she remembered was her hair was cut short, and her hair was everywhere. To her surprise, she was the one holding the scissors. By the time she realized it, she broke down and rushed upstairs. The rest was what my grandma told me. Then she was telling me about her life back in Indonesia. She had a boyfriend back home and had often dreamed about him, always telling her to come back to Indonesia. Her parents hate him though, and instead wanted her to marry another rich man. She doesn't like him at all, which was why she left home to work in Canada, so she could avoid him. She suspected that man probably hired someone to cast a spell on her and made her cut her own hair as a punishment for running away from him. At that time, I didn't know much about black magic or voodoo. Actually, even now I still don't know much about it. I just had an idea that it's something similar to cursing someone and causing them to have bad luck. Weeks after the incident, my mom said Mia had returned to Indonesia. I asked her why. All she said was because her contact terms had ended with us, although I really didn't believe that. My mom was probably afraid more unusual events might somehow get us all involved. Thanks for reading. Now to start with a little background, I was 5 years old at the time this occurred, living with my mom in an apartment. My parents had recently separated. The layout of the apartment was, you walk in, and to the right is the kitchen. Beside the kitchen, to the further right, is the dining area. Go forward from the door, and there's a hallway on the left, where the bathroom and my mom's room were. Go straight, and take a step down into a sunken living room. To the left of the living room looks like closet-type horizontal wooden slat doors, but those were actually the doors to my room. Moving along. That day, I was at home sick. I had a terribly sore throat and could barely speak. I had cream of tomato soup and a toasted bologna sandwich for lunch and could not finish the sandwich as the toast was too hard and hurt my throat. The point of me telling you this is so that you know that I remember the details of the day leading up to my experience. I digress. I spent the day with my mom and cuddled with her while we watched Young and the Restless. A movie, of course. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by the sound of the chain coming off the door and the deadbolt unlocking. I thought that it was my mom letting her boyfriend into the apartment as he worked until late at night. I heard footsteps coming through the hall and down into the living room, stopping right outside my door. At that point, I was terrified. I didn't hear my mom talking to her boyfriend or him say anything at all, and it was completely silent. The wooden slats in my door shifted and opened, and I saw a 6-foot cartoon clown standing outside the door, looking in at me. I know it might sound funny that it was a cartoon, but I guarantee you that it was terrifying. It opened the door and came into my room. It walked over to me, standing above me in my bed. I was trying to scream, but because my throat was so sore, I couldn't make any noise. It had a teapot or something in its hand and was holding it over me and was starting to pour something onto me. I started thrashing around in my bed, trying to make it go away. It worked. It was like I hit rewind on a video. A slow rewind, but a rewind nonetheless. The clown backed out of my room, closed the door, the slats closed again. I heard the footsteps retreating through the apartment, the door open and close, and the deadbolt and chain go back on the door. I tried calling my mom, but my voice still wasn't working. I finally got up the courage to go and get my mom, and she came and slept with me. She didn't believe me, and her, along with the rest of my family, laughs hysterically and brings up my little story. I know more than anyone how ridiculous it sounds to have a cartoon clown torment you. I also know that most of you will not believe me and say that because I was a child that I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. I know what I saw, and I know it was terrifying. The Joker. I was 8 years old when my Aunt Wendy, who lived in Tennessee, gave me a porcelain Joker doll that had what looked like a red teardrop. We were getting ready for bed, and since we were staying with them, we didn't have anywhere to put it. My mom set it on the shelf in the front room. While my mom and I were lying there talking, we got the feeling that something was watching us. When we looked around, no one was in there and everyone was asleep. My mom looked over to the Joker doll and noticed it was pointed towards us. Knowing she had faced it towards the door, my mom got up and turned it to face the wall. We laid there talking for a few minutes when we heard a scratching noise on the shelf, like something heavy was being turned around. When we looked over to the shelf, the Joker doll was pointed towards us again. Thinking it was my cousin, we went in her room to see. She was asleep. I knew this as I hit her leg, and she was never a good faker. After realizing she was asleep, we went back into the front room and laid the Joker flat on its face. Later that night, with everyone still asleep, my mom got up to use the bathroom and realized that the Joker was lying on its back. So my mom got it and put it in the bag with our clothes, and the feeling as if something was watching us left. The next morning, we got a call about a house. In the process, my mom told my dad that she wanted to get rid of the doll. My dad said no, because my aunt gave it to me. We were unloading some stuff, and my mom put the Joker doll in her hallway closet, hoping my dad wouldn't find it. Much to our dislike, my dad watched my mom put it there. My dad brought it in my bedroom and put it on my dresser. He said, "This is where I want it to stay." The feeling of being watched returned. I was lying there and glanced at my dresser to the Joker doll and noticed it had an evil smile on its face. I hollered for my mom, and when she came in, she noticed it too, so she put it in my drawer. The next morning, we were telling my dad about what happened. He was not believing in that stuff, told us to shut up, and that we were making it up. My mom decided to call my aunt Wendy and asked her if they ever noticed anything out of the ordinary, and my aunt said yes. That was the reason they put it in the shed out back. Later that night, my dad came home from work, and we told him what my aunt had told us. Unfortunately, my aunt denied it all, making my mom and I look like idiots. So again that night, my mom put it back in the dresser drawer. She went to turn the coffee pot on so Dad would have coffee the next morning and went to bed. The next day, my mom and I were sitting in the kitchen. My dad came into the kitchen holding the Joker doll and told us that he said he wanted it to stay on my dresser. Being 8 years old, I knew I had better listen to him, so I went and put it on my dresser. He then started cussing, saying that he didn't see any problem with the Joker doll, and we better keep it on my dresser. He didn't believe in stuff like that. I asked my mom if she would lie down with me, and she said yes. Still feeling an evil presence in the room, my mom said a prayer with me, and we fell asleep. The next morning, when my dad got up, he came into the room where we were and told my mom he wanted the doll out of there. My mom says that she thought he didn't believe in things like we had been telling him, yet he just now decides that he wants the doll out of the house. He began telling her that the night before, he got up to use the bathroom, stepped into my room, and the Joker doll had an evil smile on its face, and he heard an evil laugh. Now believing us, he went in my room, got the Joker doll, and took it outside and tried to burn it. Only the clothes burnt, and the face turned black from the smoke. Then he got it out of the trash barrel and hit it with a hammer, but only part of its face chipped. Getting freaked out, he took it to the neighborhood dumpster and threw it in there. We never saw it again, and everything in my room went back to normal. A week later, I became friends with a boy in my class, and we were all over at his parents' for supper when I looked in the front room. On a shelf, There was a Joker doll, just like the one I used to have. Later, my mom asked if she could look at it, and she noticed a mark where it was made that mine didn't have, and it didn't have the red teardrop. After seeing that, my mom asked where they got it from. They told her what store, and my mom called my aunt Wendy to ask her about my doll. She told my mom the same store. My mom asked my aunt about the teardrop, and my mom called my aunt Wendy to ask her about my doll. She told my mom the same store. Mom asked my aunt about the teardrop, and my aunt said she asked the store clerk about it, as it was the only one. The teardrop didn't look like any kind of paint, that it looked more like blood. When my dad got on the phone, he asked my aunt about it again. My aunt told him what they had experienced. They thought that it didn't have anything to do with the Joker doll, even though she said they felt an evil feeling, like someone watching them, which went away when the Joker doll was in the shed. You can choose to believe this or not, but if you don't, please don't post any rude comments. I was wondering if the reason the Joker doll was like that could have been made by someone who was really into witchcraft. Thanks for reading. Another clown? During the early 70s, when my family lived for a time in Fresno, my mom decided to divorce my dad and moved herself, me, and my little sister, Ruth, into government housing, which was not bad. I thought the little semi-detached two-story houses were cute with their wooden floors. When my dad was around, my parents would argue loudly, so I thought it was just as well they were getting a divorce, whatever that was. To my 6-year-old mind, divorce was what happened to your family when you got to a certain age, like your teeth coming in. At least that's what it seemed like. Once I fell down the stairs, maybe pushed, but I was very adventurous and was probably practicing my flying. Luckily, I didn't break my neck and was only a little bruised. Another time, I rolled off my bed and fell into my metal dollhouse. There were no lawsuits back in those days, so the manufacturers of metal dollhouses were at liberty to produce razor-sharp objects for small children to disassemble and play with. But nothing supernatural ever happened that I knew of. Then, just a few years ago, my mother mentioned the ghost your sister used to see in our house in Fresno, and I soon got the story out of my sister. This is what she says happened to her to the best of my recollection. One moonlit night, she awoke on her little bed next to my big bed. She got up, wearing her itchy, footy pajamas, and toddled down the hall to use the toilet. When she returned, there on the floor was something she had never seen before, nor has she seen since. Something that looked like a clown's head was moving back and forth around the floor. It was slightly larger than a volleyball and had a painted look, white skin, wide, grimacing reddish lips, and huge yellow, googly eyes that were rolling around in their sockets. She remembers nothing definite after that, which I have read indicates a possible nightmare in children. She says she may have run into our mom's room and jumped into her bed with her, but she's not sure. "You left me in there with that thing?" I asked her. "You were asleep," she answered. I asked her how she felt this experience affected her life. "You become very open-minded about certain things," she said. "One thing I know, Ruth was an extremely intelligent child who well knew the difference between make-believe, dreaming, and reality." Thanks for reading. Hope it wasn't too long and boring. This happened a couple of years ago. We had just moved into a new house. I was getting used to living in a different neighborhood, and it wasn't really easy. One night, my parents weren't home, so I invited my friend over. We were sitting in my room, talking about boys, when my friend said she had to go to the washroom. While she was in the washroom, I went downstairs to go get a snack for us to eat without telling her. As I went downstairs, she came out of the washroom
and was stunned I was coming back upstairs. She asked, "How did you leave so quickly when I was just talking to you?" I was shocked. I told her that I had been downstairs and I didn't even talk to her while she was in the bathroom. We both were freaked out, and she told me the voice sounded exactly like mine. That night, when my parents returned home, me and my friend were getting ready to go to bed. We fell asleep at around, I would say 1:30 a.m. The next morning, I awoke and my friend left to go home. I was walking up the stairs. I had this feeling as if someone was following me. I looked back and I saw this dark thing walking behind me, and as it walked after me, its hood came out of nowhere and just became more visible. I ran to my bedroom and locked the door. I told my parents about what had happened. They didn't really believe me. So I asked my mom, who had lived in this house before us, and she told me that this lady and her kids had lived here. She had this worried look on her face. I asked her what had happened, and in a light voice, she said the woman who lived here before had committed suicide in our laundry room. I was terrified. Sometime after that, I went to do my laundry when the door had slammed shut. I was scared to death. I quickly opened the door and ran out of the laundry room. After that day, I never saw anything again until I had to take care of my baby cousin with my friend. We were playing with her in the spare room when she pointed up at the ceiling and started to cry uncontrollably. I ran and got my camera. When I took a picture of where she was pointing, I could see this white, weird shaped thing. We were terrified. After that, I showed my parents the picture, and they invited the priest to bless our house. Ever since that day, I haven't seen a ghost. Thank God, peace and love. Monster in the laundry room. In September 2005, my husband, myself, our 3 children, and of course, the lovable dog, moved into our house. It is a renovated lakefront cottage built in the 1930s in a rural town of upstate New York. We were drawn to the house for its charm and the peaceful lake. But I must say that I did feel a bit uneasy when we first moved in. Within the first few weeks of living there, I experienced some strange happenings. The house is a ranch style with a partially finished basement, an unfinished laundry room, and workshop. There is also a dirt floor, crawl space that you can only access from an outside door. I still can't bring myself to go in there. One night, while carrying a basket of laundry up the basement stairs, the stairwell light flickered out. I tried the light switch at the top of the stairs a few times, but could not get it to work. I told my husband that we needed a new bulb, and when he flicked the switch, the light went on. It happened again the next night, and I made him change the bulb. Well, this flickering continued for a couple of weeks, even after the bulb changed. While this was happening, my dog was also acting bizarre. After I would get up to the top of the stairway, he wouldn't follow me up like he normally would, but instead would sit at the bottom of the stairs and bark at me as if he didn't know me, almost as if he was staring right through me. He did this every day. A short time later, I woke early one morning before my husband left for work
and found the front door wide open. Now, I know that I shut and locked the door before going to bed, and when I questioned my husband about it, he denied leaving it open. I decided to mention what was going on to a coworker of mine who had some knowledge of spiritual activity, and she suggested talking to the spirits and asking them to leave. I did, and other strange noises every now and then started to appear. Everything seemed to stop after that, though. Until last night. We recently finished renovating part of the basement, which is actually ground level because of the grading of the land, and closed off 2 doors that used to give access to the basement from the outside. We made a master bedroom, a bathroom, and my 4-year-old son's bedroom. There's a door from the master that goes into the laundry room, which is in the unfinished part of the basement. Well, my son woke up in the middle of the night last night and climbed in between my husband and I. He had a hard time falling back asleep. After my husband left for work in the morning, my son and I were laying in bed, and he was staring at the open laundry room door. He said, "Mom, when I move close to you, the monster has a sad face, and a very angry one too. But when I move to Daddy's side, the monster smiles." I said, "Where is the monster?" And he replied, "Right there, in the laundry room. He has a white face and red feet, and his head is up to the ceiling. When I move next to you, he gets a mad face." I asked him if the monster talks to him, and he said, "No, but he puts his hand next to his mouth and whispers only at night." He also told me that the monster thinks this is his house. We got out of bed, and I walked towards the laundry room to take a closer look. But my son said, "No, don't go in there. He gets mad." I didn't see anything, so I asked my son to show me where the monster was, but he couldn't look. He seemed terrified. He just said, "Tell him to leave Mom. He freaks me out." We went upstairs, and my son was telling his 10-year-old sister about the monster. She asked if she could show her where he was, so he brought her down to the basement. He came running upstairs a minute later, saying, "Yep, he's still there." His sister couldn't see it. After thinking about this, and what happened when we first moved in, I then remembered that when our next door neighbor came to introduce herself, she mentioned a couple who used to live in our house several owners ago that would always argue and fight. Well, apparently the husband went missing, but that was all she had said. It all seems too coincidental now. I have a feeling it will be a long night. Laundry visitor. I'm sharing this story on behalf of my dad. This experience occurred to him almost 20 years ago, but I was at home asleep at this time in my bedroom upstairs. My dad is originally from Europe, and most of his family still reside over there. The way they lived many years ago is certainly a lot different to how we live now. The toilet was outside. They had to wash all their clothes by hand, in the river, etc. Of course, since then, many things have changed, which is great for them. It was a Saturday morning, and my dad was downstairs in the laundry, sorting out the washing. All of a sudden, from the corner of the room, he saw a white mist appear. It then turned into the apparition of his sister, who had died many years before. He told me by this point, She appeared like a real human. In a soft voice, she said to him, "Dear, look how lucky you are now to have a machine to do your washing, when I had to use my hands in the river." After that moment, she faded into a swirling mist, into a corner of the ceiling, and disappeared. Dad did not even have a chance to say anything to her. He just stood there completely shocked, but certainly not scared. After that moment, he tells me to this day, he could not believe what he had seen, and he felt very at peace with their presence there in front of him. Needless to say, he says he made himself a very strong cup of coffee after that experience. Has anyone had any experience where a loved one who has passed has gone to greet another loved one before they could get a chance to speak in such a manner and respond, before evaporating into the cold air? This all started about 2 years ago. Just like the rest of the house, the laundry room and garage has always given me the creeps. The laundry room is located in a small room in what we call the far garage. We have two car garages, and it is located in the furthest one. This far garage has always been the epicenter for creepiness. One day, I was going out to switch the laundry from washer to dryer, and as I got there, I saw that both the washing machine and dryer lids were open mid-cycle. I just thought, okay, someone came out here looking for something and forgot to close them. I asked my mom and boyfriend if they had been out there. Both said no. Seemed kind of strange. Then, it happened again. Both lids open, mid-cycle, nothing missing. Only this time, I had been home alone the entire time the clothes had been going. This has happened to me maybe 4 or 5 times. It's not that I left them open. The washing machine's lid is located on the top, so it didn't fall open. Plus, they won't start unless the lids are shut, so I didn't forget to shut them. Nothing blatantly scary, just unsettling. I have yet one more story about the experiences I've had in my home, and it really takes the cake on full-out scariness. In another post, I will detail this event. Thanks for reading. The washing machine. Just a short story here, and it is true. I'm not a believer in ghosts, and not an easy guy to scare. But this did the trick. I'll tell you in advance that I don't have an answer to what happened, but would like to hear your thoughts. It's all true and a major puzzle to me. Our top-loading washing machine is in the basement. It's a nice basement, not a dark, spooky place. The room has bright lights, and because it's in the basement, there is no way to enter this room from the outside of this house. Okay, here we go. At least half a dozen times in the past year, I've gone done to put the wash into the dryer after the washing time should have long elapsed. Imagine my surprise to find the wash not finished and the top cover of the lid of the washing machine up. The fact that the lid is up means that the washing cycle has not been completed. Each time, I just scratched my head and wondered how this could happen.
Just the other day it happened. This time, as I went back into the washroom, I switched on the light and looked to see the top up once again. But this time, I heard something move in the room. It was the sound like a dog would make if you woke him up from sleeping and he just bounced up. And we don't have any pets. The hair on my arms went straight up as I looked around the room, but I never found anything. We saw John F. Kennedy in the early 1990s. I know that you probably won't believe my story, but it is true. My honor and dignity as a Christian is important to me. Even today, I am still frightened by what I saw that day back in the early 1990s. I live in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and was working in a retail store as a sales manager back then. The day was as usual as a summer day is, June or July, and the sun was shining bright. Inside the store, I began walking to the back of the store to go on break or to get my paperwork. I can't remember which. This store was large, and when I had walked a certain distance, it seemed like time had stood still, and nobody was around me. It was really strange. Only a good friend and fellow sales manager was near me, and then we both saw him. A man came walking forward towards us, and we just stood in awe at what we were seeing. We both knew instantly who the man was. You see, the man was President John F. Kennedy. At an age he would have been in the early 1990s, in his early 70s, with gray hair. Well, you might ask, could it have been a person who resembled the late President Kennedy? No, because something about him made us know who we were seeing. The man wore ordinary clothes, but he had a massive scar down the entire left side of his skull, the very area the fatal headshot was fired and killed the president in Dallas, Texas, on November 1963. It looked as if that side of his entire skull had been blown away and reattached somehow. The scar marks were plainly visible to see. He looked right at me and continued walking until he got out of sight. My friend and I just stood there, staring at each other. I said, "Did you just see what I saw?" And my friend replied, "Yes, but I'm sure not going to tell anybody about it." We agreed to keep quiet. I ran to find the Kennedy ghost man again, but he was gone. He simply vanished. This story is absolutely true, and I never even told my fiance about it. I keep asking myself today why the deceased President John F. Kennedy would contact me, of all people. He had always been my favorite US president, but this was truly a crazy experience. I indeed saw John F. Kennedy in some sort of purgatory spirit world, or his spirit contacting me in one form or another. John Lennon's ghost. On December 8th, 1980, former Beatle John Lennon and his wife, Yoko Ono, were just returning home to the Dakota, a luxury apartment building in Manhattan, when a deranged fan shot Lennon 5 times in the back near the entrance to the Dakota. En route to Roosevelt Hospital, John Lennon died. John Lennon was 40 years old. Lennon had an open mind when it came to the paranormal. While traveling and living at the Dakota, he reported seeing a spectral figure walking down the corridors, which he referred to as the crying lady ghost. He told his first wife, Cynthia Lennon, that if he passed away, he would contact her. In 1986, Cynthia reported that John had indeed sent her a sign. She found a dead jackdaw wrapped in old newspapers, dated 1956, behind the fireplace in her home in Cumbria. John had told her if there was life after death, he would prove it by sending her and Julian, their son, a feather as a sign.
John's ghost has been seen at the Dakota on several occasions. In 1983, 3 years after Lennon's death, Joey Harrell, a musician accompanied by a writer friend, Amanda Moores, spotted Lennon near the entrance where he was shot. Moores stated she was tempted to approach Lennon and talk, but his expression dissuaded her. Harrell reported that when Lennon appeared, an eerie light surrounded him. Yoko Ono also encountered John Lennon's ghost at the Dakota. She stated that she saw him sitting at his white piano. He turned to her and said, "Don't be afraid. I am still with you." Paul McCartney described these encounters he had with Lennon's ghost. In 1995, when he, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr were singing Lennon's song Free as a Bird during a recording session, McCartney stated he felt Lennon was in the studio with them. As it turned out, this was more than just a feeling. McCartney went on to state, "There were a lot of strange going-ons in the studio, noises that should have been, and equipment doing all manner of weird things." In another encounter, McCartney said that during a photo shoot for the single, a white peacock wandered over from the neighboring farm. At the last minute, the beautiful bird made its presence known. McCartney felt it was the spirit of John Lennon hanging around as they wrapped the recording. McCartney stated to Harrison and Starr, "That's John. Spooky, eh?" After the recording, while McCartney, Harrison, and Starr listened to the single's B-side, he stated that John again was making his presence known. McCartney explained they had just put a spoof backwards recording on the end of the single for a laugh and to amuse fans. As they listened to the finished single one night in the studio, McCartney swears, as it got to the end, they heard John Lennon in the recording itself. Paul McCartney stated that he and George and Ringo, after this, knew it was John and that he was sending his approval.
This story begins when I was a child, probably about 7 years old. My mom and aunts threw a huge Halloween party for all the kids in the family. I think there were 16 of us at the time, ranging in age from probably 5 to 13. It was awesome, but the coolest part came about the time it just got really dark. We took a hayride to a cemetery a few miles down the road from my aunt and uncle's, where the party was being held. My mom told us about some of the people buried there and how some of them were not resting in peace. Typical urban legend stuff. When we got there, the adults said they wanted us to show us the grave of an old man whose ghost was seeking revenge for his wrongful death. We were all scared and excited, creeping through the cemetery in the dark towards the largest tombstone. When we were about halfway there, my dad and uncles popped up from behind the graves, wearing scary masks. The kids all screamed and ran for the wagon, while the ghosts and moms all laughed. For years, the adults retold this story, laughing over the details of our panicked faces and terrified attempts to get away. When I was a teenager, my sister and 2 of my cousins decided to get our moms back for this prank. Our parents got together once a month to play cards, so that October, we made sure we were around for card night. We waited until our fathers went for a beer run, which inevitably meant an hour or 2 at the bar. We told our moms about a legend we had heard about a sad ghost that could be seen weeping at her husband's grave when the moonlight hit. We made this story up and convinced them to take us to see it. My cousin secretly called his best friend, who had agreed to go there in a mask and hide to scare them. The prank worked perfectly, and our mothers nearly peed themselves. We all laughed hardly as we went back to our car. When we got to it, the car would not start. We laughed some more about the ghost sabotaging it and decided to walk where my cousin's friend had hidden his car. We would send our dads to get the car later. But of course, his car would not start either. We started to feel a little weird about this since neither car had problems recently. But what could we do? This was before everyone had cell phones, so we started walking towards the closest house, which was about a mile or two away. Though none of us knew them well, we knew the name of the people who lived there. As we walked up their long driveway, we started to worry because there were no cars parked by the house, and it looked pretty dark inside. We knocked anyway, but got no answer. We were about to leave, not having nearly as much fun thinking we would have to walk the long distance to the next house, when we heard voices coming from the back of the house. We went to the backyard looking for the people we heard, but it was pretty dark and nobody was around. We yelled hello a few times and identified ourselves, but got no answer. The backyard had a fair amount of trees, and suddenly large branches started falling. This scared us since there was no apparent cause. In just a few seconds, at least a dozen branches bigger than your arm fell from the 5 or 6 trees closest to us. It was utterly crazy. We all ran for it. We were around the end of the driveway. My cousin screamed and pointed towards the house. It looked like several pairs of red eyes were peering around the house at us. We ran straight back to our car and tried it again. It started no problem. We did not stop at my cousin's friend's car. We went right back to the house. Later that night, my uncle and dad and cousin took his friend back and got his car, which also started on the first try. When they drove past the house, it looked completely normal, and there was a car in the driveway. We have never been sure if the people there saw us mucking about in the graveyard and decided to prank the pranksters, or if it was something else. If it was a prank, they put it together awfully fast and never laughingly confessed. We felt too foolish to ask. It was in 1971. I was in my late 20s. I was then staying in Rose Hill, in a different country, not married yet and staying at my folks'. One day, my dad came home with a South African couple. He met them while coming back home, and they were tourists visiting Mauritius with their bags, tents, and sleeping bags. Mauritius was still safe in that period, but independence was given by Great Britain in 1968, and a civil war had just come to an end a few months before. Two communities had fought for some political reasons. Anyway, my dad invited them home to sleep over for a few days. I remember the guy had a big blonde beard. He was very kind. His wife was as well, but I forgot her face. We decided to organize camping during a weekend on the west coast of Mauritius. This place, which is now pretty developed, was at the time very wild with just a few houses. We went on a Saturday morning, found a nice place to put a tent, and organized the day. The South African man and his wife were very good swimmers and divers. We spent a lot of time in the sea, catching fish, crabs, some lobsters, which were getting scarce then. We don't find them anywhere by the coast, and cooked all these goodies on a small homemade barbecue set. All of us, Mom, Dad, the couple and I, really enjoyed the day. The sunset was beautiful. It was warm. We were in summer, and everything was perfect. When night came, we prepared a nice barbecue with chicken, beef, and pork, and a few shrimps we had caught earlier. The night was starry, my dad was happy and drunk, and the couple was obviously having a great time. Since we were not fluent in English, I was improving then. Communication was a bit difficult, but we could make ourselves understand with gestures and sometimes drawing on the sand. It was a great fun seeing my dad, trying to converse with them with a very limited knowledge of English. Anyway, it must have been around 9 p.m. We were all seated on the beach, watching the ocean as well as the starry sky by the campfire. It was so beautiful. Then we started to hear like a complaint. We couldn't determine the origin of the sound, but it was like a woman wailing. It was faint, but clear, since the place was wild and remote. The wailing was not constant, but would be heard from time to time. We put it on the sound of some sorts of animal, since we were not people living on the coast, thus being ignorant of animals which could be active at night. We were seated on the beach, facing the ocean, when suddenly we noticed someone coming out from the sea on our left at about 30 to 40 meters away. It looked like a woman with a long white dress just walking from the sea to the beach. We could not see her face, but could guess she had long hair. The only lights were the stars and our bonfire. She silently walked straight and disappeared from our view in the vegetation. We found this very odd. I knew it was not normal, but did not know what the others were thinking. My dad was drunk and watched the scene with a little smile on his face. I think he was lost in his thoughts. We all looked at each other and did not know what to think. I tried to check if there was a house where the woman walked to. I just stood up and walked towards the sea and looked on my left to see where she went. There was only green, bush, and trees. There were no lights or any constructions around. I was now scared because I was realizing that we must have seen a ghost. I walked back to the bonfire and sat and told everyone that I did not find any house there. We stopped talking and everyone kept alert. We could now hear all the little noises of the night. We heard faint crackling like someone or an animal quietly walking on dry leaves. Then, suddenly, we heard loud flapping noises on a tree nearby. It looked like large birds, pigeons or bats, flying away. It scared us. Then my mom told me quietly she felt that something was not right, and I and she were feeling watched. The couple was looking around with their glass in their hands. Then, suddenly, something heavy fell in front of us on the beach at about 5 or 6 meters. I stood up to see what it was, but could not find anything. Everybody stood up and looked around. Nothing was found. Despite the fact that the night was clear and sweet, the atmosphere had changed, apart from my father, who was in a trip because he was too drunk. We were all scared by then. The couple talked between them, and I could not understand. They seemed quite concerned about the situation. I did not know what to do. Could we stay there, or maybe go to sleep, or maybe we had to leave? That was a pity. We were enjoying such a nice time before seeing that woman. Then, in the middle of the night, we heard this bone-chilling scream like a woman being attacked. It seemed close to our camp. We were on our feet with eyes about to pop out from our sockets. My heart was pounding so loud that I thought others could hear it. The couple started to pick up their stuff, and my dad followed them. Mom and I packed away everything quickly. As we were doing so, some coconuts fell and rolled on our camp as if someone had thrown them away. We were now scared to death, and no one would talk. We heard running on the beach, then in the woods, but could not see anything. We quickly put stuff in the car, and it was not easy because we did not have a big car, and we had taken time to pack things so that they could fit in when we came down. Now we had to pile up things. The worst was the barbecue. It was hot and dirty, and we did not want to leave it. I burnt myself twice while trying to put it away. While we were packing away, things were happening around us. The screams seemed to originate from different places, and there was a lot of noises going on. We all got into the car practically one upon the other with stuff on us. I decided to take the wheel because my dad was too drunk. As we moved away, we got a shock. We saw a woman dressed in white standing by the little lane, looking at us. It was bone-chilling. I stopped the car. She was standing about 4 to 5 meters away. I didn't know what to do. I was too scared to move closer to her, but it was the only way out. We waited a few minutes as she was standing there, staring at us. I heard my mom praying and the South African couple mumbling something between them. Suddenly, we heard a bang, like something hit the car behind. We all turned to see what had happened. The atmosphere was very tense, and I think my dad was becoming sober very quickly. He was now swearing. We did not see anything behind, but when I looked forward, the woman was not there anymore. But the scariest thing happened. She was now standing by my door, looking at me. I can't describe the utter fear which took hold of me then. I released a scream. My throat was sore several days after, and pushed the gas pedal. I think everybody screamed then, but with panic, the car choked and the woman was still there, looking at us. I remember not seeing her eyes or features because it was dark. I switched on the car again and drove off as fast as I could. The poor car got shaken on the dirt road. We reached the main road, relieved and shouting. What the hell had we seen and experienced? Fortunately, Rose Hill is not far from that area we were just at. But when we reached the town, the car broke down. The fan belt of the car had broken and the engine stopped from overheating. We were in the 70s, no cell or anything like towing services available a Saturday evening. The couple and my mom walked home, which was not far. My dad and I stayed by the car. At home, Mom phoned a friend of my dad, who was not staying far, to tow away our car. We finally reached home at around 11:30 p.m., completely exhausted. My dad's friend who had helped us was invited to have coffee, and we told him what had happened. He said that we were lucky because there had been accounts of people walking to the sea, like being in a trance and never coming back, getting drowned by possession, really scary and unbelievable. Some would be hurt by objects being thrown at them. A woman apparently lost her baby while being pregnant. She was a few weeks away from delivery, But after coming to that place and seeing the ghost, she had pain in her tummy and started to bleed a few hours later. She had to go through surgery where they noted that the baby had died. These events would not always happen, but would take place randomly. The South African couple stayed 2 more days at home and left. We never heard or saw from them afterwards. I later discovered that there was a cemetery on the other side of the road. Not too close to the road, though. I never knew who that woman, ghost, was, but it seemed that regularly she would come out of the ocean and walk to the cemetery. However, in the late 80s, there was no accounts of seeing her up to today. My brothers and I have been living in our townhouse for 8 years now. Ever since I entered college, and my brothers entered high school in an exclusive school in Quezon City, Philippines. Our townhouse is only a 10-minute walk away from the school, which is very convenient for us. However, because our family business is in the province, my parents have to live there, while my brothers and I live in our townhouse alone. Several incidents happened in our house, which we chose to ignore. In one instance, when my dad paid us a visit, he and my brother were in the kitchen. My brother was washing dishes, while my dad was chopping vegetables for lunch. They were both facing the wall, their heads turned away from the door leading to the washroom at the end of the kitchen. From behind them, they heard my voice say, "May I use the restroom?" My brother answered back, "What's wrong with you?" Because he was surprised I was asking permission in our own house. They both turned around and saw no one. They checked the bathroom. It was empty. They went around the house. I wasn't there. I received a call in my cell from my brother that day, asking where I was. I was at work the entire time. But my brother and father were both certain it was my voice they heard. Now, the second incident was more creepy, because I myself experienced it. I was leaving for work. My youngest brother was already in school, while my younger brother was in his room. I stepped out the door and stood by the front steps, locking the door with my keys. Suddenly, I heard my voice in the living room calling my brother's name. "Rap, come down here." I fumbled my keys and tried to open the door, except this time, the locks won't open. I heard my brother running down the stairs, so I went to the window to see what will happen. The living room was empty. My brother opened the door for me and asked why I was calling him. I told him it wasn't me calling him, and he couldn't believe it. After telling the story again, I left him to go to work. The third incident happened in my room, more than a year after the second incident. I woke up in the middle of the night, which always happens to me. The first thing I did is check my bedside clock, which I always check when I wake up in the middle of the night for comparison. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At the corner of my bed is a full-length mirror, which normally faces and reflects the image of my bedroom door. After checking my clock, I checked my mirror and saw myself standing and staring at myself in a deadpan way. At first I thought I was looking at my reflection, and I even asked myself in my mind, why the hell am I sleeping standing up? But then I felt the bed, and I knew I was lying down. After a few seconds of staring at my standing reflection, I turned to the other side of the bed and decided just to ignore it. The last incident did not happen to me, but to my youngest brother, who has always been in touch with the supernatural. It happened just last year, in 2007. According to him, he woke up at 5 a.m. and took a bath for school. While getting dressed, he noticed that his reflection in the mirror was grinning at him, though he wasn't smiling at all. He got terrified and decided to go to school, though it was too early. When he was locking the door, he practically screamed when he saw his own head grinning at him from his right shoulder. He walked to school the whole time with the grinning face that looks like him on his shoulder, which he could see through his peripheral vision. On the way to school, he passed by some shops and saw his reflection still grinning at him. He noted that although his reflection looks like him exactly, the eyes were somewhat different. My brother chose to ignore the doppelganger, who stayed with him at school the whole day. A doppelganger of my classmate. It was Saturday morning. Some of our classmates, including me, were tasked to go to the school to finish our beautification project. We were done exactly at 11 a.m. All of our classmates, excluding Trisha, Karen, Ariana, and me, went home. Ariana told us to wait here at school while she will go and buy something to eat. She didn't eat any breakfast. So we agreed, and we waited for her. Since there's nothing much to do, we decided to go on ghost hunting. We went up to the second floor and began filming all around us with Trisha's phone while walking. As we passed by the library, we all felt a very cold wind around us. Trisha screamed, "Run!" Then we ran outside the gate and we saw the guard. The guard is very angry with us, and so he tells us to go home. We text Ariana to go to my place after she is done eating. At my place, we replayed the video. As the film passes by the library's glass window, we saw Karen's reflection wearing a blue t-shirt in front of Trisha. Trisha was so shocked and said, "Wait, you're at my back, right? And are you wearing a white t-shirt back there?" Karen said, "Yes. Why will I be in front? Clearly you're the one who is in front, right? And I'm still wearing the exact same white t-shirt." We tried to replay it again and again, and still the same. I really want to know what you think, because I'm still baffled by this whole situation. If anybody has any idea as to what this could be, please put it in the comments below. D is for doppelganger. As would be expected, a lot has happened since I was last on here. In due time, I'll explain my absence. But for now, I'll start with what is troubling me the most. I have been with my partner, whom we'll call Michael for privacy reasons, for nearly a year now, and this started happening in November of 2012. Now, before I delve into it, at all times when these sightings have occurred, he has not been on any medication, drugs, of any kind, nor had he been consuming alcohol. To better understand the story, I better give you a layout of the house. Walk through the front door, you are greeted by the dining room, with an open plan kitchen at the end of it. Take 4 steps forward, and to your left you have the lounge, which is connected to the dining room, by 2 doors which are kept open at all times. Next to the lounge is a small extension of the house, which is Michael's little sister's playroom. The playroom is separated from the dining room by a glass wall and a glass door. Keep walking straight from the front door, and to your right is a door leading to the garage and laundry room. Next to the laundry door is the hallway. The hallway is L-shaped, and the first room to your right is his mother's and sister's room. Go to the corner of the L, and you'll find the main bedroom, which his grandmother resides in. At the corner of the L, and slightly off to the right, is Michael's room, and at the very end of the L is the bathroom. Michael has been seeing my doppelganger. The appearances have been happening generally once or twice a month, and it was usually just out of the corner of his eye. My doppelganger has usually been seen in and around his room and up and down the hallway. After grilling him for details, I found out that before these sightings, he would always get a whiff of my perfume that I tend to always wear. Now, the sightings have only ever been at his house, and no one in his family has my perfume, and none of my clothing is actually at his house. Doppelganger seems to have my sense of style down to a fine art, as it has always been seen wearing my usual attire. Michael has always picked up a feeling of sadness every time he's seen my doppelganger. Now, here's where it picks up a notch. A few months back in June, I was on the phone with Michael when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and everything went dead quiet. Thinking something happened, I immediately got worried and asked what was wrong. All I got in reply was very frightened whispers. Getting slightly frustrated, I asked yet again what was wrong. Michael finally told me he was seeing my doppelganger. I then got very worried as he was very frightened. I asked Michael what happened, and he said he had been walking around the dining room table talking to me when, out of the corner of his eyes, he saw someone sitting on the couch in the lounge. All his family had retired to bed for the day, so he was very surprised. As he turned to face it, he saw that it was my doppelganger, clear as day, casually sitting on the couch. Scaring the bejesus out of him, he ran into the playroom. My doppelganger then proceeded to get up from the couch, walk towards the kitchen, and, from what Michael heard, as he couldn't see at this point, get a glass of water. No glass was ever found as proof of this, by the way. As I calmed him down over the phone, I asked him if he got any vibe from the doppelganger. He said he picked up an obvious negative vibe, not in a menacing way, just down and unhappy. He also said it looked like my doppelganger was in pain. Can doppelgangers even feel pain? Now, I definitely know Michael wasn't bluffing to me, as this happened over the phone, and no one can fake the kind of fear that was in his voice. Another thing to note is the doppelganger had brown hair, whereas I have dyed my naturally brown hair blonde. That seems to be the last sighting of it he's had for a while. What happened? Help would be greatly appreciated here, as I'm going out of my mind with questions. What is this thing? What does it want? Why imitate me? No one else in his family has seen it other than Michael. Thank you for reading. Doppelgangers, oh my. I can't say I've ever seen a doppelganger. However, some of my family members have. 2010. At this time, the family members residing in our home were our oldest daughter,
and her husband, our youngest son, and our youngest daughter. My husband saw the first one sometime in 2010. He came home from work at midnight. I was asleep on the couch in the living room. He was on his way through our room to the bathroom to take a shower when he saw our youngest daughter sitting at my computer. He called out to her. She didn't answer or even move. He assumed she had earphones in and didn't hear him. He realized he had forgotten to grab a towel from the laundry room, so he turned around and headed that way. Our bedroom is on one end of the house. The laundry is on the opposite end. He walked down the hall, though the dining room and the kitchen were in between. Just as he was about to open the laundry room door, Em, our youngest daughter, stepped out. My husband asked if she had just been on my computer. She said no, she had been in the laundry room this entire time. We all picked at him about getting old and seeing things. That's before I did some research on doppelgangers. Shortly after my husband saw our youngest daughter's doppelganger, our youngest son saw mine. This happened about 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. I had just finished cooking dinner and was waiting for my family to come home, except our youngest son Z, who had gone into work about an hour before. I decided to do some laundry while I waited. I always had to keep myself busy when I was home alone. I still had the notion that if I was doing something there, was less of a chance for me to encounter anything ghostly. Plus, staying busy made the time go by faster. I was in the laundry room when the door shut, when I felt or maybe heard someone come into the house. And as a side note, there's absolutely no way anyone could ever come into my house without me knowing it, whether I'm awake or asleep. When our kids were younger, they used to try to fool me. Never happened. I can feel the least change in air pressure drove them crazy. I asked, "Who is here?" Z answered me and said his new manager sent him home to shave because he had a 5 o'clock shadow. He was fussing about as he went down the hall into the bathroom. I stayed in the laundry room folding clothes. We have never kept our clothes in our bedrooms. I have a huge laundry room, so everything clothing-wise is kept there. Oddly enough, I was folding Z's clothes when I heard, "Mom, why are you putting those in my room?" I opened the laundry room door, walked out into the kitchen just as Z walked into the dining room from the hall. The look on his face frightened me. It looked as if he had just seen a ghost. I watched as all color drained from his face. I asked him if he was okay. He just stared at me. After about a minute, he snapped out of his trance. The following is what he told me. He was standing in front of the bathroom mirror shaving when he heard a shuffle. He looked up and out the door. He saw me dressed in a red robe, walking really fast, holding a stack of clothes. I entered his bedroom, so he stepped out of the bathroom to ask me what I was doing. I didn't come from the direction of the laundry room. I came from the opposite end of the house, from the other bedrooms. His is the first bedroom in the hall before you get to the bathroom. I did own a red robe at that time. However, I was fully dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing red. Before that day, Z was a non-believer of the paranormal. For years, he swore he still was. He refused to talk about that day. About a year ago, he and his wife bought a house built in 1940. He's now coming around to the fact that there are some things that have no other explanation. Last week, April 22nd, 2016,
My oldest daughter was visiting. She and I were laying on my bed talking. I fell asleep. She got up to get a drink from the kitchen. As she was leaving my room, she saw M's, the youngest daughter, boyfriend coming from her bedroom, which is directly across from mine. She said he had a faraway look in his eyes. He was laughing as if something he and M had shared moments before was extremely funny. He walked down the hall into the bathroom and shut the door. S continued on to the kitchen. She got her drink and started back down the hall. As she was right outside of the closed bathroom door, she noticed Jay was stepping out of M's bedroom. He looked as if he was half asleep. He asked her if someone was in the bathroom, to which she replied, "You." She reached over and opened the bathroom door. It was empty. It was the vacation of a lifetime. Just my best friend Nicole and I going away to Ireland. I was very excited as we were going to stay in a famous castle, which of course had some history of its own. I believe it was Capra Castle, of something to that effect. I recalled as it was yesterday. We were in room number 71. We left our room to go through the courtyard to the main castle for dinner. We then proceeded to go look for this haunted bridge or something. We made a few jokes about how we were going to hang each other from the bridge. We had a bit of fun with that, hit the bar, and then went back towards our room. After returning, our luggage was messed up on the floor. We thought nothing of it. Could it have been the maid for all we know? I'm not sure. But we noticed that the dog that went around the hotel courtyard was outside of our room. Was an Irish wolfhound. So we got to bed about an hour or so after we had got back, and we locked the door, and the dog got up and went away. So it was now about 1 a.m. I was sleeping through the night, and around 3 a.m., I had a rude awakening. I started freaking out because I felt like someone was on top of me and that I was being scratched at. I was freaking out, and I started screaming and moving around, and I was hitting Nicole, trying to wake her up. I felt that my face was bleeding and could taste the blood. I was in a state of panic. I managed to get Nicole up, and she was trying to calm me down. I was telling her I was bleeding and to get help right away. As she felt my face, she felt the blood. She was in shock. So she said she would turn on the light and call the desk for help. She reached for the phone and light, which were right by one another, and she got, as she described, brutally pushed aside, hitting her head on the floor. She reached for her pocket keychain light to search for the light. She crawled over to the light switch and came running back to the bed, where I was still feeling as if I was pinned down. She got on the bed to check on me, and I felt as if I could freely move up. So I sit up. I was feeling pinned down this whole time, hence my freaking out. She checked me for blood, and there was no sign of blood. We went to open the door and checked to see if there was any sign of forced entry into our hotel room in case it was something else. There we saw the dog walk back to the front of our door, and he laid down there. We couldn't get back to sleep after all of that. The whole thing freaked me out, and I'm not sure why exactly that did happen. Why was the dog back after the attack? Why could I taste blood and then be fine? I couldn't move, and I did not shove Nicole off the bed. It was one of the most freaky experiences ever. Did I anger a spirit and they were being spiteful? This isn't my first encounter of strange beings, just the more physical. Woodsford Castle. I've had a few weird experiences, but this is by far the scariest. Me, My sister, my parents, and my grandparents all went and stayed in a natural trust place called Woodsford Castle. It was really old-fashioned with the decapitated stags and stuff mounted on the wall along with chandeliers. In the visitor's book, there was loads of questions about whether the castle was haunted or not. The room me and my sister stayed in was the oldest room in the castle. It was always quite dark and cold in the room, even if we had the lights on, and you always got a chilled, prickly feeling when you were in there alone. Whenever I went into the room, I felt a huge urge to leave and felt like someone was trying to make me get out. One night, I went to the toilet, and as I was coming back up the stairs, I heard footsteps clicking up the steps, which sounded like high-heeled boots. This confused me a bit, but I passed it off as my imagination and walked back to the room me and my sister were staying in. When I opened the door, I saw someone standing over my sister. It wasn't any of my family because they all denied being awake at that time. I couldn't see what she looked like because she was mainly a shadow, but all I could really see was what looked like a long dress, suggesting she was a woman. As I walked into the room, there was a sudden chill, and the woman vanished. I told my mom, who was a real believer of spirits, and she said that the woman may have wanted me out of the room so she could be with my sister alone. But we don't know why she wanted my sister. We were all really scared and left a day early because we didn't feel safe. If anyone has any idea why this woman wanted my sister alone, it would be really helpful to know. Castle Leslie haunting. So I just got home from a 2-night stay at Castle Leslie in Co. Monaghan. I was aware that there was reported hauntings prior to going out, but did not want to read any stories before I went, and my wife was totally unaware of any stories relating to the castle. We stayed in Norman's room, and a series of events happened between 1 a.m. and first light, which would have been around 5 or 6 a.m.-ish. The night is in question was Monday night, Tuesday morning, the 4th and 5th of April, 2016. Firstly, we returned to the room around 12 a.m., and we both were very tired after the drive up from Co-Wexford. I was awoken, and I could feel a presence in the room, and I could make out the figure of a man sitting in the chair next to the bed. The hair was standing on the back of my neck, and I couldn't move. I then saw what I can only describe as a mist cloud over the right-hand side of the bed. I had a restless night of dreams. One of those was a dream of being in the bed, and others which I can't recall. It was very warm in the room, and I was too scared to move or even hang my leg outside the covers. In the morning, my wife confirmed she too had a night of vivid dreams and awoke to see a cloud of mist at the foot of my bed. No windows in the room were open. I was glad to see the morning and went to the bathroom. Our room overlooked the vast gardens and lake, and whilst looking out over the lake, it looked like a wave or wall of water around 10 feet was moving across very slowly. My wife confirmed the same, but by the time I got my camera to take the picture, it had disappeared. The following night, we told the night porter our experience, and he mentioned that there were reports of the bed being haunted and offered to move us into another room. Nothing like this has happened before, and I would say I was open-minded, yet very skeptical. We had a sound sleep on Tuesday night with the help of a different set of spirits. I can't explain what we saw, and we will return there one day, but won't be staying in Norman's room. An audible manifestation. My only ghostly experience came in the fall of 1986. I had lost most of my vision from diabetes and had entered a residential rehabilitation facility in the capital city of a southern state. Rumors had been shared among clients about odd things that occurred on the campus that encompassed an entire city block.
because many clients came to the rehabilitation facility with secondary medical complications. There had been cases of clients passing on in their dormitory rooms. Odd things had been reported, such as the elevator engaging and moving from one floor to the other, when only one person, the business officer manager, sat in his office in the administration building. More than once, he had charged out of his office into the elevator doors to see who was coming from the second floor, but the elevator was always empty when the doors slid open. That to me could be easily explained as an electrical glitch versus something paranormal. But that same office manager was in the small first floor reception area of the training hall with two men who were hired as security guards during the week-long Christmas closure. One of the guards was a regular member of maintenance and the other a part-time staff member, and both fully knowledgeable about the entire campus. The clients and all staff had departed except for these three men. They stood quietly, chatting when they all heard a sound. It sounded like someone had dragged a heavy pile of furniture across the floor, directly over their heads. They rushed to the second floor, but nothing was moved or out of place. This they could not explain. My experience took place in the hall, where my room, along with three other rooms, were located. There was a fire stairway at one end of the short hall that led either upstairs to the women's second floor dorm rooms or outdoors and into the courtyard. Double swinging doors on the other end of that hall opened into the first floor women's lounge and then either led out the courtyard or through a second set of swinging doors that led to the counseling hall. It was a Friday night and I had just finished supper. Using my white crane, I made my way out of the cafeteria, into the training hall's reception area, and down through the hall, up the short set of stairs, and through the counseling hall. I passed through the first set of swinging doors and walked across the first floor women's lounge and through the second set of doors and into my hall. My room was the first door on the left. The hall was very short and you needed to take only one step to cross the hall to the door directly across from mine. I removed my door key and using my left hand located the keyhole and just begun to insert the key with my right hand when I heard 5 taps on the door across the hall from my own. It sounded like someone tapped with just one finger. I straightened my position and spun on my heels, feeling somewhat foolish for not having realized that there was someone in the hall with me. I said a pleasant hello, but received no answer. I could only imagine the look on my face when no response came. Finally, in shrugging my shoulders, I turned my back to my own door. As I was again about to insert my key into the slot, a thought struck me. Knowing that it was a habit for all diabetics to be housed on the first floor in the event of needing assistance quickly for a low blood sugar, I again turned to the door across from mine. My thought was that perhaps one of the two ladies sharing the room had knocked from the inside and was in need of help. I took the one step necessary to reach their door. In a loose fist, I raised my hand to knock on their door, but before I could, I again heard the 5 taps on the door, but this time there was no question that those taps came from my side of their door and that I was the only person standing in the hall. Then I heard one of the ladies in that room say, "Yes, someone is at the door. See who it is." Well, when they opened the door, there I was standing transfixed with my right hand still in the air as if to knock. When they asked what I might need, it took me a moment until I found my voice. I knew what just had happened and was trying to process what I knew had just happened, but was finding it difficult to admit that I knew in my heart what I knew, that someone or something had tapped on the door right beside me. I finally was able to explain what I had heard from inside the hall, the 2 sets of 5 taps on the door. They both said they heard the taps too. We stood there puzzled when I burst out laughing. I was still not ready to face the reality of what I had known I had heard. I said, "Oh, I know. Your guard dog was leaning against the door and scratched, which caused the tapping sounds. But one lady said. Neither of us have a guide dog. She replicated the tapping sound exactly as we all heard it. I know those tappings came from the hall side of their door. The sound was not a foot to my right and at eye level as I stood there. Had it been a real person, we would have been all but touching shoulders. Together, we three ladies attempted to replicate the sound by going through the swinging doors, opening and closing the stairwell door, and even the doors leading out into the courtyard from the women's lounge. We could not replicate those tappings, no matter what we tried, and despite not having vision, I slept that night with all my room's lights on. The following Monday, as I walked to the administration building, I caught up with the director of vocational training. I asked her if, to her knowledge, anyone had ever passed on that floor. She said that yes, years before, an older woman who once occupied one of the rooms on the far right side of the women's lounge had gone to lay down after a double period of orientation and mobility, instruction for using a white cane, and had expired in her sleep. When I explained what we three ladies had experienced that Friday night, she made me vow that I would never share the story with other clients so as not to frighten them. I know what I heard. I know what we three ladies heard. I have no rational explanation except to speculate that the former, and now departed, client was visiting one of her fellow dormies in my hall. I'm 33 years old, and I live in the Ocean Parkway section of Brooklyn in New York City. When I was 15 years old, I was living in a house not far away from where I live now. My friend Rob asked me to come visit him after school one day. It'd been raining the whole day, so he decided to wait until the rain stopped before he went to his house. The rain stopped around 5 p.m., and I thought it was kind of late, so I called him and told him I decided not to go. For some reason, he was insistent, because he bought some $1,000 bike and wanted me to see it. I got there around 8:30 p.m., because I had to eat dinner and do my homework. As I was walking towards a stoop, I stopped hearing the cars passing by and all the city confusion. Everything was quiet, very unusual for Brooklyn, a place where 2 million people live, but I figured that was nothing. As I got closer to the house, there was an odd wind that flew by me, but I didn't hear its wake. I just felt a cold, chilling sensation. Then suddenly, I saw a man who looked gray and gloomy, smoking a Guinea stinker, Brooklyn word for an old Italian man's cigar, without any smoke. I thought maybe it was one of Rob's father's friends, but I knew that was wrong when I was about to get on the stoop. The old man got up, opened the front door with the stinker still in his mouth, and he just disappeared. Even though the door was open, he still kind of passed through it. I went into the house and asked Rob who the man was, but Rob looked at me as if I was a moron and told me to stop messing around. But his mother, who was always on edge about something, had a smile on her face. She pulled me aside when Rob went to the bathroom and said that the figure was evil, and his vision had been tormenting her since she bought the house 17 years before. Maybe he had lived in the house previously and died there. I don't know. I never saw the man again, and Rob moved to Queens because his dad opened a bakery in the Bronx and wanted a closer commute. Since then, I never went to that house, and I have no reason to. From the first moment we moved into our new duplex in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn, we all had an eerie feeling that something was weird about the place. It was a dark, damp, and dingy place with an incredibly cold feeling about it. No matter how hard we tried to make the place warmer, it never seemed inviting or comfortable at all. We were never able to get a phone connected, so to add to the sense of foreboding, we were also isolated from the outside of the world. Within 2 weeks of living there, I was raped in my own bedroom. Our next-door neighbor, a 60-something-year-old woman who had lived next door, informed us that our house had never been occupied for more than a year. Every tenant prior to us also had incredible tragedies occur within the first few weeks of moving in,
and they soon left. My brother and I both heard children playing one night, and when we went to open our bedroom door, it would not open for nearly an hour. Thumpings on the wall, strange cold spots, and peculiar noises were all commonplace. No one in my family felt comfortable being there alone, nor did any guests who stayed over. It felt as if you were being watched by someone who hated you every moment. My mother, not to mention everyone else, especially hated the basement. There were weird marks and handprints on the walls. One day, she was going downstairs and came screaming back up them, saying that some cold, clammy hand had grabbed her upon reaching the washing machine. Lights went on and off, and the odd occurrences became so serious that we left for fear we would all die in that hellhole. The ceiling toppled in above my brother's bed. An unexplained fire, whose cause was never determined, almost killed me. My mom developed cancer, and we all were going crazy from all of these things occurring within a year. Upon moving out, we found out that 2 people had been whacked by the mob during the 60s. A young boy had died in a fire in the 40s, and they had uncovered the bodies of 2 young children buried in the basement walls sometime during the 80s. No one has stayed in that apartment since, and with good reason. Everyone who has lived there befell huge tragedies that followed them until they moved out. In 1970, my boyfriend Ray and I were living in Brooklyn, New York, in an Italian neighborhood near Park Slope. We rented a small apartment above a grocery store on 5th Avenue. There were 2 apartments on the 2nd floor, and we moved into the one facing the street. Just after moving in, I was talking to a shopkeeper who had lived in the neighborhood a long time. She told me that the building we lived in had been owned for many years by a family who ran a printing business. The business was located on the 1st floor, and the family lived upstairs. When their son grew up and married, they had the upstairs split into 2 small apartments. The son and his wife lived in the front apartment, where we now lived, and the older couple lived in a back apartment. Just a few months before, the older man had died. After his death, the family had sold the business and moved away. To Queens, I think. The neighbor I was talking to said, "Don't worry, he died in the hospital." When I looked puzzled, she explained that I probably didn't have to worry about ghosts. The thought had never crossed my mind before, but it returned quite soon. After getting settled, we went grocery shopping and explored the neighborhood a little. About a week or so after moving in, Ray and I were gone for most of a Saturday. When we returned, some things in the apartment seemed quite strange. There were dark footprints on the living room carpet, where we knew none had been when we left. We had brought dinner home, and Ray wanted to use hot sauce on his, but he couldn't find it. I couldn't find it either, which was puzzling since I remembered putting a new bottle of Red Devil hot sauce in the upper kitchen cabinet when I put the groceries away. Later, we noticed that all the clocks were set at exactly the same time, which was not the correct time. When we left the apartment, they had all been set at approximately the correct time, but each had been a couple of minutes different from the others. The stove was the kind where you could store pots and pans in one side. The next day, I went to get a pan out and found a strange little bottle right in front of the upper shelf. I knew it hadn't been there before because I would have seen it or knocked it down when I cleaned the shelf and put pots and pans on it. When I examined it, I found it was a little plastic container, like the kind you would get prescription pills in. It was very dusty. When I opened it, I found it was full of those red-hot candies we used to get when we were kids. Heart-shaped, I think. Ray and I were both a little freaked out by that. After that, there were a couple of instances in which Ray came out of the bedroom at night and found the phone off the hook, instead of sitting on the cradle as it should. It had been set directly across the cradle. Finally, I made a little speech to the ghost. I explained to him that we wished him well, but that his family had moved to Queens. There were no further odd occurrences after that. A year or so later, I was watching a show about ghosts. The host said that the ghosts sometimes take things and leave similar things in their place. I immediately thought of the red hot sauce that had disappeared and the red hot candies that had been left in their place. I hope the elderly gentleman found his family or achieved some peace. A whole bunch of weird events have been happening around my school lately. I attend the Learning Clinic, a co-ed boarding school for kids with learning, behavior, or social disorders. The only weird thing I've experienced happened yesterday. I was walking from Brooklyn building to Overlook building when I saw a thing, perhaps a squirrel or a bird, go darting across the road, Route 169. It moved towards me very quickly on the stone path, and I thought that I might be able to catch it as it ran by. On impulse, I stuck my foot out into its way. Upon impact with my foot, the thing, what appeared to be some kind of small animal, went shooting up my leg, made 3 circles around my chest, then zoomed up my neck and jumped, or maybe flew, off the top of my head. The Overlook driveway is a 10-foot wide barren rock path, and I searched around for the creature, or whatever it was, but couldn't find it. It then struck me how much the sensation of the thing climbing me had reminded me of receiving an electrical shock, and I was very shaken due to many recent reports of varying credulity of ghostly encounters from my fellow students. I do not believe in ghosts, and thus am hesitant to even classify my encounter with Mystery Mammal as a paranormal experience. However, some things need to be looked at for what they are, and I can honestly say what happened was certainly not an occurrence with the normal ways of things as I know it. A couple of minutes passed, and then I observed a second creature running across the street. This one I let pass, though I still couldn't get a good look at it. It looked grayish, probably a quadruped, but I couldn't discern much more than that. It ran down the length of the Overlook driveway and disappeared into Breeze Field, a field behind a residential house. I sat down and waited longer, being in no hurry, and observed 2 more of the things pass. Then, realizing I was late to civics, I hurried into the building, shaken but not really upset. Throughout my life, I've experienced plenty of ghost phenomena, and I've had direct contact with plenty of demonic spirits. I was once a preacher and wasn't afraid of demons or ghosts. I've been involved in exorcisms, whereby some of the demons, upon being expelled, made the hideous sounds upon leaving. I've never heard any animal that sounds like those demons leaving a person's soul. I've seen shadows on the wall made by demons. I myself was once possessed by a demon before I started my ministry. My wife and I have heard loud footsteps from a deceased friend from our neighborhood just dropping in to say hello. I've heard banging noises from angry spirits that vibrated my whole house. I've encountered so many hauntings, seen plenty of ghosts, and personally dealt with plenty of ghosts and demons. Each story is so haunting that I feel I could write a book about it, but I will tell you a story of my first haunting, because my first haunting is the one that scared me the most. Usually, when I verbally tell people of my first haunting, they don't believe me. In fact, it's hard to believe, but it did happen, just as I write it. I have no explanation as to how this happened, but first, please read my haunting story. My first haunting started when I was about 6 years old. I was raised at Park Place, Brooklyn, New York. I played with a particular clown doll that was most unusual in its appearance. Its face was fully painted like a clown, and its hat was long and pointed with a small ball on top, and it stood straight up. That doll was quite haunting just looking at it, especially his smile, but for some reason, that was my favorite doll. For some reason, I loved to play with that doll and nothing else. I didn't want to play with the neighborhood kids. I was a lonely child, and most of my day was spent rocking in my little red rocking chair. Usually, all day, and I would daydream, but I always had my favorite clown doll with me.
My mother recently told me that she gave me the clown doll and my little red rocking chair, which would explain my fascination for the doll and my little red rocking chair because I longed to be with my mother, but I was raised by my aunt and uncle. My aunt and uncle raised me because my father was killed in a car accident when I was just 1 year old. My mother couldn't afford raising 2 children alone, so she sent my brother to North Carolina to live with her sister and brother-in-law. However, I stayed in New York with my father's sister and her husband. My aunt thought that I was missing out on my childhood by rocking in that chair and playing with the clown doll all day, but I had my reasons. I kept rocking and playing with my doll. One evening, my uncle was out all night playing cards with his friends. Usually, when my uncle was out for the night, my aunt would ask me to sleep with her, and on this particular evening, she woke me from my sleep and asked me to sleep with her. Of course, I obliged. I now believe that my aunt had seen ghosts in her bedroom and was afraid to sleep alone. My little red rocking chair was in her bedroom near the window, and there was a flower in a flower pot on the windowsill. My clown doll was sitting in the little red rocking chair, facing the window and the flowers. I was very sleepy when my aunt woke me up to sleep with her, and it took no time for me to fall back to sleep in her bed. For some reason, I was awoken around 3 o'clock that morning and heard my chair rocking by itself. My clown doll was in that chair, and as I turned my head in the direction of the rocking chair, I witnessed the most profound thing that has haunted me from that evening. My clown doll was rocking in the chair and playing with flowers on the windowsill. The moon reflection gave the most frightening silhouette image. The shadow of my doll rocking in my rocking chair and moving around like a person playing with the flowers terrified me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was not dreaming. This was real life, and I was really scared like never before. But my fears would heighten when the doll stopped rocking and turned its head in my direction. My heart stopped. My doll was looking in my direction and proceeded to get out of the rocking chair and walk in my direction. Immediately, I pulled the covers over my head and held close to my aunt with fear that I never thought possible. That night was the longest night of my life. The fear of my clown doll pulling the covers from me froze me with sweat dripping madly from my body. Thank God that my clown doll never touched the covers. What seemed like hours later, I finally fell back to sleep, of course, hugging very close to my aunt. When I woke up in the morning, I found my doll still sitting in my little red rocking chair with the most hideous smile on its face. I screamed like a baby and asked my aunt to remove the clown doll from my little red rocking chair and to please throw the doll away. I never told my aunt this story, and I never saw that doll again until about 40 years later, when a coworker bought the clown doll from a website that was selling old dolls from the 50s over the internet, and a coworker bought the same doll. The doll was delivered wrapped, and he unwrapped the doll in his office. It had the same hideous smile on its face. As soon as I saw that doll, I asked my coworker to please put it away immediately and explain my childhood fears surrounding that clown doll. This is a true story. Now here's my explanation. Through my ministry years, I've been involved with many demons and angels. I've seen things move around my apartment as though someone was there moving the objects themselves. In fact, poltergeist activities have been known to throw or move items around. Therefore, mischievous spirits can make things like dolls move at their will. I have 2 incidents to tell you about. I was 9 months pregnant with my first daughter, and on the day of her birth, I experienced something that was strange. It was about 3:30 in the morning on March 22nd, 1993. I suddenly awoke with a weird feeling. I sat up from the bed and sat there a little dazed. I looked towards my closet, which did not have a door. As I looked towards the closet, I saw a black shadow, a big black mass hovering in the closet. It appeared to have wings. I stared at the closet for a while without moving. I must have dozed off, but was awoken again by some kind of feeling I had. I started having sharp pains,
So I was rushed to the hospital and my daughter was born. There was a nurse there, and I tried to tell her what had happened to me, and she said something odd. She told me, "I know, dear, you must protect yourself." I asked to see that nurse to talk to her, but it seemed no nurse of that description worked on the maternity floor. I was staying at my mother's house with my daughter, and that night everyone went to bed about 11 p.m. So after I went to sleep also, about 2:45 a.m., I woke up, but I couldn't get up. I was paralyzed. The only thing I could move was my eyes. Then the fear started to set in as I started to see dark figures, dark shadows flying over my daughter's bassinet, but I couldn't get up. It was like pressure on my chest. I couldn't scream. Only in my head I could hear myself yell, "Get away from her, get away." But nothing came out. I stared praying. They just keep flying all around the room. Then all of a sudden, they were gone and the pressure I felt was lifted. I sprinted up so fast I tripped over myself. I grabbed my baby, turned on the lights, and stood up for the rest of the night. Since then, I've experienced little things through the course of my life. Thanks for reading.
I've posted here before a few years back. Since then, paranormal episodes in my life have not completely stopped, but I have not kept a journal or written about it. Today, I want to talk about what has been happening for the last 4 years, but first, a brief story of my neighborhood. I now live in Woodland Heights, the Bronx Woodland, a population of about 7,000. It's an Irish middle-class neighborhood at the very north end of the borough of the Bronx in New York City. The place is very old, interesting, and rich in history. There are some old, beautiful places here: parks, churches, and the Woodland Cemetery, which just turned 150 years old this past weekend. On August 1778, this land witnessed the massacre of the Mohican warriors, who were fighting on the side of patriots against the British. They died courageously at the hands of Colonial James Grave and his Queen Rangers. To keep this story short, the neighborhood where I have resided for the last 4 years was built directly on top of Indian battlefield and burial grounds. I first moved here a few months before my first daughter was born. Ever since, things have happened at home that defy what most believe to be logical. My place is less than half a block away from the cemetery. Ever since my family and I moved here, we always felt a presence, never threatening, but a presence. My wife feels less comfortable with it than I do. It feels like a male presence, but I'm not sure if he has acknowledged us. It feels as if he is just doing his own thing most of the time. The first time my wife and I sensed it, or him, was in the bathroom. One of us would be in there alone, and we would surely think that the other one was on the other side of the shower curtain. Then, when the curtain was pulled, there was nobody there, and she would have asked me if I was in the bathroom when she was there. Surely, I was not. The next episode consisted of the toys of my child were turning on at nighttime by themselves and appearing at different places that I had placed them before. I know the toys were off before I went to bed. Other episodes involved my wife and I were sitting in the living room, watching TV, and we could feel sudden movement behind us. Yesterday, something dropped on the kitchen that was well placed and could not have just dropped. Sometimes I can feel him or see some blurry shadow from my peripheral view, and I let him know that I've just acknowledged him. When my wife does feel him, she asks me, "Did you just feel that or see that?" My child has felt him too. I remember a specific episode where she walked from the living room to her room by herself, said something to someone, and then came out of there running and scared. Yesterday, she and I were playing in the living room when all of a sudden she looks towards the room and stares. I did not say anything and just looked at her. Then she looked at me and asked, "Who is that in the room?" I told my wife this, and she told me that this happened to her in the past too, when the two of them were at home. In addition, the other night, I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom when I saw a figure in the doorway. I stopped on my tracks. I noticed he was not looking straight at me, but when he did, he disappeared. That is all I got for today, even though those are not the only occurrences, and I'm sure my wife does not tell me everything. I will try to keep a journal and give some more updates. Thank you. Any comments are welcome, and if you ever are in the New York City area, come by my neighborhood and explore its city. I wrote about this briefly in a prior article in 2001. To recap, we moved into 455A Sackett Street when I was 14 years old on April 1st, 1998. From the moment we moved in, something was so not right. It was an incredibly dark apartment, though we would have been thrilled because it was the first apartment we'd ever had with more than one floor. There were 3 floors, including the basement, and it was nice if you could ignore the feeling of someone standing just behind you or staring at you wherever you went. Within 2 weeks of moving in, I was raped in my own bedroom by a man from the neighborhood. An elderly woman who'd lived right next door for most of our life informed us that no one had occupied our apartment for more than a year at a time, since as long as she could remember. She also related that terrible tragedies befell of all said people, with only a few weeks of moving in, continuing through the day they moved out. Though we all had eerie feelings in the apartment, we had not noticed anything too weird. The apartment was very uninviting, cold, and damp. We tried to decorate it, warm it up a little, but nothing helped. Another thing was that no matter what we did, we could never get a phone installed. We had the phone company over about 4 times to fix the wires, but no matter what they did, we would absolutely get nothing, not even static. So we were pretty isolated. The entire time we were there, weird happenings continued. The ceiling above my brother's bed collapsed. The only reason he wasn't hurt is because he got to use the bathroom. A fire started in my room. The fire department never determined why. If my friend hadn't stopped by and rang my bell, I would have continued sleeping. Within 5 minutes of answering the bell, my neighbor came out screaming that my room was on fire. I ran up and the entire back wall was in flames. I tried to put it out with a blanket, and unbeknownst to me, the door had closed behind me. It went from daylight to dark in 2 minutes, and I started to pass out. Thankfully, my friend ran up and opened the door, carrying me down the stairs, or I would have been literal toast. After that, my neighbor confided in us that strange things have always gone on in my building. In the 30s or 40s, a fire had killed a little boy within a month of the family moving in. And in the 60s, a couple were whacked by the mob because of some insidious affair. There were no records because the children's records had been burned in a fire, so we couldn't get any information more than what the people said. There were other things that happened. A friend of mine coming into my apartment and seeing a little boy in burnt rags staring at her in my bathroom mirror. She ran out crying and refused to set foot in my door again. Another friend who slept over. Note, both friends were not told of our experiences, and awoke in the middle of the night swearing that she saw a woman walk into my room through the door. My brother and I heard children crying and laughing one day downstairs, and when we tried to leave my mother's room, we were locked in, even though there was no lock, for an hour before it finally opened. My mother was downstairs doing the laundry when the lights turned off in the basement, and she felt a cold, scaly hand grab her shoulder. Needless to say, my dad did the laundry after that. Weird smells, sounds, and the feeling that something or someone did not want you there. That something bad was going to happen to you, and that you were not welcome at all. We moved out a year later to the day later, as soon as we could find a new apartment. We found out some more after that. The people that moved in after us tried to renovate the basement and found the body of a little boy in the wall. They left suddenly one night not too long after and never returned. Another couple moved in and left as inexplicably as the last, and so on and so forth to this day. Since then, we met a woman whom had gone to my mother's office. She's a nurse that works in a doctor's office because of a nervous condition. My mother noticed the address on her insurance card didn't match the one listed, and the woman explained she only lived at 55A Sackett Street for a few months and had to leave because her mother had died along with various other tragedies from the first week of moving in. My mother asked if the woman ever noticed anything weird. Well, the woman explained exactly what we had gone through. Perhaps the cause of her condition? We're all fine now, happy to be out of there, and we've moved on. We still see our old neighbor once in a while, and she always says the best thing we ever did was move out of that godforsaken house. Needless to say, we agree. We've not been haunted since, and life is good. If there's one thing we learned, I'd say it was to trust our instincts. Being fortunate enough to stay in New York over the winter, I've been visiting some of our ordinary New York tourist destinations, and some not so ordinary. A few weeks ago, after learning there was a free ferry between Lower Manhattan and Staten Island, I decided to hitch a ride. Not only would it offer me the chance to get that money shot of the Statue of Liberty, but it would also enable me to check out Staten Island and say that I've been there. Unsure of what to do when arriving at Staten Island, I pulled out my phone while waiting at the ferry terminal and started researching potential attractions. One which was easily accessible on foot was the Staten Island Museum. As I happened to discover, though, there are actually two buildings called the Staten Island Museum, each run by the same organization. One is only a couple of blocks from the St. George Ferry Terminal, and the other is at the Snug Harbor Cultural Center and Botanical Gardens, around a 20-minute walk along the terrace. Unaware of this fact at the time, I was being directed by the map on my phone to the latter of those two. It didn't bother me, though. Upon arriving at Snug Harbor, I found that there was far more to see and do than I would have had the chance to experience staying within a small radius of the ferry terminal. Inside the museum, I was alone within the exhibit rooms for the most part. The only exceptions to this were in the first two rooms, where there were some professional photographers taking shots of the items on display. As I made my way around the exhibits, I consistently experienced the eerie feeling that I was being watched. I tried to chalk this down to paranoia and softly hummed some hymns to myself to calm my nerves. At one point, I was freaked out by the sound of footsteps behind me, but was relieved to learn that they were just coming from a security guard patrolling the hall between exhibits. Throughout my wanderings around the rest of Snug Harbor's grounds and gardens, the same eerie feeling continued to plague me. Despite this, I still had a fantastic time. As I walked the grounds, I ran into a museum staff member who I had met earlier, and we had a brief discussion. She was returning to the museum after going out to buy herself a cup of tea. Beautiful, yet haunting, was how I described the center's grounds to her. I couldn't have known at the time how appropriate my description would be. A few days later, I was transferring all of my photos from my stay in New York up until that point onto my computer. Friends back home had encouraged me to take lots of pictures and upload them to Facebook so that I could share my adventures with them. While sifting through the photos to decide which ones to upload, one particular shot caught my eye. It was a photo in which I had taken at the entrance to the Snug Harbor Cultural Center upon first arriving at the site. What it must have initially brushed off as lens flare or mist began to strike me as having much more of a defined shape, that of a hooded robe or cloak. To be more precise, I messaged my best friend, who was in New York with me and staying in the same apartment building. "I think I've caught an apparition on camera," I told him. My friend and I took a closer look at the photo in his room, and soon we began to also spot a face in the midst of the apparition. I've uploaded the original photo, taken with an iPhone camera. The face is positioned from the first pillar on the left of the building to the second pillar. It may be difficult to spot at first. I've some friends who have seen it who have spotted the figure and face instantly, some who have had to take a look at the photo for a while before seeing it, and some who cannot see it at all and conclude it to be paranoia. Further research on the Snug Harbor site since spotting the figure in my photo has revealed to me that the location is famously haunted by a number of spirits, which was a nice find for me, as it backed up what I had experienced there.
I had a dream the night before about driving around Vermont, a small town a few miles from where I live. I was in a car with my sister and suddenly got an agonizing pain in my head that was clouding my vision. A few seconds later, A very angry young girl was in the seat between us. She was partially burnt and could only be described as glaring at me. I felt like she was trying to tell me something, but I was in so much pain, I couldn't understand her. I woke up the next morning and kind of brushed it off. I've had dreams like this before. I ended up hearing later that day a 15-year-old girl was murdered in Vermont near an infamously haunted cemetery. She suffered a fatal blow to the head, then was set on fire, but she was only partially burned. Since then, I've had this dream 2 more times. I don't know if she was trying to reach out to me or what. I've had encounters in the past, but none quite this strong. I'm not really sure what to do. I fooled around with some voodoo not thinking that I was real, and 2 years later, something happened. For 3 nights I was visited by what I thought was a young girl in need of help. The first night, wild hallucinations, regular faces turning into creatures, a guy hanging himself from a chandelier, sexually explicit acts, etc. The second night, motion picture of the girl's ordeal of parting with 2 men, or who raped and beat her to death. No sound, but color, motion picture style. The third night she manifests with another little girl and points to the ceiling to reveal a slideshow of family photos. She never spoke except what I believe heard coming from my husband's snore. Mama. Yes, my husband was in a deep sleep all 3 nights while I was talking out loud. I was so tired from being up for 3 nights that I began to hear voices in my head, and I realized that there was more than one presence in the house. We set up a video camera and went to the hotel. I was completely freaked out when I realized that in my dreams, the presence was still with me. Still, there was no sound, but each one introduced themselves. When the one girl told me I hate you, they allowed me to sleep maybe 3 hours that evening, with frequent interruptions of singing through the air vents at the motel. Go back to sleep, sleep, go back to sleep. They said they knew about the video camera and that I was going to get the investigators. When I returned home, I had my husband sleep on one side and my son on the other. Since I had been up for 4 days now with only 3 hours sleep, I was catching a cold and was having coughing fits. I was mocked. It was 12 a.m. and I told my son to drive me to my grandmother's house, and that I didn't know why, but I knew that if I stayed, something bad was going to happen to me. My husband said that just 20 minutes after we left, we had to get up to go see about a loud crash we heard in the kitchen. He said it turned out to be nothing, and he slept that night. During the 40-minute drive to my grandmother's house, I felt like something was in the back seat, and the whole way, I kept saying the Lord's Prayer. After the first 15 minutes, the feeling was gone. My grandmother is a Southern Baptist. Nothing bothered me there, but I was a mess, and my whole family rallied to get me help. I went to 3 doctors who all found nothing physically wrong with me. I ended up with sleeping pills. After a week, my grandmother said that I needed to go home. A Catholic priest blessed our house, but I was still afraid and always felt a presence. My father and his wife visited a week after that and stayed in our room. She is Catholic, and she also heard a person walk down the hallway and stand at the bedroom door several times that evening, but she said a rosary and it stopped. Around 1 a.m. that same evening, downstairs where my husband, my son, and I slept, my son and I both had dreams. In my son's dream, a dark shadow was walking down our stairs, carrying a wine bottle. In my dream, someone unearthed the voodoo doll that I buried 2 years ago by the pond I have in my backyard. That day, my father and his wife were putting a puzzle together in our living room, so I decided to go on the computer to check email. I began to answer someone on the message board at some paranormal site, and there was a loud thump on the wall behind the computer, and then it forced. I was resting my leg up on the table, and it was as if something was pushing the whole table against my leg. I checked with everyone in the house, and everyone thought somebody dropped something heavy or something. I went out to the deck later to smoke, and my dog was sniffing the chair directly across from me, and then cowered away. That was the week of April 8th. Since then, I pray, and I pray. I keep a white candle burning the whole time I am at home, and I have crosses in every room. I don't stay home unless she is here. I don't work, so I just drive around. Basically, I have no life, and our house is now up for sale. I've done everything the paranormal website said. Brooms, hazelnuts, dirt to cemetery, everything. Things are getting better, but I know it is still there. There are still rapings here and there. My computer acts up. The dog acts funny. And just last night, I had more sex dreams. What am I dealing with? How do I undo what I have done? Do they want me, or have I just opened up a portal here at the house? Will moving help? Please help me. My husband and son do not get it, and this subject sometimes causes arguments. My husband, who supposedly loves me, sometimes gets cruel with me by teasing me about the boogeyman. This hurts me because he just does not get it. I guess nobody does, but that dark side is frightening. I don't want any part of it, and I never want to go there. I just want my life back. My mother says I need to do whatever is best for me, even if it means leaving my family and moving out on my own. That seems to be my only alternative now. I'm in touch with my Irish heritage, and I recently found out just how in touch I really was. I started having these dreams every night for a week straight about a banshee. I thought someone in my family was going to die. I was very worried. I called around desperately trying to find out who was very sick, but I couldn't find anyone in my family who appeared to be sick or very old. I told my husband and my mother about my dreams, who know that I have premonitions in my dreams anyway, but never dreams about death. 2 nights before my dreams ended, my neighbor, who is Irish as well, came to my home and told me her husband is in the hospital. He had a heart attack that day. She was getting some clothes and stopped by so we could pray for him. That's when the dreams and the reality started to clash together. I didn't want to let her know what I already knew, so I hugged her and told her I would pray for him. The night my dreams stopped, my neighbor's husband passed away. I've had more dreams about death since. I wasn't surprised when I heard of instances of huge tragedies in the past on the news, because I predicted those as well. But I don't think there's anything I can do if I tried to even prevent it. Is that even possible? I'm dumbstruck on how to work on my sixth sense, and I won't be able to do something to help rather than just know. My father passed away on September 23rd, 1998. I was not particularly close to him as he tended to push everyone away. I loved him dearly though. He was dying slowly of emphysema, and my siblings and I had been called to the hospital several times to say goodbye to him, only to find that he was fine the next day. So when my brother called me one morning to say he passed away, it was a shock. I had asked Dad for a favor one day, kind of in jest, but partly seriously too. I asked him to let me know somehow if he could, if he was still around after he died. He promised he would. 2 things happened after he died. The evening of his funeral, my family and I saw the most beautiful exhibition of the Northern Lights ever seen in Wisconsin. We stared at the beautiful sight for quite a long time, and I thought I saw a pattern of an angel in it. I didn't say anything because I thought I was the only one who saw this, but then one of the neighbors spoke up that she saw the angel pattern too. Then everyone else was pointing out the angel pattern. The display of lights went on for hours, and my daughters laid on the grass that night watching it. I suspected it was Dad, telling me he was still there. Then, about a year after he died, I began having dreams where I would see Dad, just grinning at me off in the parameters of the dream. I had this happen for about a month. Then one night, he appeared in a dream and was sitting right in front of me, smiling like he always did. His mouth was moving, but no words were coming out, that I could hear at least. I began crying in my dream and woke up crying and knowing without a doubt that my dad had come to visit me. He left messages that were special to me, my mother, and several of my brothers which I promptly passed on. These messages gave my family comfort and peace. I've not dreamed about Dad since that time. I truly believe that he came to let me know he is still with us because I asked him to. Thank you, Dad.
The encounter that I had was not only involving myself, but at the time, 5-year-old cousin. My family has always been very close. Many things float throughout our family that involve spirituality. For instance, my mother, her aunt, her grandmother, and myself all share the ability to have dreams and thoughts that come true. I've encountered feelings or senses so overwhelming that I've had to go to bed and stay there for fear of something happening, which it usually does. Sometimes this can be a very painful gift. Until this incident, I thought it was just that our family was so close that we'd sort of developed a sixth sense about each other, or we were tuned in with the more spiritual side of our world. I'd always thought it was passed on to the second child of each generation until my then 5-year-old cousin encountered her first contact. My uncle had just bought a new house and was well on his way to accomplishing the American dream. He had a loving wife, a 5-year-old daughter who was very smart, and had a job that he enjoyed, and now their first house. But after a while, things did not seem so perfect. The electricity seemed to be bad, and fuses would blow quite often. The sewer began backing up, and a cool draft made for a very noisy house. My uncle worked and worked until everything seemed to be fixed, and that is where the story really begins. My cousin sleeps with her mother and for some reason wasn't used to her new bed, so she slept with her mother. In her mother's bedroom there are 2 other doors. One leads to a very large walk-in closet, the other to a small bedroom that has a stand-up shower among other bathroom fixtures. For some reason the bathroom always stayed real cool, no matter how high the heat was. My aunt always slept with the door open to the bathroom in case my cousin needed to use it, or just for a little light to shine in the bedroom so Emily could sleep better. One night Emily woke her mom. She was standing up in the bed, shaking, and as white as a ghost, with a horrified look on her face, just staring at the bathroom. My aunt tried to get her attention, but Emily just kept on staring. Finally, my aunt got out of the bed and turned the light on, at which time Emily finally responded by asking, "Did you see her?" Her mother asked who, and Emily went into great detail describing a young girl in a red coat. She explained that it looked like a soft coat and that the girl had long, shiny hair. The description was very detailed, like she knew her, and things that a normal 5-year-old wouldn't notice. My aunt, a little freaked out, dismissed the occurrence to her as a dream, but took it very seriously. As my aunt drifted back to sleep, she had noticed her clock had been reset, and it stopped around 1 o'clock. The next couple of nights, the same thing happened, and they kept happening until my aunt finally closed the bathroom off, so it was not used anymore. But things didn't stop there. During the summer, I became a live-in nanny for my uncle. I watched my cousin late at night while they worked and slept in a spare bedroom. One night, I was awakened by the presence of 3 beings standing beside my bed. They weren't mean, but nevertheless I was scared. The next morning I woke up and felt extremely good and well rested. Later, during the summer I was awakened up again by another presence in the room, but this time was not a very friendly vibe I received. That spirit was overtaken by an older spirit that had entered the room and turned the recliner across from my bed into an old-fashioned rocking chair. This older spirit began rocking and humming. At this point, I felt very safe and fell back to sleep. Since then, my cousin has slept with her mom, and I've moved in with them. The lights flicker and the electricity in my room does not work at all regardless of what we do to it, but nothing major has happened in a long time. I'm just thinking that now the spirits know we are part of the house, but we still don't use the back bathroom. I was sleeping in my bed and was having a mild bad dream. The content of the dream, though, I can recall perfectly, doesn't really matter. It was a rather silly and incoherent dream, and though the end was nightmarish, it wasn't exactly horror story material. Somehow during the dream, I knew it was a dream. I'm no stranger to bad dreams, and very often I would try to struggle my way out of them. So I struggled to wake up from it. Suddenly, my vision shifted, and I could see the corner of my room, so I knew I was being awake. But that's not all I saw. I also saw a faint profile of an elderly Caucasian man, I'm of Chinese descent, probably wearing glasses, standing next to my bed with an apprehensive look to his face.
He appears to be clothed in white. The vision was very faint, and I could not really make out the exact features of his face, but I'm rather sure I do not know this man personally and have never even met him before. I immediately thought he was a spirit, and though I could not move at all at the time, I struggled yet harder to wake up. As I regained control of my body and my vision became less blurred, I also saw an expression of awe on his face. As he vanished, I could literally feel the vibrations of an external force, possibly the very same which paralyzed my body, crumbling down. Shaken by just what happened, and unsure about the nature of his intentions, I calmly and slowly said, "I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't have anything to do with you, so please leave." I've had many experiences of being paralyzed during sleep, and though I sometimes suspect it's spirit-related, this is by far the most explicit case and the closest thing to an encounter I've had. I'm Buddhist, and as such, I do believe in spirits, and yet I can also honestly say that I do not fear them. I'm just perplexed by his intentions. On one side, I fear that he was trying to prey on me during my most vulnerable time. Chinese people believe that, during one's depression or nightmares, he or she is most vulnerable to ghosts and spirits. Yet on the other hand, because of his seemingly benevolent appearance, curiously, his appearance reminds me of a Catholic priest. I also suspect he was trying to rescue me from my nightmare. I live in a newly built townhouse in the suburbs that has no previous owner, and as far as I know, the land on which it is built had never been home to another residence. As the days go by, I'm becoming more and more inclined to brush off the incident as simply my own hallucination, but the image of this creature, the look on his barely visible face, is still very real to me. On October 2nd, 2004, I gave birth to my daughter who passed away 18 minutes after she was born. The whole time while she was alive, I kept saying to her, "Come on, baby, breathe for mama, cry, do something for mama." But unfortunately, she didn't because of her condition. That night in the hospital, I was having a hard time sleeping. When I finally dozed off, I saw an image in my dreams of my grandfather who had passed when I was 6, both of my great-grandmothers who had passed a few years back, and both my great-grandfathers who passed away before I was born. All I had seen of them were pictures. They were holding Peyton, my daughter, smiling and waving, letting me know she was in good hands. That's not even the weird part. When I finally got back home in Wyoming, I was in my apartment in my bed sleeping. My boyfriend at the time and I got a 2-bedroom apartment and fixed her room up just for her. That night I was sleeping and awoke to my baby crying in the other room. I ran to her room and had forgotten that she had passed away. I broke down crying and held onto her teddy bear that I had bought for her. As I was crying, I felt the tiniest little lips kiss my cheek. It was so cold. I knew that it was her telling me that if she could, she would have cried for me at the hospital. Every once in a while, I'll have dreams of her, letting me know that she is still okay. I've heard a lot of ghost spirit encounters by my friends, but I was not completely convinced. But then I had my encounter. It happened to me in my room as I was sleeping. Around 2 to 3 a.m., I suddenly felt my arms go numb, and I felt like something was pulling from the top of me. I was lying on my back. I opened my eyes and saw a figure with long hair and white clothing, but without a face. Within a second, the figure disappeared in front of my eyes. I was shocked for a few minutes. At first it felt like I was dreaming, but it was so real. I couldn't sleep after that, and I started to say the Lord's Prayer for about 15 minutes, and I finally dozed off. I never told anyone about this experience except one of my friends. This friend of mine has the ability to see spirits, and he communicates with them all of the time. He said he was sure that what I saw wasn't a dream, as he felt like he was dreaming too every time he encountered such situations. I really couldn't understand this, as I have an altar and crosses around the house. I welcome feedback. This happened about 15 years ago, and is something that has puzzled both myself and my 2 friends who witnessed what we saw to this day. It was on my 10th or 11th birthday, and it was late August. I live in a normal suburban development just outside of Buffalo, New York. Before I tell the story, please, if anyone reading this has any idea of what it was we saw, please reach out, because I have no clue to this day what or whom we saw. Like I said, it was either my 10th or 11th birthday. It was late at night, and the summer was just about over. My two friends and I were out on my driveway playing around, while our parents hung out inside. Adjacent to my house is another house that has a small creek, with a guardrail bridge that essentially almost faces my house. While we were playing, all three of us stopped, as we heard and saw a woman making loud, frustrated sounds and almost stomping her feet, walking across the street from the creek or bridge. She had red curly hair and was dressed not of this time at all. She wore a robe that looked to be black, with a rope around it, and from what I can remember, her outfit seemed plaid, but again, unlike anything I had seen anyone wearing, even in the late 90s when dressing gothic was at an all-time high. This kind of freaked us out, so we ran into my garage. Not even 10 seconds later, mind you. We decided that she was just a girl, and it was nothing to be afraid of. So we mustered up some courage, grabbed a hockey stick, and came back outside. When I say back outside, we stayed in the corner of my garage and peered out to where she was stomping around across the street. She was gone, and a late fog had suddenly arrived, mainly around where we last saw her and the bridge across the street. Then all three of the pits of our stomachs dropped, and we knew without seeing her exactly where she was. When we did look, she was now fully cloaked standing on the bridge, staring down into the water. Then one of us whispered something to the other, and I swear she had to have heard it, because as we spoke, she looked up slowly and turned, looking right at us and into us. We couldn't see her anymore. It was just a cloaked, shadowy figure at this point. Needless to say, this felt like a horror movie, and we ran as fast as we could into my house, closing the garage door and telling our parents who, naturally, didn't believe us. Since that day, a lot of weird things have happened, and honestly, the three of us have never been the same. If anyone knows anything of what that might have been, please reach out. I've avoided knowing for a long time, and I just can't avoid it any longer. Any help would be appreciated. This happened over the summer a few years back, when my brother invited my cousin and me to join him and his girlfriend to join them for a week-long vacation around Texas. We didn't go to Travel Channel destination sites, mind you. It was just a trip head to Six Flags over Texas, and then off to Austin and San Antonio. Honestly, the overall trip was so much fun, but the first night would be the one that changed my perspective of hotel rooms forever. We left on a Wednesday morning at around 6 a.m. We planned to head to Dallas and sightsee for a little bit before making our way to Arlington and checking into our hotel. I'm from South Texas, so the drive is about a good 8 hours or so. Also, Texans measure the distance from city to city by how long it takes to get there than actually noting the miles between them. Anyway, everything went well day one, and we had a lot of fun in Dallas. We headed to the hotel around 5 p.m., and once we got there, we checked in and unpacked our bags. Honestly, nothing felt weird about the room, and my cousin and I were pretty comfortable. Sometimes people will tell you that you can feel a presence, and usually it's when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. After we unpacked, we hung out in our room for about an hour before heading back down to the lobby to grab dinner. We got back to the hotel a few hours later, absolutely stuffed. Our room was on the 3rd floor, so we made our way up and set a plan on what to do at the amusement park. So around 11 p.m., I decided it was time to shower before heading to bed and did so. My cousin was already passed out, but I stayed up watching Knocked Up on TV. After my shower, I jumped in bed, fairly content with the progression of the day and looking forward to the following morning. Except, something else had other plans in mind. As I lay in bed, my body was closer to the window in the room and my head on one half of the pillow. My eyes were closed and I was trying to lose myself in thought so I could fall asleep. A few minutes into that, I felt a tapping on the other half of the pillow. I thought it was my cousin at first, but then I realized my cousin was still snoring. I panicked but didn't move. I felt and heard the taps on the pillow again, and this time I was in full-on "this can't be happening again" mode. I mustered some courage and pulled the blanket over me so I can begin to process what was going on. As I laid there waiting, I started hearing footsteps walking at the foot of our beds. Then the ceiling fan turned on and started rotating. I was terrified at this point. I thought I started feeling the bed itself starting to shake, but after calming myself down, I realized it was me. I was trembling in fear. I slowed my breathing down and recomposed myself and continued to listen. My cousin was still snoring. The footsteps continued pacing back and forth, and then I heard the restroom light and vent come on. Then the toilet flushed once. The light and vent turned off. They turned on again a few seconds later. The toilet flushed again. It continued like this for what felt like an eternity. Every part of me wanted to jump out of bed and leave the room, but I didn't. I don't know why I stayed, but I just did, eventually falling asleep. I was woken up in the morning and I was extremely tired. I don't know how long I was up that night, but I know it was for several hours. As soon as I woke up, it was the first thing I wanted to get off my chest. I recounted the story to my cousin, my brother and his girlfriend, and they didn't know what to say. My cousin didn't hear a thing and slept through it all. My brother and his girlfriend had no problems on their end either. To this day, I hate staying in hotel rooms, but I do it anyway. Only difference is now I go in, say a prayer, and ask any visitors to vacate for the night. So far, so good, but definitely one of those things I'll always remember. It was Thanksgiving as I rode home from my sister's house in San Fernando Valley. The streets at night in Los Angeles are normally pretty barren, but since it was a holiday weekend, I felt like I was pedaling through a ghost town. I was 22 at the time and sharing a one-bedroom apartment in Van Nuys. My roommate was out of town, so I was preparing myself for a quiet night. No crazy girlfriends nor any of my alcoholic friends would be banging on my door tonight, so as I made my way down the boulevard, a smile of relief spread across my face. When I finally reached my building, though, this was far from peaceful as the night progressed. There was an older lady standing outside my building. She was alone and dressed in a fur coat with a matching hat. She looked out of place. I don't know if it was her apparel or how she was just standing there staring off into space, but something was off. There was also a large stack of books and boxes with her, as if she was moving or something. And when I passed her on my mountain bike, goosebumps shot up my arms and back. There was a liquor store next to my apartment complex, so I figured a beer was in order. It must have took me less than a minute to make my purchase, and when I came back outside, she was gone. Weird, I mumbled to myself, so I shrugged it off and made my way to my humble abode. As soon as I entered my apartment, though, red flags shot up. It was strangely chilly in my place. It was almost winter, but this apartment never had gotten cold before. It had always remained an even 70 degrees all year round, but on this night it felt like it was in the low 40s. The cold was coming from a corner of the living room, and as I walked by it, baffled, something grabbed me. It squeezed the lower side of my back. I swung around with my fists up, but the only thing there was the cold. So I just sat down and opened my beer. What to do, right? A few minutes had passed and the cold remained. It felt like I was having a stare down with something I couldn't see. So out of nowhere, I blurted out, "Get out of my house!" And sure enough, that's all it took. The temperature began to rise to its normal 70, and after that, I never had any other visitors from the land of the dead. Crazy girlfriends and drunk friends excluded, of course. The house was on Kenton Street, and my family had lived there since I was 2 years old. The white elephant still stands, and has gone through many changes since my father lost a house sometime in the 1980s. There are some very interesting stories that center around that house. The earliest one, my first encounter with a spirit, took place when I was 5 and my sister was 3. My mother and father were divorced. A judge declared my father unfit to raise my sister and I, so our father received custody. All 3 of us slept mainly downstairs in the living room on the 2 couches, our bed was against the side window. That night, my sister and I just received a little spanking because we were not going to sleep. My sister cried herself to sleep, and I was awake and staring out the window. If you looked out that window, you would see a line of bushes, broken only by a very large maple tree. The bushes had been planted many years ago as the property line. As I stared out the window that night, the maple tree and the bushes seemed to fade away, and there stood a young girl with an updo and a red dress with white spots. She was gesturing with her hands, and she seemed to be trying to tell me something. I could not hear her, and finally she faded away, and the tree and the bushes reappeared. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told my father about what I had seen. He never laughed at me. He listened to my story, and at some point, he did some investigation into the past. He even told me what he had found out. The following was told to me by him, and the two of us were in our right minds. Though it may sound like an urban legend, it's not. My father had bought the house from a Springfield police officer, whose last name I believe was Miller. Officer Miller had purchased the house from a German couple. The German couple had no longer wanted to live in the house because of the death of their only child, a daughter. My father had stated that the girl had been out late at night with her boyfriend, that the vehicle they were in broke down on the railroad tracks and a train had made impact. She was wearing a white dress that had been covered with her blood. Even after all these years, I never checked that story in the microfilm of the Springfield News and Sun at the Warder Public Library, but for many years after that visit in 1966, I'd seen and heard many things in that house. I think the German lass had made her presence known with laughter from upstairs, whistling, humming, singing, and whispering. The first time I even realized that the old auditorium of our school was haunted was during a fall play near the beginning of November. Before I can account to you the details of these encounters, I must explain a few things. I can see auras. An aura is kind of a light that forms around anything living, once living, or in contact with something living. In the case of something living, it contains an array of colors that correspond with the emotions one is feeling. In the case of unliving things, like objects or spirits, it is a faint white glow, and in the case of bad things, it is a strong blackness that can even be seen in the dark. My eyes are now trained to see auras, only when I want to, so during the play, I looked out to the set with no distracting colors. Seated to my right was my mate, A. I shall call him as I do not want to post real names. T was to my left, and P was sitting in front and one seat over from me. I was decidedly enjoying Dracula's Widow when a scene came where a small mirror hanging on the set wall was knocked down in accordance to the play's script. I could feel a sudden tension about me. Then A said to me in a low voice, "I want you to look around the room and tell me if you see the aura of someone other than our classmates." At his implications, I looked around, focusing my eyes on the level that auras appear on. First, looking to the right of our group, I saw a slender aura of a spirit in the second top row of seats. 5 rows below that, I saw a larger one. By now, P had seen what I was doing and informed me that he had also felt a disturbance. P was an empath. I then looked to my left, and to my horror, saw the darkest aura I have never encountered sitting right next to T. Then it moved and was gone. My eyes could still see a wave in the air where it was. It was keeping me from seeing it. For some reason, this frightened me even more. The play had only a few more moments to go, and I whispered to my 3 companions of what I had seen. A protectively moved closer to me, not only because I was his mate, but also because I was the only girl in our group, so I was considered by the men more vulnerable. So we waited out the play to the end. After it was done, we hurriedly rose from our seats and walked to the exit. Turning back, I saw the black aura again. It was following us. I told my friends and we quickened our pace, hoping that the spirit would be gone as soon as we left the school. As we entered the courtyard, I turned back. It was right behind us. We ran the rest of the way to A's car, and he drove each of us home. All the way home, I felt a disturbing cold enshrouding me and an unusual prickling down my body. A few weeks later, ATM, another friend of mine who was the head of a paranormal investigations team, and I went back into the auditorium. It was dark and deserted. M had brought a digital camera and a specially designed audio voice recorder. I opened my eyes and scanned the room. The same two white auras that were in there during the play were still there. At first I could not see as to what we referred to as the other. M took pictures of where I said the spirits were and showed all of us the odd white circles on the screen. Those circles would be the heads, as that was the strongest part of the aura. I was not worried until M started doing something that no one should do. He started taunting the spirits. Then I saw it. The other was sitting in a seat right in front of us. I tried to warn M, but he demanded a reaction from the spirit that he could see. I saw the horrible dark aura rise and draw near. Then I looked at M as he fell back onto the floor hard. T helped him up, and I looked up to see the other still progressing towards us. We hurried from the auditorium. We have not been in there because the principal keeps it locked during school hours because someone told him we were in there. But M is working on getting us back in with more equipment. It makes me frown that there's such a horrible thing right in my high school. Our family, from my mother on down, has always had a sensitivity for the paranormal. Now it was my son's turn, a confirmed non-believer. He had taken a temporary job a few buildings down from the Essex Stream train. It was his duty to work alone in the basement, sorting box files and setting them up systematically in filing cabinets. It was going to be a long haul. The first day, however, he noticed a ball of white light hovering in midair. Skeptic that he was, he called his dad, the scientist. They discussed all possible things that could cause such a phenomenon. Light from a window or reflection, but nothing explained it. It seemed to have a life of its own. Next thing was to ask Mom, "Wow, you've got yourself an orb, which is the first stage in the manifestation of a spirit," I said. He was less than impressed and shrugged it off. The orb continued to show up daily for about a week at different times, on and off, when he least expected it in different parts of the room. Then one day, it didn't appear. Instead of black, shadowy figure came out of the wall in front of him and hovered in space. This sent him flying up the stairs to the receptionist. "What's with you? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. As he caught his breath, he replied, "No, don't mind me. I was just wondering how old this house is." "Oh, it dates back to the early 1900s, she answered. "Has anything strange ever happened around here?" He pressed on. "Why? Did you see or hear anything strange in the basement?" she inquired. "Maybe," he nervously replied. She went on to tell how, according to historical records in town, back when the house was new, a couple owned the home. Somehow or another, the man ended up either falling or being pushed down the stairs, resulting in his death. It's been reputed as being haunted ever since. We constantly have doors mysteriously opening and closing, things being moved, and our office's machines turn on and off on their own. And as far as the basement is concerned, no one likes it down there. We've had so much trouble keeping temps. I hope we're not going to lose you too," she told him. "No," he replied. "I don't believe in that stuff." He then went back downstairs, still a little bit unnerved by the whole experience. He called me to keep his mind off of his new friend. I said, "Way cool. A shadowy apparition. You've got yourself a ghost." He was less than thrilled. This thing kept coming back and was making him very nervous. I told him, as long as you plan to stay with the job, you might as well get used to it and remember ghosts used to be people. Talk to him. He might not be able to talk back, but I'm sure he'll appreciate the company. Soon Bryant stopped complaining about it. I wasn't sure if the ghost was gone or if he had grown accustomed to him. By chance, I landed a temp position across the street. I walked over to meet him, and they directed me downstairs. The office was extremely hot that day, but you could feel the temperature drop as soon as you hit the stairs. When I got to the bottom, Brian took one look at me and blew his top. "What are you doing down here?" "I'm here to go to lunch with you." But I admit, I was curious about my impressions of the basement, which indeed, I could feel a strong presence. With that, Bryant chided me, saying, "You're just trying to exploit him. Maybe those two are getting too friendly." A few days later, he called me excitedly. "Mom, I just walked to the back of the building to get some boxes. I turned around and saw someone come down the stairs, then began walking towards me. It was an older man. I didn't recognize him. He was dressed sort of strange. He then stopped, turned, and disappeared into the wall." When I heard this, I admit I was outright jealous. Wow, a full-body apparition. Now that's rare. Your ghost must really like you. When he told his father about it, it made a believer even out of him. So it looks like my mother's and my genes for sensitivity for the paranormal have been passed down to yet another generation. Atheist and believer in ghosts. I just don't get it.
It all started in 1967 when my dad had a stroke in the front room. I was then 10 years of age. My parents bought this old cottage in 1963. The house was built in 1740. There had been no problems in the house prior to 1967. When my dad came out of the hospital, he was paralyzed down the left-hand side and was unable to speak. That's when things started to happen in the house. The first thing that happened was my parents were in bed, and suddenly all the blankets waved and rolled completely off the bed. Also, the wallpaper in the bedroom would become soaking wet for no apparent reason, then bone dry next day. As the months passed by, my father regained most of the use on his left side, but never regained his speech. Also, my father after the stroke became nasty and violent towards me. I had to put a bolt on my bedroom door, as he would wander about in the middle of the night and come in my bedroom and just stare at me sometimes, waving a fist. One night, I was in bed, and I woke up to the bed rocking on its own. I put the bedside lamp on and jumped out of bed screaming. I unbolted the door, shouting to my mother. As she entered the bedroom, the bed was still jumping on its own accord. In front of us, we both ran downstairs, and my father knew nothing as he had some sleeping tablets. We walked a while to calm down, then went back to check. It had stopped by then, so I got back in bed and left the lights on. I had no choice. We did have a third bedroom, but to come and go, I had to pass through my parents' bedroom, and as an 11-year-old boy, I was scared of what my dad would do next, so I had to stop in that bedroom. One night, me and my mother were watching television. It was about 11:30 p.m. when we heard a terrible screaming coming from the small cast iron window, which led into the back garden, near the television. We didn't dare speak to each other, and that stopped after about 4 minutes. The next thing I knew, the television, which was on 4 screwed legs, began to walk towards us, rocking from side to side. It only stopped when the main cord pulled tight. We were by then petrified. The screaming noise had woke my father, and he came downstairs shouting, but due to his stroke, the words were not making any sense. He ran into the back sitting room. My mother said, "Go get your dad, or he might have another stroke," so off I went. Entering the room, it was pitch black. Everything happened so fast, I didn't think about turning the light on. And then I looked at the back window, which led onto the very private, unlit garden. A gray-white figure floated past the window, of the side view. It was very defined. He had a 3-cornered hat, a white beard, walking stick, and a long trench-type coat with 3 buttons on it with no legs visible. I ran out of the room, leaving my father, who was looking out of the other window, who hadn't seen anything. I ran to the other room to my mother. I was unable to speak properly to her for at least an hour. My father just wandered back to bed. In desperation, my mother contacted a medium. She said the spirit was called Jacob, who was only trying to help us through the difficult time. He had been a gardener who got killed when a horse fell on him, the medium said. Things became so bad, doors banging, strange sounds in the middle of the night, not helped by my father, who everybody was scared of. I had an older sister, and she moved out in 1968 to get away from the situation. In the end, my mother put the house up for sale in 1972. And that last night, it was terrible. My father was in bed asleep with those sleeping tablets again, so he was unaware of anything. Me and my mother was huddled up in the front room. We stayed awake all night, doors banging from under the floorboards, moaning noises. Then dawn broke at 6:30 a.m. Everything stopped and went calm. We couldn't wait to move out. After we sold it, nobody lived in it longer than 18 months, till it became empty 25 years ago. Around the time this event occurred, I was around 11 or 12. I am a female, and I guess you could say I live in your basic, small, no creepy town where everybody knows each other and nothing super creepy goes on. Although we do have some surrounding towns that are pretty sketch and full of druggies or whatnot. But anyway, here is my story. Me and my mother were visiting a neighboring town of ours, maybe 10 to 15 minutes away. We were there helping out my stepmom set up a reception for a wedding that would be held later in the week. It took place in a building called the Lions Hall, which is basically a place for get-togethers and such. Now, something you should know now is that the town we were in was one of the sketchier places, and it was in one of the worst sections. Me and my sister were outside of the building, walking around and talking, when this guy pulled up in a truck. Now my stepmom was expecting someone to help carry in a few things, although she didn't really know him. So thinking nothing of it, we just assumed it was him. So then he got out of the truck and went into the building. We could hear him talking to our stepmom. He was there for a while, but then finally came out of the building and went back into his truck. Now at this point, me and my sister were still outside walking around. We noticed he was staring at us, blankly, with no real expression on his face. He sat like that for a while, until me and my sister had enough and walked around to the back of the building. Then that's when he started the truck and slowly crept around the building, sort of following us. We went around and around, doing this for probably 4 minutes or so. We could tell something was seriously off, but then, just as we turned the corner to where he was gone, like poof into thin air. We never heard him drove off or anything, and that was enough for us. So we ran inside and didn't go back out for the rest of the day. We never spoke about our encounter to anyone. So as far as I know, weird sketchy truck guy, let's never meet again. A few months ago, I was staying at my friend's house. Basically, I'd gone to sleep as normal. I usually sleep perfectly, but this time, I woke up at 5:35 and felt weird. I took the blanket from my face and looked to the foot of my bed and saw 2 girls, both blonde, didn't have a face, and had little blue penny dresses on. I looked at them for a good few seconds and turned back over to sleep. I told my clairvoyant friend, and she told me she's always thought I had a talent for seeing the beyond. Thank you for reading. I know this is kind of short, but I guess it was a kind of cool story. I'm living in Birmingham, and I'm thinking there has to be some haunted locations that I could go to and feel around, given the history of the city. I started doing some research, looking for some local haunts, and lo and behold, I come to find out that I live 15 minutes from one of the most haunted places on Earth, Sloss Furnace. The factory was built in the 1800s, and hundreds of men died there due to the grueling nature of the work. I read about the history and ghost stories other people told about the places and decided that this was going to be my first ghost hunt. My trip to Sloss Furnace occurred over the course of 2 days, the first day being my first time, and all I did was just walk around the place, read the exhibit signs, and explore the grounds. They turned the furnace into a museum that is open to the public, and they also use the grounds to host concerts, weddings, and other social events. They happened to be planning for a wedding the first day I was there, and a few tourists were milling around, so I wasn't completely alone, but the place was fascinating. I was able to walk into a few of the off-limits areas and look around. I pulled out my phone, started recording, went into the boiler room, and managed to catch a few orbs in the footage. It was cool, but nothing to write home about. I left, went home, and that was that. On the second day, at Sloss Furnace. My second day at Sloss Furnace will go down in the history books of ghost hunting. I managed to do what the ghost hunters, scariest place on earth, and countless paranormal investigation teams have failed to do, and that is film an actual ghost. One ghost would be impressive indeed, but what if I told you I filmed at least 5 ghosts? I can almost guarantee you that you have never seen ghost footage ever that comes even close to what you are about to see. When I pulled up the second day, it was a rainy, gloomy Sunday afternoon. As I drove to the gate, I saw a sign blocking the entrance saying that the museum was closed. It was hardly secure, so I just parked my car across the street and walked in through the front entrance. There was a construction crew working on the left end of the facility away from the actual furnace itself. When I walked into the entrance, I could see remnants of the wedding party from the day before. Apparently they weren't responsible for cleaning. I made my way into the boiler room, took out my phone, and started recording again. Here I am all alone in a damp, dark factory, listening to the sound of the rain beating down against the roof, armed with only a cell phone. I walked through the boiler room, filming as I went along, and decided to call it a day. It wasn't until I got home, watched the rest of a playoff basketball game, and looked at my phone when I realized what I just captured. I was able to count at least 5 ghosts. The best part about it all is that I have proof. When you look at the film, go to the 320 mark, you will see a ghost. Go to 344, you will see a ghost, and up to 350, and you will see a literal ghost scene. If you slow it down, you will see ghosts peeping from different corners. Amazing. This is hands down the best ghost footage you will ever see.
Scared stiff is to fear something that you cannot see, and to feel its warmth is a true living hell. In July of 1993, I had purchased a trailer home in a small town just north of Baton Rouge. There I was, all alone, 18 years old and feeling totally lost. My father had just died the month before, and I was numb as a stone. I began fixing up the place, picking up knickknacks here and there, trying to make it cozy. One day while shopping at the flea market, I came across the most unusual set of Tahitian mugs. I had to have them. They had all different looks on their carved faces, yet all had the expression of what I felt inside. Hurt, mad, and pissed off at the world. Yes, I thought, they were definitely coming home with me. I know a bargain when I see one. The shopkeeper explained where they had come from. A man in town who owned a bar had gotten into a brawl one night and met an untimely demise. Afterwards, his wife closed it down and got rid of everything inside. So okay, I'm back home with them, and I display them on my bookshelf with so much pride, always wondering why is it that my guests aren't quite as pleased with my new selection as I am, and I actually saw a couple of them turn their noses up. Well, taste is all just a matter of opinion, right? It wasn't long after that I started having a lot of very weird things happen to me and anyone who came to visit. Sleeping in the living room, I could feel warmth behind me. When in the bedroom, the warmth was always right in front of the doorway, and every now and then, I would hear like a creaking like someone was walking. I always blew it off as part of my imagination though. As the death of my father started to really sink in, I started drinking alcohol very heavily. 1 or 2 bottles a day of cheap wine just to get to sleep at night. All the while, I'm becoming more aware that something is not right here. The creaks are louder, and I begin to feel something hovering over my shoulder in the daytime. Then my ex came to town and moved in. I told him about some of the things that I had felt and observed. He listened, yet looked at me like I was simply crazy. But his opinion soon changed. One night, a couple of months later, I was visiting at my mother's and decided to stay the night because it was raining so hard. I didn't want to get on the road. He was alone, back at the house, and when I called him on the phone to tell him I wouldn't be home that night, he said, "I really want you to come over here. I've been hearing noises all night and it sounds like a man talking." And then right after he said that, I heard through the other end of the phone something slam the window and he started screaming, "You better get over here right now." I finally got up and worked my way to the car and hauled Hightail out of there. That same night, we had a kidnapping report filed on us because I was so hysterical of fear that a passerby walked up beside me in a parking lot and I almost had heart failure. On top of all that, there were more events. Several times, I heard knocking on my front door, only to discover that there was no one there when I answered. My boyfriend heard me calling his name when I was at the other end of the house. At times I would see, from the corner of my eye, a large black figure. On other occasions, I'd see a small animal that looked like a rabbit or cat running behind furniture. Sometimes I even saw a book get thrown a few feet across the room by something that wasn't there. And when I decided to get rid of these damn things, the Tahitian mugs, one came up missing. I looked all over for it and it was nowhere to be found. At the advice of my family, they said they knew it had to be these things causing me all this grief. I searched frantically with no luck. I desperately wanted all of them out of the house and once and for all. Finally, 6 months later, I found the lost mug in the exact place it should have been. I remember seeing the dust ring that day as I reached up on the shelf to take it down. I had a bad feeling about carrying this thing anywhere, but I decided that I had no choice but to get rid of it. Well, I had a flat tire the next day. Getting rid of the mugs were not as easy as I thought it would be. I took them back to the store where I bought them from the same lady that acted like she didn't know who I was. She insisted that was not where I bought them, and more than that, she refused to take them back. I begged her and told her I didn't want the money. I didn't even want a credit. I finally left the store with the lady, open-mouthed, holding the box of mugs. I thought she must have known something. About 3 years ago, my mother's next-door neighbor was murdered, and at the estate sale, my mom picked up the exact type mug and said, "Tiffany, look at this." Her husband had committed suicide a few years earlier in the same house. Coincidence? Connected? Don't ask me, but I can give you one piece of advice. Before you walk across the next gravestone or buy or sell that pretty plate at the flea market, you must show some respect for the dead. When I was 17 years old, my grandmother, who had lived with us all my life, had died, and although there were many unusual events before and after her death, the most unusual occurrence involving my grandmother's death occurred the evening following her burial. My grandmother's funeral had been a trying thing for all of us. My mother was an only child who had never had the opportunity to know her father, and I am sure that the fact that her husband, my father, was stationed at Vietnam, and the fact that she could not get into contact with him through the Red Cross only made matters worse. My grandmother was a much-loved and well-respected woman whose life and death touched many people, and the outpouring of sympathy, the flowers and cards, the visits by friends and relatives proved to be almost overwhelming for my mother. Her grief and confusion was so oppressive that, following my grandmother's funeral and burial in the family cemetery, she confessed to me, my younger sisters of 16 and 13, and my baby brother of 4, that she could not bear to deal with all the people who would be coming to the house that afternoon. She suggested that we go to a restaurant, pick up a bucket of chicken, and go on a picnic. We did exactly that. Dressed in the same clothes we had worn to the funeral, we went on a family picnic, just the 5 of us, remembering and talking about the woman who had meant so much to each and every one of us. We stayed away from our house till just after dark, and when we were sure that no one was visiting, we entered the house and got ready for bed, as we were all exhausted, both physically and emotionally. The following story was related to me by my mother and sisters the next morning. I was asleep in my very bed in which my grandmother died. My sisters were sleeping together in their bed, and my baby brother was asleep in my mother's bed. My mother, who had insomnia, was lying in bed and reading. At around 2:30 in the morning, My 16-year-old daughter got out of bed and was heading to the bathroom when she ran screaming to my mother's room and told her that my grandma was sitting on the couch in the living room. She told my mother that they made a mistake and that our grandmother wasn't dead and that they had brought her home. My mother calmly explained that we all missed our grandmother and that my sister had been dreaming that our grandmother was dead. As my mother tried to calm her down, my other sister came running into my mother's room and said that my grandmother was in the living room. My mother now had two excited girls to deal with and explained that my oldest sister had a dream and that the younger girl had heard them discussing that dream. She explained that my youngest sister had a dream of her own after hearing that discussion, but both my sisters were adamant and my mother was forced to take them into the living room and prove to them that they were mistaken. My mother got out of her bed and walked down the hall and into the living room where she, herself, saw my grandmother sitting on the couch. My mother simply stood and stared at her mother, the woman who had been buried earlier that day, the woman who sat calmly on the couch and smiled at her and my two sisters. My mother says that her first thought was one of joy, that my sisters were correct in their belief that my grandmother had not died. Her next thought was pragmatic and sobering. Her mother was indeed dead, and what she was seeing was a figment of her overwrought imagination, a figment brought on by a stale mass of hypnosis she shared with my sisters in their dreams. As she stood there, my 4-year-old brother came walking out of her bedroom and into the living room. Half asleep and rubbing his eyes, he asked why was everyone awake in the middle of the night. At about the same time he asked this question, he looked across the living room in the direction of the couch. Throwing his arms out in front of him, my 4-year-old brother yelled "Mama!" and went running across the room towards the couch. My mother relates at this point, my grandmother smiled and simply faded away. I was not a witness to the preceding story, but the same tale is told by my mother and two sisters as to what happened on the night of my grandmother's burial. My brother does not remember the events of that evening, as he was only 4 years old and too young to appreciate the unique circumstances involving a visit from the dead. Thank you for reading. I was a student at a small university in Illinois. One night, my two friends and I were really bored. It was a late weekend night, so studying was out of the question. We decided to go out and play a childish game of hide and seek. We set out for the field in between the dorms and music building. Being left as the seeker, I quickly found one of my friends, Lynette, hiding underneath a tree, a story in its own right. Laughing over her antics, we realized that we hadn't found Crystal. We stood there, a moment, looking around as to where she might be. We spotted a person walking along the path on the outside of the field, heading towards the music building. The figure was all in black, or what also looked like a shadow. Deciding this was Crystal, we walked slowly to ambush her. Now, the building that Crystal was heading to had two entrances on opposite sides. When going through one door, you can walk straight through to the other. Crystal walked into one of the doors. We decided that Lynette would go into the building on the other side, scare her, and as Lynette escaped out the other door, I would scare her too. As I'm waiting outside, freezing my you-know-what off, I hear someone start practicing scales on their trumpet. I thought nothing of it. It was a music building after all. A few minutes later, the door opened and Lynette was running down the stairs. "Where's Crystal?" I asked. She looked really pale and was shaking. "Can you hear the trumpet player?" Wondering why she was asking me about the trumpet player, I responded, "Yeah, so?" "Well, I was upstairs following who I thought to be Crystal. I couldn't see her when she went around the corner, and when I rounded the corner is when I heard the trumpet." She took a breath. "Well, I went to the only practice room with the light on to go say hi to the person so I wouldn't scare them with my footsteps, and when I got to the room, no one was there. Cal, I mean no one. But the trumpet music was right in front of my face. I felt the air." She grabbed my arm, actually pulled me in the direction of the dorms. When we got around to the front of the music building, I looked up to the second-story windows, the practice rooms. In one of the rooms, the light was on, revealing a yellow room. The practice rooms are painted all blue. And right in front of the window was a shadow, arms upheld with a gleaming gold trumpet in his hands, the sounds of the scales falling to us below. I couldn't believe it. I wasn't scared, but more enthralled. In the few seconds that I had stood mesmerized, the shadow stopped playing and turned and bent its head down to us. I couldn't help but stare back. What seemed like a few minutes only lasted a second. He once again picked up his trumpet and practiced his scales. I wanted to go back to the building and go upstairs to see him, but Lynette was about to tear my arm off of my body. I remember her saying over and over again on the cold walk back to the dorms that there was no one in there. So where was Crystal? She found a great hiding place. We found her in the room watching TV. I could have killed her. When I was very young, my father recanted to me the tale of Murder Road, an old bridge out in the boonies about 10 miles south of my hometown. For my own story to make sense, I'd better summarize the story of Murder Road for you, the ever-faithful readers. It's been a good 20 years since that event occurred, although I'm not sure of the exact date. Found by the bridge in an old car were the bodies of 4 unfortunate individuals who, by some cruel twist of fate, had been brutally murdered. All 4, a family from out of town, had been shot in close range and left in their vehicle. The crime was never solved. A crime such as this is probably no big deal to folks from New York or Detroit or other big cities where murders are unfortunately too common, but in Ottawa, Kansas, population now 12,000, it's a different story. Since my youth, I've been fascinated by this place and the story behind it, and once I was old enough to drive, I made frequent trips to the spot, always alone, usually during the day. It's a heck of a creepy place at night, if you know the story behind it. As my years and my bravery grew, it became common for me to venture to the spot after dark, although usually with high beams on and windows up. It took a lot of guts for me to finally bring myself to stop the vehicle, but I never got out of the car. I was making it a pretty routine trip by July of '97. It was a good place to be alone and think. There wasn't much traffic. I approached the bridge and got the usual chills as I got close. The area is pretty much open fields until you reach the bridge, where a thick grove of trees rises up on either side of the small stream that runs through, making it darker and somehow more sinister on the bridge itself. I pulled off to the side of the road, no more than 6 feet from the bridge. I dropped my seat back and closed my eyes, relaxing. Only a few moments later, there was a tap on my window. My eyes flew open and I sat bolt upright. There was a scraggly looking man outside, and he looked none too pleased with me. Out of the car, he mouthed. Terrified, I complied. Turn around, he whispered, and put your hands in the car. I did as I was told. It was unseasonably chilly out, and a light rain had started down. I began to shiver, but more out of fear than anything else. I gasped as something cold and hard was pressed into my neck. From my right came a terrified scream, and I glanced over. In the corner of my eye, I saw a black car, its bumper touching mine. The driver's side window was shattered, and a lifeless body was slumped over the steering wheel. I wanted to scream, but the cold metal of the gun on my neck kept me quiet. There was a sudden, harsh gust of wind through the trees, and the pressure on my neck vanished. I whirled around, my heart thumping powerfully. There was no one there. The car was gone too. Needless to say, I was out of there in a flash. It was sometime later before what had happened really hit me. I had nightmares for weeks. I still go out there, although not as much. I assumed that I was just out on a bad night, but I won't be there again in July. Thanks for reading. This tale is still very disturbing to me, since it involves my father, who had passed away almost 10 years before the occurrence. My wife and I usually have friends over on a Saturday night. This particular Saturday night happened to be in the month of October, which is a special month for my wife Jamie and my son DJ. It also happens to be a special time for John and Sonia, our friends. We love to sit around and scare each other with chilling ghost stories. On this one particular Saturday night in 1994, we all gathered around my kitchen table to listen to our friend Sonia tell some very eerie tales passed down from her family. We did have a Ouija board to use, but by the time she was done telling her tales, I was shaking so much that I broke the board over my head and threw it away, outside and into the garbage. The conversation of ghosts prompted me to talk about my dead father. In no uncertain terms, I made it clear that I did not miss him at all because he was a mean, rotten man in life. I went so far as to say that if I ever saw his ghost, I would tell him so. Sonia told me not even to joke that way. It's an open invitation to evil, and I should repent immediately. I only laughed and got more bold, demanding an appearance so I could tell him how I feel. My wife and Sonia were so upset, I decided to stop. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, my wife and I went to sleep. My son was already out like a light. I must admit, laying there in the dark, I was fairly spooked. Finally, sleep came, but I was awoken at 3 a.m. by a steady and repetitive thumping noise. Thump, then silence for 3 seconds, then another thump, over and over and over. I lay there paralyzed with fear. What could this noise be? I tried to rationalize anything, even wake my wife, but I was too scared to move. Yet, the thump continued, only it was getting louder and louder and louder. I finally realized that I have family to protect, and using all my strength on courage, I got out of bed to investigate. My wife remained in a deep sleep. As I walked through the hall in the dark, I noticed that the kitchen light was on. Hadn't I turned that off? Fearing the unknown, I snuck into my son's room for a baseball bat, which somehow didn't erase my fear. I was almost at the kitchen now, close to an hour after hearing the first thumps. Yes, the noise was coming from the kitchen. Sweat formed on my forehead, and I was shaking like an autumn leaf. I entered the kitchen and turned to the left, where our table sat. I wanted to scream and run in terror, but I was paralyzed. There, at the far chair, sat my father, 10 years dead, yet there he was. His right hand raised and came down with a fist on the kitchen table. Thump. That was the noise that I've heard for the past hour. He was looking directly into my eyes, yet his were dead. He stared right through me, then opened his mouth and spoke in a voice I never in my life wished to hear again.
Stop. Stop talking about me.
Then he slammed his fist down in one final violent thump. The kitchen light went out. I let out a gasp as my heart sank, and I quickly turned the light on again, but he was gone. I caught my breath and turned on every light I could find. An hour later, laying in bed, I wondered, had I dreamt the whole event? The next morning, my wife, Jamie, was up before me. She came in and woke me up and asked me if I had forgotten to turn the lights off before coming to bed. I told her I had. She asked me to come into the kitchen and look at something strange, and I almost screamed. I slowly followed her into the kitchen, trying to hide my fear. She pointed to the very chair where my father had sat only a few hours earlier. I then knew it wasn't a dream. Look at that, she said. Where did all that dirt on that chair come from? It was true. There was a thin layer of dirt on the chair and on the floor surrounding it. I muttered some excuse, and to this day, I've never told my family or friends of this occurrence, and I've never spoken ill of the dead since.
My first story begins when I lived in Ohio, USA. I was driving back to my house one day with my friends when I saw a girl visiting a graveyard. She was right at the top by a statue of an angel. The girl looked very young, about 11 years old. She was wearing old-fashioned clothes. I went up to the grave the next day. The inscription was written on the angel's Bible. It said in memory of Jane Doe. Died 1832 to 1845. Died of tuberculosis. I did not use the girl's name out of respect. I now realize that yesterday I'd seen a ghost. I can see the graveyard from where I live, and I always see a girl visit the grave. One time I went up there to see if I could catch a glimpse of the girl. This time, she was bending over 2 other graves. I went away because I thought the girl was starting to sense my presence.
I came back, though, and found the 2 graves. These 2 were her mother and father. They had also died of tuberculosis. It looked like no one came and took care of this grave, so I would come up there sometimes and clean the graves. When I had finished cleaning the girl's grave one day, I looked up and saw the girl watching me. She was smiling. She followed me home. I wasn't bothered because I knew she was harmless. It was almost like she was an old friend to me. This second set of experiences happened in Wrightwood, California. The interesting thing about the area in particular is that there are constant reported sightings of Indians everywhere. And the women in my family see an older woman around our houses, near the children's rooms. Townspeople who are aware of her say she is a nurse of sorts, and that she checks on the small children of the town, protecting them. The weirdest one so far is the half-Indian. All that is ever seen is the top half of an Indian, head to waist and floating. Most seem to see this figure especially down by the old ranch that sits in Cajun Pass, on Highway 66, between Clegherd Road and Kenwood. That's where the figure would appear. Many times around Thanksgiving, which makes you wonder a little bit. Anyway, my sister has seen him on Lone Pine Ranch Road around Clyde Ranch, the only structure on Lone Pine, until you reach Wrightwood. We have a lot of paranormal activity happening constantly, according to those who are tuned into it, or have that sixth sense. And if one's violent or sudden death brings about that type of activity, then we add approximately 10 spirits every year because of the slippery, snow-covered roads like Lone Pine. That, and the lack of common sense that California drivers possess. For years, the ranch my grandpa owns has been the center of many disturbing experiences. Though I did not experience them firsthand, I'm going to tell you some real stories about the place. Now I'm going to start with this ranch was built on an Indian burial ground, or this is what my mom tells me. My mother, Grace, lived there with her dad, sister, and 2 of her brothers. They only lived there part-time. They lived in San Luis Obispo with my grandmother. They'd go to the ranch on weekends along with my grandfather. My grandmother would stay behind because she hated the ranch. On the 4th of July, my mom had her friend come over, and this is when they were older, maybe in their 20s, and she let her stay in the bedroom with the guy she got close to. So my mom ended up on the couch. In the middle of the night, she sat straight up, like in the horror movies, where people sit straight up, all of a sudden in the middle of their sleep. She had no clue why, but she was so scared to death. She started to look around, and out of nowhere, she started seeing little dashes and wisps of silver light. They would fly right over her, and there would be deep wafts of cold air. She got up and ran to the bedroom. The guy my mom's friend got close to worked at the ranch as a gardener, and had experiences like this before seeing he'd worked there a long time. He said he thinks it's an Indian burial ground, but couldn't be sure. When my mom was young, not such great things happened at the ranch. I only know of one, but I'll tell you about it. My grandpa would bring weird friends that he met to the ranch. There was one guy in particular who came, and every time he'd play a game, where all the boys, including my uncle's friends, would have to play, it was basically a hide-and-seek game. But when he found them, he would pretend to torture them, and he'd throw them in a pool, which definitely wasn't a pleasant thing. My Uncle Martin was so scared of this guy, and he had good reason. This man was an old Vietnam War veteran. You could pretty much call him crazy.
My uncle spent most of his days at the ranch, preparing for when he came. He did not want to be found. He had a place ready on this tree with a little stash of candy bars and packet drinks in the ladder that he could pull up after him. When the man came, he found everyone but Martin and looked for him till it was well past dark. Finally, they found him, but he wouldn't come down, and didn't. I had lived at the ranch for about 6 months, and my mom was scared to death of it, so we moved. My dad had lived with us. There was no power, so matches were common. After we had moved, my mom's younger brother Nick and his wife Shelley moved in. They had my little cousins Larry, the oldest, Amanda, second, and Monica, the youngest. My cousin Larry had gotten hold of matches when he climbed out of the crib he was in with Amanda. He climbed back in and started a fire, not knowing the consequences, being as young as he was. My Aunt Shelley was upstairs taking a nap with Monica, and my Uncle Nick was at work. Shelley came out running out of the building and left Monica outside, running back in to get Larry. It was too late for Amanda, and they still have her ashes. Larry lived, but he has third-degree burns that have scarred him permanently. My uncle divorced Shelley due to other problems in their marriage. He got remarried to another woman named Tracy, and together, they had a child named Caitlin Elizabeth. Just a while ago, they figured out she was deaf. My grandpa lived at the ranch regularly till he broke his back. He was riding his horse in a mountain by a steep ravine. Being an experienced rider, he didn't have much of a risk factor. No one knows what, but something spooked the horse and he fell off, down the ravine, and broke his back. Now he's in a wheelchair, and it seems like he'd rather die than not be able to live at the ranch. So far he's not there, but he's trying to get there. Another bit that interests me about my family's ranch is that it tore my mom's side of the family apart. There have been endless fights about it, and pretty much everyone has turned away from each other. Are all these things a coincidence? I don't know, but I find it hard to think of it that way. I went to Santa Catalina summer camp, but it was also a boarding school. For some reason, there is one room that is never open for boarders. It's at the end of the hall in the 4th dorm, and the story about it was that a girl was going there for senior year and was trying to get into Harvard. When she got the rejection letter, she OD'd on sleeping pills. This happened a year or 2 after my mom had gone there. When I went there for summer camp, there was a girl who said she had gone in there to turn off a light that was on. This was odd, because no one was allowed to go in there. The 2 girls were curious about the room and snooped around. When they opened the closet, there was red writing all inside the walls of the closet. They screamed and ran out, telling the counselor what they saw. The counselor was clearly scared out of her mind to go into that room. Before she turned off the light, she checked the closet. The walls were clean. Throughout the nights and days at Catalina, the light would turn on without anyone there. The presence was overwhelming and strong. Sometimes just an eerie feeling. You can't prove it, just feel it. I lived in Springfield, Missouri for 5 years, and have been a frequent visitor to the Wilsons Creek battlefield. The place is a presence that you could feel day or night, because it was the site of a good-sized battle, and the park rangers will tell you the same thing of sightings while they patrolled the park, or hearing gunfire and cannons going off. One of the most active spots in the battlefield is the farmhouse that doubled as the field hospital where the wounded were brought in for amputation in the home. but I believe it was a Confederate hospital, if my memory serves me correctly. Last year in June, myself and a few friends were given permission to camp the night at the location so that we could experience the events reported ourselves. One of my friends got his degree in psychology and wanted to see if the reportings were due to the history of the area, and we confirmed everything the park ranger had told us. At midnight, we began to hear what we could have sworn to be low moaning coming from the house, and what we could have sworn were the shadows of several people passing the windows, as well as the footsteps on the front porch. The footsteps would either sound like someone pacing as if on guard duty or waiting, or it would sound like someone running into the home, such as an orderly or a surgeon. But the one thing that remains in my mind was a smell that suddenly just arose around us of blood. It was a heavy smell that lingered in the air, that just made you almost want to scream, because it had incredible sadness and pain. There was also a constant presence being verified of cold spots that would allow us to see our breath, and this made it very uncomfortable because it was an 85-degree night. The presence would get stronger throughout the night, and finally, when we composed ourselves, I looked at the house and said as loud as I could, "We know you are with us, and we know the sacrifice that you have made. Please leave this place in peace." My friends, of course, gave me that look that I had lost it, but they immediately noticed that there was a calm feeling now, instead of agitation and sadness. Before we left, we placed a small flag and an American flag that we bought and placed them on either side of the front porch of the field house and gave them a salute out of respect for the soldiers. I've since moved to Florida, but still keep in contact with my friends as well as the park ranger, and we still talk about that night as well as the other occurrences they've seen on return visits. I hope this helps to prove the skeptics that there is a presence of lost life on that site, and that they want us to know how, so what happened to him will not be repeated to others. I lived in my newly built home for 1 year now. It all started when I woke groggy from sleep. I heard a woman crying and thought perhaps it was my child or neighbor. Her husband would travel often. I realize now that it was a linked experience. It was a couple of days ago, and I'd stayed up late watching TV, started to get tired, and decided to go to sleep. So I walked upstairs and went to my bedroom, laid down, and was fast asleep. I remember dreaming, and the woman that I heard for a year crying came to me. She came over me and put one hand on my throat and the other on my mouth and face. She began to strangle me. All I can remember after was willing myself to be awakened. I was flailing, kicking, and trying to scream. That is when I finally awoke. My husband was laying right next to me the whole time. He was also awake after the episode, scared and wondering what the heck. He told me that I was really screaming and tossing all over. You know when you watch someone sleep, and they say they were screaming, it's always muffled. I wasn't. Tonight, me and my sister were making dinner for all the kids. Hobo dinners to be exact, and we had made all the kids come in one at a time to pick out their ingredients in their own hobo dinner. If you don't know what hobo dinners are, they have an assortment of vegetables and meat, or chicken, and condensed soup wrapped in aluminum foil. We have made the first 3, no hitches. Then came little A, we'll call her that. She picked up her foods and we argued that she had to have more than chicken and broccoli. She didn't want to, but agreed. So I folded hers up and put it into an oven with the other 3, realizing that when I put in the 5th one, I would have to move them all. We then proceeded to make the last one, and we never left the kitchen. Upon finishing, I opened the oven and found that little Ace dinner was gone. I put it in there myself, and it was not small, not something you could misplace. We searched the entire kitchen and surrounding areas. No dinner. We made her another one, but couldn't get over the lost hobo dinner. We talked about it for a few hours while our husbands researched the kitchen. Then we started talking of related stories, and the woman came up. We joked that she ate it, or our deceased grandma did. Then I told my sister and her husband of my dream experience. My husband chimed in and finished the dream, but I didn't even know the end. He had said that after he had gotten up the next morning, I came out of our bedroom crying and saying that the ghost tried to suffocate me again. Then he said I proceeded to get a glass of water and went back to my room. That happens to be on the top floor and my kitchen on the main. I didn't know that happened. Then he also started talking about an old forgotten coal mine and how a girl died in one here in Littleton, Colorado. So we went online and somehow in our main searches came to this site. Do you think that maybe the deaths of the miners and their families are still here, reminding us of all the injustices they faced in their lives? Or are they just wanting us to take notice and change things? Early last year, me and my youngest daughter was cleaning an empty house to make extra money. Being sensitive to spirit guides, I picked up a presence, but chose to ignore it and clean the home. My daughter kept hearing someone tell her to come upstairs, and she wouldn't do it. As evening approached, we headed upstairs to vacuum the bedrooms. Whatever the presence was, it kept on blocking the vacuum from the wall and threw a marble at the wall also. I also felt a cold hand attempt to brush me down the stairs as I was going from one bedroom to the other. I dropped the vacuum and fled down the stairs, telling whatever it was that we would be back the next day. As we were locking the door, we felt someone on the other side trying to stop us from locking up and leaving. The next day, I lit a white candle and stood at the foot of the stairs. I simply stated we were here to do a job and mean no harm to him. I also said that we would leave as soon as the house is clean. After that, we felt them. They let us do our job. The house is rented now, and I won't step foot on the property anymore. I had a very tall black shadow step on the house's porch and speak to me using telepathy. It told me not to come back to its territory, or else it will push me down the stairs next time. Meaning I have small grandkids. That's fine by me never to go over there again. I'm still not sure what I encountered, but I didn't like it. The new tenants can deal with it. As for me, I don't need the money that bad to come in contact with whatever lives in my neighbor's house.
First off, I want to apologize in advance for the length of these stories, but I have had a few experiences spread over my 24 years that I think would be worth writing down. I will start with the house I lived in for 9 months when I was 16. This was an old Victorian on a small, and I mean small, plot of land, smack dab in a nice little residential neighborhood. I, who happened to love Victorians, yellow the most, which this house was completely delighted. The very first night I was there, things changed. I was alone with my younger sister who was about 14 at the time, and also my little brother who was almost 2 years old. It was late November or early December, and it was snowing out. My parents had gone back to the old house to get more of our things and to pick up a pizza for dinner. My sister and I sat on a mattress in the middle of the living room floor, reading to our brother with the radio on for some background noise. I noticed that my brother was distracted and kept looking at the stairs, and I was hearing a pounding noise. It wasn't all that loud, and easily I could have ignored it. but I decided to reach over and lower the radio. And that is when we all heard it. It was footsteps. I swear to God to this, that the sound they made was so stereotypical that it could have been used on any of those sound effects tapes people buy around Halloween. It was a heavy work boot type of a sound, but hollow, and it went down the stairs, which we had a good view of, but on which nothing was there to the naked eye, and then back up to the hall upstairs, where it completed this little trek again and again. Well, needless to say, we flipped out. My sister and I were about to go outside and sit on the porch to wait for our parents. But we had a little kid with us, and it was cold and snowing. So even though we were completely terrified, we turned up the radio as loud as we could and just sat there. I think my brother knew something was up because he was unusually quiet and just played by our feet with toy cars. Well, when our parents got home, we all but ambushed them and begged them to take us back to the old house. They, who have had their own experiences, probably believed us, but not wanting to frighten us, chalked it up to our imaginations. Other things happened in that house, like the upstairs attic light would be on all the time, even though no one really went up there. And there was one time I firmly believed that whatever was in the house touched me. I was in my bedroom and had just gotten out of the shower. I had on only a short robe and was bending over to pick up some clothes. And then I felt a tug on the back of my robe. Well, I spun around like a flash and tried to rationalize it in my head. Maybe I caught it on something, but I was in the middle of the room and there was nothing around me. All my furniture was pushed up against the walls. That really flipped me out. To this very day, I have tried and tried to relive that feeling and can't. It was so odd, it's truly hard to explain. But anyway, there were other things, like things would disappear and reappear, and my sister hated her bedroom and would often sleep in mine on the floor. My parents had their own experiences, but it wasn't until we were moving out that the footsteps returned. My mum was downstairs in the basement alone, doing laundry, when she heard someone walking around upstairs. So she went upstairs thinking it was the realtor to find the swinging doors that separated the hall from the kitchen, swinging back and forth. But there was no one there. My dad had a similar experience as well. The other experience has to do with another place we lived in, an apartment in a 3-family house. We were on the 2nd floor. This was when I was 18 or so. The first few years were relatively quiet, but whatever it was, got really started when I went away to college. The beds and the couches would shake and vibrate for no reason that my family could see. And when I came back home, I too had this happen to me. It was a really odd sensation, like someone had grabbed the sides of the bed and was shaking it. It was not a nice feeling, but lasted anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute and a half. I was not around when other things happened, like my brother's toys would come on in the middle of the night, even though they were off. It got to the point that my dad would get up, grab the toy and fling it onto the porch. My sister also had terrible nightmares, and I had the creepy feeling of being watched while I did dishes at the kitchen sink. I could literally feel someone staring at me from the hallway. When I would get up the nerve to look, no one was ever there. I have a few other stories, but this is the most recent. My sister, partner and I were at a local cemetery that has a reputation for being haunted, and I wanted to get a couple of pictures. I had gone previously and have had no luck, but have been there when others have gotten orbs and the like. Well, first off, this cemetery always has toys on the graves. They were dolls and plastic horses. That is easily explained as there are many graves for small children, and people can either be playing jokes or
being sympathetic to all the young children who died so young and are leaving them presents. But last night, in addition to the usual toys, there were other strange things, including a dead rabbit lying by a headstone, and a few feet away the torso of a dress mannequin just lying there. I don't jump to conclusions, and that can be all explained easily enough, but they still added to the atmosphere. And when you are strolling about a notoriously haunted cemetery at night on a backcountry road and spy dead animals and what looks like a dead body, well, you get freaked out. End of story. But I've done this before, and from the above and other things that have happened, I got over it. My sister was snapping off pictures left and right, and then she and my partner are looking at one, and my sister goes, "There is nothing there." And Rhonda goes, "Wait, just turn it around." Well, my sister flips and goes, "Oh, I'm so out," and bolts, and I mean bolts, across the cemetery, across the street, and into the car with Rhonda in hot pursuit. I, mind you, have been left in the dust, so to speak, since I was not beside them when they looked at the photo that spooked them so bad. I trudged after them and into the car. Mind you, I'm a little ticked off because I was having an okay time there. And when I saw the photo, my heart stopped. It is of a headstone, but off to the side of it is a man's face. It is so clear, in fact, that you can make out a white collar and a black shirt, and what seems to be a short black mustache. It is not a nice face, and on closer inspection, there is another image in the headstone of a crying baby with hands over its mouth. Now, I am not sure of the image on the headstone because I am quite aware that anything can cause an image to appear. The grain of the stone, moss on it, etc. But the face, that is another matter entirely. I do not know how in the world to explain that. It's unbelievable.
Many years ago, I lived in an old farmhouse. It was pretty big, and I was newly married. We would have friends stay periodically as they needed to. We had many things happen. The one bedroom always had flies in the window. I would spray, vacuum, and scrub the windows. The next day, the room was always full of flies. My best friend and her husband needed a place to stay for a while, and I let them choose the room they wanted. They chose the room of flies. This one night she was sleeping and felt someone pushing her to roll over. She thought her husband had gotten up in the middle of the night and was coming back to bed. When she rolled over, she fell against her husband. She looked to see who pushed her, and although no one was there, she felt the pressure of someone lying against her. She tried to wake her husband, but he would not wake up. She was so scared, she stayed awake the rest of the night until morning, and was too afraid to look and see what was next to her. Finally, when daylight hit, she felt the pressure leave, and noticed the indentation of a body left behind on the bed. They never slept in that room again. We also had dogs that would not go upstairs or downstairs. I was doing dishes in the kitchen and the upstairs stairwell was behind me. All of a sudden, my dog perked up and his hair stood on its back. He started to growl as if he was looking towards the doorway and suddenly bolted for the living room. He would not come into the kitchen after that, unless I was with him. My dogs would also stand at the doorway to the basement and would have their hair raised on their backs. I was always scared to go down there. I would get a really bad feeling where I would run down and back up. I would try and get one of my dogs to go with me, even in daylight, and they would not go further than the doorway. We would also hear someone walking through the home, but nobody would be there. The one spirit would be talking We would look for the voice and couldn't even find it. Sometimes it would call out our names, and we would think it was each other and answer, and find out it wasn't anyone calling. We slept in a downstairs bedroom, and I would have a sense of a man standing at the foot of our bed, watching us as we go to sleep. Our dogs even went to sleep with us, and wouldn't even sleep at the foot of the bed. After many strange activities, our neighbor told us that an elderly man had lived alone in the house for a long time. His mail had been piling up in his mailbox, so the mailman contacted the police to have them check on the old guy. He was found dead on the kitchen floor, and had been for quite a while. The funny thing is, the kitchen was never spooky feeling. My name is Amy, and I want to share something that happened to my family about 9 years ago. I have some free time on my hands, so I thought I might as well. As I said, about 9 years ago, my husband and I and our 4 children, ages 12, 11, 9, and 5, moved into the small 4-bedroom home. From the day we moved in, we knew that there was something about this home. It wasn't really a bad feeling, but something different. The feeling was almost welcome, like we were meant to be there. We were happy to be there. It was a comfortable house for people who were used to living in apartments. We had bedrooms, a living room, bathroom, and a kitchen on the first floor, and a bedroom with a bathroom, and a small porch, plus a larger room with a smaller room off to the left, on the second floor. At one time, the house had 2 apartments. The upstairs had 1 bedroom with a bathroom, a living room, and a small kitchen off to the left. The first floor had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, living room, and kitchen with access to a basement. At the time we found this house, it seemed like almost a godsend, since we were being evicted because we had acquired a dog. And this house had a nice-sized yard, and the landlord didn't mind pets. Well, soon after we moved in, strange things started to happen. Well, since I was a stay-at-home mom most of the time due to being the parent of an ADHD child, I was the one to experience most of the phenomena. You see, while my husband was at work and the kids at school, I would hear light footsteps downstairs. But for anyone who has lived in apartments, your first thought is it's the neighbors, until you come to the realization that you are now living in a home, and there is no way you're going to hear the neighbor. It's a single-family home, for crying out loud. But I put it out of my mind, telling myself that I was so used to hearing the patter of small feet that I could still hear it when no one is at home. We had minor things happen, like the footsteps when there was only one person home, things disappearing and turning up somewhere you knew it shouldn't be, sightings by a friend who had never been to our house, and finally, the sound of a small die-cast toy car falling down the stairs and hitting the back door. For anyone who has small boys, you know what a Hot Wheel sounds like when it is hit by a surface because you've heard it before. Anyway, this is what my husband and I heard on a nightly basis. One day, about 8 months of living there, a friend of my husband brought over a new girlfriend for us to meet. As far as we were concerned, nothing out of the ordinary happened that day until Jimmy, my husband's friend, brought by his girlfriend China. At this point, I should explain a few things. The bedroom with the bathroom belonged to my husband and I. The large room that used to be a living room, because our computer room, and the little room off to the left became our daughter's room. Secondly, we did not allow our kids to have friends over, due to things disappearing whenever certain friends come over. Well, the next time the girlfriend came over, she asked us how many kids we had, and I told her 3 boys and 1 girl. Then she asked us who the little boy downstairs had been, and I asked her what little boy. She said the last time she had visited us, there had been a little boy in diapers playing Nintendo 64 with my kids, and I told her politely there was no other child but mine in the home. She insisted that I saw another little boy in diapers today, and the last time I came playing Nintendo 64 with your kids. I told her she was mistaken, as my kids were not allowed to have friends over. Well, of course, she dropped it after that. But to this day, she still swears she sees the little boy in diapers in our house. At other times when I was alone at home, I would hear someone knocking on my bedroom door, and I would automatically ask what, and realize there was no one home but me when I received no answer. This happened to me a lot. At times I would hear someone playing in the boys' rooms downstairs. When the kids were at school, about 1 year after we moved in, my oldest and I took newspaper routes. About 4 months after we started our paper routes, I was rolling newspapers before delivering them when the front page caught my eye. The picture on the front page looked like my house, but there were no toddler toys on the lawn, and I had no toddlers at the time. So I read it and found out that exactly 1 year before we moved in, a little boy of about 1 year of age had died in the home. It seems that Miles had been living there with his foster mother, her father, and her children. One day the foster mother went out and left her father to watch little Miles. While she was out, her father, in a fit of rage, hit Miles while the little boy was at the top step on the second floor, which, by the way, happened to be near my bedroom door. The little boy lost his balance upon being struck and fell down the stairs and broke his neck. As I read this, little things began to fall into place, and I realized that maybe Miles was still there. The last thing to happen there was about 3 months before we moved out. It was late, and my husband and I were still talking and watching TV, when again, we heard the little car falling down the steps and hit the back door. I knew my kids were sleeping because that was the only sound in an otherwise silent home. So I jokingly said, "All right, Miles, it is late, and it's bedtime for little kids and even little ghosts." What I heard next chilled me to the bone and freaked me out so bad I was almost in tears. As soon as I said that, I heard a little tiny giggle, which my husband also heard, and I promptly said, "Do whatever you want." As I said before, up to this point, we thought we were imagining everything that was happening there, and never wanted to believe that we had a ghostly tenant. The strange thing is, we were never scared while we lived there. The feeling there was we were home, and this is where we were meant to live. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond our control, we had to move. Otherwise, we would still be living there. It was the most comfortable place I'd ever lived in, and I loved it there. I have other stories that happened to family members, and also myself. Maybe I will share more of this. For now, I hope you enjoy the story, and maybe you can tell me if it was really a haunting. My name is Randy, and I've been reading many of the true ghost stories on your website, and I must say, a lot of this stuff is genuine, and it sends chills down my spine. I know from experience. Let's go way back to the 1970s, to the city of Toronto. My mom and my dad were in a band. My mom left my stepdad for a woman in the band, and we, meaning me and my younger brother, my mom and her lover, moved into a rooming house. 2 rooms on the second floor, with a kitchen and a bathroom, on a street called Bartmount, near Pepe and Queen. The first day we moved there, maggots came crawling out from underneath the baseboard of one of the walls of my room. My mom and her girlfriend, shrieking and squishing bugs. Anyway, my mom would leave me and my brother there alone at night, so she could play music with the band. Besides, the lady who lived on the first floor had 3 boys my age, and she would come up periodically during the night, or right away, if we called out. Well, it started that night out. When everyone was gone and my brother was asleep, I would hear the voice of a child quietly muttering or praying. And I wasn't the least bit frightened, at first. Now please keep in mind, this was a long time ago, and I don't remember anything in particular it said to me, but it was like an imaginary friend, I assumed. Then one night, I was in a mood or something, and for some reason, I was being cruel to my younger brother, as children sometimes are, and he went to sleep crying. Now, this spirit or entity took on a much more terrifying persona. It hated me, and nighttime was now a horrifying experience. There were a few things that it did almost nightly, like yanking the covers off, or making it seem as though there was a huge rat underneath the covers, scream profanities constantly, rattle the dishes that were left to dry on the counter. I would beg my mom to stay home and scream for that poor woman who lived down the stairs, or I would try to keep my brother awake, but he could sleep through anything. The most terrifying thing that ever happened was this ball of light red, but then it changed as it traveled up and down the wall, spitting electricity. It got so bad that I couldn't even sleep, and kids at school were accusing me of wearing makeup, eyeshadow. I became accident prone and finally got poked in the eye by some girl at school, and my mother sent me to stay at my grandmother's for a month. By the time I recovered, we moved away a few days after I returned. For years, I had never had that happen to me since. It seemed like for a while, and even I forget it happened, but not anymore. There are a couple things I learned from this experience. First thing was that spirit was a child, and secondly, that spirits do exist, and lastly, I'm no psychic or detective or anything, but I bet there's a body buried behind the wall in that room. I've experienced hauntings since I was about 5 or 6 years old. The very first time was when my family moved into the house my uncle owned. We lived downstairs, and they lived upstairs. It was a pretty old house. Well, after a few weeks of living there one summer, my dad went to the grocery store. Though it's strange, my parents would leave me alone at the home because I hated leaving the home. The grocery store was on the corner anyway. That day I was alone, and I heard someone walking up the stairs, thinking it was my cousin or aunts. I went upstairs, where they always left the door open for us. I walked in, and no one was in the house. I checked the living and bathroom, the kitchen. No one was there, but I kept hearing someone behind me. Then out of nowhere, this doll appeared by the door. It wasn't there when I walked in. I wasn't very scared, but just a little shook up. I went downstairs and stayed in my living room, looking out my window for my dad to come home. Well, we ended up moving 3 years later, when I was 8. This time we moved into a Victorian-style home. Cherry wood and old heaters. Very romantic, with a small chandelier. I fell in love with the home. I've always loved old homes. Months after moving in, I would hear someone in the bathroom rummaging or washing their hands. I would walk in there, and no one would be there. Everything would stop. Later, I would be sometimes sitting in the kitchen, eating cereal, and I saw a tall man with another oddly tall woman, not dressed in Victorian wear, but still old-fashioned. maybe 1930s or 40s. I saw them standing down the hall in there, looking straight at me. I looked at them for a little bit, and then they were gone. They were misty, and I remember seeing the sun shining through them. It was very calm. Other times that I stayed home alone in this new home, I would hear someone walking up the stairs, and then it would stop if I would call out. One day they didn't stop. I was watching TV. It then turned off, and I couldn't even figure out why. And then I sat on the couch playing with a little music recorder I talked into. I heard my name being called from the stairs. It didn't sound like my dad, but in my head, I was forcing myself to think it was, and I called out Daddy. No one answered. I just kept hearing my name, and someone walking closer up the stairs. I heard the footsteps, and my name. I became really frightened, and I heard a soft chuckle of a man. Well, after that, I had many more experiences now that I'm 18, and they have just stopped. I kind of miss them, and sometimes want to contact them again. That is the earliest of my experience. Just for the record, I'm not alone. I'm normal, have a normal job, and I'm not crazy at all. I was staying in my friend's house. We all planned to sleep in the living room. Laura, Dave, and myself. I knew Dave was leaving early in the morning for work at 6 a.m. I woke to go to the loo in the night, and found Laura had gone to bed in her own room upstairs. So it was just me and Dave sleeping in the living room. It was getting light when I found myself awake, even though I felt tired. I awoke suddenly but peacefully, and I was very much awake. I didn't dream this. I was wondering why I was awake, in my head, not out loud, when I heard breathing, 2 sets of deep in and out heavy breaths. I instantly thought, oh, it's okay, it's Dave breathing. The next thing I thought was, hang on, Dave's not even here. He had left for work, and straight after that thought came, Laura said her house was haunted. Before I could even ponder that, I heard a voice. An older man's voice right in my ear, so close, I could feel him near me whispering. He said, I'll wrap you in my grave. He sounded full of malice, and just really hateful. I was terrified, and was stuck in that position. I was so afraid. After about 15 minutes, I held my hands over my ears, and screamed till Laura came down. But where I had my eyes closed, when she tried to get me to realize she was there, I thought it was the ghost, and then I screamed even more. She says I was hysterical for a while, until she calmed me down. It was not a dream. Laura then told me her sister used to wake in the middle of the night because she couldn't breathe and felt like someone was sitting on her chest. Laura's mom told me that Laura, when she was little, used to ask who the people in her house was when there was no one there but herself and her mom. I had trouble sleeping for months after, and still can't sleep on that side, or with the lights off alone. When he said the word rap, I had a visual image of cherries, which I thought was strange. It was like saying something in a German word you recognize when you only speak English. What he said doesn't make much sense. When I told my mom, she thought he might have said the R-A-P-E word, and not rap. It sounded like rap though. Well, that's it.
Here's a nightmare I had one night. It's very scary, so brace yourself. One night in the cold, harsh winter of the snow belt in Cleveland, Ohio, I was making my tea, awaiting until it was done steeping. As I finished watching my nightly program, I slowly limped to my cold, damp room. Hence, my heating ducts aren't very good, and my room is on the complete opposite side of my house, away from my furnace, and on the outskirts of the other bedrooms. As I arrived in my room, I turned on a portable heater, let my Harrier dog in, and limped over to my bed and crawled under the blankets and flannel sheets. It was a freezing night, and my bed was freezing. As I went half asleep, I remember my mother walking in and turning off my heater. After that, I was completely emboweled in the satisfying darkness of slumber. I was sound asleep, and not to be disturbed until my own cries of horror awakens me. As I sit watching TV, too vague to tell what program it was, I was merely amused watching it, lesser the fact that it seemed that there was no screen that I could make out. I zoned everything out. As my mother walks into the kitchen from my long outstretched foyer, the foyer seemed like it was 50 feet long, a great chandelier hanging from the sky, expensive wall murals, and a marble floor, which was mixed in with red. She greets me with a mere kiss on the cheek and a brief conversation. She persuaded me into my dining room, which was empty with beige carpeting, white walls, and a chandelier on the ceiling. She leads me to a window where we look out into the unknown. As we stare into the forest, we notice nightfall is soon to come, and it is just past dusk. The clouds look like they are about to have a long blizzard. As we scan down the sky, I notice that there's already an inch of snow on the ground. The trees were all leafless, and they looked dead because it was that time of the season. As we just stare into the edge of our land and into the rest of the deep weald, we notice how gothically beautiful it looks. Just then, we notice a slight change in the landscape. We see deer scattering about, especially away from a certain side of the timberland. Just then, we hear a blood-curdling scream. The scream you hear when somebody is in excruciating pain and agony. It lasts for about 5 seconds and dies out. I tremble in my dream, even though it does not seem like it. I look at my mother, and she does not make a sound. We stare into the unknown. We look into the woodlot and hear the cry for help again, and it ceases after 5 seconds, then recites. Finally, she grabs my arms and takes me to my room. We sit in there and keep getting these haunting phone calls of a man screaming, "You're next, you're next." She solemnly hangs up and has a trace of fear across her face. Suddenly, the scream is much closer to my bedroom window. Suddenly, I awaken with a jolt. I feel a cold sweat run down my back and notice that my breath shows up in midair. My furry little friend is in a little ball next to me, which means it was too cold for him too. I'm too afraid to fall back into sedation, so I stay awake and stay alert to any little noise in the home. As the clock turns 6 a.m., I wake up and wander into life before dawn. Everything is dark and I can't see, so I turn on the television. I make a cup of morning tea and tremble as I drink it. As I walked out to the bus, I couldn't help hearing the screams in my head and being terrified walking down a 50-foot driveway surrounded by timber. I've had a few experiences as a child, probably being less than 8 years of age, give or take. I found some little glass thing that I liked, and I was playing with it. I don't know what I was fascinated about it with, but I was a child. I lost it, and I woke up that night to go to the bathroom, and there it was on the bathroom counter. I didn't know how I had gotten there. I walk out in the hallway to go back to bed, and I see a figure run into my room. I run into my room, looking under my closet, under my bed, and all over. I find nothing. I go into my brother's room, he's still asleep, and see nothing else. I suppose the figure was returning the object to me. Who knows? Another time, I guess I woke up my mother to get me something to drink. After we went down the stairs and turned a corner to go to the kitchen, I'm behind her, and as she is about to go to the other room, I see a little boy, probably about my age at the time, and dressed in old-style clothes. I don't know, maybe 17th or 18th century clothes, just old. I asked my mother if she just saw that, and she said, "No, Bradley. What did you see?" I told her what I had just seen, and she didn't tell me it was my imagination or anything. She believed me. She says that many people in the family have seen things from time to time like that. I've seen other things in those days. My memory is a little shady about them, but those are my two best remembered. For some reason, I was somewhat scared of what I saw. I don't know why. Maybe because they were so sudden and gone so quickly. I would only see them for about 2 or 3 seconds, and they would just disappear as quickly as they appeared. I did live across the street from a cemetery, and someone we sold something to at a garage sale said the plot of land we lived on used to be a cemetery. An old one, judging by the clothes the boy was wearing. An old girlfriend sent me a link to this site, and I thought I would check it out. I came across the link, Children and Ghosts, and I thought I would give you my thoughts after reading it. I stopped seeing these things when I guess I just got a little scared, and just said to myself, I don't want to see these things anymore. After that, I hadn't seen a thing. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I'm not sure if I wouldn't mind seeing anything these days. I worked at a funeral home for 6 months and saw a lot of sadness and some gruesome things as well. People seem to be most upset when someone takes their own life, more so than a murder even. I got out of that because there is no money in it. It is because of those experiences that I do believe in life after death. Well, I hope I didn't make this message too long. I hope what I told you was helpful to you in some way. Well, let me first explain. I'm not psychic. I don't think that I'm particularly sensitive. I know that some of my friends and I in high school did mess around with some stuff. Ouija boards, going to cemeteries, etc. That wasn't the brightest of ideas, but it wasn't meant to be harmful. For whatever reason, I seem to attract this kind of energy. My parents had bought a house in a brand new development in West Windsor, New Jersey, in 1992. It was built on a former sod farm. Nothing too strange that we knew about. From the very beginning, I'd gotten weird vibes and sensations there, that something just wasn't right. My grandmother's sister, who was very sensitive, did not like coming over, that she never felt comfortable there. I never saw anything outright when I lived there, but I always got some strange vibes. My late grandmother did have a frightening experience. She had fallen asleep watching TV in the family room and awoke around 2 a.m. to two men standing in front of her. She screamed, and they were gone. I would get sensations of cold spots in certain spots in the home, especially in the front room. A lot of misery befell my family when they lived there too. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe not. In 1994, I lived for a brief time at 50 Main Street in Roebling. It was once a doctor's office, and I believe a post office at one point in time. I had many strange experiences in that home. My husband was going to school at night and worked full-time, so I was there by myself a lot. There was a room that was used for storage between our kitchen and the garage. I never wanted to be in there by myself. It was a very oppressive feeling, and I had a hard time breathing when I would be in there. There had been several times when I was doing laundry in the basement that I felt as if someone was standing behind me. Every so often I would catch a glimpse of an older, heavy-set woman outside. Since there was an alley directly behind the house, I assumed it was a neighbor. Apparently, no one alive in the neighborhood fit the description. The one thing that did me in was the third floor. When my husband lived there as a teenager, he and his brother shared it, and his brother had put mirrors along one whole wall. For whatever reason, I was never able to look at those mirrors. I don't know if I was afraid of what I'd see or what, but I never could. I had originally planned on making the other room there into my sewing room. One afternoon, I was up sweeping when I felt as if someone was in the room with me. I knew I was home alone. It was such a palatable presence. I started to pray out loud. I basically did the rosary, but the feeling did not subside. I did not feel evil. It was just very oppressive. Needless to say, I was grateful when my mother-in-law sold the home and we had to move. As an aside, I grew up in Ridgewood, Bergen County, and I think that it is a one haunted town. There is something very evil in the cemetery across from Ben Franklin Jr., and I knew people would mess around with that stuff that they should have not stirred something up there. One night, we were all hanging out across the street by Ben Franklin Jr., and then I went home. I parked in my parents' garage. I was 17 or 18 at the time, and for some strange reason, the car backed itself out of the garage and landed directly over a ditch. It was like it had perfectly aligned itself to go there. The high school is haunted too. There used to be a room off the auditorium in the tower that was always 10 degrees cooler than anywhere else in the school. Of course, this is where we would go to smoke on a rainy day. There would just be a strange feeling in there. I don't know of any stories behind the building. It just might be a natural energy field or something. Finally, I used to work at the Borders in West Windsor. The shopping center that the store is located in was built over swampland where a bunch of kids from Trenton had drowned on Christmas night when they were fleeing police in a stolen car. The accident happened around 10 p.m. at night. Apparently where the back room in the store is was not too far away from the accident where it happened. There were many times we would hear things outside at night on the loading dock. Of course, when we would open the door, there would be nothing. A lot of times, and especially after 10 p.m., it would be very creepy going back there. I know that some other employees said that they had seen things back there. I never saw anything. I just got weird feelings. I've never really shared any of these stories with anyone before, but I feel like you guys won't do anything to exploit them or make fun of me. When I was 15 years old, I used to frequently babysit from a next-door neighbor who has 5 children. It was a Friday night at about 10 p.m. I just put the children to sleep in their bedrooms upstairs. I stayed up for a while watching a few late-night shows. At about midnight, I found myself restless and decided to wash the dishes from that evening's dinner. About 10 minutes into washing, I heard footsteps behind me. Without turning around, I said, "You're supposed to be sleeping." I received no response and turned slightly to my right, and out of the corner of my eye, I seen the outline of a little boy with dark hair, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, and white tennis shoes. I turned back to the dishes and was about to repeat myself when the hair on the back of my neck started to go up and a shiver went down my back. I quickly realized that the little boy I had just seen was not one of the children. I turned completely about to find nobody there. I quickly walked through the kitchen to the living room and up the stairs, where I found all the children sleeping soundly in their beds. There is no way that any of the children could have ran back up the stairs and back into their beds within 5 seconds, and also without me hearing anything. My proof of what I had seen was real, is that all of the children were wearing pajamas, and not one of them had on shorts. Well, this didn't exactly happen to me, but it happened to my grandmother and her mother in the 40s in Brazil. My grandmother was young, and she had just bought her first house with my grandfather, and she had 2 little daughters. My aunts, obviously. My father wasn't even born yet. My grandmother isn't a person to lie, so this story is no bull. Well, it was around 1945, and my grandmother was preparing food in the kitchen for my aunts. My grandfather was at work, so she was alone with her 2 daughters. She heard footsteps coming down the living room and down the hall. She thought that was strange because my grandfather wouldn't come home. Only 5 hours later, she went to greet him, but instead was greeted by a terrible cold gust of wind. She shrugged it off and went on with her life. But until the next day, she was cooking for my 2 aunts. My oldest aunt was around 5, and the second was around 2. She heard the same footsteps, and she noticed that it was always at the end of her mother's room. My great-grandmother would sleep there sometimes. She grabbed her 2 daughters and waited outside for my grandfather to come. This would always happen at lunchtime, around 12 p.m. Well, my grandfather was always skeptical when it came to ghosts, so he comforted her and told her he was hearing things. She believed him and went on. The next day, my great-grandfather went to sleep there. She would sleep there to help out my grandmother with the girls, and the footsteps still came, but my grandmother felt safe because she was with her mother and 2 daughters, so she didn't mind it. At night, my great-grandmother was sleeping, and she felt the bed go down as if someone was sitting down on it. Then, she felt a hand caressing her face. She got the heck out of there and never returned to that house. They lived there for 2 years. Soon after my father was born, they moved. So that's my story. I do not believe she was lying, because she isn't a person to lie about that. Thank you. About 4 years ago, my parents moved to a home in Minapur. We knew nothing about the home's past.
But right after they moved in, strange things began to happen. These odd things were only noticed by my mother and my nephew. My stepfather never saw or heard anything strange, and my mother was afraid to tell him, for fear that he would put the house up for sale immediately. Mom would notice that the knickknacks in her china cabinet would be missing. They would show up again in the china cabinet, in a different spot. One day she was coming downstairs and could hear the television on. She thought to herself, that darn kid left the TV on. And as she rounded the corner, it clicked off by itself. She was vacuuming one day and turned the vacuum off, but it kept going on for about 30 seconds. Basement had motion detectors that would go blip blip when they detected motion. These were going off so often that eventually you didn't even hear from them anymore. Mom would often feel presence watching her when she was downstairs doing laundry. The home had strange things in it, such as holes in the walls that had been plastered up. One closet had the back of it plastered up, and I used to tease her that maybe a body was back there. My nephew, who lives with my parents, used to complain, not be scared, but just complain that there was someone in the room with him. They lived in this house for about 2 years. When I was 16, a long time ago, I went to visit friends who lived in Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. I was to stay with them for 1 week. My first night there, they showed me the guest room in the basement. I was not a jumpy kid, but was uneasy about the accommodations. Once in the basement, you had to cross all the way across the other end, turn down the hallway, and the bedroom was down that hall, with a bathroom directly across from it. My first night there, I tried to convince the dog to come downstairs and sleep with me. He would have none of that. I resorted to carrying the poor creature downstairs, but once we got down there, he bolted back upstairs. It didn't help that the walls were covered in animal heads, deer, elk, etc. This was, and still is, absolutely horrifying to me. More horrifying, in fact, than meeting a ghost face to face. Anyhow, I slept down there the first night without incident. A day or two later, I went into the laundry room, which was also in the basement. Hanging behind the door was the creepiest little puppet. It was actually a marionette that I have ever seen. Now, I'm not going to say this for the sake of dramatics. This hideous thing would be swinging back and forth every time I went into the laundry room. It would stop swinging when it was facing me. If I went into the laundry room with anyone else, it was completely still and usually facing the wall. I could not and still can't figure that one out. Anyhow, one night I decided to take the dog for a walk. Actually, I was sneaking out to smoke a cigarette, and out I went. I was gone for 1 or 2 hours, and when I returned home, the house was dark. Someone was showering in the upstairs bathroom, but the kids were in bed. I decided to go downstairs and get ready for bed. The lights were off. I turned them on and went downstairs to my room. As I headed into my room, I noticed that the bathroom across the hall had a light on, and the door was shut closed. I didn't think anything about it, but walked into the room and took my nightgown, toothbrush, etc. out of the suitcase. I turned around, and the door to the bathroom stood wide open. The light was off. I thought to myself, geez, I must be in trouble, but carried on getting ready for bed. I eventually made my way upstairs to face the music. My host was still in the bathroom, and I sat in the upstairs living room waiting for him. He eventually came out of the bathroom and came and sat with me. I asked if Darlene was mad at me or something. His reply was that Darlene went to Calgary tonight. They had made an offer on a truck that was for sale, and it was accepted. Darlene had been gone for hours. He could sense that I was puzzled and asked me why. I simply explained what happened downstairs. One thing that always troubled me is the very matter of fact that he stated to me it must have been the wind, and got up and left me sitting there. How could the wind just turn on and off and open a door? I slept on the couch upstairs for the remainder of my trip. In Conway, South Carolina, I lived on Cates Bay Road. You could tell the house out from all the other ones because it was the only one on a dirt road, and all the other houses were by the highway. We lived with my grandma, so the house was pretty old. Her parents and her parents' parents also lived in it, and so on. All in all, the house has been through 13 generations. The house was also built on top of slave headquarters. Whoever built the house thought it would be charming to leave some of the quarters still standing. My grandma always told me that the house was haunted, and I didn't even believe her until one night when a date was dropping me off, and we sat in the driveway for a little while. We got quiet, and all of a sudden we heard a white male voice say, "Get back to work." Then we heard a whispering sound, and a dish or glass break. I then told my date goodnight, and ran inside. When I got there, I saw that it was only my grandma in the home. Of course, I knew my dad would never behave like that. All Grandma did was look at me and say, "I told you it was true." My grandma told me that my mom used to lay in bed and listen to an African American woman sing hymn. Grandma said it was never frightening to her until she found out that there was no African American woman living, or any woman who sung like that for that matter, in the neighborhood. The kitchen to the quarters must have been my grandma's room, because it has a very distinct smell of something haunted. The house almost caught fire one day. Mom was cooking peas on the stove and put it on low. She was gone for about 5 minutes, and when she came back, the knob had been turned high, and the pot was on fire. When Grandma died, we moved out of the house and out of Conway. Too many strange things for us to handle. Clay, Alabama is a fairly new town. Most of it was farming land, and nothing but swamps before the new middle school and high school went in, about anywhere from 9 to 12 years ago. Things haven't been the same since in the new high school. It is reported that the lockers open and slam by themselves, and you don't want to be out in Clay at night. You may see that Indians used to live there before the land was bought and sold off piece by piece. In the middle of the night, sometimes you could hear strange noises outside your houses, and the dogs and other animals in the area will act out for no reason at all. Is this the work of a ghost? No real investigation has been done there, but for us who live there, we know the truth. We all know that Clay is indeed a haunted town. That is not the most haunted place, though. I live in the middle-sized town of Grayson Valley, and I've personally had enough experiences to tell you that I personally believe that my house is haunted. My first experience came when I was about 7 or 8 years of age. I remember it was a school night, and I just laid down to bed. I don't even remember much about it, but I remember the room becoming very cold, and it felt as if someone sat down on the end of my bed. I laid there scared to move at first, but when I looked up, there was no one there. Ever since then, things have been weird. At first, I shrugged off that experience and told myself it wasn't true. Boy, was I wrong. It happened again when I was about 10 years or so. I was helping my mom carry in some groceries, and as I approached the top of the stairs, I swore I heard the sound of children laughing. I immediately shrugged it off and told myself that I imagined it, but my next encounter would leave me speechless. When I was 13, my grandmother, who I was very close to, passed away. Right after she passed, things seemed different. At first, it was little things, like throwing things down and then coming back in later to find that they were gone, and had somehow been put in their right places, and small things like that. But then something out of the ordinary happened. One night, about 2 or 3 days after my grandmother's funeral, I was lying in bed when I happened to notice something shining on the wall. I noticed that it was about the size of a small tomato, and it was a very beautiful blue color. I don't think anything about it, because I figured that it must have been the moonlight shining off of something. But it kept coming back. Night after night it would appear, and always in the general area over my door, just slightly over my wall. Then one night, I got up to see where the light was coming from. I couldn't find a source anywhere. The way the moonlight was shining, it couldn't have been that. And there was nothing in sight for it to shine off of or anything like that. I was totally freaked out, but by the next night it was gone, and I never saw it again. The last great encounter I had was this past summer. I was about 14, and on my way to 15, I had remembered I had just gotten home from school and was doing my chores, which included vacuuming the living room. There was this black fan that was sitting on the floor and was plunged into the wall. I had to unplug it to unplug the vacuum in. The other square plug was being used by a lamp. I began to vacuum. Shortly after I turned around to unplug the vacuum, I noticed that the lamp was unplugged and the black fan had been plugged in and was running on high. I was absolutely terrified. I ran in my room and shut my door and didn't come out till my dad came home. I'm an only child, and no one else was in the house with me when the event occurred, which places no one there who could have plugged the fan in, other than a ghost. I have since had other experiences that involve strange noises or talking that sounds distant. Sometimes, though, I wonder if there's something more in my house than just me. I don't know much about the history of my house or the property for which it sits on. I only know that before us, my house had 2 previous owners. First, a young couple with 3 children, and when she got pregnant again, they had to move. And after them, an older couple moved in. Then after that, we moved in. The house is only about 20 to 30 years old. I know that much, but unfortunately that is all I know at the given time. Maybe my experiences have something to do with my lost family, or maybe that of the previous family who lived there, or maybe I have so many experiences, because in my family, we have a history of producing mediums and prophets, or people who can sometimes see into the future, without any control over how to do it, or when it is going to happen, or sometimes things just come to them. Anyhow, this is my story of Clay, Alabama, and of my possibly haunted house. I hope you will enjoy reading it, and can offer maybe some tips about why these ghosts might be there, or whatever it is inside my house. I have to tell you, when I was young, my parents rented a house in Monmouth, Oregon, I was so happy. We walked all over downstairs. It was cool and I liked it. And like I said, it was an enjoyable experience. Then I took the first flight of stairs. The stairs turned right. They went upright. There was a room there. I felt nothing. Then I went forward. When I walked into the room, I felt a horrible, icky feeling. It was terrible. It was dark. My parents did not know what I felt. I did not tell them. It was just icky and dark. In that room, I had a walk-in closet. I felt so much like there was a woman in that closet. I could not ever go in that closet or place any clothing in there. I got in trouble for not hanging up my clothes, but I knew that there was someone in there. I got in trouble for crawling out the window in that room. They said that they saw a woman jumping out of the window of my room. I swear I never did that. I slept my whole life downstairs that we lived there on the couch. The couch was directly under that room. I had the icky feeling that there was a woman walking up above me. I ran away. They brought me back. When I was 17, my dad told me to go in the backyard and turn off the water on the yard. I did, and when I looked up in the window, there was a woman standing in the window. Forever. I looked at her for 10 minutes, or at least it felt like that. I will tell you that there was a woman standing here that looks like you and I do. I wanted to make sure it was not the moon or some weird thing, but I will tell you for a fact, there is someone that lives in that house. I know it is a pub now. I went there. When I started to tell them of my story, they said they knew. They said everyone who ever lived there knows there's a woman who lives upstairs. I swear it is a bad woman. I can tell you more if you want it. I don't know if you still need stories or are updating the site anymore, but here's what happened to me as I can remember it. I was watching TV late at night one summer in my room. All of the lights were off. The only thing that was turned on was the TV. I was watching a show on tape, and I'd paused the tape. Something caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. I looked, and for a couple of seconds, these pair of eyes were staring at me from underneath my dresser. They were these two red glowing eyes looking directly at me. I was only a couple feet away from the dresser at the time, and I was lying on my bed. Whatever it was had disappeared after only a couple of seconds of looking at it. I quickly turned on the lights, thinking that it might have been an animal, but I did not see anything. There was no way for some animal to get inside my room from the outside. There weren't any open doors or windows for an animal to somehow crawl in. I stayed up for months after that, afraid I would see the thing again. But I never did. I was completely shocked when I looked at it that one night. I wasn't afraid though. I know this because I can still see the image in my mind of what I saw. My family and I lived in this house on Marriott Street, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. We were never really sure how many ghosts we had in our house. And before I was born, my parents used to have family get-togethers, birthday parties in our basement, that my parents had so beautifully redone. They used to be down in the basement with their guests. When they hear about what sounded like someone running upstairs. When my dad used to go downstairs to look, he used to never find anyone there. Then we have this plastic pitcher with a closed and open top. Well, when we used to go and grab it to pour ourselves more water,
The top would pop off. Then we would put it down. The top would close. Not only the ghost affected everyone in my family, but it affected my brother and I the most. The ghost or ghosts hated my little brother and would bother him in the night saying they were going to kill him. The ghosts loved me. They really didn't love my brother though. Although sometimes when I was in the basement playing video games, I could feel them sitting next to me. Now, I love hauntings and ghosts, but after we sold our house and moved to Wilmington, North Carolina, the ghosts seemed to follow. Even today, I knew that they were there, because sometimes when I look up, I can see a dark figure go over me, or past me, and I know they're there. One night my brother and I were watching a movie in our room, and a little boy's voice and a little girl's voice could easily be heard in the hallway behind my door. My parents were asleep, and on the other side of the home, our TV was the only thing on, and when we paused it, we could still hear them. My friend used to live in Mississippi. They had to move to another house due to the rodent infestations in their old house. My friend was about 4 at the time, but she remembers some of the instances. But her mom told me some too. About a week after they were settled in, my friend would wake up in the middle of the night. When her parents came to investigate, my friend told them that she dreamed that all her toys were burning in the toy chest. Her parents told her that they were not, and they went back to sleep. One night, her mom was watching TV alone on the couch, late one night, and there was nobody around. She heard someone say the F word, and it sounded like a lady behind her. She turned around quickly, and nobody was there. My friend also had dreams of a black dog burning beneath her bed. TVs and lights turn on and off by themselves. After a month, they asked neighbors if they knew the history of the home. One old couple told them that 30 years earlier, there was a young couple who had just gotten married who lived there. The young bride was ironing an outfit for a party in the living room and had starched all over. Her husband was leaving the house for a minute to go pick up something from the store, and he flicked a cigarette, and the starch caught fire. It was all over her. He tried to help her put it out, but they died, and the back of the house burned down, and the dog was killed also. Needless to say, they moved out right away. Hey guys, Phantom here. So first of all, I just want to thank you for getting to the end of this really long video. I know it's a doozy, 16 hours. So if you could comment in the comment section below and let me know that you got to the end of the video. Let me know anything. Write comments in the comment section below. That way I know you got to the end of the video. And everything is smooth, you know, it helps algorithm, you know, the comments section, even for a long video like this. So be sure to leave a comment, share, like, and all that good stuff. There's gonna be a lot more material to come, new material, you know, material for, you know, October, which will blow your mind. Well, hopefully I think so anyway, but I love you and I'll see you in the next video.